A doctrine that is based upon a personality dies with that personality, while a teaching based on principle is eternal. The veil of form that conceals the face of God can only be cut by the sword of enlightened spirit. Truth cannot be bought or sold, but it is the birthright of all who will live in harmony with it. The emnation body functions by means of air, while the physical body develops through food. The more one eats, the less one breathes. The less air, the more waste there is in the body. Science states that the average individual breathes 1/3 as much air as he should and eats about 3 times as much as he should. The result is disintegration and crystallization and general shortening of life. Evil is misplaced energy. It is the right thing in the wrong place. Whenever energy is misdirected, it tears down something, be this misdirection mental, spiritual, or physical. Laziness and ignorance are the causes of misapplication of energy, and we know that misdirected energy is the cause of all our misfortunes. The secret of youth is oxygenation, and the secret of death is carbonation. Misdirected and wasted energy destroys all things. There are 2 forms of clairvoyance, positive in the brain, negative in the solar plexus. Concentration upon the solar plexus is a step backward in evolution for the white races. The priests of Chaldea are said to have lived 1,000 years in one body, but there is no doubt that they had learned how to make better use of their time. For the average individual wouldn't do any more in 1,000 years than he does now if he had the chance of living. The man who cannot see God in his brother will never find him anywhere else. The prayer most acceptable unto the Lord is the daily life in accordance with the plan of being. A quick temper is one of the greatest curses from which a student can suffer. If an occultist carries a chip on his shoulder, the laws of nature will knock it off. The Indian snake charmer. Few travelers have ever been to India who have not been fascinated by the street jugglers and snake charmers of the East. You will see these old, dilapidated-looking individuals covered with very little clothing and a great deal of dirt, sitting cross-legged on the ground, while before them is a little native basket containing an Indian cobra. The fakir plays upon a 3-note flute or reed, and as the strange sounds come from it, the snake sticks its head out of the basket and slowly rises upward, lifting nearly 1/2 of its body off the ground. There it sits, coiled up, its puffed head swaying back and forth to the tune of the snake charmer, and it seems hypnotized by the notes that he plays until he can handle it or do anything he desires with it. There is a great secret of interest to the occultist and the mystic concealed under the story of the snake charmer. For all of these ancient rituals and ideas have sacred origins, and in the light of the ancient wisdom, let us analyze the occult meaning of snake charming. In India, the spinal spirit fire is called Kundalini and is symbolized as a serpent. According to the ancients, in the undeveloped man, the snake lies coiled up in the basket of the solar plexus. It is from this point that it is raised up the spinal canal through the spinal nerves by means of the development of the neophyte. This spinal spirit fire is the force which carries with it the power of spiritual sight and illumination. The 3-pipe flute or the reed with 3 openings symbolizes the 3 keynotes of spiritual growth, namely thought, emotion, and action. When man plays proper harmonies upon his 3 bodies, the flute of Krishna, then Kundalini, the sleeping serpent, rises out of its basket and ascends through the blossoms on the spinal column, awakening them with its power. In India today, this is called snake charming, and its mystic message is perpetuated by the fakirs on the street, who themselves know nothing of its inner significance. Editorial. 10 Rules of Religious Etiquette. 1. Do not attend the meetings because you have an antipathy against the hall, and do not like to associate with the class of people who sit around you. This is a proof of your ultra-refinement. 2. If you come, be sure to attend irregularly and under no condition tell anyone about the meeting or bring anyone with you. This indicates that you are exclusive and belong in the upper set. 3. Be sure that you acquire all our books but never read them. Ask the questions in class that are answered in them. This demonstrates your mental superiority beyond all doubt. 4. In securing our books and magazines, never consider the contents. Always estimate their value upon the price of the paper. This is a sure sign of business shrewdness and erudition. 5. Always lock up our publications where no one else can find them or read them. This proves that you understand their esoteric value. To advertise them would be decidedly plebeian and would lessen your superiority over others. 6. Always kick about the way things are being done. The chairs, gas stoves, music, and so forth. This is very refreshing and proves your aristocracy. 7. Never put anything in the collection plate. Always give someone else that opportunity for soul growth. This shows spirituality and brotherhood. 8. Workers should never get along well together. Each one should be jealous of all the others. This shows professional temperament and helps to simplify the teacher's work, at the same time setting an illustrious example. 9. Do not spend much time studying. It isn't being done in the better circles. You should make the meeting hall a rendezvous to circulate all the latest scandals. You should also be filled with advice, which you should give freely, especially on subjects about which you know nothing. This shows your occult leanings and family breeding. Every member of the student body should follow all the others and see what they do. This is deep brotherly interest. 10. If anybody should get up and do anything useful, oppose him in every way possible, crying out that he is trying to boss and run the whole show. If there's a mass movement in any direction, gather up yourself and depart, telling everyone you meet that the work is being run by a clique. This is decidedly refreshing and relieves the monotony, which might otherwise cause the work to stagnate. All of these points help to simplify matters and are a vast encouragement to all concerned, and if followed religiously, will produce perfect results. I thank you. The chick and the shell. Most people are acquainted with the fact that chickens come out of eggs, this being an accepted theory proven by repeated phenomena. No further consideration is given to the problem, and we watch the wonderful processes of nature with a divine unconcern, seeing many things but thinking little about them. Now, there is no greater lesson in all the world than the baby chick and the eggshell. How wonderfully nature protects the coming in of its little creatures. How it builds around the unprotected form walls and barriers that the latent lives may gradually awaken without danger of untimely interruption. Here, the embryo chick in its shell carries on, under the direction of the group spirit, the wonderful work of building a complex organism of blood, bone, and feather, unseen to the eyes of mortal creature. But now the great lesson. The tiny chick at last completes its embryonic growth, and its parent shell, the divine father and protector of its tiny life, now becomes its worst enemy. If it is unable to break through that wall, it will surely die, destroyed by its own protection. Is this not a lesson in the study of man, his growth, and his development? Are not the walls and laws and the spiritual guidances which protect man in his early infancy the ruts and channels that are later he gets into? Are not the concepts which are bred in him as necessary parts of his youth and later life often walls and shells which will destroy him? Are not the creeds and religions which have guarded the infancy of his unfoldment like the shells of the egg, which protect him to a certain point and then strangle him? Are these not Kronos, the father of the gods, Saturn, who devoured his own children? Great light should come to the soul of man when he studies a problem of this kind. Let us take in another phase, does not crystallization build around man the bodies necessary for his manifestation here? And does not crystallization also, after it reaches a certain point, inhibit the very qualities which it makes possible? Do not our thoughts build us and yet bind us by walls of our own limitations? It surely seems that they do. Our past concepts have built us and made possible our reaching human intelligence, and yet, sad to say, there comes a time when our very ideals strangle us unless all of our life grows great together, unless the shell expands with the egg, which no crystallized substance can. It must break or else destroy the life growing within it. Those who would go on to greater and more glorious fields of expression must break the shell of crystallization, which holds them in, ties them down, and places around them the strangle cord of limitation. Yet, in breaking this shell, we must do it with reverence, for has it not been for many years our protection, our shield, and our buckler? Our love for it, however, and our respect for the labors and growth we have passed through beneath its protection must not deter us from breaking it, for its greatest joy is in the realization that its work is done. It may rend our hearts to break the shell, but we will die if we do not, and neither we nor the shell will benefit thereby. All people who have set ideas are surrounded by shell. Sometimes these shells are large enough to allow growth to go on within them, but there are other times when the spirit is cramped within its shell. We must be willing and glad to break away from the concepts that limit us. This is one of the hardest things in the world to do, for we all love the thing we have been associated with, the things which we learned when young, the creeds, the philosophies, the ideals which helped us to grow in the years that are past. They are in truth the fathers of the things we are, and yet in order to grow it is necessary for us to slay the parent. This point is beautifully brought out in the legend of Krishna and the Battle of Kurukshetra, where the youthful prince, in compliance with the laws of Krishna, drew the arrow to the head and slew with it his own sire. Too often our spiritual channels of expression become too narrow for us, but we need never be narrow ourselves, for when a creed begins to bind us, then the moment has arrived when, with the spear of truth and light, we must slay our own protector, lest he slay us with his walls of living stones. So the little chick breaks the shell and comes forth, or failing to break the shell, dies within it, and once more the father protector has slain his child with his loving embrace, because the child was not strong enough to slay the parent. Like the seed in the ground, which is nourished and guarded by the green mold, and yet ofttimes is murdered thereby, so the spirit of man is protected by the shell of matter, which ofttimes slays its own son when the child does not rise triumphant from the protecting womb. The occult acid test. As precious metals are tested with acids, so the spiritual doctrines and ideals of the student must be submitted to test. None should be accepted nor rejected upon advice, like or dislike, but upon the pure unemotional principles of worth should they be judged. The sacred wisdom of the ancients is now being given openly to the world. But at the same time, there are many false doctrines creeping in that promise much but produce nothing. The days of secretiveness and the superiority of a few are drawing to a close, and all of the true occult works are being given to the world, freed from the mystery of the Middle Ages. Below we list a number of questions. When investigating the merits of a doctrine, use these as the acid test. Regardless of whether you like or dislike the doctrine, stand by the decision that your conscience makes when it compares the creed with the ideal. If it be a true outpouring of the schools of knowledge, it will be 1. A doctrine of effort and individual responsibility, striving to build and unfold each soul to perfect independence. 2. A doctrine free from the taint of commercialism, exorbitant prices and inner circles where only the financially elect can go. 3. Productive of individual thought and seeking to unfold the reason of the student, making him independent of his instructors rather than a slave to them. 4. The doctrine of evolution rather than creation, of eternal progression rather than a doctrine with an end. 5. A doctrine of cause and effect, labor for the thing desired, and not one of miracles and superhuman powers. 6. Free from the whiplash of plagues and terrors, not drawing you into it through fear of damnation. 7. Based upon principles rather than personalities, worshipping truth and not the one who brings it. 8. Slow but sure, promising nothing but opening the doors to all. 9. Free from peace, power, and plenty, scheming and get-rich-quick plans of all kinds. 10. A doctrine of equality with equal opportunities for all and special privileges for none. 11. Fearless in its declaration of principles and conscientiousness in its effort to live up to them. 12. Free from perverted sex philosophies, soul mating, and so forth, always obeying the law of the land wherein it is. 13. Staunch in its defense of the physical body, pleading for its development and growth that it may become the living temple. 14. Based upon the doctrines of compassion, renunciation, and service and self-sacrifice, neither gloomy nor melancholy, but peaceful and true. 15. Free from much wordiness and mushiness, teaching all its truths in a simple way. 16. True to the principle that the destiny of a people rests in its own hands, and that no vicarious atonement can save it. 17. Based upon the 7 liberal arts and sciences and teaching that knowledge is the eternal victor over ignorance. 18. Considerate of all other creeds and doctrines, realizing and living the great truth that all religions are one. 19. Based upon the solid rock of brotherhood and cooperation and standing for the fellowship of spirit and of body. 20. Free from claims and pretenses and untouched by the spirit of egotism. 21. The last to ever say that it is great, seeking only to serve and expecting no reward. 22. Strong in its demand for practical religion, taught through right living, right thinking, right aspiring, and right purification. If the philosophy which you are interested in teaches these things in a rational way, follow it, study it, and learn of it. But if it fails to live up to these thoughts, shun it as you would a leprous thing, for it will bring with it only sorrow, suffering, and an untimely end. This is the acid test. The 7 natural laws. There are certain natural laws which are the basis of occult wisdom, and a thorough understanding of them will give the student a firm foundation upon which to build his superstructure of reason and logic. Man cannot safely think at random, but must first of all base his philosophies upon some rock of immortal truth. And for the occultist, this rock is natural law. 1. The law of evolution. Everything in the universe is at some stage of an endless path leading from absolute nothingness to perfect omnipotence. Everything in the universe is greater today than yesterday, and will be greater still tomorrow. All things have within them the opportunity for perfection. The law of evolution is that gradual process in nature which brings about this realization of the ideal. Evolution of consciousness and of form is the keystone of the plan, and those who reject it never study occultism intelligently. The law of evolution applies to everything from the smallest electron to the cosmic God himself, and to the occultist, God is an evolving deity rather than a creating God. 2. The law of compensation or karma. As you sow, so shall you reap. Every cause you start in motion, every thought, every action, good or bad, has an unavoidable result and reaction. The position of the individual on the wheel of life and death depends upon the works done and the works undone. The law of karma says no man can be greater than his works. Eternal justice works through this great spiritual law. 3. The law of polarity. Everything in the universe expresses itself through two poles, positive and negative. The law of polarity teaches that the work of man is to establish himself at a neutral point exactly between the two poles, which position is the place of balance, hence omnipotence. 4. The law of periodicity. The law of periodicity demands that after every expenditure of energy, there must be a time of repose for the restoration of the lost power. We see it in the periods of sleeping and waking, winter and summer, life and death, and the days and nights of Brahma. This law governs action and repose, and there is no escape from it in any realm of nature where energy is expended. If he labors, he must rest. If he rests, he must labor. And the same is true among gods as among men. 5. The law of alternation. Everything alternates between its poles. In successive births, man alternates in his forms from positive to negative, for the laws of nature demand that we receive and benefit by the experiences of both the positive and negative paths. Every seventh swing in human evolution, we have a perfect type of a male or female form, for these are the two extremes of the pendulum. 6. The law of harmony and rhythm. Nature's divine plan is harmony, and inharmony is the friction caused by bodies out of place. Harmony for man is the adjustment of his life with the plan of being. 7. The law of reincarnation. This is the hardest doctrine for most people to accept, but everywhere in nature we see the necessity of it. It is the only law we can find which explains the inequalities of temperament and the degree of intelligence which we find in the world, and at the same time retain a just theology. Either this law must be an actual fact, or else the divine plan lacks the principle of justice, and human inequalities and suffering must have other cause than the whims of deity. This law is taught in 3/4 of the world religions. These are the 7 laws with which occult students must deal in their daily life, and which they must learn to familiarize themselves, that they may adjust their lives to concepts in harmony with them. And the only man or woman who is at peace is the one who is harmonious with the plan of his being. The crime of vaccination. How much longer will people have to pay to have smallpox is the problem confronting a large number of people. They send their children to the public school and are forced to allow a pedigreed concept to pump smallpox into them under the refined heading of vaccination. It has been proven conclusively that a great train of ills in body and in spirit follow after vaccination. Many vaccinated people have succumbed to smallpox, while many exposed to it have not taken it, although unvaccinated. The karmic debt for vaccination is twofold. First, to our bodies, which we deliberately defile with smallpox serum and vaccine. Secondly, to the animal who goes through untold suffering and is itself given smallpox in order that from the ulcers the drops of vaccine may be extracted and pumped into us. The occultist is fighting tooth and nail to abolish vaccination and supplant it with good common sense. Smallpox is primarily a filth disease, and if people would live right, bathe right, and eat right, they would not get it, for the healthy body is perfectly capable of taking care of its germs. We look forward with great hopes to the day when we will remove from the fair name of our race the blemish, mental and physical, the swollen glands, the tonsil trouble, the nervousness and debility, the rashes and outbreaks, not a small percentage of which can be traced to vaccine, which kills the best in us in order to save the rest. 10 commandments for your consideration during the coming year. 1. The true self is selfless. 2. The true measure of knowledge is the realization of ignorance. 3. The narrow mind is a strangle cord around the throat of God. 4. Judge all things upon merit, not upon comparison. 5. There is only one religion. All faiths are its children. 6. To compromise truth negates it. 7. That a heathen is one who knowing does not do. 8. He who slanders his brother denies his God. 9. It is better to live like Christ than to believe in him. 10. Man, the universe, and the growing God cooperate for the glory of the entire. The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la. A dear friend of ours has 2 little children whom she is raising like little wild flowers, lilies of the valley, and so forth. First they were creepers, now they are runners, and later they will blossom forth with all the beauty of uncultured wild flowers. They are surely daisies, even at this point in the game, and the neighbors know they are as forget-me-nots. Like flowers, they do not bathe, but unlike flowers, they do not stand out in the rain. She neither corrects them nor bends the youthful twig, but is letting God take care of them. The reward for this is that they are positively the greatest nuisance of their size in 10 counties. When one tries to correct them, the mother goes into hysterics, claiming that they are God's perfect children and are without sin. They throw tin cans at the cat, rub soap on the windows, fall into the cistern and play marbles on your roof. They cuss like troopers, and little Willie, aged 5, has already touched the depth of Smoker's degeneracy. These 2 little wildflowers with the daffodil for a mother spent a day a little while ago in setting fire to an automobile, ringing doorbells, and stealing the Sunday papers. They are the examples of those sweet, simple children who grew up like little blossoms on a poison ivy vine. Such is the story of a large percent of our population who grow up in spite of their parents rather than because of them. Well, they are blooming flowers now, all right, and promise to be in the penitentiary before becoming of age. They have no manners, no civility, and they run around in ragged clothes which are in themselves sufficient to build only shiftlessness in their souls. The mother spends her days getting over her nights and sends them off to play in somebody else's yard. Such is the sad drama of most homes. Great sayings of Confucius. To learn and then to practice opportunely what one has learnt. Does not this bring with it a sense of satisfaction? Lavish living renders men disorderly. Miserliness makes them hard. Better, however, the hard than the disorderly. The virtue of the noble-minded man is as the wind, and that of inferior men as grass. The grass must bend when the wind blows upon it. Be versed in ancient lore and familiarize yourself with the modern. Then may you become teachers. The man of superior mind is placidly composed. The small-minded man is in a constant state of perturbation. Learning without thought is a snare. Thought without learning is a danger. Where there is habitual going after gain, there is much ill will. He who has sinned against heaven has none other to whom prayer may be addressed. When you meet with men of worth, think how you may attain to their level. When you see others of an opposite character, look within and examine yourself. Where plain naturalness is more in evidence than polish, we have the man from the country. Where polish is more in evidence than naturalness, we have the town scribe. It is when naturalness and polish are equally evident that we have the ideal man. Reverent regard is due to youth. Now know what wee difference there may be in them in the future from what they are now. Yet when they have reached the age of 40 or 50 and are still unknown to the world, then indeed they are no more worthy of such regard. Question. Isn't the approaching crisis coming in the form of a world war? It will come to man in the form of the effects of the things he has done. My suggestion is this: look around you and see what will be the natural result of the present causations. It will take many forms, as our mistakes take many forms. Great sayings of Jesus. Judge not, that ye be not judged. He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much, and he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much. Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. It is easier for heaven and earth to pass than one tittle of the law to fail. Joy shall be in heaven over one sinner that repenteth more than over 99 just persons, which need no repentance. Whosoever exalted himself shall be abased, and he that humble himself shall be exalted. He that layeth up treasure for himself is not rich toward God. Blessed are they that hear the word of God and keep it. Every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. When ye stand praying, forgive, if ye have aught against any, that your Father also which is in heaven may forgive you your trespasses. Woe unto you, hypocrites, ye who are like unto whited sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outwardly, but are within full of dead men's bones and all of uncleanness. Even so ye also outwardly appear righteous unto men, but within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Thou blind ones, cleanse first that which is within the cup, that the outside may be clean also. What shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Great sayings of Zoroaster the Persian. The teacher of evil destroys the lore. He by his teaching destroys the design of life. He prevents the possession of good thought from being prized. Those men of evil actions who spurn the holy piety, precious to thy wise one, O Mazda, through their having no part in good thought, from them right shrinks back far, as from us shrink the wild beasts of prey. Bliss shall flee from them that despise righteousness. He that does not restore a loan to the man who lent it steals the thing that robs the man. Every moment that he holds it unlawfully, he steals it anew. Let your ears attend to those who in their deeds and utterances hold to right and those of good thought. Teachings address I to maidens marrying and to you bridegrooms giving counsel. Let each of you strive to excel the other in the right, for it will be a prize for that one. Whatever happiness ye look for in union with the lie shall be taken away from your persons. He who sows corn sows righteousness, makes the religion of Mazda walk, as well as he could do with 10,000 sacrificial formulas. Violence must be put down, against cruelty make a stand, ye who would make sure of the reward of the good thought through right. Well is he by whom that which is his benefit becomes the benefit of anyone else. Great sayings of the rabbis from the Talmud. To be patient is sometimes better than to have much wealth. First learn and then teach. Teach thy tongue to say, I do not know. Thy friend has a friend, and thy friend's friend has a friend. Be discreet. The weakness of thy walls invites the burglar. If a word spoken in its time is worth one piece of money, silence in its time is worth two. 2 pieces of coin in one bag makes more noise than 100. The rivalry of scholars advances science. When a liar speaks the truth, he finds his punishment in the general disbelief. The day is short, the labor great, and the workman slothful. Silence is the fence around wisdom. Truth is heavy, therefore few care to carry it. Jerusalem was destroyed because the instruction of the young was neglected. Commit a sin twice, and it will not seem to be a crime. The thief who finds no opportunity to steal considers himself an honest man. There are 3 crowns of the law, the priesthood, and the kingship, but the crown of a good name is greater than them all. Despise no man and deem nothing impossible. Every man hath his hour, and everything its place. Unhappy is he who mistakes the branch for the tree, the shoud for the substance. This is a compilation of the section Living Problems Department from Volume 2, December 1923 to April 1924. Living Problems Department. Just a word in passing. Professor Steinmetz, one of the greatest minds of our age, who fought the battle of physical deformity and fighting against tremendous odds, rose to a place of honor among his fellow men, has been released from a body which was always a living tomb to a broader and greater field of activity. With his death, another great man is found, and those who would say nothing good of him, who never, while he was alive, extended a hand to help him, now speak of him as that great man. Why must our brothers die before we recognize their genius? Now Professor Steinmetz has gone, but his life might have been made sweeter and gladdened if a few of the words of praise that we now bestow upon him had been given him while he was alive. His battle against opposing thought was nobly fought, and none know what courage might have come to his soul if someone had held out the hand of friendship to clasp his. But that hand, which never extended during life, now places a wreath upon his grave. Let us learn to honor our great men and women while they live, instead of sainting them when they are gone. Speaking of auto-suggestion. For those of you who are not acquainted with the fact, auto-suggestion is a form of mental auto-intoxication, used to convince yourself that you are what you are not, and have gotten over that which you know you have. The war cry is, day by day, in every way, I am getting better and better. But this form is too long for Americans, while just suitable for the more voluble French. So in America, the Q string has been changed to, oh hell, I'm well. We can say most anything we want to, but while we live as we do, think as we do, eat and sleep in the way that we do, and abuse ourselves according to fashion, there's nothing upon the face of the earth that will cure us of anything. The problem of education. For a long time, we have been giving our young people a theoretical education which specializes upon cramming into brains, each differently constituted and with a different interest, a cut and dried scheme of things, basing merit upon parrot-like repetition and not upon thought. Occultism is fighting this problem tooth and nail, seeking to change the cramming system of our modern education into the real meaning of the word education, to draw forth. That is, to bring out of the scholar the ideals and qualities which his soul possesses as the fruitage of endless endeavor, and not to cram into his mind millions of things he will never want to know. A well-known New York businessman, when hiring young men, had a question he used to ask. Young man, are you a man, or are you a college graduate? This little question contains more wisdom than wit. Education does not consist in memorizing school yells, but there are some who seem to think otherwise. Many a parent is struggling desperately to educate a child who spends months in a hospital with a broken collarbone, or smashed rib, or comes home with his nose in a plaster as the result of football playing and similar things. Then, with the closing of the school year, the students leave their lessons and educative work to prepare Marcus Aurelius' essays or Hamlet's soliloquy for the school play. In other words, thinking people are beginning to wonder just exactly what form and heading modern education can be listed under. Children are individual problems, and until a system is evolved wherein individual needs are considered, our educative systems are not going to profit us much. Our traffic problem. The one thing which the world needs more than anything else is to transform its veneering into a solid product. When we meet Smith on the street, he takes off his hat and bows low. But 5 minutes later, when we meet him in an automobile, and he does not recognize us personally, he pulls his hat down over his eyes and shoots in front of our car, as though he were the only individual on earth. What we need more than anything else in the world at the present time are those little acts of courtesy which show breeding, education, and true knowledge. In this day and age of the world, there is little, if any, real courtesy shown. The slogan is, each for himself and the devil take the hindmost. This is especially emphasized in our traffic problem, where otherwise rational, respectable people become fools, lose all semblance of human instinct, and like a lot of crying, scolding, kicking schoolchildren, howl, fuss, and swear. Or else, with their noses in the air, sail through congested streets at about 75 miles an hour, and then say that it is your fault if you happen to be alive when they appear and dead when they pass. 90% of our ladies and gentlemen become low-browed Bowery toughs when they take their automobile out of the garage, disobeying all laws of courtesy and consideration. They make it impossible for either a fellow motorist or a pedestrian to exercise the privileges of a human being. Church is not the test of Christianity, but a few hours on the main street corners will prove that the average citizen is on par with the orangutan monkey. The only difference being that the man glorifies in it, while the monkey cannot help it. The greatly slandered playing card. In this day and age of the world, the playing card is one of the most terribly slandered things that is far more sinned against than sinning. Our churches look askance at us if, when pulling out our handkerchief, some poker chips roll out, or an ace of spades flutters to the floor. It is not realized that the deck of cards is the oldest known Bible, having been inscribed upon the walls of the Temple of Seraphim in Egypt thousands of years ago. It is also a complete symbol of the Masonic Lodge, of the mystery schools, and the story of initiation. It is man who has made it into a gambling thing, but of itself, like all other creations, it is good and remains good until we make evil out of it. Our modern dice are taken from the altars of the ancient gods, and their faces, added up to 7, are the symbols of the Mosaic Law. The roulette wheel was originally used in the temples to represent the motion of the planets, and practically all of our so-called gambling games and implements were originally sacred things. The evil side of them lies entirely in the minds of men, and they could all get together, card, roulette wheel, and justifiably sing that little song entitled, "You Made Me What I Am Today. I Hope You're Satisfied." A bright outlook. Yes, it looks as though we are just about ready to have another war. Things are looking exceptionally favorable for it. The majority of people are still foolish enough to cooperate with it. There's still a little loose money which can be used to finance it and bring more cash to a few and suffering to many. The problem of moral and principle no longer enters into war, for at the present time it is the world's most scintillating graft. We did not learn much, apparently, from the last one, but probably in time we will learn more. As long as people do not think they will have to fight, but if they will ever begin using the mental elixir and will stop to think long enough to realize what fools they are, and they will not fight anymore. The average individual today is behaving just as though he wanted a war. And of course, Cosmos is divinely obliging and always has a couple of wars hidden away at bargain prices. If man does not learn to find the God in his brother and in himself, he shall hear the voice of his God in the thunder of cannon and the prayers of the dying. From the days of Rome. As you sit watching a football game and see the stretcher bearers taking the combatants from the field, or as you watch two pugilists mutilating each other, you begin to wonder where you are living, whether it is 1923 America or Rome during the time of the gladiatorial sports. Have you ever listened to a great cheer rise from the ringside seats when men and women wildly applaud while a leading prize fighter is spitting out loose teeth, plastering up a broken nose, or trying to pry open an eye which has ceased to manifest? Wherein lies the novelty of this procedure? Two games, it seems, which do nothing but bring back to the world the things it is better they forgot. One is football and the other prize fighting. They are the most barbarous of our modern sports and have no place in 20th century civilization. An individual who can enjoy a stream of stretchers does not have to go to a football game. He can go down and spend an enjoyable afternoon at the city morgue. An undreamed of cause. Few people realize that 50% of the ailments which man suffers from have their cause in his mouth, both the words that come out and the substances that go in. The teeth play one of the most important parts of the body, and insanity and death, which have never been traced, have often had their origin in the teeth. An improperly filled tooth has a 50% chance of killing us. This little dreamed of cause of sickness is very important, and an individual who has a healthy mouth has a pretty fair chance of getting along almost anywhere. If the mouth and the great colon are kept free from impurity, there is no reason why we should not fulfill the scientific ideal and live to 400. That is, providing traffic congestion does not get us when we walk across the street. Power and dominance. One of the most difficult things in the world is to possess power without exerting it over another. Apparently, the proof of power lies in domination, but this is not so. The true proof of power is the control of self. All other things are comparatively unimportant. In the present European tangle, many things express themselves, and this problem, along with others. Mercy and consideration ennobles the victor of every fight, while those who grind down victims show themselves often less than the individuals they oppose. Generosity is the privilege of the strong. It is also their opportunity. When they fail to make the most of this opportunity, they fail to prove victors in the battle. There's no glory in spite, no reward in revenge. Many of the nations involved in the late European war, who would have come out of it loved and revered for their noble gallantry, sacrificed that reverence and forfeited the esteem of the world when they proved that they were generous victors and gallant, thoughtful overlords. Holy water. In the ancient tabernacle of the Hebrews was outlined the way of initiation, and in the courtyard before the temple gate was the layer of purification, a great bronze bowl in which the priests performed their ablutions before entering the holy place. There is positively no sarcasm intended, but we just want to remind some people of the exact position of that bowl as it stands before the temple steps, a yawning menace to the poise of many of our students of the mystical. The old adage was that cleanliness is next to godliness. Therefore, it seems that the mystery of that mighty laver must become part of the esoteric instructions to students. It is possible to overbathe, but it is not commonly done except by fanatical individuals. All things can be carried to an extreme, but there are two kinds of baths man must find a way to take. He must be initiated by fire and water. He must learn the value of the sun bath, which is his physical initiation of fire. and the old family tub bath fashioned after the laver of purification. Religious cleanups. Every so often we hear of the churches and religious organizations launching a campaign against dance halls, theaters, and picture shows, and various similar things. While there is no doubt that there is a certain class of improper amusement, we beg to call the attention of the religious people to a truth much more fundamental than the one they are seeking to emphasize. It is basically this: that the morale of a nation depends upon the finer spiritual truths which should be implanted by the religious organizations of the world. If the drives which ecclesiastical orders are launching upon the world were turned right back into the church, they would do a great deal more good. Some of the worst of those whom they attack are shrouded with serenity and protected by the enfolding arms of religion. While the religious organizations are fussing and stewing amongst themselves as to who is greatest, splitting up over trivials, etc., they are forcing people out of the church. Many of those whom they now brand as lost souls were forced into their present position by the heartlessness of religion and the injustice of creedal theology, which preaches forgiveness and compassion but shows none of it to the sinners of the world. The first cleanup which theology should advocate should begin with the washing of the inside of the cup. For while religion dickers and bargains, plays favoritism to some and condemns many, it can never meet the crying need of a world in spiritual pain. The church has no right to condemn vices in others, while its own heart is full of vipers and thieves who prey upon the Sabbath and go out robbing the widows and the fatherless on Monday morning. Correct breathing. Man's lower bodies receive nourishment and vitalizing power in three general ways. First, through the direct rays of the sun passing in through the crown of the head or the spleen. Secondly, through food, from which he extracts the vital element. And third, from breathing, by which he oxygenizes his bodies. Oxygen is absolutely necessary to the unfoldment of man's consciousness. The average individual has no idea either of its importance or of how to do it. Thus, he overlooks a valuable opportunity for health. Everyone should sleep in well-ventilated rooms with the windows open and should spend 5 or 10 minutes every morning in deep breathing. The more one breathes, the less one will have to eat, until finally it is possible to practically maintain oneself on oxygen. Man only uses about 1/3 of his lung capacity. He should at least double the quantity of his inhalation. Corresponding outgoing breath frees the body from carbon dioxide, the great death-dealing element in man. If he will breathe twice as much, he can divide his ill health and subtract 1/2. Further light on the health problem. When suffering from the following ailments, do not go to a doctor, just knock your head against a wall. If your corns ache, it is not nature's fault. Leather shoes would bring corns out on a boot jack. And as a very powerful nerve center is in the sole of each foot, and leather shoes prohibit the feet from breathing, do not be surprised if you are sick. Any gentleman who wears a tight-fitting hat must not be surprised if he develops a furless pate. For you cannot strangle hair roots and have them live any more than you could go into an airtight room for several hours and come out alive. Any of our dear lady friends who insist upon walking around on stilts, French heels, are subjecting themselves to over 40 diseases, including spinal ailments, kidney trouble, nervousness, general lassitude, paralysis, stomach trouble, and nearly every known form of disease except accidents, and those are not strictly excluded, as a person can twist their ankles on high heels without half trying. Yesterday we passed down the street behind a pair of 2.5-inch heels, and the ankles above were rolling like chips in a heavy sea, while the party above the ankles has been wondering why she has had a general debility for years. Any man who makes a chimney out of himself has no right to be healthy. and will not be, and those of our dear friends who insist upon their nice, juicy beefsteaks should be tickled to death when uric acid gets them because they have been inviting it to come. The mystery is not that we do not live longer. The mystery is we live at all. If we continue to wear tight-fitting clothes, which will not allow the body to breathe, we will keep right on having all the diseases that medical science has differentiated, and some more they have not found yet. So might it be. The eternal excuse. When it is gently hinted to an individual that he is not living up to the best that is in him, could be doing better, etc., there's one excuse that will almost always come back to you. Well, I am doing about as well as you are. I am as honest as the next fellow, or similar expressions. Man is eternally excusing his own weaknesses by pointing out similar shortcomings in his companions. He considers this to be a clinching argument, while in reality it is no argument at all. The virtue of sin cannot be proved by its mere existence. Neither can our shortcomings be sanctioned because our brother man expresses them also. Many times we go out to put a slick deal over on our brother, excusing ourselves by saying, "He'll do it to me if I don't get to him first." All these things are excuses to cover human weakness. Man should strive to attain the best and allow no comparison to deter him from attaining individual mastery. His duty is not to be just as good as the world, but to be perfect, and he must attend to the accomplishment of this end. In this modern age, superstitions have left us only to slink like red-eyed wolves in the gloom which borders the campfire of intelligence. To be sure, there are a few voodoo doctors left, and I guess our psychologists will be with us always, but thinking people, illuminated by the dazzling brilliancy of Christianity and modern science, pooh-pooh the idea of witches on broomsticks and ghosts that walk at night. Of course, you all know about King Tut, the young Egyptian pharaoh whose body has been disturbed after thousands of years of rest. And most of you have heard about the curse of King Tut and that singular, shall we say, coincidence of the death of Lord Caravan, who was the first to open the tomb. Most of you have laughed around your firesides over the fact that anybody should for a moment suppose that an Egyptian heathen could do cursing more effectively than a Los Angeles taxi driver. But just after this story got out about King Tut's curse, there began to flood into the museums of the various countries a miscellany of Egyptian relics. Smith, Brown, and Jones sent in scarabs their uncles had got in Egypt, fake mummies, and chips of the Sphinx, claiming that they did not care to have such articles in their possession. Of course, this does not demonstrate any superstition or anything like that. It just proves that while people today do not put any faith in those things, they just believe in taking precautions, that's all. The year of hard luck. Another popular superstition that still thrives amidst our intelligence is that ghastly ghoul election year. One of the advantages of democratic government seems to be that it goes into convulsions every 4 years. Farmer Smith says things are tightening up for the election. The president of the Real Estate League says things are tightening up for election. When we ask why this, that, and the other thing has gone wrong, why we cannot sell our fresh strawberries for more than half price, etc., the buyer for the stranded strawberry syndicate winks one eye and whispers, "Election year, things are getting tight." Bootleg, flypaper, and artificial linoleum are getting higher every day, but will go down after election year, we understand. The problem before the House of the Unrepresented is, how much is it going to cost you and I to find out which one of the political parties is going to have the pleasure, privilege, and opportunity to live off of us for the next 4 years? Who is going to misrepresent us in Congress? Who is going to sleep in the Senate chair this year? It's a great problem. And while it doesn't mean anything to hardly any of us who gets in, I guess we will have to be patient while things tighten up for election. Progressiveness in the Far East. Most of you have heard of Java, noted for its coffee, its mosquitoes, and for the fact that it is the most densely populated area on the face of the earth. Leaving Batavia, which is the seat of the Dutch government there, one can travel 300 miles by a dusty, hopeless train over a roadbed which must have been built by the Corduroy brothers, to this little town of Jakarta, which exists as a sort of tumor on the railroad track. Stopping at the main hotel, one passes into the dining room for dinner. 3 native musicians playing on nondescript instruments unlisted in any musical catalog appeared, seated themselves, tuned up their equipment, and then burst forth into that well-known classic, "Yes, we have no bananas." There was silence for about a half a minute. Then from among the Americans there burst a howl of laughter and an applause which nearly drowned the effort of the Javanese. Over 15,000 miles away in the heart of a practically unopened country, this reception would have brought tears to the eyes on an optician's window. There's no use talking. The heathens are progressive. This is a compilation of the Question and Answer Department articles from September 1923 through 1924, volumes 1 and 2 of the magazine. Question and Answer Department. Is man a free agent or under the control of outside entities? Nothing but God is a free agent, and even he must comply with the laws of creation. So-called free will is the power of choice, and the greater the range of possibilities, the greater the power of choice. The one who can choose between 3 things is freer than the one who must choose between 2. Only in perfect knowledge comes the greatest expression of the power of choice. Man's evolution is being assisted by outside intelligences, but he must himself make all the important decisions of his life. What is death, and what causes it? Death is the phenomenon of the separation of a life from a body. It is caused either through a shock or an accident or disease which makes the body incapable of functioning, whereupon the life withdraws itself, and the center of power having left the body because it can no longer use it, the shell disintegrates. Does the Bible contradict reincarnation? The Bible contradicts nothing, but is a neutral work and means exactly what the reader gathers from it, as do all the works of the wise. Persecution and tyranny has been based upon the Bible. It has also been used as a tool for bigotry and crystallization. And it is also the divine guide to the illuminated seeker. It does not contradict reincarnation, but seems to be based upon the idea of the law of rebirth being an accepted fact. What is success? Success is the adjustment of the individual to the plan of his work here. This plan is the result of his previous actions. Whenever he begins a new work or pays off back debts, he is walking the path of success regardless of his financial condition or his comfort. His future experiences are going to depend upon his present action, and noble, honest efforts are the basis of future success. A success is one who meets and masters every unpleasant condition and obstacle, planting flowers where thistles grew before. What is law? Law is the plan through which God, man, and the universe were differentiated, are maintained, and will later be resolved into the infinite plus individualization. Is there anything above law? Those who are above law are above breaking it. We mean by breaking it an attempt to oppose its dictates. No one has ever broken a law. The law has broken them. To obey nature's law, it is to make them your greatest friend. To attempt to evade them is to make them your bitter enemies. Man is walking between two lines. These parallel lines are the laws of being, and as long as we keep on the road, we do not know that they exist. When we lose our true center, we strike against these walls, saying we have broken a law because we suffer. What is God's plan for man? Harmonious adjustments with ever rarer and finer planes of consciousness. The so-called master is one who has made adjustments with planes where the average individual has no consciousness. The degree of the initiate's unfoldment depends upon the fineness of his adjustments. Can consciousness be lost? Consciousness can be lost when the vehicle connected with the plane where consciousness is becomes crystallized through age, abuse, or atrophy. Consciousness upon any plane of nature depends upon a body properly functioning and attuned to the substances of that plane. Why are we always in doubt as to what is right and wrong? Because our scale of morals is ever changing, and the thing that is right today is wrong tomorrow, for we are ever growing and demanding finer things. The highest that we know is the only thing that is ever right. What is success? Success is the perfect adjustment of the individual consciousness with the prenatal plan which it prepared and earned before its entrance into this life. All advancement over existing conditions is success. All stagnation or backsliding is failure. What is the greatest of all successes? The composite perfection which is the result of a number of small achievements, the gaining of which has been spread over numberless eternities. Is a happy life a successful life? A truly successful life is a happy one, but experience rather than harmony is the main requisite to success in spiritual things. Who is a failure? A failure is one who has fallen below the standard which he himself has attained at some previous time, or one who has failed to advance that standard with every thought and action of life. What is the greatest cause of failure at the present time? There are many of them, but uncertainty, lack of backbone, fear of popular opinion, and egotism are the greatest. Failure to live up to the purest and highest in life is the great spiritual downfall. What is the greatest enemy of failure? Action. For wherever this exists, growth is taking place. Though the action itself be destructive, yet through it the spirit is learning a lesson. What is the great adjustment of man's being? The adjustment of the self and the not-self. This is the result of the development of the mind, which becomes a neutral field, a universal solvent, in which the opposites of consciousness are capable of meeting in mutual understanding. How may we know one has succeeded in this adjustment? We can know him as one who sees the divine lesson in the little things overlooked by the world in its endless rush. The one who sees the clearest is the one who sees God in the greatest number of things. What is the reward of adjustment of life and its bodies? Consciousness on all the planes of nature where the adjustments are made and communion with the central life within. Who is the greatest failure at the present time? Those who fail to recognize opportunity and conserve time by making every moment useful to all eternity. They are wasting God's most precious gifts. What constitutes a successful speaker? He is the one whose words, though few, still convey to the world with the greatest clearness the ideals which fill his consciousness. He is the one who speaks the truths that others dare not think. Who has learned to listen most successfully? The one who has learned to hear the voice that speaks from the silence of his own soul, and who knows the meaning of its quiet words. Who is the most successful thinker? The one whose thoughts, like God's, are in harmony with the divine plan. Man realizes the power of God when he learns to think God's thoughts. He knows the way of the divine when he himself has walked them. What is adjustment? Adjustment is the arranging or balancing of things into harmony, one with the other. What is the soul? The soul is a body built by the thoughts, actions, and desires of human life, which weave a garment according to their own quality. Later, this garment becomes the vehicle of consciousness for the spirit, for within it is incorporated all of the growth of the lower bodies. Does our life belong to us? In many ways, our life belongs to us. In fact, in the great planet does so entirely. But owing to the fact that in the past we contracted certain debts, our free will is mortgaged in favor of people to whom we owe certain actions and qualities. Therefore, in coming into incarnation, certain things we must do whether we want to or not, because of sacred obligations we have made in the past. What is free will? God alone has free will. Man has the power of choice. Ignorance is the limiting factor in free will. The greater number of things we know, the greater is our area of choice until, as gods, knowing all, we have the choice of all. Are all individual experiences preserved? Yes. They are the basis of soul growth and are stored up in the centers of bodies until we have built the necessary faculties to read them. What center of consciousness is man working on now? Man is at the present time laboring especially to unfold the mind, with its 49 centers of sense consciousness. That is the work allotted to him during the Earth period of evolution. Why do spirits return as deformed idiots and cranks? Those things are the reward of the abuse of mental and spiritual faculties in previous lives. Abuses of nature bring with them terrible karmic debts, and those who mentally, spiritually, or physically prostitute power will pay for it, as we see so often in the world today. If an employee is obliged to lie for an employer, what is the penalty? If a person finds out that he must lie for his salary, it is a very excellent time to find a new position. For if he consciously does it for gain to himself, the penalty will be as heavy as though he were doing so of his own free will. What is meant by the word? The word is the center of consciousness around which negative particles gather and forms are built. It is not in the last analysis a sound, but a rate of vibration. It is the life producing and manifesting through form. What are visions and what causes them? Two causes. First, temporary attunement of consciousness, either positive or negative, with superphysical planes, the result of fine spiritual growth or a general rundown condition of the body. The first is safe and the second very dangerous. Excitement, worry, grief, and so forth will deplete the system and produce this result. Third grand cause and the most common, late eating. Should we use our astrology colors? We should use everything we can, but not spend too much time harmonizing vibrations, etc. If we do, we will have no time left for work, and labor produces much better growth than color harmony. Never use any such means, however, as astrology, talismanic magic, etc., to gain over other people in financial, spiritual, or material matters. To do so is black magic. Please explain the crucifixion. The word crucifixion means a crossing. The crossing of spiritual and material currents forms bodies, and these bodies crucify and seek to destroy the life which is within or hanging upon them. What is mediumistic materialization and trumpet seances? In materializing a body, the departed intelligence does so by taking the life forces of the medium and those attending the seance, using them to build a temporary vehicle. The same is true in trumpet seances, where the strength to express on the physical plane is gained through sapping the vitality of the medium and sitters. This is a detrimental, unproductive method of securing information, seldom accurate but always carried on at a terrible expense to those present. Why is an ego sent to a family out of harmony with it? In harmony is the basis of growth, for it furnishes the opportunity to learn to love and appreciate the thing which is not naturally attracted to. It comes to teach the value of harmony through showing the suffering of inharmony. The ego comes to settle old scores and to make new growth rather than to find harmony. Will man develop more rapidly from the spiritual standpoint in the near future than he does now? He will never develop any faster than he does now until his whole life is better than it is now. A few million years do not make much difference unless he changes his mode of living. How would you treat a drug addict or a cigarette fiend? Patching up the effects will never produce a lasting cure. The higher side of the nature must be appealed to in some way, and the consciousness of the individual raised to a realization of the blasphemy of his acts. What is the life in man? The life in man is that spark of the divine fire, which in search of experience has robbed itself in the garments of matter, which it is slowly transmuting until its prison walls shall become a glorious dwelling place to be finally united with the life itself. What does man carry with him from life to life? His consciousness. Upon the seed atoms of his various bodies, the records of every thought, action, and desire which have animated his being are impressed. These form the basis of karmic payments and future growth and unfoldment, and will remain with him until he has absorbed all of these experiences into the soul. Is man perfect now? Perfection is a matter of relativity. To be perpetually perfect requires perpetual adjustment with ever finer planes of spiritual influx. Each divine ego is perfect, but his perfection must remain unexpressed until evolution and experience molds the bodies into worthy implements for the life within. Is there any shortcut to perfection? The longest way around is the most successful. The fineness of adjustments is the basis of the estimates of perfection, and those who have done their work the most thoroughly have in reality done it in the shortest and most satisfactory manner. What is man's work here? His duty is to learn through experience and to harmonize his mentality with the finer heart sentiments. It is the union of spirit and matter, heart and mind, the marriage of the sun and moon, which man is striving to attain through an equal development and harmonization of his thoughts and emotions. What is man's true position in the universe? He is, according to the ancient poets, twixt heaven and hell, halfway between perfect consciousness and absolute negation. He should stand in the center of his spiritual and intellectual world, drawing towards himself from all extremities of the universe the powers that he needs, but always remaining true to his own center, and never identifying himself with any of the tangents. Was Masonry known in Atlantis? Wherever the wisdom religions are found, be it east, west, south, or north, we find Masonry, from the heart of China to the jungles of South Africa. Masonry undoubtedly had its foundation in the sun worship of ancient Atlantis. Do dreams mean anything? Some do, and some do not. They are often partial memories of things we have learned and done while the bodies were asleep. Sometimes they are only thoughts of the day which have automatically repeated themselves even after sleep has deprived us of conscious power. Sometimes the brain does not all go to sleep at once, and faculties will labor all through the night while the brain is otherwise asleep, causing dreams and hazy memories. Why are we taught individual immortality? Is not race immortality sufficient? The fact that we are evolving individualized organisms, no two of them alike, proves that individualization and not merely racial progression is the ultimate end. Everything reduces itself into the singular before it is through. Therefore, individual salvation based upon individual effort is far more inspiring than race immortality, where the lazy ones sneak through with the hard workers. What is the difference between the divine will and the human will? The divine will wills to do, and the human will wills to avoid doing anything that is not pleasant. Why do the sages spend so much time in silence? Silence is the teacher of the sage. When he breaks the calm of the soul and body, he destroys the teachers who only come to him when he has mastered the confusion of external things. What is the purpose of life? The development and evolving of our partially awakened faculties is the purpose of life. When the spirit centers itself on this eternal work, man is harmonious, and this harmony is the basis of his only happiness. What then is happiness? Happiness is the natural effect of adjustment between conflicting poles of consciousness. Unhappiness, which is mental, physical, or spiritual discomfort, is the result of maladjustment of centers of consciousness, either to each other or to bodies. What is the duty of man? Man's duty is to awaken the latent powers within himself and transmute them into active tools to be used in building his own temple and carrying on the labors of the universe. Did Jesus ever live? In spite of the fact that there is much dissension concerning this point, all the great schools of religion agree that the masters lived. In fact, many of the great mystics and occultists have seen and talked to the great masters, such as Jesus. Was the earth ever destroyed by rain? There have been many floods, but they covered only a small part of the earth at one time. How may we know that we are saved for certain? When we reach that sublime point, when the knowledge and understanding of all the universes is at our feet, when we have gained consciousness upon all the endless planes of nature, when the spheres of the unknown are grasped within our span and cosmos has given up its mysteries, when every art and science is known and its workings completed, then will it be given unto us to know in our slowly expanding consciousness, and that we will be saved if we keep on doing that well forever. Should we allow our lives to be run or influenced by numerology? We should be the masters of our own destiny and let our lives be run by nothing but the highest spiritual consciousness within ourselves. We should study and learn all the good in everything, but never become servants to our own slaves. Is heredity or environment the most important in forming character? It is not heredity, but the law of attraction that attracts egos of similar characteristics into families. Environment molds individuals until they realize that they themselves are the creators of environment. Will the white race ever be dominated by a superior people? The white race, with its heartless domination over lesser peoples, has made the karmic debt which can only be paid off by our own race bowing beneath the heel of some coming conqueror. When will we be able to heal as Jesus healed? when we live as Jesus lived? What is the meaning of service? Service, from the occult standpoint, means to do something that will help somebody besides yourself without the hope of a reward. Will conditions in Europe cause another world war? The unsettled unrest which pervades the world at the present time, which is more filled with hate than the European conflict, will undoubtedly result in wars, crimes, and pestilences. What will be the result of present conditions of capital versus labor in U.S.? If the wrangling and dissenting continues, it will destroy the entire country without having secured the desired results. Why are we so much in doubt as to what is right and what is wrong? The reason why there's so much misunderstanding is that right and wrong are individual concepts, and what is right for one is wrong for another. The only thing that is right for anyone is the very highest, noblest, truest, and purest that they can conceive of. Everything else falls short regardless of other people's estimates. What did Jesus mean when he said every laborer is worthy of his hire? It means that in all nature the law of compensation holds good. In all nature we are paid according to our works and must reward others equally when they serve us. The idea that we can secure something for nothing is one of the most erroneous concepts and destructive slogans that man has created. Why should an innocent person suffer for the sins of another? They do not. They suffer for the mistakes that they made themselves. And the person whom they believe is injuring them is really only an instrument used to pay debts long overdue. Of course, this does not excuse the injury, but injustice is impossible with a just God. Why is it so many elderly people lose their memories and mix dates and facts, etc.? It means that the vehicle is running down, cogs missing, and the overcoat is about ready to be taken off and a new one put on. The higher intelligence is having more and more difficulty trying to manifest through a crystallizing body. What is the meaning of the six-pointed star? It is the interlacing of two triangles and represents the union of the threefold spirit with the threefold body. What is the mark of Cain? The mark of Cain is unbalance, where one trait, organ, or talent has been allowed to master and slay out all others. Do we meet or recognize our friends after death? It is very probable. It is a well-known fact that people passing out see around them those who may have gone many years before, but who have come by the great law of attraction to assist their loved ones in the greatest adventure of life. What was the Sphinx built for? There's an ancient legend that says originally the Sphinx was the gateway to the Great Pyramid. There's also a temple dedicated to the sun between the great paws of the Sphinx. What was the purpose of building of the pyramids? The Great Pyramid was built by the ancient Atlanteans as a temple of initiation into the sacred mysteries. The other pyramids in Egypt were built by the later pharaohs as tombs. No one was ever buried in the Great Pyramid of Cheops. Why is blood called a precious substance? Because it is the vehicle of the spirit. The indwelling consciousness of man works through the blood. How do you reconcile the fall of man with the doctrine of eternal progression? There's nothing in the entire history of human progression which did as much to develop man as his so-called fall, which was only a great dip into matter to learn the lessons that were necessary to his later perfection. Explain the missing link. The missing link is the point reached by humanity before it was divided, and one part, through their development, became human, and the other part degenerated into monkeys. Where and what are we when asleep? We are exactly the same asleep as when awake. We work in exactly the same degree of helpfulness asleep as when awake. Those who cannot function consciously in the plane of sleep remain in their astral body, suspended over their physical body in the shape of a globe. What is it that reincarnates? The thing that reincarnates in man is the ego, which assumes form after form. These forms being built around centers of consciousness which are called permanent atoms carried in the brain, the heart, the lower body, and in the solar plexus, the centers of our four present bodies. These bodies come into form through the elements and ether, and the physical body is drawn around by attraction. Must karma created here always be worked out on this plane? Karma created here is worked out on one of two planes, the lower plane or the astral. Has every person now living on the earth been reincarnated? No one can exist who has not been before. We are just exactly what we have made ourselves in lives we have lived before. What is the cause of walking in the sleep? A partial division of bodies in which the lower side of the body is partly in control while the higher vehicle is partly out. Can one incarnate into a different race of people? The average individual reincarnates into a higher race of people. Can a man live forever if he will not sin? If man does not sin, he will turn to stone. Sin produces experiences. What we call sin and suffering is one of our greatest friends. We sin and break a natural law. If we did not suffer, we would soon find ourselves destroyed and never know it. We can live forever if we absolutely harmonize ourselves with all the planes of nature. But it cannot be all in one place. People who live forever would get tired of it, as they get tired of dying today. You must be reminded that we live forever now. We never die. We just do not realize it because we have not enough knowledge to see it. We have to evolve the intelligence to realize that we already have what we are looking for. What happens when God rests? When God rests, all life and spirit and the matter which is working through it is withdrawn into him. Man, having no vehicle of expression capable of remaining conscious at that rate of vibration which is God, sleeps also and does not come into manifestation again until the universal reawakening. Explain sex. Sex manifests through all the regions of nature as the two polarities of one nature. What was the first cause of evil among men and women? Perversion. Perversion is the natural result of inexperience. Man is working with vehicles and powers which he cannot understand, and contending with laws which he breaks, thinks he breaks, but the law breaks the man instead of his breaking the law. Man made his first mistake through crystallization, through the abuse of his powers, and continues to make those mistakes and will continue until he ceases to abuse natural powers. The first and last mistake is the result of ignorance, and ignorance itself is now a crime. Ignorance and the inability of complete manifestation through the vehicle is so-called evil. Man is like a little child. He will have to learn through his mistakes. Keep stumbling and falling on his nose until he learns to walk. Please name some occult literature that is good for the beginner to study. The Brother of the Third Degree by Garver, The Dweller on Two Planets by Philos, Miriam of the Mystic Brotherhood by Howard, The Romance of Two Worlds by Barabbas, The Sorrows of Satan and Life Everlasting by Marie Corelli are as good fiction as can be secured on the subject. The writings of Jacob Boehme, Andrew Jackson Davis, and Emanuel Swedenborg are excellent from the mystic standpoint. Sibley, Raphael, William Lilly, and Nicholas Culpeper are good in astrology. The Secret Doctrine, Isis Unveiled, and the Key to Theosophy by Madame Blavatsky. The Cosmo Conception by Max Heindel are of the best occult works of modern times. Spencer, Huxley, and Plato lead in scientific research and philosophy, while H.G. Wells has written an excellent history of the world. When can we tell that a past debt has been paid? When we met an unpleasant problem and master it. We never have to pay the same debt twice. If it still bothers us, we have not met it. How can we change our environment? Our environment is created within ourselves, and if we would see harmony, we must build harmony within. For we see all the world through our own eyes, our own failings, likes, and dislikes. Why does the Lord's Prayer say, "Lead us not into temptation"? Is this not a blasphemy? This part of the prayer is directed to the lower emotions, asking in the name of the divine that they lead us not into temptation. It is not addressed to God, but to the lower man in the name of God. When should we be guided by our intuitions? When we have proved by experience that our spiritual nature have unfolded to that degree that they guide us in the way that leads to constructive acts. If we do not purify the bodies and make the glass clean, we can never be sure where inspirations come from. Can we get anything we want by wishing for it? Yes, if we wish to work. Why are we born with so many imperfections? Because when we finished our last visit here, there were many little things and a few great ones that we had not completed. There were many things which we did wrong, and for them we are suffering. We start in this time where we left off before. What is the best way to free oneself from the clutches of a hypnotist? There's only one possible way, and that is the developing of a positive willpower and making it stronger than that of the operator. Outside aid is only a crutch, and the victory over this enemy of mental freedom is only possible through the divine help of the God in man, the individual consciousness within. How long and how often should one fast and pray for spiritual growth? Next time you decide to do this, take a vacation, roll up your sleeves and go to work to help someone who needs something and fast in your spare time. In your fasting, let your lower emotions starve for lack of nourishment, and let your prayer be a life lived well 24 hours a day. Is the anthropoid a degenerate human or a highly evolved animal? Neither. He is the result of the inability of a certain percentage of the last life wave to advance to human consciousness. What effect has cremation on the spirit? Cremation, about 3 days after death, immediately destroys the body, severs the last tie between the higher organisms and its form, and in that way frees the spiritual bodies to go on with their work. Are earthquakes and the sinking of continents natural causes, or are they effects of the inharmony among those who inhabit them? They are caused by the inharmonious thoughts of those who inhabit the planet. Motion is attuned to fire, and fire is the cause of all the changes in the earth. Our thoughts affect our bodies, as we know. We are the cells of the body cosmic, cells with a very bombastic temperament, and we are continually causing aches and pains to our planet. However, all is progression, all is moving and working forward. Can the mind image anything unreal? It is impossible for a human mind to create or image anything that does not exist somewhere on one of the many planes of nature. Is the power of communication with the astral spirits a sign of development? Not necessarily. Development is a positive step forward while many become conscious of superphysical beings. through a retrogression. Crystal gazing, magic mirrors, and all those things are not developments but are degenerations which will destroy us if we continue. What did Christ mean when he said, "In my Father's house are many mansions"? One translation of this paragraph says, "In the Father's house are many resting places." And the mansions undoubtedly refer to the different planes of nature where the spiritual consciousness lives and rests in its progression toward perfection. What is the best cure for an inflamed stomach? Fasting, non-irritating diet, and a purifying of the entire system are the only means by which treatment of a permanent nature can be carried on. Is there a healing for sore and aching feet? It is amazing what a marked connection there is between a disturbed stomach and sore feet. But if people will keep their general system in good order, much foot trouble can be eliminated. What are the real dangers of psychic development? The first great danger is negative development, which results in mediumship and obsession. The second great danger is seeking to unfold spiritual powers before the body has properly been purified to sustain the strain. What is the meaning of the word occult, and how is it to be used in connection with spiritual sciences? The word occult means hidden. An occultist is one who, through the powers of reason, is trying to lift the veil of allegory from science and religion and find the germ of truth and unity concealed in their diverse, complex, and literal explanations and teachings. The occultist is the eternal seeker, seeking eternal truths. Who is a mystic, and how does he differ from the occultist? The mystic is one who is seeking to gain the same truth and lift the same veil by developing the heart side of his nature and to gain by intuition what the occultist searches for by reason. It is the union of these two paths, the mystic and the occult, that gives the seeker the balance that is necessary before the higher initiations are possible. When action of the proper kind is added to this and the student applies his theoretical knowledge, then the eternal triangle is perfected and balanced in man. What is the true object of all the wisdom teachings? Their purpose is to show man his true position in the great plan of creation. They explain to the student the responsibilities of life, and through the knowledge that they give him, prepare him for the great work that awaits all when their days of schooling are over. How should we regard a religion? A religion is a phase of truth attuned to the states of consciousness of them who are evolving through it. It is the doctrine, part of a still greater doctrine, to which we are drawn by the faculties we have developed and the spiritual sight we have unfolded within ourselves. It is a changeable point. As we grow in experience and understanding, our religion and religious concepts should broaden with us. Every living being changes, or should change in some way, his religion with each experience and unfoldment which daily life brings. If he does not do this, he is standing still. When we are inclined to look down upon creeds or religions that seem primitive to us, we should remember that they are all steps in a great plan that must be passed through before the planner can be revealed. When we have passed through and reached a more elevated ideal, our broadened spiritual intellect should help us to realize the need of all the other steps. And the fact that a doctrine exists at all on this plane of nature is proof certain that it is helping someone who would fall without the protection and inspiration that it gives. For nature supports nothing any great length of time that is not of use in the plan. What is a creed? Creeds are steps in the unfoldment of religious truth, which have on this plane of nature drawn around them forms which we call denominations. Creeds are incarnations of spiritual truth, functioning in ever better vehicles furnished by the consciousness of those souls who are evolving through them. Which religions are occult? All religions have a hidden or esoteric side. The same may be said of all divisions of a religion. The esoteric doctrine we see in a religion depends upon the esoteric eyes we have developed in our own spiritual natures. They who look through the eyes of form can see only form, and in religion only the history of people now dead and countries now unknown. While to them who have evolved the spiritual sight, the life behind the form, the truth behind the allegory, is visible. All religions are steps in the unfoldment of one truth, and they only clash when their spiritual ideals are crystallized into material forms. What is a miracle? A miracle is an effect, the cause of which is unknown. The cause, however, must be as great as the effect it produces. If the student wants a miracle to happen to him, he must set in motion causes great enough to produce the desired effect. Our universe is governed by law and order in spite of what many persons believe. Who is God? God, as he is now generally understood, man, and the universe are various stages in the concrete manifestation of the Absolute. The God we know is the individualized part of this unknowable one, who through the unfolding of consciousness has become the ruling spiritual intelligence of a solar system. Man is eternally making adjustments of bodies within to planes of consciousness without, and God is relatively perfect on a plane of consciousness where man as yet has not evolved vehicles of expression. Man, however, contains within himself, in germinal essence, powers which will give him later, when evolved, the consciousness he now worships in the Logos, or God. Does justice work through evolution or reincarnation? Reincarnation is one phase of the law of evolution. Justice works through all of nature's laws, and whichever one is broken. Through that, the mistake must be made right. Is it not better at times to live out desires than to suppress them? Absolutely. To be good or spiritual because you have to or afraid not to brings little real growth. The most important thing is to be truly honest with yourself and try not to hide a weakness under affirmations of spirituality. There's always the motive of our goodness to be considered, and if it is not up to the action, much of the value of said action is lost. Do you advise the ceremony of baptism for children? It is a matter of personal solution. If it is liable in any way to help, socially or otherwise, the future of the child, there is no particular harm in baptism. But unless it is a ceremony in truth, a spiritual occurrence within the individual when his consciousness is raised by right living, there is no real gain. Is it right to ask the elder brothers for the wisdom of the sages? If we ask in a certain way, it is all right. The only safe and sane manner is to prove it in our daily lives, that we are worthy to represent them. When we do this, the wisdom of the sages will be ours without any other asking. Without this requisite, there can never come true wisdom anyhow. What is scientific thinking? Scientific thinking is the power to reason in an orderly, consecutive manner without interfering with others' thoughts and not confusing your own. How may one know when he is using the so-called divine mind? When his thoughts are in harmony with the divine plan. The divine is neither narrowed, creed-bound, egotistical, selfish, emotional, temperamental, or harsh in its thoughts. And if we are living the life that the divine points out, then we will use or be attuned to the divine mind. Is man a separate creation or evolved from animal creation? All kingdoms of life are the results of evolution, each having evolved from the one below it. Man is no exception to the rest of creation. Can all the laws of inheritance be overcome in one life? Yes, they can be overcome as soon as we realize that we have inherited nothing but the opportunity for the fulfillment of causations we ourselves have set in motion. Will we be promoted to higher forms of life? When we have graduated from this, we will not become truly human until the end of this earth period, at which time, if we are good and faithful servants, we will be given greater opportunity for hard work. If God knows that sparrows fall, why is He too busy to help us? The main reason why God does not help us more is because God, being the individualized spark of life within ourselves, is not helping itself as it should. The Lord helps those who help themselves. How can a person best improve his mortal recollection? All faculties are developed through exercise. If the memory is poor, use it and it will improve. If you are seeking for spiritual remembrance, develop spirituality by proper living and thinking, and the newly exercised organs will serve you if you nourish them. These are poems compilated from volumes 1 and 2 through 1923, 1924. The first being Immortality of the Soul, by an inmate of Folsom Prison. Sweet memories flash across my mind like dreams of long ago, of friendly faces true and kind that once I used to know. But when or where I saw them last I cannot always tell. I know that somewhere in the past I knew and loved them well. For in my dreams I wander far beyond this mortal sphere. Perhaps on some far distant star their spirits hovered near, and in my sleep my soul returns to scenes it knew of yore, and step by step my spirit learns of lives I've lived before. My soul has lived since time began and must live on alway, nor can the puny hand of man its onward progress stay. Though now I walk the paths of earth my father's feet have trod, through death my soul shall find rebirth in closer touch with God. He made the glowing universe, the sun, the stars, the sky. He gave the power to hold converse betwixt my soul and I. And only now and then in dreams I scan futurity and see my soul as true it seems in all its purity. And when the years at last shall roll the shades of earth away, I shall too reach the nearing goal for which I watch and pray. I too shall see that glorious dawn the prophets long foretold, that bids my soul to wander on through God's bright gate of gold. The Master. Alone mid the throng that surrounds him, a figure silent and meek, while the battle of life surges round him, still he walks in the ways of the weak. A soft sweet look from tender eyes, the clasp of a comrade's hand, a word of hope from a world of sighs, a heart that can understand. By this he is known in the world of men as one of that mystic band, who has turned back to trod again life's ever-changing sand. Where he walks the world seems brighter, better for his having trod, while sorrowing souls grow a little lighter for having felt their God. With never a fear he walks the way that leads to the heights above, where the light of truth holds perfect sway mid the selfless hearts of love. This is the way that the masters go, to the light through a battle won, far up from the shade in the depths below on the path of the rising sun. Mid Nature's Charms, by an inmate of Folsom Prison. As down the open road I go, 1,000 things are dear, a boon companionship I know in all I see and hear. My love is as the buxom wind, I taste the breath of flowers. To me the whispering leaves are kind and sweet the swaying flowers. Contented kind turn friendly eyes to know me as I pass. I find a welcome in the skies, a calling in the grass. A kinship deeper than of blood holds me to ties of earth, as now their source is understood, the rankest weeds have worth. The tendrils growing by the spring tempt me to share their drink, and mid the forest's shadowy birds tell me what they think. I have not glimpsed the wide world over, to scorn one thing as mean, for beauty charms me all the more the deeper I have seen. And I rejoice in everything that stirs my throbbing heart, my myriad rampant whispering to lofty thoughts impart. On mountain tops mid prairies sweep, and o'er the rolling sea, these friendly comrades vigil keep and guide me tenderly. Faith. As the sun rose over the grey parapet, and the mosque with its dome of gold, a figure alone on the tall minaret, called the wandering sheep to the fold, while out in the rolling desert sand the prayer rug is spread each morn, and there each roving Bedouin band offers prayer to the spirit of dawn. To Allah, the greatest, they sing their song, and I, a Christian beside them, pray that my God and their God all day long may keep us in the perfect way. Be it Christ or Muhammad, whose praise they sing, it matters but little to me, for a wonderful peace the faithful bring to those who have eyes to see. Though race and religion divide us, together we kneel and together we pray, that the hand of Allah may guide us through the night to the dawn of day. The Prison Graveyard. Here on the crest of this lonely hill, where the tangled grasses and wild weeds creep, in serried file 'neath whitewashed slabs, the silent dead of the prison sleep. All in vain were their anguished prayers, in vain were the scalding tears they shed. They drank the cup to its bitter dregs, and their forms were laid with the convict dead. No tender hand to assuage the pain, no loving kiss when the end was nigh, no saddened voice in a last farewell, and with dearth of these it was hard to die. No marbled tomb nor sculptured urn to tell what battles through life they fought, just a number less on the prison roll, a soul effaced from the realms of thought. And where was the profit, whose the gain, when these wrecks were shattered on the reef? Ye, holier than thou with pious mien, do these desolate graves bring you sweet relief? Know ye not that perchance some future day a boyish hand from thine own may slip, never to nestle in thy palm again, whose feet to a grave like this may trip? Were these erring lives all lived in vain, whose only goal was a grave of shame? Were they destined thus by fate's decree? Then whose the fault and where's the blame? Drifting about like derelicts, with rudder broken and mainmast gone, flying a signal of dire distress, fighting the tide that was driving them on. Theirs were souls in the making yet, with the deeper lessons of life unlearned. The chords of their hearts were still untouched, the passions of youth in their breasts still burned. They gave no thought to the universe, they heard no hint of God's great plan. By most its thought, all their hard lives taught, was man's inhumanity to man. May these desolate graves on this lonely hill serve as mileposts along the way, revealing the needs of our fellow men, guiding us on that future day, when the children of earth standing hand in hand shall drink at the fountain of truth, and see the glorious dawn so long foretold, the brotherhood of humanity. The Song of the Soul, from one of our prison friends. What is the purpose of life? I said, as I sat by the fire alone. When my heart is still and my body dead, will my soul live on and on? I pondered long on the unknown end when life should cease to be. Would I know my soul as a foe or friend when death's hand sets it free? Then the touch of an unseen hand I felt, and a soft voice whispered low, "There's a region of light where your soul once dwelt. You may see it if you choose to go." Then the scene around me grew strangely dim, and faded at last from sight. I could not choose but follow him who spoke to my soul that night. Then my thoughts went out to those sun-kissed realms, and my soul kept them company, as we winged our flight with an unseen helm to the brink of eternity. I saw the earth and the sky below, just a tiny brilliant spark. My gentle guide sang soft and low in the hush of the voiceless dark. Then a glorious orb of golden light appeared in the distant sky, and we stood revealed in the splendor bright, my guide, my soul, and I. I had never dreamed a thing so pure as I saw my soul to be. 'Twould long on the tainted earth endure in a form we both called me. I fathomed the depths of its astral eyes and read immortality. I caught the first glimpse of the paradise that awaited humanity. My gentle guide then took my hand, and I gladly followed him, till we took our stand on celestial land on Saturn's golden rim. Such scenes of splendor mortal mind had never yet believed, and yet the soul of all mankind was mid those scenes conceived. Methought that sounds seraphic rung throughout that broad expanse. On every tone my senses hung, my mind seemed in a trance. The zephyrs wafted sweet perfume that thrilled me through and through. Each law of nature seemed in tune, the sun, the air, the dew. And long I stood and gazed upon that ever-changing scene. It was not day, but early dawn, no night could intervene. And countless forms of misty white rolled by in endless streams, their faces lit with heavenly light as oft we see in dreams. I looked upon my own pure soul, which seemed a thing apart. I saw it join the onward roll. I felt the teardrops start. My guide then spoke in gentle voice, each accent full of love. Be not alarmed, it had no choice, but like the cooing dove, it follows where love leads the way. It cannot choose but go. For love rules in these realms always. Such love no mortals know. But must I then resign my soul? I cried in deep concern. Perhaps as the ages roll, this lesson you will learn. My guide replied, he took my hand in tender sympathy. For years that soul on earth's dull strand has struggled to be free. Your ears were deaf to all its pleas. You scoffed and scorned and sneered. You quaffed the wine, it drank the lees. You spurned all it revered. That soul was yours by grace of God, and yours it shall remain. But never more on earth's cold sod shall you that soul reclaim, until through years of suffering and humble contrite prayer, beseeching, sorrowing love shall bring your soul to join you there. Come hence, and to your mortal eyes it will a sight unfold that has no equal in the skies, which now those eyes behold. We rose into the midnight air, nor paused to say farewell to my own better self. I dare not speak to break the spell. Once more I felt my trembling form flit past the brilliant stars, until at last the fiery storm revealed the planet Mars. And then we stood on mountains bare and viewed the silent land. The hush of death was in the air and on the burning sand. And as I gazed, methought I saw stooped men go slowly past. Their nude forms knew no mortal law, their hollowed eyes downcast. And who are these? I cried, amazed, who walk with footsteps slow, and act like men with senses dazed, and whither do they go? These forms, like you, are soulless men, and this is their abode, nor can they join their souls again until the weary load of selfishness, lust, and greed that ruled their passions then has forced them to their knees to plead their souls return again. Why do you come to this dead globe, this gloomy living hell, where men without nor shield nor robe their lamentations tell? I asked in a quaking voice, but lo, my gentle guide was gone. My heart grew sick with fear to know I stood there all alone. I cried aloud, none heard my cry, for no one could afford to reach a hand or lift an eye in all that soulless horde. Each nursed a grief the same as mine, each mourned for pleasures past, when life meant love and mirth and wine, too glorious to last. I sought to go as I had come from yon bright distant star. I sought in vain, each sense was numb, though Saturn smiled afar. The fierce sun blazed o'er the sand and quivered in the air. No cooling breath my hot cheeks fanned, my parched lips moved in prayer. Lord, give me back my loving soul that erstwhile walked with me, that I may gain my destined goal of immortality. I listened, but no answer came. I knew my doom was sealed. My greed, my selfishness, my shame was to my mind revealed. With drooping head and heavy heart I joined that gruesome throng. I felt the burning teardrops start as we slowly passed along. And so the days, the months, the years passed slowly one by one, and all seemed dead save only fears of what was yet to come. Annihilation waited me when life's brief span was over. No hope that I should wake to see that promised golden shore. And then I knew that life on earth, so filled with hope and love, was builded on the soul's rebirth in blissful realms above. I knew that in my ignorance, my sinful pride and lust, offense was heaped upon offense against my soul. Disgust of all earth's petty vanities, of shams, deceits, and lies, of mockeries, profanities, and other mundane ties, welled up and set my heart aflame with hate for every deed of my earth life. Then in my shame I heard my lost soul plead, "O pray for light, that you may know the hopes you knew of old. O pray for firm strength to forego the power of glittering gold." I knelt me down, and as I prayed, behold, a vision fair of spirit forms above me played upon the sand dunes there. and from that throng my own fair soul with arms outstretched advanced. I felt the heavy burdens roll from off my heart. Entranced, I felt the soft warm glow of hope and faith and love. Throughout my yielding body flow I soared to realms above. I knew my soul and I were one, reborn on earth to dwell. I saw where Mars still brightly shone, a fiery living hell. And when my feet touched earth at last, we knelt, my soul and I, full grateful that the test was passed, we two should never die. I knew the love, the faith, the hope I'd never known before. No more would I in shadows grope as I had done of yore. The weary years of dark despair on Mars when hope was dead had taught me that the earth was fair, whereupon to lay my head. And then my gentle guide appeared. Farewell, my spirit friend. We may not meet again, he feared, until earth life shall end. But thou hast seen what few have seen, and lived to tell the tale. Go forth and spread the message free that faith shall never fail. To keep love's shining light aflame betwixt their soul and them. You saw, you know, you felt the blame. No man your power can stem. For life is love, God's only law through all eternity. 'Twill lead them on without a flaw to immortality. Thus spake my guide, then passing on to that oblivion vast, where people of our dreams have gone through countless ages past. Then consciousness in full returned, I was myself once more. The bright fire in the grate still burned, as it had burned before. Methought myself an aged man when I woke again, long past the ordinary span of 80 years and 10. But lo, an hour had scarcely passed since first my guide appeared. The vision grand from first to last was not as I had feared. A weary stretch of wasted years, but just 1 hour had flown. Farewell to grief, farewell to fears, my soul and I atone. Great Sayings of Krishna from the Mahabharata. I make and unmake this universe. Then me there is no other master, prince, no other maker. All these hang on me, as hangs a row of pearls upon its string. I am the fresh taste of the water. I the silver of the moon, the gold of the sun, the word of worship in the Veds, the thrill that passeth in the ether, and the strength of man's shed seed. I am the good sweet smell of the moistened earth. I am the fire's red light, the vital air moving in all which moves. The holiness of hallowed souls, the root undying, whence hath sprung whatever is the wisdom of the wise, the intellect of the informed, the greatness of the great, the splendor of the splendid. Kunti's son, these am I, free from passion and desire. Yet I am right, desire in all who yearn, chief of the Bharatas, for all those moods, soothfast or passionate or ignorant, which nature frames deduce from me, but all are merged in me, not three in them. The world, deceived by those three qualities of being, wotteth not me who am outside them all, above them all, eternal. Hard it is to pierce that veil divine of various shows which hideth me. Yet they who worship me pierce it and pass beyond. I am not known to evildoers, nor to foolish ones, nor to the base and churlish, nor to those whose mind is cheated by the show of things, nor those that take the way of asuras. The unborn. From behind the veil of Maya, the faces of the unborn gaze, baby faces from the shadow of that blue unbounded haze. Baby fingers play the heartstrings, baby hands reach out in love, baby voices hear them calling from the shadows far above. In the yesteryear gone by, you were with them over there, longing through the silent ages for a mother who would care, one who would fulfill her duty and give to you chance to live, that to you might come the blessings of our earth has power to give. So the unborn through the ages wait behind their veil of tears, and the ones who should be mothers wander childless through the years. With mortal hands you still their hearts and cast their broken forms aside, murdering souls and slaying bodies with criminal thoughtlessness and pride. On your hands is blood of murder, on your soul a blacker stain. Mother of mercy, have compassion on the slayer and the slain. The Constant Things, by a prison poet. Fame and wealth may come and go, the lights of splendor flicker low, and sometimes die, but the simpler things, the sitting room where the laughter rings, the mother's smile and her cheerful song, are seldom swayed by the moving throng. These are constant. The man may lose the place he holds, and the world may choose to flatter the skill of a younger hand, but the walls of home for him shall stand. And if he has builded his life for them, he shall still have friends, though the world condemn. The great may sometimes lonely be, but he has glorious company. He who comes at night to this dwelling place, where his boys and girls may romp and race, there, though bitter his fight and grim, are loving hearts who believe in him. He has friends for the night and day, for the mountain climb or the level way, who writes his life in the smiles of those who watch for him at the journey's close. Of all life's friendships, these few are beyond the sham of the world to mar. Vanity of regret. Nothing in this world of ours flows as we would have it flow. What avail then careful hours, thought and trouble, tears and woe? Through the shrouded veil of earth, life's rich colors gleaming bright, though in truth of little worth, yet allure with meteor light. Life is torture and suspense. Thought is sorrow, drive it hence. With no will of mine I came, with no will depart the same. All we see, above, around, is built but on fairy ground. All we trust is empty shade to deceive our reason made. Tell me not of paradise or the beams of Horus's eyes, who the truth of tales can tell, cunning priests invent so well. He who leaves this mortal shore quits it to return no more. In vast life's unbounded tide, they alone content may gain. Who can good from ill divide or in ignorance abide? All between is restless pain. Before thy prescience, power divine, what is this idle sense of mine? While the learning of the schools, what sages, priests, and pedants, fools? The world is thine, from thee it rose, from thee it ebbs, and thee it flows. Hence worldly lore, by whom is wisdom shown. The Eternal knows all, and he alone. Omar Khayyam. Selected verses. Shall any gazer see with mortal eyes, or any searcher know by mortal mind? Veil after veil will lift, but there must be veil upon veil behind. Who toiled a slave may come anew a prince, or gentle worthiness and merit won. Who ruled a king may wander earth in rags for things done and undone. Ye suffer for yourselves. None else compels. None other holds that ye live and die, and whirl upon the wheel, and hug and kiss in spokes of agony. This is the doctrine of karma. Learn. Only when all the dross of sin is quit, only when life dies like a white flame spent, death dies along with it. Enter the path. There is no grief like hate, no pains like passion, no deceit like sense. Enter the path. For hath he gone whose foot treads down one fond offense? Light of Asia. The Brothers of the Shining Robe. Chapter 1. The Temple of Caves. Why I came into the world with this deep-seated wanderlust, I have never been able to explain. Relatives and friends said that it was the blood of 10 generations of soldiers and fighters for the British Crown. But I have always believed that these things are not inherited, but rather are the results of peculiar phases of individuality, the true explanation of which has only come to me in later years. Suffice it to say by way of introduction that I have been a wanderer upon the face of the earth, from the South Sea Islands to the great salmon fisheries of Alaska and Colombia, from plague-stricken Burma to the deserts of Mexico, from Tartary to Algeria, from the blue lagoons of Venice to the domes and mosques of Constantinople. I have wandered in an endless search. I came into this world with a larger fortune than is good for most, the younger son of an earl. None of the responsibilities of my family worried me, for it seemed improbable, with 2 elder brothers, that the cares and problems of an estate would ever descend upon my shoulders. So year after year I wandered over 3/4 of the known globe. At last, one sultry evening, I found myself standing on a point of rock jutting out from the sides of a great cliff. Before me, unrolling in majestic grandeur, rose the snow-topped glaciers of the Himalayas. Straight in front, the sheer crest of Mount Everest shot heavenward, and the rays of the fast-setting sun bathed it in purple and rose shadows, so that its glacial peak gleamed like the diamonds in the crowns of emperors. The strange land of the East had always held a fascination for me, and now I stood looking out at this great expanse of natural majesty hundreds of miles from the nearest white man, merely as the result of fancy. During my wanderings in northern and central India, which had occupied some 5 years, I had come closer to a true understanding of the Oriental mind than many white men. I had eaten with them, slept with them, prayed with them, tended with practical knowledge, which is the inherent right of the Western world. Their sick, read their books, loved them, and hated with them. And as the result, I believe I can honestly say that to some degree at least I know the East. While talking one day with one of their learned and holy men, he told me a little, with the trust of many months of friendship, of the center ground of their faith, pointing to where the blue hazy of the sky was broken by the line of mountains. In a voice filled with awe and reverence, he told me of the sacred temple of the caves. He said that there lived in this ancient monastery a very wise man, beloved of God, and the mouthpiece of Brahma. Then he became silent and would say no more, but my inquisitiveness was aroused, and I asked many learned Brahmins to give me more details of this sacred temple. But all shook their heads, and despite their high regard, either knew nothing or refused to reveal that which they did know. It was that short legend, those few involuntary words of the old mendicant, that changed the destiny of my life. For with the impetuosity which remained with me even after the days of my youth, I decided to wander these hills and mountains until I myself found the temple of the caves, and spoke with this great wise man whom legend told me lived there. My readers would suppose that a simple thing like this was of small importance, but to a mind like mine, which knew nothing of the responsibilities of one phase of life, the mere carrying out of a desire was all important. As evening fell on the day in question, I stood on the crag of rocks overlooking the valley, in whose dark and gloomy depths a fine mountain stream fed by the glaciers flowed on in silence, to spread later and be lost in the marshlands below. 5 months I had climbed through the mountains, among the caves of the holy men, through cities long deserted, through jungles and among broken rocks, and like many other searchers who had gone before, found no trace of the thing I sought. At my feet on the boulder lay a heap of human bones. Some other wanderer had ended his pilgrimage where I had but started mine. Slowly the beautiful view vanished in the haze of night, and a pale blue light from the waning moon took the place of the sun, and slowly turning, I descended again to the plateau some 50 feet below. As I did so, my eyes wandered upward past a great cleft of rock where I had been standing. Walls of granite and stone rose nearly 1,000 feet in rough, broken grandeur. But as I stood gazing out and up, a strange feeling possessed me. I do not know whether you have ever felt when alone that someone was standing behind and looking at you. But this feeling suddenly swept over me, and in the eerie stillness I felt I was not alone. And yet, as far as I could see in the pale moonlight, no living thing was visible. Suddenly, over the rough ground at my feet, a dark shadow passed, as though a great bird had soared over the cliffs and rocks. But the shadow was not that of a bird. It was that of a tall human being passing silently somewhere between me and the moon. Looking quietly to the top of the cliff, I was in time to see a stately white-robed figure with long gray beard and white turban pass the field of vision between me and the light and vanish between two great rocky boulders. Around this figure hovered a number of flashing, dancing lights of shining white, and after he had gone for several seconds, the opening gleamed and glowed as though by some hidden fire. Then even that vanished. I cannot explain the reason, but the thought crossed my mind in a flash, that this figure was in some way connected with the place I sought. And regardless of tearing my hands and clothing, I climbed as rapidly as possible upward, and in some 10 minutes stood where the Shining One had been. I found that I was in a natural hallway of rock which reminded me of the roofless temples of Karnak. On each side, massive pillars of natural stone rose from 30 to 50 feet above me to be lost in the shadows of night, and the tiny winding path led straight into the side of a lofty hill invisible from below. I hesitated, for I realized that it is not always safe to enter the temples of the East. But my hand closing over the hilt of my revolver reassured me, and with the bravado which shows lack of better sense, I took a hitch at my belt and started up the mountain. I must have gone nearly a mile in gloom, which grew ever deeper before I realized that the walls had closed above me, and that I was no longer in a great canyon or cleft, but was in a cave. There was no sign of human being, and save for the narrow path, it seemed that no living thing had ever entered there. My matches had given out, but I had taken the precaution to pick up a broken stick which I had lighted, and with this firebrand I kept on my way. The ruddy light of my torch made each outcropping rock appear to be a living thing. Suddenly I stopped. Another light was added to that of my torch. Outlined against the smooth stone wall was a lighted doorway, reflected from some angle and visible from my present position, and in the doorway was the silhouette of a tall, thin figure, whose hands seemed clasped upon his breast. Drawing my revolver, I started to advance, and suddenly a cold chill ran up and down my spine. I could not move. My eyes, my hands, and feet could move, but I could go neither forward nor backward. As far as I could see, there was nothing to prevent me, but when I tried to take a forward step, it seemed that I struck a wall which no power of mine could pass through. Then slowly a strange numbing sensation passed over me. My revolver dropped from a hand that could no longer hold it, and my firebrand struck the ground with it. I could do nothing but gaze at the red shadow outlined on the wall, a shadow which told by its flickering motion that it was caused by a blazing fire. Slowly the figure moved, and around an elbow of the rock there appeared a solitary being, the strangest that my eyes have ever looked upon. The man was nearly 6.5 feet tall, robed from head to foot in a glistening, shining, pearl-gray garment, which in the moonlight outside I had mistaken for white. Around his head was a turban, one end of which fell upon his shoulder. His age none could tell, but he appeared to be beyond the prime of life, for his full black beard was flecked with gray, as was his hair that fell contrary to custom on his shoulders from under the edge of his turban. As I looked at him, it seemed that my eyes too were paralyzed, for in spite of all the efforts that I made, I could not take them from his face. His eyes, though large and piercing, still had in them a look of gentleness and kindness. The feeling of fear changed to a strange attraction, and warmth and comfort surrounded me the moment he turned his face to mine. All around his body, which seemed powerful but spare, strange flickering shadows seemed to twist and turn. I felt, in spite of myself and my disregard for heathen ideals, that if I had not been paralyzed, I would have been on my knees before him, for there was something in that cave which no words of mine can express. He slowly came forward, and taking me by the hand, motioned me to advance. As he did so, it seemed that the metal fetters and bonds dropped from me. My consciousness and power of locomotion returned, and with perfect ease I followed him, where before I could not go, and passing through an arch of natural stone, I entered into one of the strangest rooms I believe that human being was ever in. I credit myself with being in a position to know, for I have been in the catacombs of Rome, through the dungeons of the Colosseum, in the palace of the dogs, and through the vaulted chambers of the pyramids. So far as the eyes could see, the room stretched on in avenues and rows of natural pillars carved into gigantic elephants holding up with raised tusks and trunks the ceiling above. On one side of me was a great god with hundreds of arms and whose hundreds of heads gazed down from one of the vaulted archways. On the other side sat the elephant god upon a couch of lions. In the center of this great room stood a massive stone bowl, the pedestal of which was a great green cobra carved from a marble. In the bowl blazed a fire of many colors, the light of which I had seen reflected on the wall without. Around the edge of this great room, which grew dimly visible as my eyes became accustomed to the darkness, I saw 12 great doorways leading into recesses which I could not fathom, and at once the thought came into my mind, one which I hardly dared to believe myself, that I was in the temple of the caves cut from the heart of a living mountain. There was no one in sight save my lonely guide, and he led me silently across a great room and along the temple pillars to where a great shrine opened in the wall. And here 3 great mysterious beings looked down from recesses, which had no end. You might call them gods or idols in the outer world, but they did not seem such here, and to this day I do not know whether they were made of stone or of strange living substance. If they were stone, they were of some other kind than that which is known in the world, for they glowed and gleamed and seemed never still, not with the reflected light of the fire, but with a glow and blaze from within themselves. The 3 together supported a great frame which seemed of solid gold, and around the frame great serpents twined, and within was a strange bluish, transparent haze of unknown depth. My curiosity, which was of true European type and incapable of the stoic attitude of the East, overcame me, and in spite of what might be the result of my actions, I stepped forward to examine the relics, and reaching out my hand sought to touch the mirror, for that was the only thing which it seemed to resemble in my mind. Then a smile came over me, a smile, however, filled with terror and awe. I had sought to step forward, but I had not moved. I had tried to raise my hand, but it did not lift. And I realized that I was in a place unknown to the outer world, and that the laws which govern ordinary man were not effective here. My companion now broke the silence for the first time, and although I spoke both Hindustani and Sanskrit, he addressed me in flawless English. "Well, my friend, this is the first time that you have seen me, but it is not the first time I have known you. A strange series of apparent coincidences have occurred, not only within the last short span of years, but in the ages that are past. All things work as the gods decree, and before the coming of the compassionate ones, when these great stone walls had not yet had the builder's hand upon them, the work which we do today was ordained. Look back over your life and its restless wandering, and can you not see the hand of destiny, which is molding you, has molded you, until today you stand within the shrine of the living God in the temple of the caves? Forever there has been between you and man the blue veil of the gods, and the restless wandering of your own soul must have whispered that you were not as other men. Some great reason yet unknown, you must realize, has been the potent factor of your being. I have been watching you, and in the silent room have guided you in the ways of light. I have been near you in loves and fears, preparing a great way that later you shall walk. In this strange mirror, not a glass, but of living ethers, I will show you the reason for all things, the labors that have stretched behind, the works to come, how you are fulfilling vows you made when worlds were in the forming, and why now you have been called out of the multitudes of men, for I put the word in the mendicant's heart that led you here. You do not know us or believe in the sacred ways, and yet before this body returns to earth from which it came, you shall be listed with the compassionate ones." Chapter 2. The Mirror of Eternity. I listened with close attention, while my strange companion made the remarks which concluded the preceding chapter. I was not a religious man. I did not understand nor particularly care about the spiritual things of life. From the time when I first entered the world, I had been told that I was supremely selfish, and all the conditions of my childhood tended to bring out my egotism, self-aggrandizement, and laziness, and I felt that I had been pretty true to my early teachings. Still, at his words, I felt a tugging at some invisible cord within my own being, and in spite of myself, my eyes turned to the strange blue haze which filled the frame supported by the 3 gods. In the old guide, I recognized the great saint referred to by holy men, and I remained silent as he continued his discourse. "I know, my son, that you do not understand, or rather that you fail to remember the things which I am telling you. Therefore be very attentive to my words. The fact that you alone, out of all the holy men of India, are the first in nearly 40 years to find this sacred place, proves beyond all words that a great reason lies behind your coming. And in order that you, too, may understand all that lies around you, I shall tell you of this sacred mirror. In the days now gone by, when the gods lived with men, when the great Devas from the higher plane and the Manu himself walked the earth in flesh, he built himself in a single night this wondrous temple, and left in it his most precious gifts, of which this wondrous glass, which reflects the worlds invisible to the eyes of men, is not the least. From the ever-changing substances of nature, this glass draws forth each hidden secret and is indeed the mirror of eternity. For know you that there surrounds and interpenetrates the world which we know other worlds that we do not see, and this mirror, while of this world, is sanctified in other worlds and shows to those who look the records of Brahma's day, preserved within the living beings of earth. Look. And he pointed at the fathomless depths. As he spoke, great swirling, twisting clouds appeared in the bottomless abyss of the sacred mirror. I looked, and before my eyes there slowly formed out of the whirling clouds a strange world that stretched into the infinity of darkness. It was a world of broken things, great twisted, gnawed trees of unknown types. Their trunks, blackened as though by fire, raised their branches like supplicating arms. Great cloudy, smoldering flames burst forth from the cracks and crevices in the rocks, and in the air great banks of sulphurous smoke, tinted by the flames, formed into twisting clouds of oily red. In my ears was the moaning and sighing of the winds and the dashing of the waves upon a broken shore. I tried to recall from somewhere out of the past this strange scene, but nowhere, even among the volcano and lava beds of Vesuvius and Etna, had such clouds of smoke ever gathered. "What is this strange scene?" I asked my guide. "That, my son, is called the Land of the Lonely Ones," answered the Oriental. "Although the eyes of mortal cannot see it, what you now behold is built of the thoughts and desires of the people of earth. You are now gazing on the home of men as it has been seen by the compassionate ones. From this strange land of death and dissolution there pour forth the spirits of the flame, the demons of war, the miseries, strife, and contention which fill the world. It is here that the work you are to do begins. It is here in the world of causes that the compassionate ones labor for their brothers." I gazed at the picture again, and a strange chill came over my being. It was so cold, so cheerless, so dead, and yet from within came the echo of an accusing voice. And although I was loath to admit it, I realized that beneath the life I lived my own being wandered in a wilderness as gloomy and desolate as the scene I beheld. As I watched, I saw a tiny golden star shine out through the darkness. Wherever its beam fell, the broken, confused mass of ragged rocks melted away with its glow, and the deep, angry red of the smoldering fires turned golden with its warmth. As I looked more closely, I saw that this little star was carried in the form of a lantern by a strange, mystic figure which walked, or rather floated, over the scene of desolation. "Who is that?" I muttered under my breath. "Watch," answered my strange companion. As I gazed at the light of the star, which seemed a great way off in the deep haze of the magic mirror, it twisted and turned and twinkled, and there arose from the broken, confused mass of swirling clouds 12 mighty mountain tops that seemed to rival in height the lofty Himalayas, in the heart of whose hills I now stood gazing into the deathless mirror of eternity. As I watched, I saw the spark divide itself like a wondrous bursting rocket, and one tiny gleam rested on the top of each of the 12 lofty mountains, where it glowed and shone like a ruby. Again the question flashed into my mind, as once more it seemed that the Hindu read my thoughts, for he answered in his soft musical voice, strangely stilled and quieted. "Those are the mountains of the 12 faiths. Far up on the crags and crests of their lofty heights, in the sacred caves of the holy men, live the 12 compassionate brothers of humanity, and to each of them is drawn part of that tiny spark which you now see. Hark, my son, for they are calling you in the soundless depths of your soul. They bid you follow them and climb those same rocky crags, as it has been written by the hand of Brahma. Of all the world you have been chosen, for the gods know and man must obey." Again I turned my eyes to the mirror, and as I looked closely into its deep blue ether, I saw lonely figures standing amid the glaciers that crowned, like silver locks, the peaks of the hills. 12 lonely forms, from whose hearts gleamed forth the tiny stars like promises of the gods to all mankind. In strange contrast were these little lights of purest gold from the dull glow which rose upward from the base to break the darkness of eternal night that concealed forever the foot of these lofty hills. Far below were the flames of hate, and that weird, broken world which my guide had told me was the land of the lonely ones. A strange hush came over my being, and I realized for the first time in a dull sort of way that there were these things in life that before I had never known or understood. And in the depthless haze of that mystic frame, held between the golden fingers of the gods, a new world had been unfolded to me, a world invisible to mortal men, the mystic world of the soul. Still, I am ashamed to say that I understood but little of that scene, and it was more with curiosity than reverence that I passed through that night, which I shall remember to the last moment of eternity. But then the compassionate one within myself was still unawakened, and it was only in the years that followed that my soul, mellowed and deepened by experience, fully realized the privilege that was mine that night when I stood in the Temple of the Caves with the ancient Hindu master. Slowly, the scene in the great void changed, and there unfolded before my eyes a broken, rock-strewn coast, where dashing waves broke with a mournful sound along the winding seashore. Somewhere in my dreams I had heard that sighing, and the broken crashes of the surf had sounded out from the depths of my own heart. But now I was seeing for the first time the wilderness and the desolation that I often had felt. The dashing waves broke along a shoreline, high-strewn with the wreckage of scattered ships. As far as the eye could see, the dashing and never-ceasing waters cast broken crafts upon the rocky shore where they were ground to pieces by the endless tide. As I watched in the mirror, a file of lonely figures, their white robes blown by the gale, came like phantoms from the darkness and walked silently along the shore. They picked up the wreckage and, seeming to whisper soft words to the broken timbers, they held them above their heads, where the water-soaked and shattered wrecks were turned, it seemed, into wondrous birds that flew away with sweet songs or hovered around the heads of the lonely figures. There were 12 of these silent forms who passed like specters through the night, and finally walking out on the surface of the waves which were stilled as they passed over them, followed by the shadowy file of birds created from the broken wreckage. They vanished in the gloom of a limitless horizon. The mirror cleared again. All that remained was the deep blue haze, as boundless as eternity itself. I turned eagerly to my companion for a more complete explanation of the strange phenomena. In the gloom of the temple he seemed to gleam and glow with a strange light, and his robe appeared to be of a shimmering gold and opal. "What does this all mean?" I asked in amazement, staring at the great eyes of the initiate. "My son," answered the old man in the same sweet voice, "this rock-strewn shore is life. These broken crafts of wreckage are the souls of men, while the white-robed figures represent the tiny band of servers who have dedicated themselves and their lives to the salvation and redemption of their fellow men. And with the love and power which is theirs, they turn the broken wreckage into birds, that with the life and truth which they have given may fly upward to the sun. Although you may realize it not, you are one of this band. And they have sworn. So have you dedicated yourself to the salvation and regeneration of your brothers. You must be one who is to salvage the wreckage of despair and redeem the broken crafts of life. Although you know not your destiny, soon you will understand." "You say that I have sworn and dedicated my life to some mystic end of which I know nothing?" I asked in amazement. "Yes, my son," answered the white-robed Brahmin. "And yet, is this not true of all? Are not all living things working to an ultimate they can never comprehend? Yes, indeed, for none but Brahma know the way of Brahma. Yet all must serve him and walk the path that leads to him. And only when beyond the shades of nirvana man is one with Brahma will he know the end for which he came into being, or the works for which his master and creator has ordained him. From childhood to youth, from youth to manhood, from manhood to old age, from old age to dissolution. This is the path of those who know not Brahma. But for those who have seen the light of his shining face, the path is from life immortal to life immortal, with only this shell of not being for a moment and then eternity forever. My son, mysterious are the ways of Brahma, and yet those there are who have seen his face, who have listened to the words that dropped like pearls from the lips of the Creator, to rest like beads of dew on the lotus blossoms of the soul. The old Hindu's eyes seemed to pierce the wall into the endless eternity of not being, and he whispered to me, "My son, may it be that you shall see the face of Brahma, that the shining light of his eyes shall rest upon you, that the lips of compassion shall speak to you. For when you have seen as I have seen, naught else is there to see. For what can human eyes reveal to man after he has beheld his Creator? For Brahma is all, in all, to all, for all. If you hunger and have seen the eyes of Brahma, you are fed. If you are cold and his face has been unveiled, you are warmed. If you are unclothed, but have been unfolded in his light, you are garbed as the Prince of Men. If you are weary and have slept in his arms, you have had rest. If you are lonely yet have felt his presence, then indeed are the multitudes with you. If you are ignorant and have been within his power, then is wisdom yours. And if you are sad and have seen him, then you are glad with the sadness of the divine. My son, seek ye for no thing but Brahma, for all else is Maya, illusion. When you have found him, you have found all. When you have not found him, you have nothing. Behold, all the love in the world is from the heart of Brahma. All the peace in the world is from the rest of Brahma. All truth is the word of Brahma. All light is the glory of his smile. My son, many long years have I lived in the darkness of this cave, and yet I am ever in the light, for I have seen Brahma. Though I am weak and old, I am young eternally, for the life of Brahma brings back the youth that is gone. The world knows me as the mouthpiece of the gods, a master of men, but I ask no glory, for it cannot come to me from the plaudits of the world. All that I ask is to be one with my Creator. Walk you the way that I have walked until you too shall reach the footstool of Brahma. For behold, his ways are good and his compassion is everlasting. He alone can open the eyes that are blind and the hearts that are cold. Serve Brahma and live, serve men and die. Labor for Brahma and have peace. Labor for man and have misery. Treasure up the things of the world and lose them. Treasure up the pearls of Brahma, and they are yours forever. In the days when these hills were not, Brahma was. In the days when these mountains shall be no more, still Brahma is. For all that is Brahma, and that can be pours from his lotus lips. When you are one with Brahma, you are one with eternity. When you are one with men, you are measured by time. If you will live as Brahma, would then alone shall you be free from the wheel of birth and death and rest in nirvana, as one with that which is, yet is not, yet ever shall be. My son, I speak the words of Brahma in the name of Brahma, for the glory of Brahma, for there is no other Father, no other God. Be glad to serve him, for he is just. Be glad to glorify him, for he will ornament you with the jewels of immortality. Oh, that men might know Brahma and live. But come, look again, and I will show you how you dedicated your being to Brahma, and how again you are to anoint yourself upon his altar in the name of the living God, Om, the unknowable. Again I gazed into the mystic mirror, and this time a new scene appeared there. It seemed a great pinwheel of light, which, twisting and unrolling slowly, became a great spiral. The spiral took shape, and a great scroll appeared. On its mystic pages I saw a history unroll, and a voice within whispered that it was mine. My guide spoke again. This is the memory of the Eternal One, that golden star who now knows himself as William Edmondson. Slowly the scroll ceased to spin, and a scene unfolded itself in the mystic haze of eternity. It was an ancient plain which stretched out to be lost in the blue sky. Far in the distance there rose great twisting towers of snake-like spirals, which gleamed and glowed amid mighty domes and minarets that marked the city of the plains. It was a glorious sight, a shimmering city of many-colored lights, like some mirage of the desert. "Behold, the city of the golden gates," murmured the Oriental as he laid one hand on my shoulder. It seemed that I was passing across the mighty plains, until at last, with the rapidity of lightning, I floated through its gilded gates and entered a strange many-sided room, lighted by lamps of virgin oil in niches on the wall. But I was no longer myself as I know myself today. I was an old, gray-haired, bent man robed in blue and gold, carrying in my hand a cross which I raised upward to shadowy forms that gazed down from above, great spectres that whispered of the days when gods walked with men. The Oriental spoke again. Here in the sacred temple of the lost island you took your vows to the compassionate ones. You took your oath that your being was dedicated to the realization of a great ideal. Today you are fulfilling your vows, and in the name of the gods I warn you, stay not the wheels of the infinite. The scene grew dark, and blinding flashes of lightning and thunder broke upon the air, and a hideous roar swept over my senses. The sinking of the lost island, murmured the voice beside my ear. I gazed into the great abyss of the mystic mirror, fascinated by the terrific scene that unrolled itself before my eyes. Little can man understand the great cataclysm that burst over the Atlantean world, sweeping a mighty continent from end to end with flames and ashes, and burying it forever beneath the ceaseless waves of a mighty ocean. I had never realized it myself until I gazed into that great frame of living glass, in whose crystal depths the world's works were unfolded. The master beside me still had his hand upon my shoulder, and I felt a strange thrill pass through me, as though a power unseen was radiating from the tips of his fingers. My flesh grew warm beneath his touch, and before I realized it I was cringing, for it seemed the hand upon me was a blazing coal that singed and seared the flesh. I seemed to live again in the days that were past, and before my mind's eye unrolled the picture of my Atlantean life, and from that moment the doctrine of rebirth was a fact to me. I knew that that land torn and broken from nature's wrath and the avenging hand of a mistreated god had been my land, and my heart ached as I saw its wondrous glory vanish in the darkness. Oh, that such glories as these should vanish from the light of men, I whispered to my guide. It is the way of men, answered the Oriental. All through the ages man has fought for the great illusion. He has made a truth of that which could never really be, and has glorified the unreality. Remember the world we live in, the things we touch, the ones we love. They are the great illusion which never has been and never can be the answer to the problem of our souls. There is but one reality, the spirit of truth. All else is Maya, the great illusion. Behold the city of illusion, for here man built its towers, his temples, and his minarets. Here he measured and trued and labored among the things of earth, and in a moment they are gone. Just one brief second, and the labors of 1,000,000 years, the thoughts of sages, the problems of philosophers, all these are gone. The labor of 1,000,000 hands, the prayers of 1,000,000 hearts, all vanish in a single night. And how much like this mighty city of the shining gates is the life of man in the world of his desires? For though he labors to build, though he dies, that the works of his hands may live, the storm passes over, and they are no more. The illusions return again to the dark treasure chest of the unknown. The works are gone forever. What remains? The old Hindu gazed long and meditatively into the depths of that mystic haze, through whose somber shadows the last ruins of an empire dimly shone. What remains? He turned to me. His eyes lit up with a fire that spoke of powers unknowable. I remain. Forever my works go back to the formless clay from whence they came. The dust that I have molded with my fingers is scattered to the cloudless wastes of eternity, but I remain. Cities that are built fall, armies of men scatter the stones of their fortresses, and the plowman with his oxen ofttimes plows fields where once mighty temples raised their domes. They are the great illusions, for there is no falseness as false as the reward of works. The works are the great eternal truth, their fruits, the endless illusion. Labor not for rewards, neither build among the impermanent things, for they shall go, and the place shall know them no more. Yet through the endless ages of oblivion there shines one light divine. I am. My works are not, my thoughts are not, my bodies are not, I am. That which is not I remaineth but a little while, and it is gone. For from the open mouth of Brahma pour out sparks unnumbered, and one by one they shine out in the everlasting vistas of eternity. Brahma remains, unnamed and unknowable, before mountains and valleys were brought forth, before gods and worlds were ordained, before the stars were fixed upon their course. I am. My works have vanished in an endless night, and yet I have all that I have ever done. I am wealthy with riches that far exceed the heritage of kings, for the fruits of all my labors mean naught beside the power that has come to me through the works that I have done. Man labors for two in his life, the forms that surround him and the life which ensouls him. But the work that he does, he but performs to learn the way it should be done, and those who are slaves to the things they do are worshippers at the shrine of illusion. When man serves the whims of man, he but builds lofty temples from the substances of not being, which someday must fall around him, a broken ruin like the city whose fallen towers and crushed ideas loom in the shadows of this mystic frame. Serve not the impermanent, nor store up your treasures on earth, for the ever-changing globe soon swallows up forever the creations of man, and the place where they were is broken and barren, and the life that loved them is stricken with remorse. Serve rather the light, the permanent, the true. Not the passing day should we consider, but the eternal now, unlimited by time, unmeasured by comparison. That should we serve. In the ages past, in the dark vistas of the unknown, you laid the foundation of a great work, which you vowed that you would achieve, and having finished it, allow it to slip through your fingers to be forgotten. For the joy of man is to forget, while the joy of God is to remember. Blessed are those who are untied by pains or pleasures, unfastened by remorse, unchained by the shadow shapes of Maya. Out of the world you have been called to learn the way that leads to heights eternal, a chosen son of God ordained in the temple of the rising sun, to serve without reward, to labor with the great unknown, and never to see the works of your hand. Look, the mirror is clearing. The red blood of a people bathed in iniquity is giving place to the pale calm of cosmic night. The clouds of doubt and misgivings which surrounded this ancient temple are gone. But it is not to see these things that you have been called out of the ranks of men to labor with the divine. It is because a great work must be done, a work without limitation, a work which you vowed you would accomplish before the stars took their present course. A great battle is to be fought, a bloodless war, a war of love, a war of compassion, a struggle concealing itself beneath the garb of peace. The world in which we live is facing a great crisis, far greater than the eyes of man can see or his heart can comprehend. In the silence of this cave I hear voices, the chanting of the Siddhas, and the low muttering of the Zin. A great day is dawning, for the world stands as it stood in the days of the lost continent. The red walls of hate and lust are blotting out the light of heaven's sun. The hosts of evil have armed themselves for a conflict to the death. The battle which you have been called to fight is a battle of intellects, a battle of souls. The hosts of light are gathering at the sound of a call that is ringing through the seven worlds. Little does humanity dream of the silent powers which are molding the destiny of its world. Little do the souls of living things understand how the sons of light, the flame-born spirits of the eternal God, are gathering in endless train in the spheres. Little does man see the waving curtain of power which sway like streamers through the cosmic night, nor does he know or understand those secret powers of death, hate, crime, murder, and perversion which stalk like demons amid the depths of ignorance. The powers of Baphomet, Prince of Darkness, have gathered from the spheres of gloom, and that great negation, the spirit of death, is loosened upon mankind. The same dark clouds gather that gathered over the temples of Atlantis. The same powers hover here today that once changed the destiny of worlds. And you have been called to fight with the powers of light, that the black-robed specters of evil may not master the lives of men. The brothers of the shining robe are being called, and though they know it not, the vows they took in the ages past, they are now about to fulfill. The world is crying for light, yearning for truth, praying for help through the darkness of ignorance. And here in the Temple of the Caves, the silent conclave meets to carry on the sun globe in its thunderous path. The powers of darkness shall not win, for the gods are fighting for souls and spirits and the life of man. You are one who has been called. You may not know who the others are. Your duty is to go out into the world of men and acclaim yourself as you are, with one of the helpers seeking with spirit and with truth to fight the battle of human growth. This you shall do in accordance with the plans laid out for your being, and this night in the silence of this cave you shall be ordained anew a brother of the shining robe. Then you shall put on your garments of glory, you who did not know that you possessed them, and go out into the world of men to carry the message of the great light, It is written in the infinite hand, thus shall you obey. Slowly the old priest moved away from the mirror, and as I followed his stately figure, in its robe of gleaming gray, which now seemed iridescent like mother of pearl, shining with the colors of 1,000 rainbows, I heard a strange voice within me speak as though from the depths of my soul. Its words were, "Go thou also." I turned towards the aged Mahatma, whose eyes rested upon mine with a wondrous compassion. As I neared him, I grew dizzy and was forced to stop. The walls of the temple seemed to fade and swim around me in a hopeless mass of lights. The carved elephants gleamed and glowed and finally vanished in a mystic haze, until only the figure of the priest remained seemingly suspended in the midst of an endless oblivion. As I watched him, his body seemed to unfold in great streamers of light that poured forth in swelling radiances, blue and yellow, and the most glorious shades of violet and rose. The gold of the sun and the silver of the summer moon seemed to shine out from his soul, a great gleaming heart of living fire that blazed within the center of his being. For miles, it seemed, these strange streamers poured into a vast eternity until his body became but a tiny speck surrounded by a wondrous halo of 1,000,000-colored flame. I was blinded and raised my hand to cover my eyes, and although they were closed, I could still see the shining figure. My body seemed thrilled with the rays of light which poured into it from the mystic form. As I watched in spite of myself, a great globe of golden light detached itself from the center of the glowing form and passed out like a tiny sun of flame towards me through the radiance of my mystic aura. I knelt upon some unknown foundation that I could not see, and as I did so, the globe of light struck my breast and was swallowed up in the darkness of my own being. But it was not hidden. From my hands and my feet, my eyes, and even the pores of my skin, it poured out, and I too was surrounded by a shining light, which dazzled me with its brilliancy. A voice from the great halo which gleamed around the mystic, shadowy form of the Mahatma spoke, "In the name of the living God, Brahma, the divine, go to thy works, my son, for from the beginning of time thy labors have been ordained. Go carry them out into the world of men, for thou art one of that mystic band, the brothers of the shining robe." It all faded as though it had not been, and I found myself kneeling on a broken pinnacle of rock on the side of those lofty mountains which reach up to touch the sky. Before me rose that mighty mountain in whose heart was the temple of the caves. But now it seemed my way was in another direction, for the narrow path that led back to the home of men stretched out like a tiny silver thread against the darkness of the night. Chapter 3. The Divine Presence. My trip back to England, after I left the Temple of the Caves in northern India, and my master of the shining robe, was without event, so there is little use in describing it. The long ocean trip, then the railway, with its stuffy little compartments, and finally back again to the scenes of my earlier life. I was not, however, the same individual in many ways, for a great ideal had been given to me, that of giving to the world the wonderful truths and inspirations that had been given to me in India. My estates and position gave me considerable opportunity, and added to this, a strange eloquence came to me after my return to England. So I sought to instruct a few of the Western world on the problems which had been unfolded to me. The way, however, was beset with difficulties. Only those who have sought to educate the human mind can realize the hopelessness of the task. Day in and day out, I hammered at the wall of conventionality and popular opinion, which religiously and scientifically paralyzed thought. In many cases, I met opposition and still in more an absolute thoughtlessness, with no desire to change the condition. But still I kept at the task that I felt had been given to me, attempting to warn mankind of the great cataclysms, pestilences, and sorrows which hung over them as the reward for their foolishness, selfishness, and indolence. I gathered a few thinkers around me, and also some who opposed my every move, and who seemed to glory in each opportunity to tear down and destroy my selfless efforts. One person especially appointed himself as my annihilator. Through press, pulpit, and rostrum I was assailed both personally by this individual and through others whose instigations were based upon his maliciousness. He was a scientist of the old school, one of those narrow-minded individuals occasionally met with who, in the spirit of the Inquisition, fights tooth and nail for the perpetuation of antediluvian concepts. For many months he railed against my very being, pointing me out as a scourge to the race, for no earthly reason whatsoever except an honest difference of opinion. Insult after insult he heaped upon me, spitting out his venom between clenched teeth, and finally challenging me to publicly meet him and prove my impossible theories. The thought terrified me, for the man in question was one of the greatest, most noted scientists that Europe had ever produced. A graduate from a dozen colleges and universities, indefatigable in his researches and unapproachable in his scientific reasoning, he had broken a dozen scientists and philosophers who had sought to question his statements. A colossal mentality and an unbreakable will with a convincing power of eloquence listed him as one of the materialistic marvels of his age. Although I realized the truth of my statements, the idea of my attempting to debate him upon his own ground seemed ridiculous, for though what I had said might ring true in the caves of the Himalayas, how would it sound before a group of physical scientists who did not believe anything which they could not see, weigh, and measure? I was minded to refuse, but something within my being whispered no. So with much hesitation and many qualms, I accepted his ultimatum, and arrangements were settled that on a certain Friday evening I was to debate and discuss him with the continuity of human consciousness, mental evolution, and the existence of the sacred schools of wisdom in the heart of the unknown East. As the hours drew closer, a peculiar sickening sensation made itself felt in the pit of my stomach, and my knees wobbled in a rather undignified manner as I got into my cab and headed for the gloomy walls of a certain local club where scientists and bookworms were accustomed to gather. I felt pretty sure of what my opponent was going to say, but I had no idea whatsoever of how I was going to answer his attack in a manner convincing to materialists. So with fear and trepidation and a mental hope that my opponent would be kind, which I greatly doubted, I entered the club and mingled with the group of London philosophers and scientists who composed it. The professor with whom I was going to debate was introduced to me, and I met my rabid disqualifier for the first time. He was a short, portly gentleman in a nice-fitting black Prince Albert and striped trousers. His two steely gray eyes, divided by a very hooked nose, shone out from beneath brows of Darwinian proportion. He was very much bespectacled and heavily bewhiskered, and his gold pince-nez insisted on sliding down his nose at the critical moment. When we were introduced, he looked me over with the air of a physician examining a specimen, answered, "Humph," and turning on his heel walked away with his hands clasped beneath his coat-tails. The reader will of course realize that this put me entirely at my ease. I felt like a tiny Lilliputian entirely surrounded by a mountain range of massive brows, weighty intellects, and overwhelming pomposity, and I also not a little feared the raging lions and tigers which intuition told me lived in the fastnesses of these mountains. Slowly, the exponents of worldly wisdom gathered and, seating themselves in the massive leather armchairs, whispered together in awful tones from the midst of clouds of tobacco smoke. Of course, I imagined that they were talking about me, probably sympathizing with my dying cause. As I seated myself beside the professor on the small rostrum, some 80 pairs of spectacles reflected a dazzling light in my face, and I seemed gazing out on a blank void edged with gleaming stars. As these exponents of learning, lost arts, and buried sciences gazed analytically at my shrinking figure, which grew smaller as the moments passed, the professor rose, and carefully arranging his notes, placed his spectacles once more, fitting on the extra lens, cleared his throat, balanced one elbow on the reading desk, and gazed benignly over the top of his glasses at the assembled group. "Ahem. It is indeed a pleasure to address you for a few moments on this problem. There is nothing more interesting than the analysis of psychomo, blood clots on the brain and various forms of non-violent insanity and mental unbalance such as my opponent suffers from." He then began quoting eminent authorities on the problem and misquoting me profusely. As the moments passed, the professor's ire rose. He heaped infamy upon insult in endless procession, grew red around the collar band, and puffed excitedly. Most of his verbose outbreaks centralized upon the first point, namely, that I was dangerously insane, completely irresponsible, and that my only possible use in the world was to die in order that scientists might have the privilege of performing a post-mortem autopsy upon my cerebral vesicles, purely in the interest of research. At this point, the professor's glasses fell off and he rearranged his notes. Friends and fellow scientists, the theory of mental evolution is tommyrot, pure and simple, the outpouring of a demented imagination perpetuated only through lunatics such as the one sitting beside me now. I will defy him to prove that anything proceeds protoplasm, or follows disintegration or incineration. The professor then continued to explain life as being something coming from nothing, through a series of scientific deductions, and returning from whence it came through another series of physiological inductions. He proved, to his own satisfaction, that neither God nor spirit, life, or any energy outside of matter was necessary in the perpetuation and procreation of species, but that a full and complete knowledge of this indispensable fact was the basic outpouring of modern, unapproachable science. Hearty applause at this point. The professor bowed and slipped one thumb under his vest flap, exposing a massive gold watch chain draped artistically across an astonishing expanse of white waistcoat. It appeared that the professor was quite a religious man, for he quoted scripture glibly, and with evident gusto, to discredit the doctrine of physical rebirth taught in the East, and which I had been promulgating in my studies. He quoted various scientific authorities in profusion, and finally wound up by presenting me with a series of questions, which he demanded that I answer if I expected even a moment's recognition from the infallible sciences of which he was the omnipresent incarnation. Handing me the slip of paper containing the questions, typewritten in mathematical precision, he sat down, a whirlwind of personality and the most perfect example of self-conceit that it has ever been my privilege to gaze upon. I was broken. I had no oratorial harangue to come back with, and I felt that my knowledge, although I knew it was true, based upon only an improbable story of apparently impossible happenings, would carry no weight among his band of thoughtless thinkers and second-hand mental gymnasts. I rose to my feet. A deep hush and a rather blank atmosphere surrounded me. Not half so empty, however, as my own mind, which seemed incapable of any expression. What I was going to say I had no idea of, and the slip of paper in my hand seemed a living coal, which I longed to drop. I was the most miserable thing on the face of the earth, none excepted, and a chuckle from the professor showed that he realized this fact. Of course, it was a very low, refined chuckle. I had been standing some 30 seconds, which seemed like as many years, trying to gather some word or thought from the ethers which swirled in my brain, when suddenly a hand was placed upon my shoulder, and a voice whispered in my ear, "Have courage. You are not alone." I must have started violently, although it appeared that no one noticed me. The voice was that of the master I had left in Tibet, and his hand rested upon my shoulder as it had that fatal night in the Temple of the Caves. In some mysterious way I seemed to see him there, standing behind me, his robe flowing in silver and opal, and with a great courage which seemed born of divine inspiration, I opened my mouth and started to speak, words that I did not understand myself, but which flowed in an endless stream with a power and eloquence unquestionable. Chapter 4. The Master Speaks. As I spoke, it seemed that I was no longer a mortal man, and that instead of a human brain, my source of information was the mind of God himself. The presence of the Master behind me gave great courage and consolation, so daring all things while I knew that he was near, I told of the mysteries of life and of death. As I looked around the room, it seemed filled with white-robed forms, and great streams of life and light poured into me, then seemed to radiate in waves of courage from my entire being. How long will you search in the worlds of the dead for the living? How long will you wander in the shade instead of turning your eyes to the light? No matter how wondrous the implement, how perfect the plan, all science ends where the divine begins. Between you and the truth of life stands a wall that nothing of material things can pierce, where even the reasoning mind cannot go, and there even the greatest scientists must stop, bowing to an infinite all which they cannot grasp, measure, or define. In hours of sickness, man cries not to science but to his God, In the great extremity, the soul leaves its reason and cries to its universal Father for courage and for strength. Upon the mystic wall of the infinite science batters itself to pieces because it refuses to accept that which it cannot see. The greatest scientists in all the world are the ones who know that the visible is but a tiny grain floating in the endless oceans of the invisible. From the invisible it came, and to the invisible it shall return, and puny minds shall never grasp the path it goes nor understand the working of its mysterious power. Far from the eyes of men in the hidden hermitages of the unseen are those who know its passing, and are so close to the footstool of the light that the secret things of nature to them are simple truths indeed. But if you would have the light, you must seek where it is, realizing that neither science, nor philosophy, art, nor letters, nor anything of man shall measure the boundless limits of the divine. It was my voice but the Master's words, and as the moments passed, he unfolded to the group gathered before me the basic principles of the ancient wisdom. He told of the sacred school of the 12 prophets, of the ray of the black light, of the planet of death and the sacred lamassaries in India, of the brothers of the shining robe, and their labors with mankind, and the powers which they have over life and death, and then of the children of men chosen to know the mysteries of God. At last he stopped, and my tongue grew silent too, for there seemed no more to say. And so dazed and bewildered I sat down, with my Master still beside me. A silence followed my words. Then a sigh broke from the circle of listeners. One elderly man arose. "Your story, sir, is very remarkable, but what proof have you to offer to the things of which you tell? For years we have been schooled in human knowledge, to the proving and truing of things. Can you demonstrate to us anything superior to science or greater and superior to the physical world that surrounds us?" I was about to say no, but the Master nodded his head, and my lips uttered the word yes. At the same time, the invisible white-robed form of the Master descended from the rostrum in front of me, and unseen by the group of scientists, stepped over to an elderly man sitting in a great leathern chair. Suddenly the figure rose and raised his hand to his eyes, crying, "My God! There is a face in the air in front of me, 2 terrible eyes," and with a cry he fell forward onto the floor. Immediately the room was in an uproar, and scientists and philosophers gathered around the prostrate form of a white-haired man who lay face downward upon the Persian carpet. The professor, who had been sitting next to me and who was one of Europe's greatest physicians, elbowed his way through the crowd and knelt beside the prostrate figure. He then arose sadly and, turning to the assembled group, announced, "Sir Richard is dead." A gasp went around the crowd. One of England's leading astronomers and physicists had passed into the great beyond. The Master prompted me, and I spoke. "Professor, you have stated that science is unapproachable in its power. What has science to do now? Answer me a question, for I have answered yours." "There is no time for idle argument," exclaimed the professor. "Yes, it is," I answered, now master of the situation. "If science is perfect and omnipotent, let it restore Sir Richard to life." "Fool," answered the professor, "no human power can do that." "All right, then," I answered. "There is something that science cannot do. Then explain to me, what is death? And why must all living things pass through it?" "The organisms just stop working," announced the scientist. "But what is the power behind the working?" I asked. "No one knows," answered the professor. "Yes, I do." Again, the faces of all were turned to me, and I reiterated some of the statements I had made during the evening. The higher consciousness and the superior bodies of man, including the spirit, the astral body, and the mind, leave the physical form by passing out at the top of the skull with a twisting motion, to then function on the subtler planes of nature. The consciousness has not died, but has merely discarded a useless vehicle to function in a newer and finer organism. "How can you prove that any intelligent thing has left?" demanded a voice. "How? Why, by bringing it back," I answered. I leaned over and placed my hand upon the forehead of the dead man. At the same time, the Master stooped over me, and a thrill of force passed into the organism at my feet. I took the dead man by the hand, whereupon his eyes opened, and with my assistance, he slowly rose to his feet and gazed around in a dazed sort of way. A gasp went around the circle of scientists. "Did you do this?" demanded one. "No," I answered. I am but the mouthpiece. The great master I told you of, who dwells in the temple of the caves, in the heights of the Himalayas, has been with me this evening, and unseen by you has performed the works to prove the truths that I have sought to give you. Slowly the group parted, and the wise men of Europe gathered in small clusters to discuss the problem as I passed slowly out the door and back to my apartments. I afterwards heard from one of the members of the group who talked with the professor after I left. He asked him, "Well, sir, what did you think of it?" "Bunkum, my dear sir, bunkum pure and simple," announced the international scientist as he lighted a very black cigar and sent an attendant scurrying after a whiskey and soda. "A pure coincidence, my dear fellow, a pure coincidence, but of no scientific value whatsoever. As I said in my talk, the man is a dangerous lunatic and should be confined. There is positively nothing in the universe superior to science. I know, my dear fellow, for I have been a scientist for 50 years. "You are certainly a marvel, Professor," answered the man as he walked away. The professor stepped over to the rostrum and picked up the crumpled piece of paper containing the questions he had written, and which I had dropped after answering them. He stared for a second or two and then put on his glasses, for all the questions were answered in fine writing around the margin of the sheet. "Most extraordinary," exclaimed the scientist. "When did he write that on there? I watched him every minute. As he spoke, the piece of paper turned to dust and disintegrated between his fingers." The professor adjusted his extra eyeglasses and gazed at the empty fingers. "Most extraordinary. That fellow is surely clever, but he will never be able to convince me that science is not the last word. Another whiskey and soda, boy. My nerves have been completely unstrung." And this was my first great experience among worldly scoffers, and it was there that I learned a lesson which I never forgot. In the words of my teacher, I say, "Fear not that your words will not express your hopes and ideals, for he who is carrying the Master's message is never alone. When his own words are failing, the invisible ones gather around and whisper in his ear. If you work and labor in truth and sincerity, never fear, for the teacher is with you. He knows the words you need and whispers them when the moment comes." Chapter 5. The Blow in the Dark. Under the direction of the Master, I had been carrying on my work for several years in London with ever greater success. The soul hunger of the world, long debarred from light, had awakened in them the desire for further illumination upon the intricate problems of life. Each day I came into closer contact with the souls of men and women who were seeking in a great darkness for a light which neither theology nor science was capable of giving them. With these I worked, laboring to give to them the light which poured into me from the gray-robed figure of the initiate. The strange feeling that came over me when I first met that great one never entirely vanished, but the nervousness and the great chill of his presence slowly left until only an indescribable something told me when he was near. I did not often see him, but sometimes upon waking in the morning, I would look for a brief moment into a face which seemed floating in the air before me, and which trailed off into a nothingness as I went about the work of the day. Within my own being a great light was being born. I could feel a twisting, turning something in my own body as a mighty serpent struggling for freedom, and by this I knew that the light of the Master was slowly developing and nurturing the spark of itself within my own soul. Each day I came closer to communion with myself, closer to the realization of my own work. More and more the unseen worlds opened to me until I seemed an inhabitant of many planes. But with it all remained that something so often lost, the human touch and the mortal simplicity. One evening, as I sat alone in my study, before me a number of manuscripts which I was preparing for publication in European journals, I felt that inscrutable something which I knew to be the presence of the teacher. Surely enough, he walked from behind my chair, around to the side of the great reading lamp, and sank into an overstuffed chair beside me, his deep eyes and slender, graceful form seeming strangely out of place among the prostic surroundings of modern London. "Your work is going well," the Master spoke in his soft yet deep and overpowering tones. "You have met the obstacles that have confronted you honestly and truly. But your ever-awakening power and the ever-broadening circle of your work is bringing you before the eyes of many people. not all of whom will accept or understand your message. There is also in the world not only the power of light, but the power of opposition, and as surely as the message you are giving broadens, so surely this growing light invokes the power of the shadow. Just as our sacred order has its temple in the heart of the Himalayas, from which it pours forth into the world its streams of life and power, so surely there dwells in the shadows of these mountain peaks the powers of darkness. Be ever on your guard. Be ever true to the light that you have. Be ever prepared. For from the home of the black light has issued forth a rumbling. The work you have done has reached their notice, and in 1,000 ways they will attack you. And through many innocent people, whom they use as tools, will seek to thwart the spreading of the sacred wisdom. Beware, my son, for they fight not with the weapons of light, but with the weapons of darkness. I turned to the teacher. Master, I questioned, what is there to fear when you are near? How can the powers of darkness injure that which is ordained of the light? What power in heaven, earth, or hell should I fear? Thou shouldest fear nothing, my son, for fear is a brooder of demons. Fear not, but neither be rash. The power of night is ruler of 1/2 the circle of the hours, and is equal in strength and power with the light of dawn. The master and I then talked for several moments on other problems, of the spreading of the work, of the labor of other chelas in the world, and arrangements were made for the cooperation of future work. There is one in London now, said the master, whom you should know, one who passed into the Temple of Caves 50 years before you did, and was the only one before you who had entered it in 3 centuries. She took her initiation in the Western Hemisphere, but was taken by the master out of her physical body, which remained in a state of coma for 14 days, and carried over the top of the Himalayan mountains to Sangazi, where she was privileged to receive the benediction of the Lord Maitreya. I have made arrangements which are necessary for this meeting. The master took from his breast of his robe a slip of paper upon which were traced a number of figures. You know this alphabet and this writing? He said, handing it to me. It is the secret cipher of the adepts. This tells you where to go, and you are to meet me there at 8 o'clock this evening. 3 of the other masters will be there, and together we will outline a program for the reconstruction of our beloved world, heavy beneath the weight of its self-created woes. The master rose and, walking towards the wall on the opposite side of the room, slowly passed through it and out of sight. I sat for several seconds wrapped in thought. The great moment of my life had come. I was to be taken into the circle of adepts who were the chelas of the masters of wisdom, and was to join forces in a conscious way with the molders of human destiny. A great thrill of fear came over my being. How could I enter their august presence? And then another thought came. The sweet simplicity of my master had always won my admiration, and I felt the others too would be like him, and was reassured. The moments passed slowly, until about 7:30, and then dressing myself with the greatest care in order to make the best appearance possible, with a certain element of human vanity that still remained, I called a cab, and giving the driver a number, some few doors from the house where I intended to go, I sat back in the darkness of the car while we wound our way in and out through the evening traffic. Here and there a light shone out from some cafe or club where England's upper set gathered, but soon the customary fog was upon us, through which the lamps shone like hallowed stars. I saw the great lions of Trafalgar go by, and Old Regent Circle, and slowly we threaded our way out into the residential section, where grey stone fronts and narrow streets spoke of the London of centuries gone by. At last the cab stopped, and the driver, in his heavy coat and overcape, opened the door and allowed me to descend under the gleam of a street lamp. "This is him," the cabby remarked, nudging at an empty space with his thumb. I tossed him a coin and, followed by many polite bows, headed along the street, my eyes turned for the numbers on the houses. At last I reached the one shown on the address, and I looked up at a dingy old front of the early Victorian middle class, which loomed down blankly upon me. The windows were small and checker-paned, many of them broken, and the whole house seemed shaded with dissolution and death. I looked around carefully and then slowly ascended the steps which led up to the door some dozen feet above the street. I was on about the 4th step when a peculiar sensation struck me. I felt someone behind me. It was not the presence of my master, but a cruel, cold, slimy presence that brought terror to my soul. I tried to turn. As I did so, a blow struck me directly under the heart. Staggering and my knees bending up under me, I swayed upon the step. As I did so, I had a fleeting glimpse of the figure who stood behind me, one dimly outlined in the mist of the London fog. It was a tall, heavily built form, draped in black robes, from whose hands were streaming two red flamed bolts, which seemed pounding at my heart. The figure vanished in the ethers, and at the same time something welled up into my mouth. Looking down, I saw the steps at my feet spattered with blood. Then everything grew black, and the last I remember was pitching forward and downward into a fog which seemed to rise like clouds of blackness around me. A thud, which did not seem to hurt me, and a choking. Many lights dancing before my eyes, a confused sound as of voices, and then utter blackness. When my eyes opened, I found 4 figures gathered around me. I could not see very clearly, but they seemed to be 3 men and 1 woman. One of the men I recognized as the white-robed master. A soft, musical voice spoke. "He is coming too." Another voice said, "Yes, but it was a very close call." "Who struck him?" asked the musical voice again. "It is the work of the Black School in London, I believe," answered my teacher. "Brother H has become too prominent a figure lately to escape, but I never thought they would attack him here." Suddenly, the 4 figures broke their group and, standing in a row, became silent. At the same instant, another figure joined them, his body and the lower part of his face completely concealed by a black broadcloth evening cape with a high-turned collar. As I watched him in my lying position, I saw tiny golden flames flickering out from all parts of his body, which seemed rather small of bone and fine of texture. He spoke in a voice which sounded strangely different, as though his larynx were of gold. "What is it?" Then he looked down at me and, leaning over, held out his hand. "Let me help you up," he suggested, and taking my hand in his, drew me to my feet with a strength I had not dreamed he possessed. Yes, it was a close shave. But come, brethren, the Spiritus Sanctus is ready, and there is work to be done. Motioning me to follow him, he entered a door which suddenly appeared out of the blackness of space, and into a room lighted with a gloriously carved oil lamp. The doors slowly closed, and he motioned each of us to a chair. Upon the table in front of us lay a number of papers and documents, some of them sealed and others tied with many-colored ribbons and cords. Then he in the long cape discarded his garment, and I saw a pale-faced man, slender and effeminate in a form, with hair rather long and a slight drooping mustache. He kept stroking his chin as though a beard were there, but there was none that any of us could see. "Brethren," he said, taking one of the documents and breaking it open, "this is the appointed work which is to be done at this time, and you 4 are appointed to do it." He turned to my master. "You, as my brother, are to take charge of this work. These 3, your chelas, will labor as you direct. I am returning to Mongolia to secure further instructions from K. When I have secured these instructions, I will mail them to you with my signet. Accept nothing else." My master bowed his white turbaned head. "It shall be so, brother, for you speak from MC, which is sufficient." "Lest there be doubt," answered the pale-faced stranger. And reaching into his vest pocket, he took therefrom a small object, which he concealed in the palm of his hand. He turned towards my teacher. A pale glow reflected itself from the face of the master, and he made a strange sign upon his forehead. "It is sufficient," said my master. "It is the seal of the Mahokon." The stranger resumed his cape, and then, taking the letters laying upon the table, he turned them over to the initiates of the caves. Rising, he bowed to each in turn who stood at his departure. Only my master remained seated. "It is well, brethren," spoke the stranger, taking his hat in his hand. "I will be in London again in November, when I shall look forward to the report of your labors. This is the year of the great benediction, and is an important one for our work. May the grace of God rest upon you, and the power of his holy name protect you." And quickly, drawing the folds of his cape around him, he vanished as though he had never been. As soon as he was gone, the master spoke. "He, my son, is one of the great brothers from whom we learn the will of Vivasvati. The plans are laid, the work is at hand. Now I will explain to you your appointed parts." And opening one of the documents, he spread out a many-colored chart upon the table, drawn in bright-colored pigments on a surface of gold beater skin. Behold the plan. Chapter 6. The Plan of the Masters of Wisdom. The adept unrolled the sealed documents with care and reverence and laid out upon the table a great scroll written in strange hieroglyphic ciphers. This he read slowly to those present. "It has been decided that drastic steps must be taken to avert the stream of perversion that at the present time is the result of a premature unveiling of occult wisdom. This knowledge has fallen into the hands of unscrupulous persons who are using the secret laws of nature to overthrow of civilization. In order to combat this ever-increasing menace, a systematic plan is being formed to strike at the heart of each of these perverted rays. To you is given the work, with those 4 who are appointed under you as your chelas, of attacking the destructive effects of cultism at the present time, both in Europe and in America. Another group has charge of the political reformation, another of the sociological reform, and still another of the economic problem. Within the next few years, a concentrated drive will be launched by the elder brothers through their chelas and lay chelas for the preparation of the birth of a new race. To this work you are appointed. It is to unveil the false doctrines and religious viewpoints that are at the present time contaminating the ancient wisdom." The master laid down the scroll and looked searchingly at the 3 who were with him. "Yes," he answered, "to our unspoken questions, we shall start at once. You, brother, will remain in Europe. You, sister, will go to America. You," and he pointed to me, "will remain for the present time with me in London, while I prepare a concentrated plan of attack. Now let us briefly go over the work which is at hand. First, you will all know from your studies that religion is the first and last science, that all arts, sciences, trades, and professions have issued from the temple and must some time again be deified in the temple. They are all expressions of the multi-personal power of the Logos. The development of the people rests to no small degree upon its spiritual ethics. And you know, as I know, that modern religion is rotten to the core. It preaches only death to the living and hell to the dead, and has lost entirely its contact with the ancient wisdom. An empty shell floating like an astral specter with glazed eyes and unthinking brain. Our work is to revivify the dead. Each one of us must, in the name of life, obsess the specter and give it life with our life, strength with our strength, and truth with our truth. To supply the aching void in the human soul, there have sprung up cults and isms, one after another, based upon foolishness, served by fools, conceived by fools, but buried by wiser men. These too we must work with, for they are the outpourings of ignorance, speculation, and skepticism. In this work alone, that of awakening the dead ideals in the human soul, is a labor worthy of God's. We must have a great concentration of effort and a great ordination of spirit to strengthen us in this task, which we must accomplish with the diplomacy of demigods if we would save the plan of creation. Man must be brought back again to the ancient wisdom and reveal to the world the path of the 7 lights. To this work the Manu has appointed us, in accordance with the plan of being, and to give us these instructions, the Great Brother came tonight. Now, brethren, let us be faithful unto our work, true unto our instructions, honest unto ourselves. You in Europe must attack the black magic which is gnawing at the heart of our religious system. You in America must strike at the heart of the prosperity-crazed ethics, commercialized religion, and those cults and creeds that have sprung up to satisfy the lowest by the vehicle of the highest. It is a thankless work. Those whom you serve will attack you. Those whom you labor for will condemn. But in the infinite path of things you shall be listed with the redeemers of the ages. He turned to me. You will continue to follow the instructions which I give you from time to time, for the work that you have started in London has already been a great success, and you had best continue until further information shall warn you otherwise. Next week you shall receive certain person who will come to you concern special instructions as to the treatment of the weighty affairs of state. In the meantime, a king is dying, And for the purpose of saving a nation, I shall hover over him. And if it be necessary, I shall myself take the body that he drops. Kings are sometimes powerless, other times have power. But I will tell you more concerning this a bit later. The thread of life has not yet been broken, but unless he turns from his hopeless pursuit that he is following, the elder brothers will destroy him. Now 3 things I warn you of. First, the school that attacked our brother tonight has its branches all over the earth and will injure you at every turn. Our special work is to crush them, but they will not die without a struggle. Secondly, make a confidant of no one, for what the world does not know it respects. Your power lies in silence. Third, eat and drink nothing that I tell you not of, for if you do, you will fail. Now there is much to be done, for His Majesty the King is low, and I must travel halfway across Europe in order to be at his bedside. You have your instructions. Here is a sealed letter for each of you, which you are to open when you have left this place. This tireless man stood, and we rose with him. He pointed to the door, and one after the other we filed out, the master bringing up the rear. He closed the door softly, and it vanished into space as we descended a rickety pair of stairs. Reaching the outer steps of the house, the master saluted us, and then dissolved into mist. I turned to the other 2 who were with me, and then gave a start. They also had vanished. I looked at the house I had just come out of, and then stepped back in amazement. I was looking into the door of a highly lighted cafe. I looked on each side, but no such house as I had been in could be found, for I was standing on one of London's busiest thoroughfares. I put my hands into my pockets to find the address, but the paper was gone, and in some unaccountable way I had forgotten the number. I then realized that the house of Spiritus Scantus was well guarded not by soldiers and sentinels, but by mystic power of forgotten things. Calling a cab, I rode slowly past the brightly lighted buildings, headed for my own apartment. Suddenly I held up my hand, and the cabby stopped by a brilliantly lighted club with 2 crouching lions upon the steps. A figure had attracted my attention, that of a tall, slender man in high silk hat and evening cape, standing upon the steps conversing with a much shorter person. I called out to the cabby, "Do you know who that man is?" He looked for a second. "No, sir," he answered, "but I have seen him many a time and have driven him to the House of Lords when it was in session." I sat back and thought. I could not be mistaken. It was that of the Great One whom had come to the meeting in the little room. As I watched, he turned away, descended the steps, and entered an automobile. A devilish curiosity prompted me. "Follow that car," I instructed the cab driver. "Yes, sir," he answered, and off with a snort and puff the cab started off. We wound in and out through the traffic, always about 100 feet behind the great black automobile, which spun out of the city towards the Waterloo station, and continued to curve in and out among the streets in a spiral zigzag motion. As I sat with my eyes fixed upon it, following its every movement, a hand tapped me lightly on the shoulder. I jumped straight up about 2 feet, and my tall silk hat went flat against the cab top. I turned nervously, and there beside me on the back seat of the cab sat the gentleman in the evening cape whose car in front I had been following so earnestly. "Did you wish to speak to me?" he asked, a smile playing around the corners of his mouth. It was the first time I realized that the masters of wisdom might have a sense of humor, but I felt decidedly that the joke was on me. Yes, beamed my companion. "Your curiosity is quite pardonable, but do you not think a trifle unwise? A little too conspicuous, possibly for the good of all concerned." He fingered the knob of the gold-headed cane that he carried. "Well, my good friend, I wish you a very good evening. If you are as arduous in your labors as you are persistent in your curiosity, you will do well indeed. You notice my automobile? If you have not, look closely." I turned my eyes to the car, and as I did so, it came to a stop about 100 feet ahead. The door opened, and from it stepped the gentleman with the tall silk hat, who turned and waved his cane to me. I looked again to the seat beside me, but of course it was empty. For some reason I was no longer curious, and made no attempt to even note the address where he stopped. With my squashed high hat on my ear, a very sickly feeling in the pit of my stomach, and with an innate feeling that I had made a fool of myself, I told the cabbie to turn around and not to stop until he reached my apartment, and then sat back and closed my eyes to make sure that I didn't see anything else to awaken my curiosity. £2, 10 shillings worth of hat, I muttered to myself forlornly, and under it the brains of a jackass. At the same instant, a peculiar feeling came over me as if something were drawing me upward. In a second it was over, but I felt strangely dizzy and, reaching up, took off my hat to fan my face. I looked at it in amazement. The crown had risen. And this was my first experience of the humor of those who are supposed to be excessively stoic individuals. After thinking it over, I came to the conclusion that I was glad that it had happened, because as the hat crown came up, I seemed to hear a soft laugh. And with the knowledge that I afterwards had, I realized that the jester seldom smiled. Chapter 7. The First Step. For several days after the incident related in the last chapter, nothing of great import happened. The newspapers were filled with bulletins concerning the health of the great king, whose fate hung on the threshold of eternity. I read those accounts with particular interest, realizing that the hand of the great brotherhood was pulling the strings, and that a great chess game with humanity as the stakes was being played out between the powers of light and the powers of shade. I had not seen the master since we parted that night, so I carried on my work quietly and inoffensively as I had before, waiting for the plan of greater minds to formulate, holding myself in instant readiness to do whatever work was given me. The preparation necessary for my ever wider public work kept me to my studies more and more, outlining the various principles and concepts around which my work was woven. I was sitting in the same old library, where he had come so often to talk to me, when the voice of the master sounded in my ear. He was not there himself, but was speaking from a great distance. The king has just died, and it has been decided that for the present I shall accept his body, for his nation is the pivot upon which turns a great world problem that is appointed to me to take charge of. Therefore you will not see me for some time. But there is a special work for you to do. There is now in London a man who has just invented the world's most terrible war contrivance. He has harnessed bacteria as a war menaces, and is now privately consulting a number of nations concerning this damnable invention, which is capable of destroying whole races at once, with the most terrible and loathsome diseases. I will give you directions concerning this man, and it is up to you in some way to prevent this human beast from giving to the world this dreadful secret. The master then told me where to go and how I should gain entrance into the laboratory of the scientist whose fiendish discovery threatened creation. The voice then ceased speaking, and having made note of the various points, I took my hat and cane and left the apartment. Jumping into a cab, I headed across the city and out into the country beyond. For the purpose of his scientific researches, Professor Atherton had taken a long lease upon an old dilapidated estate, not far from London, where ivy-grown, unkempt gardens, overrun with weeds and creepers, concealed from sight of the world a long, rambling manor house. The gates to the grounds were always closed, but there was a small wicket at one side where one might enter. Stepping from my cab at this wicket, I hurried along a torn-down and leaf path and climbed several flights of crumbling stone steps, at last reaching an entrance of the house. My knock was answered by a gruesome-looking manservant, his face resembling a grinning skeleton, who introduced me into a musky room hung with ancient drapings and molding tapestry. Here Dr. Atherson joined me a few minutes later. The doctor was a tall, rather slender man with a fierce beard, bald head, and very heavy glasses. Motioning me to sit down, he inquired pleasantly as to the cause of my visit. Obeying the instructions that were given me, I introduced myself simply as a gentleman who wished to speak to him for a few moments on an important problem. And then, as he opened the way, I expressed myself on the problem at hand. "Professor Atherson," I began, "you are the inventor, I am told, of a great germ shell which liberates upon those within the area of its exploding mass the most deadly bacteria, which as it passes from one to another can destroy a whole nation in a few weeks." Professor Atherson looked at me a little surprised. "How did you know that?" he asked. Not answering this question, I proceeded with my point. "I also understand, sir, that a number of nations are already bidding for this strange unearthly product, which, in my estimation, to be plain with you, is the most terrible thing human ever conceived of." The professor smiled broadly. "I appreciate your repugnance, my dear sir, but you realize that war is not a game of love anyway, and that all is fair when man struggles for supremacy. The nation who becomes professor of my secret can in 60 days rule the world." "A world of corpses," I reminded him. The professor beamed broadly. "They will give much less trouble than living men," he answered. "By the way, won't you come into my laboratory and let me show you some of my experiments?" he asked. I bowed in acceptance, and rising, he led me through several ancient rooms into a large barn-like structure filled with scientific apparatus. Picking up a small brass cylinder from the table, he handed it to me. "This, sir, weighs less than 2 pounds, and yet there are sufficient creatures bottled up in this brass tube to kill 100 million men, for they spread and multiply at great speed." With a shudder, I laid the tube back on the table. "One of these bombs dropped over a city would make a desert in 30 days, answered the professor gleefully. "And I am the inventor of it." The man raised his head and drew back his shoulders. "Yes, sir, I am the inventor of it. I am the greatest inventor that ever lived." It was slowly dawning on me that I was facing a very peculiar person, a giant intellect, a perfect egotist, perhaps a madman, whom the whole world might fear. Returning to the great dingy sitting room, we sat down again, and the professor offered me a cigar. "I've spent 50 years completing that device," he went on. "I've spent from 15 to 18 hours a day culturing those germs and bacteria until they are 1,000 times more formidable than any known to science." I waited until he was through talking, and then I leaned forward quietly in my chair. "Professor Atherson, I have come to you to bring a message from someone whom you do not know, from a power greater than any of the nations who bid for your secret. I bring you the instructions of the Great White Brotherhood. Destroy your formula and give up your murderous investigation, or your life will very probably pay the forfeit." "What do you mean?" exclaimed the scientist. "Are you threatening me, sir?" "No," I answered, "not threatening, just warning and carrying out the instructions of another. For 50 years you have labored to produce something with which to slay and destroy your fellow creature. This is not permissible in the law of things, and unless you accede to the demands of the Brotherhood, your secret will be wrested from your grasp. Is this the noblest thing you have to offer to a world crying out for light and understanding? Have not all the wars of the past shown the fruitlessness of war? Are not the battles of men but wholesale murder? Have you never thought that perhaps the divine powers might occasionally take a hand for the good of creation? I warn you, Professor Atherson, either destroy your formula before 7 o'clock tonight, or be prepared to face the consequences, which are meted out to interfere with creation's plan." The professor rose. "I do not understand your words," he retorted sharply, "and what is more, I do not care to understand them. If you have come here to intimidate me, you have come on a fool's errand. I have spent a lifetime in producing this instrument, and I intend to dispose of it to the highest bidder. It is absolutely perfect, and nothing can withstand it. I treated you like a gentleman, and you have insulted me." He rang a bell. "Here, sir, is your hat and cane, and there is the door. Good night." I returned to the room I had left early in the evening with a downcast feeling in my soul. My first piece of diplomacy had not resulted exceptionally well. I sat in the room for some time wondering what I had better do when the voice of the master again spoke in my ear. "Get those formulas tonight." Then I felt a strange throbbing in the pit of my stomach, and the next instant I found myself floating in the air while sitting in the chair below me was my physical self, sound asleep. Obeying the commands of the initiate, I sped with the rapidity of the wind until I stood again in the laboratory of Dr. Atherson. That worthy was sitting in his chair facing the safe as I glided through the wall and stood not far away listening to his ravings. "Give them up. I guess not," he muttered. "They are locked in that safe, and there will they remain until I am ready to use them. I am the world's greatest inventor, and eternity will remember me as the master of men." Of course, I cannot tell just how Dr. Atherson felt, but I believe I can understand the sensation that passed over him when before him a miracle appeared to have happened. Can you imagine the stoic scientist, deep in his own conceit, seeing a white hand form itself in the air in front of him, a hand to which no body was attached? Can you imagine the expression of awe and amazement, of horror and terror in his face? But even then he did not realize that I was reading the combination of the safe from his mind. Slowly, the ponderous steel door opened, and with a scream, Dr. Atherson jumped towards the portals, trying to protect his property. He saw the white hand open the little drawer and take from it a tiny bundle of formulas. He grasped at the hand, but his fingers closed over only empty air. Yes, there is no doubt Dr. Atherson was enjoying himself. He strove to tear the formulas from the bodiless hand, but suddenly both the hand and the formulas vanished. I'd slipped them into my vest pocket. With a groan, the doctor sank back in his chair, his eyes staring from the sockets, and his hands clenched convulsively. I slowly walked away and passed out through the walls of the house. I never saw the professor again, but I understand that he disappeared from London to America, where he lived and died in an insane asylum. In all reality, he was a raving maniac when I met him, a great destructive genius used by the powers of evil to thwart the Brotherhood of Light. Returning once again to my little study, I laid the papers upon my table and sent a mental message to my master that I had them. I then busied myself about my labors for the next day, and a few moments later, when I looked back at the table, the little bundle of formulas had dissolved into nothingness. But I knew that far away, in the heart of Asia, in the Temple of Caves, there were laid away with many other strange documents, where they could do no harm to the world. The next morning, I bought a newspaper. The front of it was all splashed over in 3-inch type, announcing that a miracle had been performed, and that a mighty king who had been given up for dead had returned to life and was rapidly recovering. Several famous European scientists were cited as the ones responsible for this miracle. It told of how they had dragged the monarch back from the gates of death. In the paper was a picture of the king, a hard, severe-looking man, his chest covered with medals and medallions and his spare hair closely cropped. I like the master better in his white cape and robe, but I do not suppose he is as useful that way in the world of men as he is in this garment of a king. How little the world realizes the strange, mysterious things that are happening in its midst. Well, maybe it is for the best that they do not know, for the power of the master is the power of silence. I turned back to my labors, and that afternoon left for Glasgow, where I was to meet a group of scientists and theologians to discuss the origin of the Christian faith. Chapter 8. The Return from Glasgow. 3 days after my arrival in Glasgow, my work completed, though possibly not as satisfactorily as might have been desired, I boarded a night train to London. I was the only one in the compartment, and as the efforts of the previous days had been heavily exhaustive, I perched my feet upon the seat across and sought to catch a few winks as the train roared through the night. Somehow, I have never slept very well on trains, and this particular evening was no exception to the rule. I fidgeted and tossed, trying to find a comfortable position while each rut and groove in the track registered throughout my whole nervous system, like the blows of a sledgehammer. One foot went to sleep. I got up and stretched. Then the other one ceased to function. There crept over me a wave of decidedly undesirable and far from spiritual thoughts, dealing generally with the principles of misery, and especially that phase of it which applied to riding in British coaches. About 2:30 in the morning, I could not keep my eyes open for a moment longer. I felt things around me getting more and more distant in spite of my every effort to remain attuned to them, and at last, with a heavy lurch, I sank in the corner of the seat into a troubled sleep. I do not know how long I remained in this condition, but it could not have been very long before I became innately conscious of the fact that someone had opened the window. A breath of cold air, laden with that ever-present scent of Scottish moorlands, was blown in across my face. I felt chilled from head to foot, and do what I would, I could not seem to regain sufficient control over myself to move or even cry out. Suddenly, as I lay there in this lethargy, the train struck an unusually severe rut. It seemed that the car track must have been tied up in a figure eight. It threw me off the seat and down into the narrow footspace of the compartment. This thoroughly awakened me, and I sat up, two feelings uppermost in my mind. The first was of anger against the rut, and the second was an appreciation of the fact that it had brought me out of this stupor over which I had apparently no control. I sat up straight and determined to remain awake the rest of the night. But I had hardly made the resolution before I felt my head dropping, and the fixed objects in the little compartment started to going round and round, tying themselves into elaborate how knots. "Here, here," I said to myself, "this won't do." I knew enough of things occult to realize that an influence was being exerted against something or someone, and that either through design or accident I was receiving a series of narcotic rays from somewhere in the universe. Even though the realization was firmly fixed in my mind, it just seemed that I could not stand up, nor could I move, and slowly the power to think was leaving me. With a Herculean effort, I rose to my feet. Though I seemed to float rather than to walk, I swayed for a second with the lurching of the car and then fell into a crumpled heap, half on the seat, half on the floor of the compartment. As I fell, darkness reached up around me, and the power of think or even to know that I existed slowly departed from me. Just when it seemed the last flickering light was dying out, a great flaming bubble burst around me, filling the entire environment with gleaming pink and crimson flashes. And at the same instant a voice spoke in my ear. "Pull yourself together, man." Then I was grabbed by the nape of the neck and yanked to my feet by a hand which I could not see because of the bleared condition of my senses. An arm braced me and held me for a second. The door of the compartment was opened, and I was hurled from the train out into the night. I struck a soft dirt embankment where, stunned and bruised, I rolled to the bottom and lay face down in a thicket of branches. I remember faintly the flashing light, the streaming, flaming smoke of the locomotive, and the rumble of the cars. Then all grew dark around me. When I came to myself, I was lying in the spare bedroom of a small English manor house, aching from head to foot and so dizzy that I could not look at any object without it spinning round and round like some gigantic pinwheel. The room was empty, and as I learned afterwards, my nurse, an elderly Welshwoman, had gone out to prepare some barley gruel for one who seemed in such a critical condition. As I lay, looking upward at pink and white baby roses on the wallpaper, trying to piece together the incidents of the previous day's experience, the well-known form of the aged Hindu adept appeared beside me. I recognized him, yet in some way he was changed. The long, flowing gray robe which I loved to see him wear had given place to a clean-cut modern military uniform. His head, so long graced by the turban with its streamer of silk, now carried a military helmet with a long horsehair plume down the back. But the eyes and face remained the same. "You have had another very close call," he murmured, as he stood beside me for a second. 15 minutes after I threw you from that coach last night, the entire car was burned up by an unexplainable fire in which wood and metals together were melted into a shapeless mass. No hand lighted that fire. It just burned out of nothingness, and the tongues of flame lipped from stick to stick, fed by the vital body of an unseen presence. In black magic there is a law decrees that all who stand between evil and the accomplishment of its power must be bought off, frightened off, or killed off. They have tried to buy you, but to no avail. They have sought to incriminate you, but you stand firm as a thorn in the flesh of tradition. Having failed to attain victory through either the power of the first or of haunting fear, the black ray resorts to destruction in order to silence the power which must sometime destroy it. Therefore, I suggest to you that you not only exercise great watchfulness, but also surround yourself by the walls of force, which you have been taught to build in the temple, that these streamers of injury may not attain their end. A great power was battling with you last night, as it has battled with the greatest souls that ever came into the world, a clenching power that strangles out consciousness and leaves nothing behind but lifeless clay, the power of one man's will upon another. When a great master of wisdom succumbs, as one occasionally does through egotism or selfishness, the result is a godly intellect gone wrong, a divine fiend, a superhuman devil, who, soulless in himself, ensnares the souls of men that light shall never triumph, for in the triumph of light is realized the end of the reign of darkness. People have a great idea that in virtue alone lies strength, but this is not always true. The bull has neither ideality nor consciousness of union with light, and yet his rushing blows and the goring of his horns destroy as surely as the bullet. It is the strength of individual omnipotence and the power of one over another that counts. While in the eternal plan of things, right always wins, yet in the little world we see around us, might rules right with rod of iron. The one whose mental figures and streams of spiritual force nearly destroyed you last night was once a great brother, noble and esteemed of men, although today he plays the villain in the drama. He is stronger than you are even, though his powers be evil and yours be good. And were it not that, being true, you are guided and guarded by the elder brothers, you could not stand for a moment against the power of this demented genius. For with the sheer strength of organic quality, he could swamp you behind any hope of retaliation. But remember, in your work, 3 weapons will forever be turned against you, and these 3 you must ever be prepared to meet. First, you will be lured away from the tasks which you have been appointed to perform, because the powers of darkness will people the earth with sirens to lure you from your labors. The powers of darkness seldom strike from without, but usually play upon the weak points in the character of the individual himself. And through the false power which they gain through the knowledge of that weak point, they twist the lives of others to the fulfillment of their own ends. Secondly, if they cannot lure you away through thoughtlessness or false devotion, they will seek to make it worth your while through offers of rewards, promotion, financial increase, or the promise of spiritual power. In other words, if they cannot lead you from it, they will seek to have you sell your labor for selfish ends. And if both of these fail, if you have stood strong for right, for truth, for light, then be prepared for the other blow, the one that comes in the dark. When neither soft words nor caresses, this world's goods, or those of another cannot tempt you from your appointed way, then you must be prepared for the last great attempt which will come as the bolt of black magic, to destroy that which it can neither buy nor bend, and therefore seeks to break. In your work this will prove to you a very useful lesson, and while it will be some days before the soreness and pain works itself out of you from the accidents you have passed through, when you are yourself again, you will be a better and wiser man. The initiate vanished through the checkered pink and white flowers of the wallpaper, leaving me to analyze and digest a great yet little understood reality in nature. That red beard was right when he said that nature's law is the survival of the fittest, but that in the internal plan of things, each one seeks to become the one who is fit, and evolution is the fitting of oneself to be the fittest. Chapter 9. Dreams. For many days I lay helpless in my bed, recovering from the cuts and bruises I had received in the unaccountable accident. This enforced rest proved to be of untold value, for it had been many months since I had completely relaxed. The strain and stress of my ever-growing work had been more of a pressure than I had realized, for my struggle to advance and show the way to others and at the same time resist those at my back who would hold me behind had been a fight both ways. So in my weakened physical state I had many hours in which to reflect upon the past months that had whirled by so quickly and to also ponder some upon the future. After a day or two of the most considerate and solicitous nursing, I was restored enough to take more notice of my surroundings, and wondered to whom I owed such generous treatment. So far, I had only been dreamily conscious of the presence of someone busily performing their duties, and had only seen passing back and forth before my eyes the motherly figure of the old Welshwoman. But as soon as I was able to formulate my thoughts and collect my words enough to make myself heard, I began asking questions of my companion. Not that I felt at all worried or anxious, for I was too comfortably at rest, but with a half-indifference or semi-consciousness I just lazily questioned her. She proved to be rather non-committal, but I soon gathered that I was on the estate of Lady Patricia March, a young noblewoman, who lived alone in this small country manor house with the old Welshwoman as her only companion. When I asked what physician had attended me, the reply was still rather unsatisfactory. But by piecemeal I gathered that there had not been one, and that Lady Patricia was herself quite proficient in the art of healing. During this rather enforced communication, the door opened softly and a young woman entered the room. I stared wonderingly at her pale, fair face and guessed that she was Patricia. The name so suited one so noble-looking. "How is the patient, Maria?" she asked the nurse, ignoring my questioning look, and she was gentle-voiced. From the moment she had entered the door, a calm, soothing restfulness seemed to pervade the room, and at the sound of her low-toned voice, I had a sudden desire to sleep. Slowly, a peaceful drowsiness crept over me, and I dropped into a deep, healing slumber. And this was the beginning of a series of wonderful dreams. Each time I awakened from one of these calm, restful sleeps, I could remember a beautiful dream, a dream that seemed to be a wonderful object lesson played out in a picture-like detail from my observation. It was as though I took no part in them, and yet the central figure in each who passed through so many adventures seemed to be my own soul. As my eyes closed sleepily, a thin path stretched out like a ribbon, winding through valleys and over hills, and around great masses of broken rock, and through dark forests where singing birds fluttered across the gloomy arches. This road wound through the veil of form, and onward and upward to an end that no man knows, for none who have walked that silver thread have come back to tell of the mysteries that lie over the edge of the hills of eternity. Along this path a pilgrim wound his way, leaning upon a palmer's staff. Ever now and again he would shade his eyes with his hands, searching for the end of that twisting, winding path. For many years he had walked that road, and seen its forks where others joined it, tiny paths, mere footways, seldom walked were they. But the pilgrim knew that all these narrow ways led to the mighty road for which he was searching, the one that had no name or parting and wound onward into the very sky itself. On and on the pilgrim went, stopping now and again at some wayside shrine, where he knelt in prayer. Over the top of mighty mountains, through the depths of valleys bordered by towering cliffs and broken crags, the pilgrim journeyed. And at last, one afternoon as the sun was sinking, a ball of flaming light amid the fleecy clouds of the west, he reached the foot of a lofty cliff. Here he saw a fine white path winding along its mighty sides to the very top. He stopped and gazed in awe, then fell upon his knees. For instead of ending on the mountain top, the winding road kept right on up into the heavens. It twisted and wound like a mighty spiral thread. The pilgrim fancied that it passed from star to star until finally lost in the infinitude of eternity. Eagerly he pressed onward, longing to travel that mystic way leading up to the heavens. Slowly the shadows grew around him as he entered another grove of sacred trees. A chill weighed upon the wanderer's heart. Those mighty ones of the forest that rose above him seemed like great ghosts or priests of old standing in silent adoration, reaching their branches heavenward in silent prayer. As he listened, the swaying of the wind among their leafy crests seemed like the chant of a mystic choir, and a great stillness entered his being. Moving on, scarce breathing, he finally reached a mighty arch of white stone which barred his way. The road passed under the arch with its gates of iron and seemed to end in a wondrous white chapel that nestled like some jewel of snowy crystal amidst the dark carbon of the forest. As the pilgrim stopped before this gate, wondering how he could go on, a low creaking sound was heard, and the massive portal swung open as though moved by unseen hands, and a great inspiration drew him onward, leading him through and up the marble steps that led to the mystic chapel. The door of this swung open also, and in awe and reverence the pilgrim entered and stared around. He stood in a circular chamber, all finished in pure white marble. The floor of inlaid stones and mosaic seemed like trodden snow, and from it rose pillars of pure Carrara, which upheld the mighty dome. Before him rose a shrine, and under the shrine a little doorway, scarce higher than his waist, and through this open portal the palmer saw the path continuing. "What place is this?" he thought, as he gazed upon the shrine, whose soft white curtains were closed, concealing he knew not what. As if in answer, a voice replied, "This is the shrine of the Bleeding Heart." The pilgrim turned, and behind him stood an old man, his white hair encircled by a band of shining gold, and his grey beard falling upon the robe he wore. His garment hung from the shoulders, and was of the same colourless white as the temple around him. "What mean you, master?" asked the pilgrim, bowing humbly at the feet of the aged man. "This," answered the shining one, "is the place of tribulation. Many there are who walk the way of silver light that you have come, but few have passed beyond this point. Before you, the winding path which marks the way of immortal life goes upward to the feet of the divine. But he who would walk it must find the key that is hidden in this chapel. See the door that is open before you, how small it is and how low. Like the eye of the needle is this pathway, and none may pass save those who bow. You now stand at the doorway of immortality, for those who pass this portal go on into the infinite and are of earth no more. Come, let me show you the shrine." The aged man led the mortal one across the room, and as they came near, the silken curtains parted, and a great ray of glorious light blinded the seeker. As he grew accustomed to the brilliance and dared to gaze into the mystic recess, he saw, quivering and pulsating in the sacred niche, a living heart from which poured streamers of golden light. "Master, what is that?" asked the pilgrim in awe. "That, my son, is the Bleeding Heart, the guardian of the sacred doorway. None shall pass this point save they be anointed of the drops of blood that pour from this mystic shrine. You cannot approach the door, for the light will blind you. So this guardian stands, and to you, O man of earth, it left the riddle, how to pass this mystic shrine." The pilgrim sought to press forward, but the light drove him back, and the great glowing, pulsating heart seemed to grow greater as he sought to near the infinite. "Master, I cannot pass. Where shall I find the key to this mystery?" The old one shook his head. "That is for you to know and not mine to disclose," he answered kindly. As the wanderer stood, his head bowed in sorrow that his path should end thus, a strange dizziness came over him, and the room swayed and rocked. Things grew dim about him, and the old man's face seemed to swim in a sea of light. Slowly shadows fell, the white temple faded away, the mountain with the path into the stars dissolved, and the pilgrim found himself standing upon the same endless road that stretched for miles before him and was lost in the shadows behind. "What way shall I go now to reach the light?" he murmured, gazing around in sorrow. From somewhere a voice seemed to whisper, "Go on, go on." And slowly he began again that endless wandering to the very furthermost part of creation, praying that he might again find the point where the road passed into the stars. His torn, bleeding feet leaving their tracks of blood upon the path, the pilgrim wandered on, and at last fell for a moment's rest beside another wayside shrine. "Is there no end to these wanderings?" he mutely asked, gazing up at the crucified one hung in the little alcove. From the dying figure came the echo to his question, "Is there no end?" For years I've walked the way faithfully and truly. Each turn of this road whispers that the end is near, but when I reach the bend it stretches out as endless as before. Everywhere I have sought my God and his light. Everywhere I find a promise that fades as I approach. Many a night I have seen a wondrous city shine out from the skies on the top of some distant mountain, but when I climb its lofty sides and fall exhausted, the vision fades away, only to be built again upon some other distant peak. Alone, with none to give a word of cheer, with none to understand. O God, must it be forever? Again the figure upon the cross echoed back his words, alone with none to give a word of cheer, with none to understand. O God, must it be forever? As the pilgrim knelt there, his heart broken and bleeding, a tottering form slowly approached the shrine, falling, stretched weak hands towards the crucifix that it contained. He was an old man, and his raiment was torn and tattered, his face deeply lined with sorrow turned in despair to the cross. And slowly dragging himself along, he reached the foot of the tiny shrine. "This is the end," he murmured. "It seems ages that I have sought, but I can go on no more. And here, brother, when I am gone, lay me to rest, here beneath the crucifix." The young one turned, and a feeling no mortal man can express filled his soul as he gazed at the dying form. "No, no, my brother," he cried. "Have courage. I too have wandered long and suffered much. I know what you have been through, and how the miles seem without an end, for I have walked them also. But courage, brother, for I see now what I never saw before. Something within me that has cried many a long year is loosened. Something whispers that has long been silent. My heart too was broken, but as the iron fingers closed upon it, a new world opened to me. For out of it escaped a gleam of light that shows me the way of the wise. Come, brother, let me help you, and we shall yet find the light. For see round yonder curve a gleam of light appears. I am sure that this indeed is the end of the way." The old man looked, and a new hope filled his eyes. "Indeed, I see it also," he whispered. "Come, let us go on." He rose, and his tottering steps seemed strengthened for a moment as he pressed forward towards the light. But just as he reached the curve with his hands outstretched, he fell forward upon his face and lay still. The pilgrim, himself rushing towards that gleam, stopped and wavered for a second, and then turned back to the form that held out a hand weakly. "No, brother, I will not leave you. I have suffered as you have suffered and will stay with you, for well I remember the agony I went through when none would stop." Reaching the side of the old man, he knelt down and, lifting the aged head upon his knee, tried to soothe the sufferer, unheeding the fact that but a moment before he had himself been dying of a broken heart. As he knelt there, he did not see that the great trees around him with their massive pillars were slowly turning white. He did not realize that the swaying branches that linked overhead were turning into a dome of marble. But as he knelt, the figure before him slowly faded away, and with a cry of amazement, the pilgrim rose to his feet and gazed around. He was again in the temple, but this time alone. He looked towards the shrine of Bleeding Heart. It was empty. The little door below it was open before him, and a voice seemed to tell him to go on. Reaching the little gate, he knelt down and, bowing in humility, passed through. Before him the path led up to the stars, and with hands crossed upon his breast, he started up a path that seemed like jewels and diamonds glistening in a spiritual sun. Gazing down at his garments, he found that they were not those that he had been wearing, but were of white. Obeying an impulse, he raised his hands to look at them. They were covered with blood, and twisting and gleaming between his fingers was the bleeding heart, which had been on the shrine, while behind him stretched a fine thread of blood that marked the path he had been walking. A voice said, "That is the key." Chapter 10. "The key, the key, the key," the voice kept saying. From everywhere the word could be traced, half seen, half read, and heard by ears that were not of this earth. Suddenly a great star of light appeared before the pilgrim, growing larger and brighter, seeming to spin, dance, and twist, and at last exploded into thousands of streamers of colored light. I felt myself falling down, down, down through an abyss of darkness, where not even stars lighted the sky of eternity. Suddenly the fall stopped, and opening my eyes, I found myself looking straight up at a filigree pattern of pink flowers that decorated the ceiling over my head. I felt weak and faint, and for several seconds could not move. Then, turning slightly, I made the rather startling discovery that I could move, for in some subconscious way, I did not feel that the body I had was connected with me. The morning sun was shining in at the window, casting its bright reflections about the apartment, and I lay looking up at the ceiling, trying to collect my shattered thoughts and piece out the story since the time I was sent whirling from the train and over the embankment. As I lay there, a dark shadow began to crawl slowly up the side of the wall. My overwrought nerves gave way, and in spite of myself I gave a cry, for creeping up the wall beside my bed was a great shadowy spider which seemed at least a foot across, having no substance whatsoever and existing only as a shadow upon the wall. My mind recalled the black magic that had been used on me before, so I braced myself against what I felt was to be an attack, at the same time sending out a call for the master, as I always did involuntarily in moments of trouble. The shadow stopped, and I could see the vibrant, hairy legs of the spider twist and cross each other as the fine feelers felt over the surface of the wallpaper. At the same time, I felt behind me the presence which I had learned to love beyond life itself, that of the master. Turning quickly, I looked at him and pointed to the spider, crying, "Save me, for I cannot move out of my bed, and this thing is crawling down upon me." I recognized the majestic form that stood at my bedside by the eyes rather than anything else, for he was dressed in a military costume of Western style, and his face was no longer that of a Hindu but of a European prince. As I looked pleadingly at him, the brother of the shining robe smiled slightly. "Here, my son," he said quietly, "is a lesson well worth the price of the terror. What think you this is?" "Why," I answered, "I know not, but I presume I am being attacked again, as I was before, by some hallucination or ethereal creature launched against me by the Black Brotherhood." The slight smile still played around his lips as he answered, "Do you know what is black magic's greatest weapon?" "No, master," I answered. "Then I will tell you. It is fear. It makes of strong men cowards, of honest men thieves, and of Christians demons, of gods devils who inhabit the filmy fastnesses of hell. Know you not that black magic deals with the element of fear, and much of the evil in the world is based upon the fear of the unknown, which is most often harmless until we people it with demons of our own creation. The creeping creature that you see upon the wall, that shadowy thing which you feel is the blow of black magic, is like indeed black magic itself, but a shadow of the real. Look!" And he pointed towards the window. Rising with painful effort on one elbow, I gazed towards the aperture where the bright morning sun was shining through the spotless pane. And there on the window pane was a black spider, a little larger than a fly, and I realized why the smile had lurked around those lips. The sun shining in through the window had caused the gigantic shadow of the little insect to be cast upon the wall beside my bed. With a sigh of relief, yet a feeling of sheepishness, I sank back upon the couch. "Yes," continued the old man, "darkness is but a shadow of the real. Evil is like you little spider, until the reflections of the human mind casts a shadow many times as large upon the walls of the soul. You are safe at this time. No further attempt will be made against you until you are able to be up and start again on your mission. It is then that you need to worry. You are too strongly protected here for them to come. But as you go out into the world again, and you are weakened by contact with the multitudes, and your spirit is broken by the rebuffs of the world, then will black magic become again a vital factor in your effort to succeed." The master vanished as he had come, but I had not noticed that during the latter part of our conversation the door of the room had opened. The tall, slim form of Miss March, with her pale and highly arched brow, had been standing in the doorway of the room. I knew she had not seen the master, but she must have heard me talking to him and seen the gestures that I had made while he was present. "To whom were you talking?" she asked, as she entered the room and closed the door softly behind her. Realizing the instructions I had received concerning the secrecy of the adepts, I remained silent. She repeated her question, and feeling that I must answer in some way, I replied, "I was talking to my teacher." She looked for 2 or 3 minutes at me in a rather strange way, and I could see that she did not understand what I was talking about. "Why," she exclaimed, "there was no one here. There is no one here now." "In the last assertion you are quite right, Miss March," I assured her, "but in the first I must beg to differ. In my half-dazed condition I was badly frightened by the spider on yonder wall, and in my nervous extremity I called for help in the only way I knew, and was discussing the problem when you arrived." The girl was silent for several seconds. "You mean there was someone here and I could not see?" she inquired. I bowed my head silently in assent. "Who was it?" she asked. "I'm very sorry, but it is quite impossible for me to answer that question." "What do you mean?" "I mean that sacred obligations which I have taken forbid me to discuss the personalities of some people." Miss March laughed slightly. "Your story amuses me. There's a certain air of mystery in it, and mystery is always fascinating. But come, I want you to tell me the name of this unseen person with whom you were holding conversation." Again I shook my head, Miss March looked at me for 2 or 3 moments, and her face broke out in a point. I do not see what harm it can do, and I am very, very inquisitive. You know, I have been a student of herbs, and in my studies I have come across many statements concerning strange transcendental powers and so forth. But in accordance with the views of the students of today, I accept them only as fables and superstitions of the Dark Ages. But at last I find one who claims to know and talk to one of these strange persons who make themselves invisible. And this person, and she looked straight at me, refuses to answer even one little question for me. I felt myself in a rather embarrassing position, but still maintained a dogged silence. I think you were just fooling me, she exclaimed. I think you were talking to yourself, or else you were delirious. No, I assured her. What I told you is absolutely true. She laughed slightly, and her thin, pale face seemed rather sardonic with that smile. I won't believe any of your stories unless you tell me about this person. I felt that the young woman, who knew nothing of the power and beauty and magnificence of my master, was deliberately laughing at one whom I adored above life itself, and for a moment my judgment left me. I was determined to prove to Miss March that my master really existed and was all that I could claim for him. I opened my mouth to contradict her, tell her who my master was and where he came from, when suddenly out of the ether formed a human hand which closed over my mouth, just as a torrent of words from a befagged, rattle-brained mind were about to expose the position that I held in the work I was doing. Do as I would, I could not speak, for the fingers were like a vice. In a second I realized my mistake and heard a well-known voice whisper in my ear, "Be discreet." Without another word I sank back upon the pillow. As for Miss March, she had seen the hazy outline of the fingers, and startling back with a little cry had run from the room. There was silence for several minutes. Then the wind blew close the door she had left open with a bang, and I was alone with my thoughts and the shadow of the spider which still sunned itself on the wall over the head of my bed. 2 lessons, I murmured. 2 mistakes. If I cannot do better than this, it were wise for the plan that I should sleep forever. And then, the drowsiness of weakness returning, I closed my eyes and knew no more until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the following day. The Initiates of the Flame by Manly P. Hall. Introduction. Few realize that even at this present stage of civilization in this world, there are souls who, like the priests of the ancient temples, walk the earth, watching and guarding the sacred fires that burn upon the altar of humanity. Purified ones are they, who have renounced the life of this sphere in order to guard and protect the flame, that spiritual principle in man now hidden beneath the ruins of his fallen temple. As we think of the nations that are gone, of Greece and Rome, and the grandeur that was Egypt's, we sigh as we recall the story of their fall, and we watch all the nations of today, wondering which will be the next to draw its shroud around itself and join that great ghostly file of people that are dead. But everywhere, even in the rise and fall of nations, we see through the haze of materiality the figure of justice. Everywhere we see the principle of reward, not of man, but of the invincible one, the eternal flame. A great hand reaches out from the unseen and regulates the affairs of man. It reaches out from that great spiritual flame which nourishes all created things. The never-dying fire that burns on the sacred altar of cosmos, that great fire which is the Spirit of God. If we turn again to the races now dead, we shall discover the cause of their destruction. The light had gone out. When the flame within the body is withdrawn, the body dies. When the light was taken from the altar, the temple no longer was the dwelling place of a living God. Degeneracy, lust and passion, hates and fears crept into the souls of ancient Greece and Rome, and black magic overshadowed Egypt. The light upon the altar grew weaker and weaker. The priests lost the word, the name of the flame. Little by little the flame flickered out, and as the last spark grew cold, a once mighty nation was extinguished, buried beneath the dead ashes of its own spiritual fire. But the flame did not die. Like spirits of which it is the essence, it cannot die because it is life, and life cannot cease to be. In some wilderness of land or sea it rested once more, and there again arose a mighty nation around that flame. So history goes on down through the ages. As long as people are true to the flame, it remains. But when they cease to nourish it with their lives, it passes on to other lands and other worlds. The worshippers of this flame are now called heathens. Little do we realize that we ourselves are heathens until we are baptized of the Holy Spirit, which is fire. For fire is light, and the children of the flame are the sons of light, even as God is light. There are those who for ages have labored with man to help him kindle within himself this spark, which is his divine birthright. These are they who by their lives of self-sacrifice and service have awakened and tended the fire, who through ages of study have learned the mystery it contains, and whom we now call the initiates of the flame. For ages they have labored with mankind to help him uncover the light within himself, and on the pages of history they have left their seal, the seal of fire. Unhonored and unsung, they have labored with humanity, and now their lives are used as fairy stories to amuse children. The time will come, however, when the world will know the work they did, and realize that our present civilization is raised upon the shoulders of the mighty demigods of the past. Like Faust, we stand with all our lore a fool no wiser than before, because we reject the truths they taught and the evidence of their experiences. Let us honor these sons of the flame, not by words, but by living so that their sacrifice shall not be in vain. They have shown us the way. They have led man to the gateway of the unknown, and then in their robes of glory passed behind the veil. Their lives were the key to their wisdom, as must ever be. Though long ago they passed out, they still stand in history as milestones on the path of human progress. Let us watch these mighty ones as silently they pass by. First Orpheus, playing upon the seven-stringed lyre of his own being, the music of the spheres. Then Hermes, the thrice greatest, with his emerald tablet of divine revelation. Through the shades of the past we dimly see Krishna, the illuminated, who on the battlefield of life taught man the mysteries of his own soul. Next we see the sublime Buddha, his yellow robe not half so glorious as the heart it covered, and our own dear master, the man Jesus, his head surrounded with a halo of golden flame, and his brow serene with the calm of mastery. Then Mohammed, Zoroaster, Confucius, Odin, Moses, and others no less worthy passed by before the eyes of the student. They were the sons of the flame. From the flame they came, and to the flame they have returned. To us they beckon, bidding us to join them, and in our robes of self-earned glory serve the flame they love. They were without creed or clan. They served but the one great ideal. From a common source they came, to a common place they have returned. No superiority was theirs, but hand in hand they labored for humanity. Each loves the other, for the power that has made them masters has also shown them the brotherhood of all life. In the pages that follow, we shall try to show this great thread, the spiritual thread of living fire that winds in and out through all religions and binds them together with mutual ideals and mutual needs. In the story of the Holy Grail and the legends of King Arthur, we find that thread wound around the table of the king and the temple of Mount Salvert. This same thread of fire that passes through the roses of the Rosicrucians is entwined about the petals of the lotus and around the temple pillars of Luxor. There is but one religion in all the world, and that is the worship of God, the spiritual flame of the universe. Under many names he is known in all lands, but whether as Ishwar, or Ammon, or God, he is ever the same, the creator of the universe, and fire in his universal symbol. We are the flame-born sons of God, thrown off as sparks from the wheels of the infinite. Around this flame we have built forms which have hidden our light. But as students, we are increasing this light by love and service, until it shall again proclaim us sons of the eternal. Within us burns that flame, and before its altar the lower man must bow, a faithful servant of the higher. When he serves the flame, he grows, and the light also grows, until finally he takes his place with the true initiates of the universe, those who have given all to the infinite in the name of the flame within. Let us, therefore, seek this flame and also serve it, realizing that it is in all created things, that all are one because all are parts of that eternal flame, the fire of spirit, the life and power of the universe. To the true creator of this book upon this altar of the flame, the writer offers it and dedicates it to the one fire which blazes forth from God, and which is now hidden within each living thing. The world is the schoolroom of God. Our being in school does not make us learn, but within it is the opportunity for all learning. That school has its grades and its classes, its science and its arts, and admission to it is the birthright of man. Its graduates are its teachers, and its pupils are all created things. Its examples are found in nature, and its rules are God's laws. Those who would matriculate in the higher colleges and universities must first, day by day and year by year, work through the common school of life, and present to their new teachers the diplomas they have won, upon which is written the name that none may read, save those who have received it. The hours may seem long and the teachers cruel, but each of us must walk that path, and the only ones qualified to go onward are those who have passed through the gateway of experience. God's great school for man. Chapter 1. The Fire upon the Altar. As far back as our history goes, we find that fire has played an important role in the religious ceremonials of the human race. In practically every religion, we find the sacred altar fires, which were guarded by the priests and vestals with greater care than their own lives. In the Bible, we find many references made to the sacred fires, used as one form of devotion by the ancient Israelites. The altar of burnt offerings is as old as the human race and dates from the time when primordial man, lifting himself out of the mists of ancient Lemuria, first saw the sun, the great fire spirit of the universe. Among the followers of Zoroaster, the Persian initiate, fire has been used for centuries in honor of the great fire god, Ormuzd, who is said by them to have created the universe. There are two parts or divisions of humanity whose history is closely related to that of the wisdom teachings. They embody the doctrines of fire and water, the two opposites of nature. Those who follow the path of faith, or the heart, use water and are known as the sons of Seth, while those who follow the path of mind and action are the sons of Cain, who was the son of Samael, the spirit of fire. Today we find the latter among the alchemists, the Hermetic philosophers, the Rosicrucians, and the Freemasons. It is well to understand that we ourselves are the cube altar upon which and in which burns the altar fire. For many centuries, the initiate of fire has been nourishing and guarding the spiritual flame within himself. As day and night, the ancient priest tended the altar fires of Vesta's temple. The ever-burning lamp of the alchemist, which burned for thousands of years without fuel in the catacombs of Rome, is but a symbol of this same spiritual fire within himself, which was carried by the initiate in his wandering. It represents the spinal column of man, at the top of which is flickering a little blue and red flame. As the lamp of the ancients was fed and kept burning by the purest of olive oil, so man is transmuting within himself and cleansing in the laver of purification the life essences, which, when turned upward, provide fuel for the ever-burning lamp within himself. Upon the altars of the ancients were offered sacrifices to their gods. The ancient Hierophant offered up sacrifices of spices and incense. The Masonic brother of today still has among his symbols the incense burner or censer, but few of the brothers recognize themselves in this symbol. Under articles such as this, the ancients symbolize the development of the individual, and as the tiny spark burning among the incense cubes slowly consumes all, so the spiritual flame within the student is slowly burning away and transmuting the base metals and properties within himself, and offering up the essence thereof as the smoke upon the altar of divinity. It is said that King Solomon, when he completed his temple, offered bulls as a sacrifice to the Lord by burning them upon the temple altar. Those who believe in a harmless life wonder why so many references are made in the Bible to animal sacrifice. The student will realize that the animal sacrifices referred to are those of the celestial zodiac, and that when the ram or the bull was offered upon the altar, it represented the qualities in man which come through Aries, the celestial ram, and Taurus, the celestial bull. In other words, the initiate passing through his tests and purification is offered upon the altar of his own higher being, the lower animal instincts and desires within himself. Among the Masonic brothers we find also what is called the symbol of mortality. It consists of a spade, a coffin, and an open grave, while upon the coffin has been laid a sprig of acacia, or evergreen. In the picture, we see the spade of the grave digger, which has been considered the symbol of death for centuries. In the Book of Thoth, that strange document which has descended to man at present stage of evolution as a deck of ordinary playing cards, we find a very wonderful symbolism. Of all the suits of cards, the spade is the only one in which all the court cards face away from the pip. In all the other kings and queens, the faces are looking at the little marker in the corner of the card, but in the spade suit, they look away from it. Now it is said that the spade has been taken from the acorn, but the occult student has a different idea. He sees in the spade, which has for ages been the symbol of death, a certain part of his own anatomy. If you will turn again to the picture of the spade, you will see, if you have ever studied anatomy, that the gravedigger's spade is the spinal column, and the spade-shaped piece used on the deck of cards is nothing more or less than the sacrum bone. This bone forms the base of the spinal column, and is also the spear of the passion. Through it and the foramina which pierce it pass the roots of the spinal nerve, which are indeed the roots of the tree of life. This is the center through which are nourished and fed the lower vertebrae of the spine, the sacral and coccygeal bones that dig the graves for all created things. This point has been beautifully symbolized by the gravedigger's spade, which has been used by the brothers of many mystic organizations. The currents and forces working through these lower spinal nerves must be transmuted and lifted upward to feed the altar fire at the positive or upper end of the spine. The focusing of thought or emotion upon higher or lower things, as the case may be, determines where this life energy will be expended. If the lower emotions predominate, the flame upon the altar burns low and flickers out, because the forces which fed it have been concentrated upon the lower centers. But when altruism predominates, the lower forces are raised upward and pass through the purification, which makes possible their use as fuel for the ever-burning lamp. Thus we see why it was a great sin to let the lamp go out, for the pillar of flame, purified and prepared after the directions of the Most High, which hovered over the tabernacle, is the spiritual flame which, hovering above man, lights his way wherever he may go. The sun of our solar system, that is the spiritual sun behind the physical globe, is one of these flames. Its beginning was no greater than ours, but through the power of attraction and the transmutation of its ever-increasing energies, it has reached its present proportions. This flame in man is the light that shineth in darkness. It is the spiritual flame within himself. It lights his way as no exterior light could do. This radiation from him brings into view one by one the hidden things of the cosmos, and his ignorance is dispelled in the exact proportion as his light is spread. For the darkness of the unknown can only be displaced by light, and the greater the light, the farther back the darkness is driven. This is the lamp of the philosopher, which he carries through the dark passageways of life, and by whose light he walks among the stones and along the edge of the narrow cliff without fear. But though he gain all other things, and have not this light within himself, he cannot know where he goes, he cannot watch his footsteps, and he cannot dispel his ignorance with the light of truth. Therefore let each student watch the fire that burns upon his own altar. Let him make that altar, his body, as beautiful and harmonious as possible, and let him also sacrifice upon that altar the frankincense and myrrh, his actions and his deeds. As in the tabernacle he offers all upon the altar of divinity, so let him day by day, through the mastery of the lower emotions with himself, dispel the symbols of mortality, the coffin and the open grave. Let him realize that no matter how crystallized or dead his life may be, the fact that he exists at all proves that the sprig of acacia, the promise of life and immortality, is present somewhere within himself. That even though the flame of life may appear faint or cold, if he will supply the fuel by his daily actions, he will kindle within himself once more the altar flame, and this shining forth will help his brother also to kindle his flame, and make it a living sacrifice to the living God. Chapter 2. The Sacred City of Shambhala. In every mythology and legendary religion of the world, there is one spot that is sacred above all others to the great ideal of that religion. To the Norsemen, it was Valhalla, the city of the slain, built of the spears of heroes, and where feasting and warfare were the order of the day. Here the heroes fought all day and reveled by night. Each day they killed the wild boar and feasted on it, and the next day it came to life again. In the Northland, they tell us that Valhalla was high up on the top of the mountains and connected to the earth below by Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. That up and down this bridge the gods passed, and Odin, the Allfather, came down from Asgard, the city of the gods, to work and labor with mankind. Among the Greeks, Mount Olympus was held sacred, and here the gods are said to have lived high up on the top of a mountain. The Knights of the Holy Grail are said to have their castle among the crags and peaks of Mount Salvert, in northern Spain. In every religion of the world there is a holy place, the Oriental Meru, and Mount Moriah, and Mount Sinai, upon which the tablets of the law were given to man, are all symbols of one universal ideal. As each of these religions claimed a castle and a home among the clouds, so it is said that all the religions of the world have their headquarters in Shambhala, the sacred city in the Gobi Desert of Mongolia. Among the Oriental peoples, there are wonderful legends of the sacred city, where it is said the Great White Lodge or Brotherhood meets to carry on the conduct of world affairs. As the Asirs of Scandinavia were 12 in number and Mount Olympus had 12 deities, so the Great White Brotherhood is said to have 12 members who meet in Shambhala to direct the affairs of men. It is said that this center of universal religion descended upon the earth when the polar cap, which was the first part of the earth's surface to crystallize, became solid enough to support life. Science now knows that not only does the earth have two motions, that of rotation upon its axis and revolution around the sun, but also that it has 9 other motions, according to Flammarion, the French astronomer. One of these motions is that of the alternation of the poles. In other words, someday that part of the Earth's surface which is now the North Pole will become the South Pole. It is therefore said that the sacred city has left its central position and after much wandering is now located in Mongolia. Those acquainted with the Mohammedan religion will see something of a great interest in the annual pilgrimage to the Kaaba at Mecca, where thousands go to honor the Stone of Abraham, the great aerolite upon which Mohammed is said to have rested his foot. Old and young alike, some even carried, wind through desert sands and endure untold hardships. Many come from great distances to visit the place they cherish and love. In India, we find many sacred places to which pilgrims go, even as the Templars in our Christian religion went to the sepulchre of Christ. Few see in this anything more than an outward symbol, but the true student recognizes the great esoteric truth contained therein. The spiritual consciousness in man is a pilgrim on the way to Mecca. As this consciousness passes upward through the centers and nerves of the body, it is like the pilgrim climbing the heights of Mount Sinai or the Knight of the Holy Grail returning to Mount Salvert. When the spinal fire of man starts on its upward journey, it stops at many shrines and visits many holy places. For like the Masonic brother and his Jacob's ladder, the way that leads to heaven is upward and inward. The spinal fire passes through the centers or seed ground of many great principles, and worships at the shrines of many divine essences within itself. It is eternally going upward, however, and finally it reaches the great desert. But only after pain and suffering and long labor does it cross that waste of sand. This is the Gethsemane of the higher man, but finally he crosses the sacred desert, and before him in the heart of the lotus rises the golden city, Shambhala. In the spreading of the bone between the eyes, called the frontal sinus, is the seat of the divine in man. There, in a peculiar gaseous material floats, or rather exists or is, the fine essence which we know as the spirit. This is the lost city in the sacred desert, connected to the lower world by the Rainbow Bridge, or the silver cord. And it is to this point in himself that the student is striving to rise. This is the sacred pilgrimage of the soul, in which the individual, leaving the lower man and the world below, climbs upward into the higher man, or higher world, the brain. This is the great pilgrimage to Shambhala. And as that great city is the center for the direction of our earth, so the corresponding great city in man is the center for his governmental system. When any other thing governs man, he is not attuned to his own higher self. And it is only when the gods, representing the higher principle, come down the Rainbow Bridge and labor with him, teaching him the arts and sciences, that he is truly receiving his divine birthright. In the Orient, the student looks forward with eager longing to the time when he will be allowed to worship before the gates of the sacred city, when he shall see the initiates in silent conclave around the circular table of the zodiac, when the veil of Isis shall be torn away and the cover lifted from the Grail cup. Let the student remember that all these things must first happen within himself before he can find them in the universe without. The 12 elder brothers within himself must first be reached and understood before those of the universe can be comprehended. If he would find the great initiates without, he must first find them within. If he would see that sacred city in the lotus blossom, he must first open that lotus within himself, which he does petal by petal when he purifies and attunes himself to the higher principles within. The lotus is the spinal column, once more with its roots deep in materiality and its blossom lotus in the brain. Only when he sends nourishment and power upward can that lotus blossom within himself blossom forth, and its many petals give out their spiritual fragrance. You will sometimes see in store windows funny little Chinese gods or Oriental Buddhas sitting on the blossom of a lotus. In fact, if you look carefully, you will find that nearly all the Oriental gods are so depicted. This means that they have opened within themselves that spiritual consciousness, which they call the Sushumna. You have also seen the funny little hats worn by the Hindu gods. They are made to represent a flower upside down. And once more, like the rod of Aaron that budded, we see reference made to the unfolding of the spiritual consciousness within. When the lotus blossom has reached maturity, it drops its seed, and from this seed new plants are produced. Similarly, within the spiritual consciousness, when the plant is finished and its work is done, it is released to work and produce other things. In the Western world, the lotus has been changed to the rose. The roses of the Rosicrucian, the roses of the Masonic degrees, and also those of the Order of the Garter in England, all stand for the same thing. The awakening of spiritual consciousness and the unfolding into full bloom of the soul qualities of man. When man awakens and opens this bud within himself, he finds, like the golden pollen in the flower, this wonderful spiritual city, Shambhala, in the heart of the lotus. When this pilgrimage of his spiritual fire is accomplished, he is liberated from the top of the mountain, as in the ascension of Christ, the spiritual man, freed by his pilgrimage from the wheel of bondage, rises upward from the midst of his disciples, the convolutions of the brain, with that great cry of the initiate, which for ages has sounded through the mystery schools when the purified student goes onward and upward to become a pillar in the temple of his God. With that last cry, the true mystery of Shambhala, the sacred city, is understood, and he joins the ranks of those who, in white robes of purity, their own soul bodies, gazing down upon the world, see others liberated in the same way and hear them sound the eternal Toscan. Consummate est. It is finished. Chapter 3. The Mystery of the Alchemist. There are few occult students today who have not heard of the alchemist, but there are very few who know anything about the strange men who lived during the Middle Ages and concealed under chemical symbolism the history of the soul. At a time when to express a heretical religious thought was to court annihilation at the stake or wheel, they labored silently in underground caves and cellars to learn the mysteries of nature, which the religious opinions of their day denied them the privilege of doing. Let us picture the alchemist of old, deep in the study of natural lore. We find him among the test tubes and retorts of his hidden laboratory. Around him are massive tomes and books by ancient writers. He is a student of nature's mysteries and has devoted years, perhaps lives, to the work he loves. His hair has long since grayed with age. By the light of his little lamp he reads slowly and with difficulty the strange symbols on the pages before him. His mind is concentrated upon one thing, and that is the finding of the philosopher's stone. With all the chemicals at his command and the various combinations thoroughly understood, he is laboring with his furnace and his burners to make out the base metals, the philosopher's gold. At last he finds the key and gives to the world the secret of the philosopher's gold and the immortal stone. Salt, sulfur, and mercury are the answer to his problem. From them he makes the philosopher's stone. From them he extracts the elixir of life. With their power he transmutes the base metals into gold. The world laughs at him, but he goes on in silence, actually doing the very things the world believes impossible. After many years of labor, he takes his little lamp and silently slips away into the unknown. No one knows what he has done or the discoveries that he has made, but he, with his little lamp, still explores the mysteries of the universe. As the close of the 15th century enshrouded him with mystery, so the dawn of the 20th is crowning him with the glory of his just reward. For the world is beginning to realize the truths he knew and to marvel at the understanding which his years of labor had earned for him. Man has been an alchemist from the time when first he raised himself and with his long latent powers pronounced himself as human. Experiences are the chemicals of life with which the philosopher experiments. Nature is the great book whose secret he seeks to understand through her own wondrous symbolism. His own spiritual flame is the lamp by which he reads, and without which the printed pages mean nothing to him. His own body is the furnace in which he prepares the philosopher's stone. His senses and organs are the test tubes, and incentive is the flame from the burner. Salt, sulfur, and mercury are the chemicals of his craft. According to the ancient philosophers, salt was the earthy, sulfur was a fire, which was spiritual, while mercury was only a messenger, like the winged Hermes of the Greeks. His color is purple, which is the blending of the red and the blue of the spirit and the red of the body. The alchemist realizes that he himself is the philosopher's stone, and that this stone is made diamond-like when the salt and the sulfur, the spirit and the body, are united through mercury, the link of mind. Man is the incarnated principle of mind, as the animal is the incarnated principle of emotion. Man stands with one foot on the heavens and the other on the earth. His higher being is lifted to the celestial spheres, but the lower ties him to the terrestrial matter. Now the philosopher builds his sacred stone by harmonizing his spirit and his body. The hard knocks of life chip the stone away and facet it until it reflects light from a million different angles. The ultimate achievement is the philosopher's stone. The elixir of life is likewise the spirit fire, rather the fuel which nourishes that fire. And the changing of the base metals into gold is accomplished when he transmutes the base elements of the lower man into spiritual gold. This he does by study and love. Thus he is building within himself the lost panacea for the world's woe. The changing of base metals into gold can be called a literal fact, for the same chemical combination which produces spiritual gold will also produce physical gold. It is known that many of the ancient alchemists really did create the precious metal out of lead, alloy, etc. This was upon the principle that all things contain some part of everything else. In other words, every grain of sand or drop of water contains in some proportion every other element of the universe therein. Therefore, the alchemist did not try to make something from out of nothing, but rather to extract and build that which already was. And this, the student knows, is the only possible course of procedure. Man can create nothing from nothing. He does, however, contain within himself, in potential energy, all things, and like the alchemist with his metals, he is simply working with that which he already has. The living philosopher's stone is a very beautiful thing. Indeed, like the fire opal, it shines with a million different hues, ever changing with the mood of the wearer. The transmuting process whereby the spiritual fire passing through the furnace of purification radiates from the body as the soul body of gold and blue is a very beautiful one. The Masons have among their symbols a 5-pointed star with 2 clasped hands within it. And in that we have the mystery of the philosopher's stone. The clasped hands represent the united man in which the higher and lower are working for their mutual betterment by a cooperative rather than a competitive system. The 5-pointed star is the soul body, born of this cooperation. It is the living philosopher's stone, more precious than all the jewels on earth. From it pour the rivers of life spoken of in the Bible. It is the star of the morning that heralds the dawn of mastery and the reward of those who follow in the footsteps of the ancient alchemist. It is well for the student to realize that the alchemy of life produces in natural sequence all the states of progression explained in the writings of the alchemist, until finally the sun and the moon are united as described in the Hermetic marriage, which is, in truth, the marriage of the body and the spirit for their mutual development. We are the alchemists who centuries ago carried on in secret our studies of the soul. We still have not only the same opportunity that we had then, but even more, for now we can state our opinions with a little danger of personal injury. The modern alchemist thus has an opportunity that his ancient brother never had. On a busy street corner, he daily sees nature's experiments carried on. He sees the fusing of metals. And from the everyday book of life, through the process of analogy, he may study divinity. By the flame of life's experience, the steel of his spirit is tempered. As the moon in the zodiac touches off like a fuse the happenings of life, so his own desires and wishes touch off the powers of his soul. And these experiences may be transmuted into soul qualities when he has developed the eye which enables him to read the simplest of all books, everyday life. The alchemist of today does not study alone hidden in caves and cellars, but as he pursues his work it is seen that walls are built around him. For while, like the master of old, he is in the world, he is not of it. As he progresses further in his work, the light of other people's advice and outside help grows weaker and weaker, until finally he stands alone in darkness. Then comes the time that he must use his own lamp, and the various experiments which he has theretofore carried on must be his only guide. He must take the elixir of life, which he has developed, and with it fill the lamp of his spiritual consciousness. Holding that above his head, he must walk into the unknown, where, if he has been a good and faithful servant, he will learn of the alchemy of divinity. Where now test tubes and bottles are his implements, then he will study worlds and globes, and as a silent watcher learn from that divine one, the great alchemist of all the universe, the greatest alchemy of all. The creation of life, the maintenance of form, and the building of worlds. Chapter 4. The Egyptian Initiate. Myriads of years have elapsed since the Egyptian priest-king passed through the pillars of Thebes. Ages ago, before the sinking of Atlantis, and many ages before the Christian era, Egypt was a land of great truths. The hand of the great white brotherhood was outstretched to the empire of the Nile, and the passages of the ancient pyramid resounded with the chants of the initiates. Then it was that the pharaoh, now called half-human, half-divine, reigned over Egypt. Pharaohs were degenerate and of little importance. It is only the early pharaohs we now list among the priest-kings. Try to picture the great hall of Luxor, with its inscriptive columns holding up domes of solid granite, each column having carved thereon the histories of the gods. At the upper end of the chamber sat the pharaoh of the Nile in his robes of state. Around him were his counselors, chief among them the priest of the temple. An imposing spectacle it was, the gigantic frame of the later Atlantean robed in gold and priceless jewels, on his head the crown of the north and the south, the double empire of the ancient, on his forehead the coiled serpent of the initiate, the serpent that was raised in the wilderness, that all who looked thereon might live, and that sleeping serpent power in man which, coiled head downward around the tree of life, drove him from the garden of the Lord, but which raised upon the cross became the symbol of the Christ. The pharaoh was an initiate of Scorpio, and the serpent is the transmuted Scorpio energy which, working upward in the regenerated individual, is called the Kundalini. This serpent was the sign of initiation. It meant that within him the serpent had been raised, for the true pharaoh was a priest of God as well as a master of men. There he sat upon the cube altar throne, indicating his mastery over the four elements of his physical body, a judge of the living and of the dead, who, in spite of all his power and glory and the grandeur of the world's greatest empire, still bowed in humble supplication to the will of the gods. In his hand he carried the triple scepter of the Nile, the flail or whip, the shepherd's crook, and the Anubis-headed staff. These were the symbols of his work. They represented the powers which he had mastered. With the whip, he had subjugated his physical body. With the shepherd's crook, he was the guardian and keeper of his emotional body. With the Anubis-headed staff, he was master of his mind and worthy to wield the powers of government over others, because first of all he obeyed the laws himself. With all his robes of state, with the scarab upon his breast, and with the all-seeing eye above his throne, there was still nothing so precious or sacred to the ancient Egyptian priest-king as the triangular girdle, or apron, the symbol of his initiation. The apron of the ancient Egyptian carried with it the same symbolism as the Masonic apron of today. It symbolized the purification of the bodies, when the seat of the lower emotions, Scorpio, was covered by the white sheepskin of purification. This plain insignia, the symbol of his purification, though worn by many others inferior to him in rank and dignity, but equal to him in spiritual purification, was the most treasured possession of the Egyptian priest-king. There he sat, with the symbols of his purification and mastery written upon him in the words of the initiate, a wise king over a wise people. And it was through these priest-kings that divinity worked, for they were of the order of Melchizedek. Through them was formulated that doctrine which degeneracy has been unable entirely to obliterate, and which we know as the divine right of kings. Divine because by reason of their spirituality and growth, God was able to manifest through them. Conscious instruments were they in the hands of a superior power, willing and proud to do the work of those with whom they had attuned themselves through knowledge and truth. But as with every nation, the time came when selfishness and egotism entered the hearts of king and people alike. Slowly the hand of the great white brotherhood that had fed ancient Egypt was withdrawn. Slowly the powers of darkness transformed its former magnificence into crumbling ruins, and the names of once mighty kings were buried beneath the oblivion of degeneracy. Mighty cataclysms shook the world, and out of the land of darkness the great white brotherhood carried the chosen people into the promised land. Egypt, once the land of hope and glory, disintegrated into dust. The great temples of the pharaohs are naught but ruins. The temples of Isis broke in heaps of sandstone. But what of the priest-kings who labored there in the days of its glory? They are still with us. For those who were leaders before are leaders now, if they have continued to walk in the path. Though his scepter be gone and his priestly vestments molded away, still the priest-king walks the earth with the dignity, the power, and the childlike simplicity that formerly made him great. Though he no longer wears the robes of his order, and though he be without credentials, yet he is now as much a priest-king as then, for he still bears the true insignia of his rank. Knowledge and love have replaced the coiled serpent of the past. The hand that bestowed gifts of riches then does little acts of kindness now. Though he no longer carry the triple scepter of self-mastery, still he manifests that mastery in his daily life. Though the altar fires within the temple at Karnak have long since been dead, still burns the true fire within himself, and still he bows before it as in the days of Egypt's splendor. Though the priest no longer be his counselor, and the wise ones of his country no longer aid him in problems of state, yet he is never alone, for the priests in white and the counselors in blue still march by his side, whispering words of strength and courage when he needs them. Have you seen people that, regardless of appearances, somehow you liked? Have you seen charming people that, in spite of their charms, you hated? Have you seen learned people who were either fools or impressed you as such, and again other people who knew little but whom you felt to be wise? Such are the insignia of rank which the loss of title or position cannot destroy. With or without crowns, they were kings, not puppets dressed in tawdry tinsel. Still they are kings, and so will remain to the end of time. And still they manifest their rank, not by their superiority or high-headedness, but by the soul qualities radiating from them. The purity of life and motive still radiates from those of old who wore the apron of the initiate. For while that triangular apron with the serpent drawn upon it has long since rotted away, the spiritual counterpart of that symbol is still seen in the radiance of their daily lives, thus proving beyond all dispute that as they were priest-kings then, so are they today. In every walk of life we find them, in the high places and down in the mire, but wherever found, they are still the mouthpieces of the gods, and through them comes the promise to all who survive. Kings they are, not of earth but of heaven, and in the life of our own Master we find one who joined himself to those who served, and who was a true king, even when his only crown was a wreath of thorns. Still in the Pyramid of Giza, the initiations continue. Still the initiate there receives the insignia of his rank. Before that fire within himself he makes his vows, and upon the burning altar of his own higher being he lays his crown and his scepter, his robes and his diamonds, his hates and his fears, sanctifying his life as a priest-king, and swearing to serve none but his own higher self, the God within. His robes are his soul body, his crown is his life, and in the streets of life he is enthroned. Once more the dusky towers and factory chimneys around him fade back into the templed pillars of an ancient Luxor, and with the lunch pail on his arm and his face brown with honest dirt, he is as much a king as when the crown of the double Nile rested upon his brow, and the priest of the temple made him one with his God and his fellow man. Chapter 5. The Ark of the Covenant. One of the most interesting symbols that have come down to us from the ancients is that of the ark, or the box that was said to contain the sacred relics. Many people believe that this belongs particularly to the Jewish nation. But this is a great mistake, because the ark has been the birthright of every country. Like the Jewish people, all have lost much of their power and glory when they lost the sacred ark. In ancient Chaldea and Phoenicia, the ark was well known. India celebrates it as the lotus, and the ancient Egyptians tell how the moon god Osiris was imprisoned in an ark. In all the mystery religions of the world, individually and cosmically, the ark represents the fountainhead of wisdom. Over it, the Shekinah's glory hovers as a column of flame by night and a pillar of smoke by day. Every land sees and feels its presence when the priests, kings, and initiates take the sacred ark away from an old civilization, lost because of crystallization, and surrounded by those faithful to the truth, carry it into other lands and among other peoples. In every creed and religion, crystallization goes on. We find small groups of people separating themselves from their fellow men. We find those who, clinging to the old, refuse to advance with the new. And whenever we find this crystallization, we also find the spirit of truth carried away to another people and embodied in other doctrines. From the ancient Ark of the Israelites never had been removed the staves by which it was carried or transported, until finally it was placed in Solomon's temple. Likewise, never does the spirit fire in man come to rest until finally it is enthroned in the holy place of his solar temple. Ever towards the rising sun, its bearers carry this sacred truth. Nations are begotten of those who love the truth, and nations are buried when they forget it. The time has come again when its silent bearers have taken the sacred ark and the Shekinah's glory, and, moving across the waters in solemn file, have brought it to the new world. Throughout the universe, the call has sounded, and those who are true to their own higher principles have surrounded the sacred chest. Those who have sworn such allegiance to their own higher natures are following the priests with their sacred burden, and a magnificent mystery temple is being built in this glorious land of ours, loved and guarded by all those who are laboring for humanity. The staves still remain in the ark, however, and only when real good can be accomplished will they be removed and the sacred ark find a new resting place. This opportunity is now confronting the Western world. The knowledge of the ancients, the accumulated wisdom of the ages, is knocking at the door and seeking those who will follow it. The bearers of the ark have tarried and are gathering a nucleus of spiritual souls to carry on their work. But whether or not the word of the Lord will remain with a nation is dependent upon national life and ideals, for the actions of a nation are but the collective actions of its individuals. If the Ark of the Covenant, therefore, finds nothing here attuned to itself, if it finds only a few who will answer its call of service and brotherhood, then will its priests lift again the staves and carry it on to other lands. A nation thus deprived of its spiritual life will, like the ancient city of the Golden Gate, be swallowed up in oblivion. The call is now sounding, and those who love the truth and revere the light must join that band of devoted servers, who for centuries have dedicated themselves to the preservation of truth. These have given their lives 1,000 times for the cause of truth. Their personal happiness has always been second to their duty. These have given their lives 1,000 times for the cause of truth. Their personal happiness has always been second to their duty. These are the custodians of the sacred word, and the law of attraction draws to them all who love and live the truth. A great influx of spiritual light comes to those who have learned the doctrine and who live the life, and regardless of clan or country, they have joined the silent file of watchers and workers around the sacred Ark of the Covenant. By his daily actions, every individual is expressing far more plainly than by words his ideals, his desires, and also his attitude toward this great work. The composite attitude of a certain number of people either shuts out or lets in the light. Therefore, every individual has a sacred duty, a great work to do, and to which the true student must dedicate his life. Then wherever he may go, whatever he may do, he is being led, and the Shekinah's glory directs his footsteps. In the brain of man, between the wings of the kneeling cherubim, is the mercy seat. And there man speaks with his God as the holy priest of the tabernacle spoke to the Spirit of the Lord, hovering between the wings of the cherubim. Thus man represents the ark, and within him are the three principles, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the tablets of the law, the pot of manna, and the rod that budded. But as in the case of the ancient Israelites, when they become crystallized, the pot of manna and the rod that budded were removed from the ark, and all that was left were the tablets, or the letters of the law. So when the individual crystallizes and closes his mind to differing viewpoints, he excludes the life force which was flowing into it. In shutting out strangers, he pauperizes his own life, leaving only the tablets of the law, the material reasons from which the spiritual life has departed. Solomon's temple, the perfected temple of the human body, the perfected temple of the soul, and the perfected temple of the universe, finally forms the perfect shrine for the living ark. There at the head of a great cross it is placed, and there in man it becomes permanently fixed. The staves of polarity upon which it has been carried are then removed, and it becomes a living thing, a permanent place where man converses with his God. There man, the purified priest, arrayed in the robes of his order, the garments of his soul, holds communion with the Spirit hovering over the mercy seat. Though this ark within is ever present, yet man can only reach it after he has passed through the outer court of the tabernacle, through all the degrees of initiation, after he has taken the third degree and becomes a Grand Master. Then and only then can he enter into the presence of his Lord, and there in the darkened chamber lighted by the jewels of his own breastplate, converse with the Most High, the true spiritual essence within himself. We are all working toward this end, and the time will come when each person will know for himself the mystery of the ark, when the student, through purification, will be led through the door of the Holy of Holies, and there be enveloped by the light of truth. This was his birthright, which he sold for a mess of pottage. To this end came he into the world, that he might bear witness to this truth, that through this light all men might be saved. The Ark of the Covenant, that great spiritual principle surrounded by its loving workers, is calling all to follow it. When through materiality or degeneracy a great people are destroyed, or a continent sinks beneath the ocean, then those who are true are called around the ark, and as its faithful servers are led out of the land of darkness into the new world and a promised paradise. All great teachers set forth the same idea. The student will find that it is true, and when he allies himself with the powers of light and becomes a channel for its expression, when he radiates it from himself to all who need it, then indeed will the light protect him, and he will become a son of God. Chapter 6. Knights of the Holy Grail. Before taking up the study of the Grail legends, it would be well for all who are interested to read those tales now listed under the heading of children's fairy stories. For example, the story of good King Arthur and his Round Table is a cosmic myth, and while there is little doubt that he as a man actually lived, the real mystery, as in the story of the Christ, is not the literal tale, but the great mystic or occult truth concealed under allegory and parable. The same is true with the story of Parsifal, which can never be really understood and appreciated until the student sees in the knight, and later king of the sacred cup, his own spiritual development, and the temptations he must also master if he would become a king of the Grail. In Lohengrin, the same truth is again shown to the world. It is the path of initiation along which each must pass on his road to self-mastery. To every nation and in every tongue, sacred legends have been given to teach man the path he must follow. The blind Homer of the Greeks, who told of the wanderings of Ulysses, gave the same great truths to the world. The skalds of ancient Norway and Sweden, and the prophets of the Jews, used the same means, and everywhere from the sacred books of the East to the legends of the American Indians, we find one great connected truth, told to many different peoples in ways best suited for their development. Such a truth is the legend of the Round Table given to King Arthur as a wedding gift. All true students know what that wedding was, not of earth, but the wedding of the spiritual to the intellectual within the initiate himself, when the spirit and the body are united eternally, each swearing to honor and protect the other. Such a marriage was the union of Arthur and Guinevere in the legend of the king. Let us first of all consider the coming of Arthur the king. We read in the legend regarding Merlin the magician, the wise man, who it is said had charge of the coming king during his youth. Merlin represents the hand of the elder brothers who, realizing that a great ego had come into the world, had consecrated themselves to the task of preparing him for his mission. It was under the direction of Merlin, the mastermind, that the anvil and stone with the sword thrust into it were raised into the city square, when it became necessary for a new king to be selected. It was he also who called all the brave knights of the land together and told them that the one who could draw forth the sword would be king. And of all the knights assembled, Arthur, the half-grown boy, was the only one who could release the sword. There is a very wonderful mystery of the soul contained within that divine allegory. Let us read the letters that were engraved upon the sword. Whoso pulleth out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise king-born of England. The cube stone is the body, and had been so symbolized for centuries, and today among the Masons the ashlar is the symbol of man. Experience is the anvil, and it is upon this anvil that the sword is tempered. The sword is spirit, and he who would be king is the true spiritual sense of the word must first show his divine power by freeing the sword of spirit from the casings of the lower man and the world. It is the same symbol as that later used by Sir Galahad, the guileless knight, the personification of the purified man, who comes without a sword, but who later arms himself with the sword of spirit that he draws from the cube block floating down the river of life past Camelot. Sir Galahad had the strength of 10 because his heart was pure, and the knights of today must follow in his footsteps. If you have read the story of King Arthur, you will remember how he was given Excalibur, the enchanted sword, and how it came up out of the water held by a hand draped in white. Excalibur represents light and truth, which are the weapons of the true initiate. In England, there still hangs on a courthouse wall the round table of King Arthur. In the very center of the table is a beautiful rose, painted in natural colors. This symbol is that of the Rosicrucians, the ancient alchemists, and there is a direct connection between the legend of the British king and the ancient philosophers of fire. Now let us turn our attention for a moment to the history of the Holy Grail, or the cup from which Christ drank at the Last Supper, and which was said to have caught his blood when he hung dying upon the cross. Ancient legends tell us that this cup was made from a sacred stone, which had been the crown jewel of Lucifer, the dynamic energy of the universe. It was said that the green stone had been struck from the crown of Lucifer by the archangel Michael during the famous battle in heaven. After the death of Christ, it is said that Joseph of Arimathea took the sacred cup and the spear of the Passion and carried them into a distant land. With this sacred relic, he wandered through Europe and is said to have finally died. Those who followed him after many centuries of tribulation carried the sacred relics to Mount Salvert in northern Spain, where they remained until Parzival finally took the Grail and spear back to the east, where they are now preserved. It is around this cup and spear that the legends of Parzival and King Arthur have been written, and it is through a study of this fact that we are able to better understand the mystery of the Great White Lodge, of which the round table of King Arthur and the circular temple of the Knights of the Grail is a symbol. Although we no longer have the cup as a physical symbol, it is not gone from among us, as in the days of old the brave knights of the Round Table went out to fight for right. So those knights who belong to the Great White Brotherhood go out into the world today in the name of truth, laboring with mankind and seeking to right the wrongs of the world. It is said that the knights of King Arthur's court always fought on the side of virtue and purity, and so did those who rode out of Mount Salvert. The Grail Cup is the symbol of the creative force of nature. It is also the symbol of the human race, which is slowly learning the mysteries of creation. Within the cup is the blood of Christ, that force which is slowly or rapidly transmuting the body into soul, according as we give it greater or lesser opportunity. In the sacred spear we find symbolized again the creative force which in the hands of Klingsor, the evil one, wounds and causes suffering, but which when held by the pure Parzival heals the very wound that it caused. A great lesson is being taught to man through these allegories, but the average person is unwilling to stop and consider them. Many do not realize that they themselves are the ones whom the elder brothers of humanity must use in the fight against the forces of evil. They do not realize that the dragons and ogres of legend are their own lower natures, which they must overcome. They do not see in the hand-to-hand combat of the knights of old, for a lady's hand, the higher man and the lower man fighting for the soul within. The knight of today does not realize that the white armor he wears in his own purified body, which is proof against all that attacks of vice and passion, nevertheless, this is the meaning of the legend. His shield is truth, which is the perfect protection to the inner man. His strong right arm is the knowledge and spiritual power he has developed within. The sword he wields is the spiritual light, the pure flame of the spirit fire, which dispels the darkness of ignorance and the demons of lust. The sacred spear and the cup which he serves are the two poles of the creative life force within, the development of which he gains as he daily serves his fellow men. Far from the uninitiated, the 12 elder brothers of mankind sitting around the circular table of the universe watch the knights in their battle of life. In due course of time, the student, having finished his work here, is liberated at the foot of the Grail. There the candidate stands from head to foot in the armor of spirit and in the pure white of a body that has been cleansed. Then the cloth is lifted from the sacred cup, and he is illuminated by the light which would otherwise have killed him, had he seen it without purification. Then taking his place among the knights of the Round Table, he joins those who give up all to labor for humanity. When in sickness and in suffering we beseech the great unknown to send us help, then indeed our knight comes to us, as Lohengrin came to Elsa. When our loved ones pass into the unknown, there stands the brother of the Grail, the invisible helper, who through days of labor has earned the right to become a member of that great band of servers gathered around the table of the king, and who, while the body is wrapped in sleep, still labors in his search for light and truth, and prays for the day when he will also become the king of the Holy Grail. Chapter 7. The Mystery of the Pyramid. In the development of the occult student, there comes a time when he understands one of the great secrets of the initiates, namely, that every sacred thing outside of himself stands for some organ or function within himself. This is likewise true in the case of the Great Pyramid, except that this particular pile of stone, said by man to be the oldest building on the surface of the earth, is the great symbol of composite man. In other words, it stands for man as a unit. Let us first consider it simply from the exterior standpoint. When we first look at it in the distance, it seems to be one great stone, but as we come closer, we see that it is made up of thousands of smaller stones, each one carefully fitted into place. Here is the first likeness between the pyramid and man. We ordinarily consider man to be a unit, but when we examine him more closely, we find that he is an aggregation of infinitely smaller units, each working in harmony with the others. The analogy prevails everywhere. We take a successful life and think of it as an entirety, but when we analyze it, we find it composed of a vast number of lesser achievements, each contributing its might to the masterpiece. As thousands of workmen were used in the building of the pyramid, so unnumbered workmen are engaged in the building of our bodies, which are symbolic of the same building. There are many pyramids all over the world. We find them in South America and Mexico. We find mounds also, which were made to represent them among the American Indians. And in Europe and Britain, we find remnants of the same things. However, there is but one real pyramid among them all. Even the others in Egypt are but copies of the Great Pyramid and were used as tombs for the pharaohs. But no body was ever found in Cheops, nor were there ever any signs that it had been so used. Now let us continue our analogy between the pyramid and man. In the accompanying illustration, you will see the pyramid laid flat, and that it is made of 4 triangles laid around the base square. The 4-sided base of the pyramid represents the 4 primary elements of which man's bodies are composed. These are hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon, or earth, water, fire, and air. These are called the base of all things, and upon this base the four bodies of man are raised, each from its own element. Thus, the physical body is raised from the element earth, the vital body from water, the emotional body from fire, and the mental body from air. There are also 12 lines used in the drawing of the four triangles, which stand for the 12-fold constitution of man when it's complete. The threefold body, the threefold mind, the threefold soul, and the threefold spirit. It also gives us the 12 signs of the zodiac, divided into their respective groups. Out on the desert stands the Sphinx, the guardian of the threshold mentioned by Bulwer Lytton. It represents the bodies of man and is that strange being which must be passed before the student can go on in his development. The four fixed signs of which the Sphinx is a symbol are Taurus, the bull, Leo, the lion, Scorpio, the eagle, Aquarius, the man or the human head. We have considered the sacral bone, which is symbolized by the gravedigger's spade. Here is a picture of the head of the Sphinx and also the inverted sacral bone when it has been turned upward. In the inverted sacrum we see the Sphinx, and it is also the inverted Masonic keystone. All this is very interesting, but unless the inner meaning is realized, its true value is lost. It is not by chance, however, that these things should be so. Most students have heard of the dweller on the threshold, that creature built by our own wrong actions and mistakes. Out on Egypt's desert it stands and bars the way to the pyramid, the temple of the higher man, and the message that it gives to the world is, I am the bodies. If you would go on to the temple, you must master me, for I am within you. Again, the Sphinx symbolizes man, with the mind and spirit of the human rising out of the animal desires and emotions. It is the riddle of the ages, and man once more is the answer. It is said that in ancient times the Sphinx was the gateway of the pyramid, and that there was an underground passage which led from the Sphinx to Cheops. This would make the symbolism even more complete, for the gateway to the spirit is through the bodies, according to the ancients. Let us now enter the pyramid, and passing through the corridors, come to the king's chamber, as it was called. There are 3 great rooms in the pyramid which are of deep interest to the student. The highest is the king's chamber. Below that is the queen's chamber, and down below the surface of the earth is the pit. Here we again find the great correlation between the pyramid and man. The 3 rooms are the 3 major divisions in man, which are the seats of the threefold spirit. The lower room, or pit, is the generative system, which is under the control of Jehovah. The center room, or queen's chamber, is the heart, which is under the control of the Christ. And the upper room, or the king's chamber, is the brain, which is under the control of the Father. In this upper room is the coffer made of stone, the meaning of which has never been satisfactorily explained, but which the student recognizes as the third ventricle in the brain. It is quite certain also that this coffer was used as a tomb during initiation when, as in the Masonic initiations of today, the remnants of the ancient mysteries, the candidate was buried in the earth and resurrected, a symbol of the death of the lower man and the liberation of the higher. It is said that Moses was initiated in the Great Pyramid, and some also claim that Jesus was instructed there. Be that as it may, we know that for thousands of years since the time it was built by the Atlanteans, it has been the greatest temple of initiation in the world. It also seems that its work is not yet finished, for it is still a mute teacher of the mysteries of creation. It is further declared by man to be the original Solomon's temple. This, however, we know is not true, for while it may be the first and original material temple, the true temple of Solomon is the universe, the solar man's temple, which is slowly being rebuilt in man as the temple of the soul of man. Probably no point is as important in connection with the pyramid as that of the cornerstone. On the very top of the Great Pyramid is a comparatively flat space about 30 feet square. In other words, the true stone, which is the head of all the corners, is missing. On the reverse side of the Great Seal of the United States of America is again the pyramid from which the top has been separated. Omar Khayyam, the Persian poet, gives the secret of the keystone when he says, "From my base metal shall be filed a key, which shall unlock the door he howls without." The importance of the capstone is better understood in that it completes all the triangle at once, and without it none of them is complete. The stone is the spirit in man which fell from its high estate, and has been lost beneath the rubbish of the lower man. This is the true capstone, which is now hidden in the pit of man's temple, and which he must exhume and raise aloft again as the true crown of his spiritual pyramid. Man can do this only when he summons together the thousands of workmen within himself, and binds each and every one of them to the service of the higher man. There must be no traitors to murder the builder. And Lucifer, the one rejected by man as the devil, is the one who must, through the planet Mars, supply the dynamic energy, which man must transmute from the fire of passion into the flame of spirit. Then, taking the tools of his craft, he must cut and polish his own being into the capstone of the universal temple. It is interesting to note how the casing stones that once made the Great Pyramid so beautiful and true were carried away to build cities nearby, even as the soul body of man, the casing stones of his spiritual pyramid, have been sacrificed in order that he may have material things. The ancient pyramid and sphinx, which have stood on Egypt's sands for ages, symbolize our own mystery temple, made without sound of hammer or the voice of workmen. And as we sadly meditate upon these mighty ruins, broken by ages of neglect, let us remember our own temple with its missing cornerstone and its walls falling through neglect. Let us finally strive to learn the lessons which they teach, hasten to perfect our pyramid, cap it with the stone of spirit, offer upon its altars our sacrifice to the great Sun Spirit, and bury our lower nature in its ancient coffer. Then, and not until then, will its mysteries be revealed to us, and the sealed lips of the Sphinx yield their secret. The End. Hindu Magic, a short story by Manly P. Hall. In social circles, there was quite a buzz flavored with jealousy when the dowager Lady Gautrix and her charming daughter set sail for the Orient. Lady Gautrix was well known in her community as the leader of the ultra-smart set, while her daughter, just home from a finishing school, promised to be one of the most desirable debutantes of the coming year. Madame Gautrix carried with her, as do most American tourists, not only an air of vast importance and overpowering dignity, 3 double chins and 250 pounds of avoirdupois, but also a fortune in jewels, platinum, pearls, and sundry ornaments. Every evening, Madame Gautrix appeared with her pearl collar, her 3-carat diamond earrings, her ruby and platinum bracelets, her emerald-encrusted lorgnette. In fact, every conceivable article of jewelry except a nose ring. On the street she wore a profusion of jewelry, which was eyed with longing by every thug who came within the radius of her brilliancy, sufficient indeed to make thieves out of honest men. Even while traveling in the heart of the Orient, Madame insisted upon decking herself out with a king's ransom, while her daughter was bowed beneath the excess, which mother could not distribute over her person. It was a beautiful evening in the autumn, and Madame and her daughter, with several other friends, were sitting in a little tropical garden enjoying the best hotel in a certain Oriental city. Madame was wearing her cloth of gold that evening, while daughter was a radiating halo of brocaded satins and voile. In other words, they looked about as appropriate as a Hawaiian grass skirt at the North Pole. Madame had 5 ropes of pearls which Tiffany had to gather from 10 corners of the earth, while she also wore the great Gautrix diamond 10-carat, which made her drooping hand more limp than was normally the case. Her gray hair was graced with a diamond tiara. In fact, she looked more like a jewelry window than anything else that could possibly be imagined. Her daughter, meek and docile, sat beside Mama with a rather forlorn expression gleaming out from between diamond earrings and a genuine Malay pearl lavalier. The other guests, including an English colonel of sepoy troops, the French consul, 2 or 3 wandering tourists, gazed in mild amazement at the outburst of splendor. "My dear," murmured Mother, "we are to have a special treat this evening. A famous Hindu juggler is going to come here and perform for us. We are indeed fortunate. But the Gautrixes always get what they want." Madame sat up and gazed around with lofty realization of innate importance. "Yes, Mamma," answered the dutiful Amelia. who had been gazing drearily out upon the growing shadows among the palms. Amelia had tried in vain to start a flirtation with the British colonel, and then tried the French consul, and finally one of the tourists, but with exceptionally indifferent results. Yes, Mamma, it must be very wonderful. A few seconds passed when the silence was broken by the pounding of an iron-bound staff upon the ground, and a chanting wail that grew louder with the approach of the grotesque visitor. Out of the gloom there appeared a weird form, wild and uncouth, and yet marvelously interesting. The figure was that of an old man with long grey hair and matted, untrimmed beard. Her hair was snarled and twisted and stood out like a great bush from the head. He was dressed solely in a dirty knotted cloth twisted around his loins, and his body was angular and excessively spare. His hands and feet were long and thin, and his walk was like that of a cat. Wild eyes gazed out from the unkempt mass of hair, and he pounded with his ancient staff upon the ground, chanting some strange song in Sanskrit. On his back was a bag made out of coconut matting, which evidently concealed the paraphernalia of his trade. The proprietor of the hotel, a sandy-haired Scotsman, long in eastern clime, introduced the fakir as a very holy man who dwelt alone in meditation in the mountains, and announced that it was by very special arrangements, which included palm greasing, that he had been able to secure the services of this marvelous man for the 2 American ladies. Mrs. Gottress swallowed the entire speech and beamed graciously upon Sandy. The Americans then drew their chairs back, leaving a large open space in the courtyard, and waited for the Hindu to show them the marvelous mysteries that had been promised. Seating himself cross-legged upon the ground, the Hindu unpacked his little coconut cloth sack, exhibiting 4 articles. One, a large mango seed. The second, a small wicker basket. The third, a coiled rope. And the fourth, a shin bone of a monkey, which he used during the performance for a wand. After jabbering in a strange guttural language for some 5 minutes, the Hindu magician took his basket, and after showing it to be entirely empty, drew from it a long hollow reed pierced with holes. Upon this flute he began playing strange melancholy notes. A few seconds passed, and a fluttering sound was heard. Out of the sky came a number of great white birds that settled gracefully to rest upon the edge of the basket. Picking up each as it settled down, the Hindu placed them inside of the basket. When about a dozen had been caught and deposited there, the Hindu took the coconut matting and, laying it over the basket, rose and jumped onto the basket, crushing the slender frame. There could be heard faint cries from within, then silence. Stepping off, the Hindu tore away the matting and, quickly turning over the partly crushed basket, poured out of it several large white stones, which were all that it contained. Madame Gautrix leaned over and whispered behind her hand to Amelia, "I'll bet he has those pigeons hidden in his whiskers." Amelia did not answer, but gazed open-mouthed at the proceeding. Picking up each of the stones, the Hindu threw them into the air, when each one turned back again into a bird and flew away into the night. "Bravo!" exclaimed the English colonel, clapping his hands and throwing a silver coin to the fakir, who, however, did not even deign to pick it up. Next, the Hindu took the mango seed and, picking a small handful of dirt from a nearby flower bed, made a little heap on the ground and planted the seed in it. He then chanted some more Sanskrit, made strange passes over the seed with his long, slender fingers. Suddenly, a little green sprig appeared. This grew larger and larger, the leaves branching out, buds appeared, and in 5 minutes a full-grown mango tree stood in the courtyard, having laden with its fruit, some of which, overripe, fell to the ground. "Marvelous!" exclaimed the colonel, slipping a monocle into his eye. "Extraordinarily clever, don't you know?" Madame Gautrix fanned herself several times very rapidly. Putting her lorgnette up and looked again. "Amelia, do you see what I see?" "Yes, Mamma," answered Amelia, in an absent-minded sort of way. The power of this strange man had overwhelmed her, and she was trying her hardest to work up a flirtation with the Hindu, but once more with indifferent results. Suddenly the fakir clapped his hands, and the tree disappeared as though it had never been. During these 2 strange feats, the Oriental had been eyeing Mrs. Gautrix in a very peculiar way. There was a strange expression about his face, and now, bending low, he approached her. the shin bone of the monkey in one hand while he held out the other and pointed to the diamond ring on Madame's finger. He spoke several sentences in Hindustani. "He says," exclaimed the Scotch host, "that he wants to do a trick with your ring, which is very beautiful." The Hindu inclined his head in a questioning way and smiled. Slipping her ring from her finger, she handed it to the Hindu. "Tell him," she said, "that I am delighted to see what he has such good taste in the matter of jewelry." The fakir made a few passes with his wand, and instead of one diamond ring, there appeared dozens falling in streams between his fingers. Madame Gautrix and Amelia gave gasps of amazement. The Hindu then touched her strings of pearls with his wand, and thousands of pearls just rained from Madame Gautrix, until the ground around her was heaped high with jewels and pearls. "Most incredible!" exclaimed the Scotch host, while the English colonel just gazed. Madame Gautrix would have fainted had she not wanted to watch everything, while Amelia's underjaw retreated in bewilderment. Suddenly the Hindu clasped his hands, and the jewels dissolved into mist, leaving only those which had originally belonged to the American lady. These the Hindu returned with bows and salams. He then returned to his baskets, where he packed up everything except the rope. This he suddenly threw up into the air, where it uncoiled like a great serpent and hung waving in the sky. After testing the rope to make sure that it was strong, the Hindu climbed up, hand over hand, along the swaying length. Up and up he went until he was lost to sight in the sky. Then the rope slowly ascended until it disappeared also. At the same second, a great shower of lotus blossoms fell from the sky at the feet of the guests. As they leaned over to pick up the blossoms, they changed color several times and then vanished. "Marvelous!" exclaimed the colonel. "Deuced clever." Mrs. Gautrix just sat looking into nothingness. "Where did he go?" she finally asked. "I don't know," answered the Scotchman, "but he'll never return." "This has surely been a delightful evening," exclaimed Mrs. Gautrix as she fingered her string of pearls thoughtfully. My pearls, they're gone. And my diamonds, my ropes of pearls, my tiara, my God. Amelia, I'm fainting. Give me air." The gathered guests looked in amazement. "Have him arrested," screamed Madame Gautrix. The Scotch host was in despair. "Madame, everything shall be done that is possible, but I fear that if he has stolen your things, you will never see them again." The English colonel adjusted his monocle and looked again, a smile playing around the corner of his mouth. "Marvelous. Simply marvelous. That's the best trick he did, what?" Krishna and the Battle of Kurukshetra, the Great War of the Mahabharata. When the student begins his search for the hidden wisdom contained in the mythology of ancient people, he should always have one thought in his mind, one question that he eternally must ask himself. What does this mean to me now, and how will it help me to live better, think better, and strengthen me to master the problems of everyday life? The average student is wound up in theory. He may have a large number of facts at his command, but through much study and little thinking, he has developed only a parrot consciousness. He is able to repeat facts and memorize dates, but can make no practical use of the information he has gathered. Unless we are able to gain something of everyday use from the things we are learning, it will be wise for us to change our line of thought into other channels. We must study things that will help us and our fellow man to gain a greater understanding of living problems. The average so-called student and theoretical thinker is merely a mental gymnast. If we are to draw the mystic meaning from the words that drop like pollen from the lotus lips of Krishna, we should read with this thought uppermost in our minds the wonderful story of Arjuna and the Great War as it has been recorded in the Mahabharata. We should not study it for the legendary history it contains, but rather to correlate it with present-day conditions, whereas never before father and son are battling each with the other. Never in the history of mankind have the pearls of truth falling from the mouth of the Lord of Love been of greater use than now. We as individuals, as nations, and our globe as an entire must learn the lessons that Arjuna, the beloved disciple, learned at the feet of Krishna. Blessed are the students who can see in the battle of Kurukshetra the eternal war as old as time itself. A war beginning in the dim forgotten past and continuing until every soul listens to the words of the higher one within himself, and wins the battle of life as Arjuna did when he learned and understood the reason for being. It was said by the ancients that the gods above were eternally battling with the dragons of darkness below. This great war is the Armageddon of Christian theology, the last great war that is said to end the eternal conflict of human emotions. The true student of occult philosophy knows that this battle must take place within himself, when at last, with the sword of spirit he masters the dragon of passions, death, and degeneracy. Among the northern peoples and also many other ancient nations, it was said that righteous warfare was good, and that those who died on the field of battle went to heaven and were very happy, while those who died of natural means were looked down upon as cowards. It was said that these cowards were forced to remain in another world and would never be able to feast and battle in heaven with the heroes who died in war. If the student will think, he will soon understand the mystic meaning behind the allegory. Life is the eternal battle of human emotions. Life is the great war, and it is only those who fight the good fight who will receive the reward of heroes. Those who shirk the problems of daily existence are the cowards that hide away instead of rushing sword in hand into the fray and battling like the brave ones for the right. There are two great forces daily molding the destiny of human consciousness. One of these is the great dragon that rules in Babylon, the city of darkness, physically located at the base of the spinal column. It is here that the nerves and centers are that nourish the animal in man. The other great force is located far above in the city of Jerusalem, and is the power of constructive thought, action, and desire. Between these two great powers in man, which manifest as good and evil, truth and error, spirit and body, light and darkness, there is eternally taking place a great war. This war is fought out on the rainbow bridge of the ancients. This war between life and death, vitalization and crystallization is the battle of Kurukshetra. Here on the field of life, the higher and lower fight out that problem. While far above on the lofty peaks of the Himalayas, the divine Krishna looks down and illuminates with his words of wisdom the higher man in his great fight for existence. In many of the ancient Indian drawings, we find that wonderful child, the blue Krishna, with his flute to his lips playing the enchanted music which, like the lyre of Orpheus, melted the very stones with its harmony. This symbol of Krishna represents the divine in man, concealed behind the blue veil of Isis, playing the divine harmonies upon the flute of his own bodies. It was this wonderful harmonization of bodies and emotions balanced in pain and pleasure that made Krishna worthy to be God's messenger among men. And it is this lesson in balance and the mastery of the lower within himself that he tells us of in this wonderful discourse. The ties of form and personality hold man in their grasp, and their eternal trend is towards crystallization. Clanisms and creeds are the fathers of the things we are, and the reasons for our present development. They become the enemies, however, of those who have outgrown them, and unless we rise out of them, as Vishnu rose from the mouth of the fish, we crystallize with them, and all our progress is lost. It is very hard for many of us to break the ties of form that bind us to friends and foes. We cling to their personalities like life itself. Krishna in India, like Jesus in Jerusalem, instructed his students and followers to break away from personalities and serve principles. This is the leading point in the song Celestial, and it cannot be too strongly applied in our daily affairs. If we follow personalities, we shall always fail, for personalities are ever-changing, and being of form will vanish with forms. When, however, we build up our temples on the rock of principle, like truth itself, they are eternal. Man has within himself all the principles he worships as gods outside of his own being. Far up in the higher man we find the spirit of life and truth, which the Brahmins call Krishna. And there in his dragon boat he floats over eternity, watching, like the all-father of the gods, the battle of life taking place below him. Krishna represents one phase of the spirit in man, eternally laboring with Arjuna, the higher human aspect of man, and giving him strength to fight the good fight and release his being from the father mold of crystallization. If we can only see in this legend the daily happenings of life and how the gods, through experience, are slowly molding individuals into useful implements to assist in the great plan, then we have seen through the eyes of spirit. When we are able to realize this, we will have solved the mystery of the Great War, the war that every individual must fight out for himself, with the higher nature to guide him and aid in his choice. The uncertainty that filled the heart of Arjuna is nothing more than the conflicting emotions that fill each human heart when the great choice of life has to be made, and we feel that the old must give place to the new. When that choice has to be made, let us choose as Arjuna did, to serve the right, and although the battle may be fierce and the suffering great, over us will hover this winged craft, Krishna the Beloved, as he hovered over Arjuna in the spiritual battle of Kurukshetra. Man, a creator. This is Max Heindel. We are told in the first chapter of Genesis that God first created the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, and that on the sixth day he created man. Again, in the second chapter, 7th verse, it states that the Lord created man from the dust of the earth, and breathed into his nostrils, and he became a living soul. In the 8th and 9th verses of the same chapter, it states that God planted a garden for man. The incongruity of the story of the creation from the Orthodox viewpoint has caused many a thinking man and woman to turn from the path of holiness, and has been the story in which the materialist has gloried, and whereupon he based his strongest argument. The unenlightened Christian has been unable to explain the discrepancies found in the first 2 chapters of the book, upon which he bases his religion. The Rosicrucian philosophy teaches that the 7 days of creation are world periods, that the first day is termed the Saturn period, when man was sent out from God as a virgin spirit, without form or physical substance. Under the guidance of great creative beings, whom we will call hierarchies, he was helped to develop form and consciousness. These great beings implanted in this evolving life a germ which later developed into the physical body at present used by man. In the same manner is the seed atom of the incoming ego of present-day man deposited in the spermatozoa, which later impregnate the ovum, and from that time the germination of the physical body begins. The same process was carried on in the Saturn period by these creative hierarchies. The first appearance of the human spirit at the beginning of this period was a ball-shaped cloud of heat, greatly resembling, as seen clairvoyantly, the shape of the seed atom of present man. After these divine leaders had constructed the germinal or phantom dense body in the Saturn period, the human germ by its own ability was able to work upon its body when it reached the Sun period. These divine hierarchies further assisted the human spirit by adding the germ of the vital body. Later, when the vital body was fully developed, it caused the development of the sense centers, which gave the power of motion. The body during the Polarian epoch, in the 4th revolution of the Earth period, resembled a large spongy bag, with an opening at the top from which an organ projected. This organ was used in place of various sense centers, which the body of present man possesses. During this epoch, man passed through a stage similar to that of the mineral kingdom. Ezekiel gives us evidence regarding this in the 28th chapter, 13th, 14th, and 15th verses. Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was thy covering. The Sirius, topaz, and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, and the jasper, the sapphire, the emerald, and the carbuncle, and gold, the workmanship of thy tablets and of thy pipes was prepared in thee in the day that thou wast created. Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth, and I have set thee go. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou wast created, till iniquity was found in thee. In the Hyperborean epoch, man passed through the plant-like stage where he had a twofold body, the dense body and the vital body, which latter, at this time, developed. He had only the germ or phantom of a desire body. As he worked upon these vehicles, they slowly reached greater materiality. In the Lemurian epoch, he was assisted by the divine hierarchies to build his desire body. In this epoch, the physical skeleton was formed. Previous to this, man's body was soft and pliable. Now the flesh became firm. At this stage, he was yet minus the eyes. During this period, the germ of the mind was given. The germ was only a shadow. The real mind body was to follow. We are told in the Cosmoconception, page 226 by Max Heindel, that at this stage of man's evolution, the lords of mind took charge and assisted man in the building of his vehicles by impregnating him with the quality of selfhood, and from that time he gradually became a separate personality. He now had a threefold body, consisting of the dense, the vital, and the desire bodies, similar to the animal of today. The mind was then developed to form the link between the threefold body and the spirit, which had come down from the higher worlds in involution. It was then that the spirit took full control of its vehicles. Previous to this, it controlled its body from without, but now it began to work upon its body from within. Man now began to generate the red blood, which later was a factor in enabling him to walk upright. While man was under the guidance of the divine hierarchs, he was also double-sexed, and propagation was carried on under the guidance of these higher beings. One half of his creative power had to be sacrificed to evolve brain consciousness and a larynx. This change was accomplished during the Atlantean epoch. As the reasoning powers developed, man became a creator. He was then able to create, by the assistance of another being like himself, bodies such as he had then possessed. These bodies in their formation recapitulated the same stages in the mother's womb that the parent bodies had been through in their long pilgrimage through matter. The body created by man has its beginning in an egg-shaped gelatine mass, passing through the vegetable, then the animal stage, slowly throwing out feelers, then organ by organ it is formed until finally it is thrown off from the parent body. The babe, like the human spirit, is under the guidance of its parent until it reaches the years of reason. Similarly, the human spirit in its work upon its various bodies is guided by higher beings until it reaches the state of reason and has brought its body to a wonderful stage of physical perfection, with a brain which is master over all. The ego guides and controls this wonderful body through the blood. In this life stream, it is constantly creating new blood corpuscles, destroying old ones, choosing nutriment by which it feeds and builds, selecting the proper minerals required for blood and nerves. The millions of tiny atoms that work in man's body are created by him, each having a life of its own. These tiny lives depend upon him for their development, as he depended upon the creative hierarchies in his evolution. Man works with the minerals, digging ore out of the soil, purifying and transforming it into metal. He turns and works the earth, making it produce. He directs the propagating of the plants to help them on their upward path. The animals are trained and taught by him so that they may reach a higher stage of intelligence. He has to a certain extent acquire control over the elements. He turns water into steam for use in propelling great machines. From the invisible forces of the sun and air, he generates the power to use for his convenience and comfort. From death to birth and from life to life, man is constantly creating better bodies, discarding old material and building new. From the lowest life wave, the mineral, up through the vegetable and animal kingdoms, man has acquired mastery. So God created man in his own image, Genesis 1:27, and sent him into the world to gain experience, to evolve from a tiny spark of divinity to the Godhead. As the son grows up in the image of the earthly father, so must man become like up to his Father in heaven, a creator. Noah and his wonderful ark. Symbolism of the Great Flood, by Manly P. Hall. Every passage in the Bible has many interpretations, for the book was written as the key to all things and not merely as the explanation of a single mystery. Therefore, when we study that part of it which takes up the story of Noah's Ark, we are dealing with a 12-fold allegory. Many of its mysteries are as yet unknown to even the most advanced students, and it can never be understood in its fullness until man's mind reaches cosmic proportions. The Bible is a sealed book, and it will remain sealed until man himself, through the purification of his bodies and the balancing of his mind, has given the sword of his spirit the power to cut the Gordian knot, which the lay brother must spend years and perhaps even lives in trying to untie. True occult work is not secret. No one is forbidden to study and master the laws of nature. But until we have prepared ourselves by service and altruism, we are unable to comprehend the grandeur, purity, and justice of the universal plan. The reason the Bible is a sealed book is because the student can see nothing in the world without or in the sacred books unless he has evolved eyes within himself with which to see and appreciate. Ingersoll was perfectly correct when he said, An honest God is the noblest work of man. For while God is unchanged by our concepts of him, still to us he is limited by our own ideals, and the mysteries in his sacred books are veiled from the eyes of him who looks only with the physical sense. Now let us turn to the book of Genesis, which contains the story of the ark and the flood, and read the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th chapters. If the student will read these before he goes on with this article, it may make some of the points clear. First, let us consider the flood. In every religion of the world, we find reference to this, and all agree approximately as to the time when it occurred. The student of comparative religions will, of course, remember the great flood that sank the last of the continent of Atlantis about 9,000 years BC. All earlier floods covered only a part of the earth, and the searcher is forced to look elsewhere for the great flood or oblivion that is spoken of in the Bible. We find that the ancient word used for flood does not mean water necessarily, but rather oblivion. One of the great laws of nature is that of periodicity. In other words, the law of action and repose. We know that it is necessary for man to go to sleep every night to make up for his great expenditure of energy during the daytime. We know that every giving forth must be balanced by a taking in. It is the same with the universe as it is with man. There comes a time when the world must rest after each great day of manifestation. This is called the night of the gods. At this time, all of the planets and suns return into the universal all. We can see this process taking place in the great nebulae in the sky. It is then that God, the Creator, ceases to manifest for a certain length of time before again sending out globes on which the development of man may proceed. It is then that Noah, representing the God of our solar system, and his 3 sons, who represent the threefold Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, float over oblivion, carrying with them the germs of all the created things which have been drawn back into the infinite. When the worlds are sent out again, these beings are drawn to the globes to whose rate of vibration they are attuned. The process is the same as that used by the ego, which contains within it the seed atoms of the lower bodies. The ego and the spiritual substance with which it is clothed constitute the ark. The 3 sons of Noah are the seed atoms of the lower bodies, and their wives are the negative poles of these atoms. Noah is the mind. The ark with the seed atoms floats in mind stuff before the descent of the atoms again into matter through rebirth. In Masonic stories, there is mentioned a cable tow that connects the ark with the earth. This the student knows to be the silver cord which connects the spirit and the body. We know that spirit cannot die. The animals which are driven into the ark represent the life of all the kingdoms, that is withdrawn into God and remains there until planes of consciousness are evolved for its remanifestation. Then again, the story of the ark is the story of the ego building the bodies which, when completed, will give him consciousness on all planes of matter. The 3 sons of Noah are the 3 lower bodies. In order for man to function on any plane of nature, he must have a body attuned to that plane. The loss of consciousness means that the vehicle which attunes the spirit to that plane has been withdrawn. When the 3 lower bodies have been built, the ego always has a vehicle of expression and never loses consciousness on any plane of nature. The animals in the ark thus represent the various powers in man that are carried with him from life to life in the living ark of his own being. The one window in the ark represents the spiritual eye through which the higher man watches the bodies below him. When the world, the bodies, again comes into being, the ark comes to rest on the top of Mount Ararat. This is the head of man, or the high place in the body. There in the frontal sinus, the ego takes its place, and the forces coming down from it again people the body. When the dove, the messenger, brings the spring of acacia back to the higher man, then he knows that the lower bodies have come to life again, and that it will be possible to come down from the ark and labor with them. It shows that the higher ideals and the transmuted animal forces can again go to all parts of the earth and proceed with their work. The first thing that Noah did when he left the ark was to build an altar unto the Lord, and upon this altar he built a fire, and upon this altar he made sacrifices to God. Each of us who would follow in his footsteps must do the same. The altar that he built to God was his own purified body, and before it he had all of his children bowed. The fire upon the altar was the spirit fire within himself, which he had kindled by his own actions and thoughts. The sacrifice that he made upon that altar was that of the lower passions and emotions of his life. Then the rainbow appeared in the sky, and the promise was made by the Almighty to Noah that as long as that bow remained, there would never be another flood. This is a wonderful allegory, especially when we remember that the rainbow is made of the three primary colors: the blue of the spirit, the yellow of the mind, and the red of the body. These are the colors of the Trinity in man, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. As long as these three principles are balanced in man, forming in their combinations all the other colors, there will never be another oblivion. But if even one of those colors disappears, darkness falls over the ego in whose temple that mistake is made. The threefold path that leads to God is one. If you love with all your being and allow your mind or body to go unused, you are taking your rainbow from the sky. If you know all things and have not love, you have gained nothing. If you have both knowledge and love, and yet the action of hands and body in daily work is neglected, there is nothing gained. In this rainbow we see the threefold silver cord, and when it is broken, the body is dead. Death is the result of crystallization. When the body becomes too heavy to be carried by the spirit, then it is discarded and another taken. It is the same with the thoughts and emotions. They must be high and ethereal, yet ever practical. If they are not, the rainbow is broken, and the oblivion of discord and uncertainty surrounds the ego and makes the path of life much harder than it would otherwise be. Analogy is the key that unlocks many secrets. In worlds and individuals, nature works in the same way. As it is with the smallest, so it is with the greatest. If we want to be the ones to rise above the flood of oblivion, and in the ark of our own souls float over chaos, it will be necessary for us to build this ark, as nature builds the great cosmic ark, namely by the lifting of consciousness and the perfecting of ever higher vehicles of expression. This is done by daily living the life of service, thoughtfulness, and love, each in an equal measure, and always with the one ideal of keeping alight the altar fire of God. Odin and the Odinic Mysteries, a manuscript never before published, by Manley. Before taking up a study of this remarkable individual, it will be well to call to mind the fact that Odin, the father god of the northern peoples, really existed, and that around his literal life story have been wound many legends and stories which belong to the ancient mysteries, which he brought with him from India. First, it will be well to consider Odin the Initiate. In the General History, Cyclopedia, and Dictionary of Freemasonry, Robert McCoy, 33rd degree, writes as follows. It appears from the Northern Chronicles that in the 1st century of the Christian era, Sigi, the chief of the Aesir, an Asiatic tribe, immigrated from the Caspian Sea and the Caucasus into northern Europe. He directed his course northwesterly from the Black Sea to Russia, over which, according to the tradition, he placed one of his sons as the ruler, as he is said to have done over the Saxons and Franks. He then advanced through Cimbria to Denmark, which acknowledged his 5th son Skjold as its sovereign, and passed over to Sweden, where Gylf, who did homage to the wonderful stranger and was initiated into his mysteries, then ruled. He, Odin, soon made himself master here, built Sigtuna as the capital of his empire, and promulgated a new code of laws and established the sacred mysteries. He himself assumed the name of Odin, founded the priesthood of the 12 Drotters, Druids, who conducted the secret worship and the administration of justice, and as prophets revealed the future. The secret rites of these mysteries celebrated the death of Balder, the beautiful and lovely, and represented the grief of gods and men at his death and his restoration to life. The neophytes were instructed in regard to the creation of the heavens and earth, of man and woman, by 3 Drotters, who are called the High, the Equally High, and the Highest. They discoursed to the initiates of the mysteries of the world, of day and night, of the sun and moon, of the golden age, of the winds and seasons, of the gods and goddesses, of the destinies, the twilight of the gods, the conflagration and destruction of the world. The ceremony of initiation ended with a sublime representation of the restoration of the universe, the return of all things to purity, harmony, and peace. Most students of comparative religions are familiar with the mythology of the Northlands, but few realize that it is a great religious ceremonial concealing under symbols, which could be understood by the ancient peoples, the eternal story of the development of the individual and the unfolding of consciousness. To every nation, great teachers have been sent, and far back, when only legends told of their work, initiates and adepts labored tirelessly to mold the future destinies of human character. Such was Odin, long supposed to be a myth. It is perfectly true that this historical character is of little importance to us at this day of manifestation, but the spiritual truths which he gave to those ancient peoples are as practical and useful today as they were at the dawn of the Christian era. The fairy stories that we read, and the legends which fill and surround the early history of nearly every nation are nothing more or less than disconnected stories, all part of one great historical legend, or scheme of affairs, each country forming part of its great, as yet unfinished drama. Of the historical Odin little is known, but it seems that he came from that great seed ground of human thought located among the mountains and jungles of northern India. Sir Godfrey Higgins, in his great work, Anacalypsis, Volume 1, page 752, says, "Thus it appears that Woden, the northern god, is simply the Tamulic method of pronouncing Buddha." If we will stop for a moment and consider this, we will better understand the great connective link that binds all religions together, and of which the Odinic myths are but one link in an eternal chain. Around this strange character have been wound legends which he himself undoubtedly first gave to the world, as the initiative ritual of the sacred school of learning, which he is said to have established at Uppsala. Let us leave him as a character and turn our attention to the practical application of the theology which he promulgated among the northern peoples. The ancient Norse people have said that all things were created from the body of the great frost giant Ymir. There is a very beautiful legend of this great giant's creation. They tell that in ancient times there was a great cleft in space, so deep that none could see where it ended. To the north of this, in chaos, lived the great frost giants, and to the south the great flame spirits are said to have dwelt. The great frost giants in the north cast great heaps of ice and snow down into the great gap, while from the flame giants poured forth great showers of sparks. From these sparks and ice there rose a great frost cloud, and from this cloud was formed Ymir, the unknown. Soon afterwards the gods were created, or rather came into manifestation. They fought with Ymir, and slaying him, built the world out of his body. Out of his bones they formed the earth and mountains. From his blood the seas, from the hair the trees, and from his skull the great expanse of heaven, while his brain is the clouds and his thoughts are storms. Around the edge of the new world they placed his eyebrows, which were the cliffs that hedged Midgard, the home of man. There is a very beautiful thought connected with this story, which is of real use to the student of mystic sciences. The great giant represents the cosmic root forces, which are mastered and molded by the gods, intelligences and hierarchies, into worlds and spheres of consciousness, through which the evolution of the various kingdoms of nature are carried on. The student realizes that in that great intelligence, which we call God, he lives, moves, and has his being, and that the Norseman was correct when he pictured in everything organs and functions of still a greater power. As the great giant formed the world, so man, as an individual, is a great world in whose bloodstream, bones, and tissues millions of forms of life are living and developing. That we also, as human beings, are living and evolving as cells in the body cosmic, and that all we see around us is this great substance, molded by varying degrees of intelligence into vehicles of expression for every advancing forms of life. Odin himself, the manifesting power of the universe, carries the name of the All-Father, but there was still another deity, unformed and unknown, which was superior even to Odin. For while Odin was created and having been created must cease to be, this something was unformed and eternal. A very wonderful story is told of Odin, who in his search for wisdom went far down to the roots of the sacred tree. Here he found Mimir, the god of wisdom and memory, and asked to be allowed to drink of the waters of the well of truth. This was refused of him until he cast his own eye into Mimir's pool. This Odin did without hesitation and received as a reward knowledge and truth. In this legend we see once more reference made to the eye that is single, and we know that it says in the Bible that if thine eye be single, thy body is full of light. The eye which Odin used after that memorable occasion was the spiritual eye, the one eye from which he gained his name of the one-eyed Father God. The name Buddha also means the single eye, and only those who see with a single eye can see the unity manifesting through so-called diversity. The initiate is the one who has awakened the single eye, the center of consciousness which causes him to see and understand the oneness of all created things. He knows that so-called diversity is merely individualization of this unity, that all religions, creeds, philosophies, sciences, and arts are varying expressions of one universal doctrine, and that all races, clans, and peoples, nations, and continents are expressions of one evolving spark of the divine. This was the secret of wisdom, which is given to those who, sacrificing one eye, spiritually speaking, the eye of matter, see all things through one spiritual organ of vision. The next work of Odin was the building of Asgard, the dwelling place of the gods, and 2 great giants were used for the building of this superior temple high on the tops of the mountains. This was to be the dwelling place of the 12 gods of the ancient Norse mythology. It is said that it was built in a single night by these 2 great giants, and the student recognizes in them the powers of thought and action, which are building for man a wonderful temple, the soul, which is to be the dwelling place of the 12-fold hierarchy evolving within himself. In the skull is the heaven world of the physical body, and in it we find the 12 convolutions of the brain, or the 12 gods living far on the top of the mountains, surrounding the single-eyed Father God, the ego, and man. There are many other gods and goddesses in the Norse theology, but it is only possible for us to give a word concerning them now, and the student is invited to take a good work on Scandinavian and Teutonic mythology, and see the lessons that it contains for those who are able to read it through the single eye. In studying the other deities, we first meet Thor, Odin's eldest son, noted in many lands for his wondrous hammer, with which he fought the ice giants in the early days of man's creation. In Thor and his hammer, man finds the greatest of all powers of nature, the power of disintegration. On this physical plane of nature, we call it death, but it really is one of life's most active manifestations. With this weapon, the gods destroy crystallization, when consciousness becomes so enmeshed in form that it is no longer able to practically manifest through the vehicle. Then the great hammer of disintegration returns the atoms to their own kingdoms and releases the enslaved life. The ice giants that Thor fought were the powers of crystallization, which he disintegrates one after the other with Hrolnir, the mighty hammer. Then there is Loki, the power of emotion, the devil of the Northlands. He has 3 children, the Fenris wolf, the Midgard serpent, and the third, a giantess called Hel or Hela, which means death. Loki is the perverted emotional power, and his children, representing the passions and desires and their results, are very wonderful examples of ancient symbolism. It was Loki, with his powers of deception, that finally destroyed the hierarchy of the gods. And it is the same force in our own body which finally destroys us and allows the giants of crystallization and disease to claim us. Then we also find the Norns, the 3 strange sisters that dwell at the roots of the great tree, and spin eternally the web of human fate. They again are a wonderful symbol, and were called by the ancients the past, present, and future, said to conceal among themselves the destiny of all things. The mystic sees more, however. He realizes that the 3 sisters are his thoughts, his desires, and his actions, weaving eternally the threads of his soul body, the result of which manifests as his garment of glory. And last but not least, we come to the masterpiece of the Norse mythology, the twilight of the gods, when the powers of darkness at last master the powers of light, and the serpent of misuse and waste gnaws through the roots of the tree of life. The spinal column and the great tree of our individual cosmos collapses, bringing down with it the brain, the temple of the gods. Then Loki, the power of misdirected energy, is loosened. The powers of darkness and the lower world become masters of the body. With them come the giants of crystallization, and the day of Ragnarok is at hand. Balder the Beautiful, the spiritual expression of man, has been murdered by Loki. The powers of misdirected energy, emotions, hates, and fears, and the result is the destruction of all things. This is not only an individual history, but the story of peoples, clans, and nations. There is an eternal warfare between the ego, Odin, with his sacred spear of truth and light, against the powers of darkness and crystallization. And when he allows the Judas, Loki, to lead him astray, he brings down the inevitable curse of the great unknown. Those who really understand the northern myths realize that they tell of God, man, and the universe. The rainbow bridge, which leads to the temple of the gods, is the wonderful fluidic vapor of the three primary colors in the spinal column of man, which connects the worlds above with the darkness below. The gods come down to the lower world and assist man in the building of vehicles and expressing the truth. In this, they represent the ego, the higher man caring for and building his bodies. All of these great legends are stories of the soul, the evolving of consciousness, and the developing of spiritual and physical sight. We know that no great effect in nature can be the result of a myth, and no doctrine as great, as wise, and as truly uplifting as that of the ancient Northlands could come from any other source than that of the Great White Brotherhood, which manifests through all created things, and sent the great adept whom we call Odin far into the northern lands, where among snow and ice, glaciers and mountain streams he wandered and taught the people to whom he sent the mysteries of creation in a way that they could understand. He made use of familiar things, and while the teachers sent to Greece and Rome told of flowers, beauty, and nature's wondrous gifts, Odin spoke of the blare of northern lights, of frost and snow, of the great battle of human existence. While Greece and Rome spoke of flowers and gardens and the thunderbolts of Jove, Odin told how Uller, the great snow god, came down from the north with clouds of frost and hurricanes of snow. The tragic legends of the north are expressions of lives, eternal battles against the elements of nature. And while in southern climes the elements are things of beauty, in the north they were great giants and bitter foes, and Odin, the All-Father, told them of the sacred spear, which he gave to those who are true, who won the great battle of life and were worthy to enter his temple. This spear would slay the demons of ignorance, the frost giants of crystallization, and with its mighty power would perform for them the same miracles as the snake-wound rod of Mercury. It meant the same thing in all religions, Christian included, are but expressions of one great truth given in an understandable manner to many peoples under many conditions. So to Odin, the one-eyed god, we owe much, and he has much to give us if we will seek it in the proper way, realizing that he came with great suffering and privation through thousands of miles of wilderness to give one phase of truth, a truth as valuable today as it was then, a truth which so-called Christianity does not contradict, but which gives a greater power of understanding to its true believers. Return, Rebirth, and Reincarnation by W. W. Harmon. What is it that about 1/3 of the human population believes in some form or another, while the balance either never heard of it or repudiate it utterly, even though their own scriptures clearly indicates it? What does it mean? There are quite a large number of people in the Western world who, within the last 35 years, have accepted the word and meaning in its literal interpretation, i.e., it has become quite common to hear another say that she is a reincarnation of Hypatia, Joan of Arc, Cleopatra, etc. And if one will take notice, the statement is always connected with some historical character. It is not possible to connect oneself with some unknown man or woman of the past ages, which is quite significant when we stop to think about it. It was recently stated in the public press, and in all seriousness too, that Lord Kitchener was a reincarnation of King Arthur, and that in England the belief finds considerable credence, much dependence being placed upon sage Merlin's prophecy, who swore King Arthur should not die, but pass to come again. But King Arthur did die, of course. Therefore it is obvious that King Arthur could not come again any more than the dead leaf of a tree could come again. King Arthur did die, did pass, but did he come again? Indeed, that is the question. Nearly all of the world's population who have been brought through the ages to believe in what is called reincarnation, a very misleading term and a wrong one too, we believe, have long since lost the wonderful spiritual beauty and fragrance of what really lies behind this subject. It is therefore now but a materialistic and altogether false conception of that glorious, wonderful, and long-forgotten truth which is gradually permeating the Western world with materialistic definitions. If it was rightly understood and universally taught jointly by true religion and science, it would go far towards changing the world into the Golden Age period, when the gods could walk and talk with men once again. Let us pause a moment and consider how far science has gone toward bringing this great truth home to thinking men and women, when the time comes for the forging of that link between science and religion. If religion had gone as far as science in this respect, how much greater and grander would be our humanity today, instead of killing and slaughtering by the hundreds of thousands, using brains and energy and inventing murderous weapons to continue the slaughter, until whole nations become so depleted as to almost pass away. If those same brains and energy were used in inventing methods for evolving and teaching great spiritual truths, greater and more universal educational methods based upon the inexhaustible store of spiritual scientific facts of life, were the object of living and dying in the preservation of that which seems to determine that one man or woman standing out so prominently and powerfully in what we call historical characters, and why they are so much more powerful than other human beings, etc. We think the billions of money wasted in slaughter put to such a use would soon accomplish that which is now so erroneously strived for by the present methods. And more, very much more, in addition would be accomplished, so that all the world would be richer in everything held dear to the human hearts. However, we digress. Geology divides the periods of Earth history into 5 geological epochs, which covers an immense number of years, and according to Professor Winchell, is 131,600,000 years. And this is being gradually extended so that there is no knowing where it will finally lead to, and thus the number of years which have elapsed since the Earth came into being will perhaps be known to the world in general. Further discoveries in geology will sooner or later lead to finding the fossil remains of man of a much earlier age than that of the Quaternary Age, which in itself covers a period of about 1,600,000 years, and to which science assigns the 3 divisions called the Age of the Paleolithic Man, the Age of the Neolithic Man, and the Historical Period of Man. Thus, even granting science these 1.6 million years since man appeared upon the earth, it seems remarkably clear that nature is awfully slow in bringing about the perfections which even human beings expect. For do we not read in the daily press and in literature in general of universal peace, of love and amity between nations, of the uniting of science and religion, and other seeming impossible things? If humanity can think and desire all this, they must have been born of the same awfully slow growth, else it would have been brought about long ago. Is the heart of man so different than is his head? Is his will and desire so out of tune with nature as to retard his own advancement? It must be so, for surely humanity has not yet attained to even its own conception of perfection. If man cannot attain to his own conception of perfection, it is possible to graduate instantly and by a special bounty into God's perfection after his 70 years of life on earth, mostly spent in killing each other or inventing and getting ready to kill each other in some future time for either financial, political, or ecclesiastical reasons, which sooner or later envelop nation after nation into its awful clutches. 70 years of life, and then what? Where are those millions of human beings who have lived and died in the past 1.6 million years? Are they like the leaves in the forest which die in the fall and return in the spring? Or have they gone where King Arthur went? Or like Hypatia, who has been claimed by many persons since, ladies especially, as being a reincarnation of that beautiful soul. The soul, that's it. But whoever saw a soul, science cannot find it. Religion has not found it. And that is no misstatement. For if religion had found it, the soul, it certainly is not the kind we refer to, because that is of God's perfection. While all those human beings who are now slaughtering one another in Europe certainly had plenty of religion, but did it develop the beautiful soul? We do not mean to speak disparagingly. What we do mean is to try to bring home to the minds of our readers that man must attain to his idea of perfection at least, before it is possible for him to attain to any conception of the immortal kingdom. Of course, nature is awfully slow in bringing about all these perfections of the soul to the surface. That is universally, so that humanity can attain to even its conception of perfection. All will grant, for the sake of argument, that if one cannot attain to and live consciously in the never-ending perfections of, say, the Master Jesus, or approximate these perfections understandingly, and apply them practically for periods long enough to impress them indelibly upon the physical vehicle of the soul, so that they may appear sometime in the world of form, how can humanity reap the reward for these ages of struggles? For where else can these perfections be attained to? Everyone must grant that if one sows evil, it would not be just or right that another human being should reap this evil. It is still in the world of form. Yet apparently this is just what happens. Nature is slow. Therefore, maybe this apparent retaliatory action constitutes the ground upon which the modern reincarnation theory is based, and with more justice, too. However, it does not work out in just that way. For bear in mind, it is the personality 999 times in 999 that thinks the evil and does the evil. It cannot be the soul, because the soul is of a different nature and on a different plane. Though overshadowing the body and endeavoring to influence the thinking personality, the soul in itself is impersonal. We mean by the soul the spiritual soul, and not the animal soul of the earth-born personality. The former never dies, but the latter does. If the soul never dies, as we all believe, what does it ever come into earthly life for and abide with the personality? Does doing this once, for a few years, constitute any argument for its coming at all? Wherein does the vehicle of the soul receive any benefit? It dies. Wherein does the personality, working so contrary to even its own perception of perfection, derive any benefit? It is not reasonable that the soul comes many times for the purpose of attaining power enough over matter to eventually characterize the matter of its vehicle on the physical plane with its perfections, or what appears to us as perfections, because there must be some reason for human beings striving to attain to even their own conception of perfection. Logically, then, the soul has certain perfections in which the personality must participate before its immortality is attained to, and thus released from the necessity of further return and rebirth, of its unredeemed qualities and attributes in this world, where matter is so awfully slow to respond to the higher vibrations of the soul, the real man. Time as marked by human progress cannot and is not comparable to time as marked by the kingdom of the soul, either in the above aspect or in its immortal aspect. Eternity has no boundaries, no limitations, and cannot be measured. Therefore, it must correspond to pure spirit. If so, the soul must be an aspect of pure spirit, and its immortality an aspect of eternity. Then the physical body and its personality must be but a temporary aspect of the soul and time. As we reckon time here on earth, but an aspect of a temporary aspect of immortality, this latter being that aspect of the soul which is bound by the decrees of the spirit to the cycle of necessity and the evolution of matter. There are 1,440 minutes in 24 hours, or 1 day, 7 days in a week, and 365 days in a year, etc. Figures, or time, whichever way you put it, play a very important part in its relation to the soul and must necessarily culminate in periods and epochs of what we call good and evil. That which is good and true must culminate on the soul plane, and that which is evil and contrary to the soul's perfection must culminate on the earth plane, or plane of matter, and find expression thereon and therein upon those living in those culminating periods and epochs. Those living in these periods must have done something in some age or time wherein they generated these forces in which no immediate reaction could occur. For instance, in the present age, mankind is living under three great systems: the financial, the political, and the ecclesiastical. These are so closely allied as to be practically inseparable in regard to framing the destinies of those living in this age. In some measure, immediate reaction results, but the great culminating period of both good and evil extends into the ages to come, and the impress upon the character of those supporting and living under these systems find themselves storing up certain qualities and attributes correspondingly. They are forces in times, and time brings about the return of that which is responsible. There are minor culminating periods of both good and evil occurring all the time. Finally, it results in one great cataclysmic upheaval, in which nations pay dearly for the evil done each other. Who pays? Certainly none escape. The whole human family and all nature pays in the general suffering. The waves of vibratory action go out and evil inevitably returns, and all are afflicted. Likewise, good does the same. Were it not for the good that men do, the vibratory reaction of evil would destroy every living creature on earth, even as the hot blast of a fiery furnace would destroy a nest of ants placed in front of it. Therefore, it seems necessary that science should come to its sense and realize these facts and lead humanity into the consideration of ways and means, striking larger and more profitable balances in the coming ages of this co-partnership of the firm, humanity. It is a good business proposition. Churchianity can never do it, for it is linked too closely to the political and financial aspects of the earthly trinity, whose name is greed and corruption. Science as such is happily free from these. The point to be brought out is to the effect that environment shapes the destinies of human life, and that human life has, during the ages and epochs past, shaped the environment for those to come, and those to come fit into the environment thus created, because they themselves, as imperfect instruments of the soul, shape their own environment in the working out of the destiny of a nation, a city, a locality in that city, and of their own family life in that city and nation. Every environment thus comes under the head of time combinations, which is number, for number applies to cycles of time, cycles of culminating effects in the destinies of the individual, of the family, the city, and of the nation of which the individual lives and dies. Cycles of time in a man's life runs in 7 and multitudes of 7. The child in the first 7 years, adolescence at 14, manhood at 21, and so on. Thus these periods are clearly marked throughout his life, with the 3 invariable epochs of youth, middle age, and old age, each divided into cycles of events and happenings which will go towards an object and an end. What is it? Is it that the personality alone may be benefited? Is it that the soul alone may be benefited? Is it that the spirit may be benefited? No, it must be that all 3 may receive some good and glorious fulfillment and ultimate unification. Not as defined, though, for bear this in mind, spirit and matter, as we know matter, can never meet, but the latter may change. Now, all we have said up to the present point is a very excellent argument for the modern idea of reincarnation, to wit, that Lord Kitchener was a reincarnation of King Arthur. It is not so, and yet the paradox. How can King Arthur, who appeared in an environment and left certain epochs of good and evil, receive either merit or demerit in another and future environment, as per above argument, unless King Arthur incarnated again, say as Lord Kitchener? The fact of the matter is we have argued forward as do all reincarnationists. Suppose we now argue backward, and if we argue backward, what is the use of starting with King Arthur, or any individual for the matter of fact? Why not as well take a young leaf on a tree in the early spring and mark it with King Arthur's name? It will die and fall off, and are we to expect the leaf which appears again in the spring and on the very same spot, or in any other spot on the tree, or in any other tree in the forest, to be the same leaf again? The idea is that we are dealing with material things when we deal with a personality. We should consider the spirit. Some call it the soul, which is the unseen and unknown being of any personality that was or is. And the best expression in matter that the spirit, through its intermediary, called soul, could make in the cycles of time, and which are the expressions in matter corresponding to every cycle of time, or culminating periods. It is estimated that a child is born into the world in every second of time, and that death also marks every second of time. If so, that means 86,400 every 24 hours who are born and fall into an environment, and 86,400 every 24 hours who have an environment into which others may step, and which has already been shaped to conform to certain requirements and fulfillments. Those souls who pass out are of various ages, but the average length of time before the cycle marks an appearance on Earth again is about 1,400 years. This latter against the short period of 70 years, we will say, while on Earth is quite insignificant when we consider the vast stream of souls returning and passing continually these past 1.6 million years. That which appears then cannot be summed up in any other form than that of a soul overshadowing an environment for the purpose of the divine law. So what is the use in our argument backward of trying to trace out who, as the reincarnationists say King Arthur was in previous lives? There never was such a man before or since, any more than last year's leaf is next year's leaf. Therefore, that something which should be traced out are the qualities and attributes rendered impersonal during these intervals of 1,400 years, by the soul's functional, so to say, powers in the realms wherein the divine individual powers and characteristics of godlike proportions prevail. That there are reactionary conditions existing is clear and indisputable. That the doings of the personality are of vital importance in this respect is also clear. Furthermore, that which is of the selfish earthly existence can have no part in the soul's delights, but is stored up as impersonal reactionary forces in the future expression in matter, as environment of merit and demerit, which personality undergoes time after time until the law is fulfilled. Soul cannot be and is not personality, for we have clearly indicated personality is only characterized by the soul through and by the latter's perfections. Therefore, the forces of these perfections can only act as an influence in directing the will and desires of the personality to the formation of character according to and from the influences of environment and education, in which man finds himself placed. Now, as the soul cannot be personal or personality, it must be impersonal and spiritual, and the representative of the spirit in the realms whose cycle corresponds to that 70 years of time, wherein the soul institutes, so to say, one of its pauses for the purpose of carrying out certain reactionary decrees of the spirit in the world of form, as well as in the world of spirit and soul. To manifest on earth as a personality certainly means action and effort on the plane of matter. Action means force, and this force liberated within and without, according to the will and desire, must be and is expressed in more or less perfect in accordance with the qualities and attributes developed by the environmental and molded by the voice of conscience. This voice of conscience is the vibratory effects of the impersonal forces of the soul, and caused by the reciprocity existing between the personal will and desire and the decrees of the spiritual impulses, set up by the soul for fuller expression of its perfections, ultimately. It is the spirit which determines that the soul shall overshadow its objective representative, and determine its birth, its life, and its death. And that which is dear to all is not that they shall cause the death of the soul, as well as of the body, as there is such a possibility. It is the spirit which also determines that pathway of the soul called its cycle of necessity, as the soul is set in that aspect of eternity called immortality. It must win that immortality by effort at every point along its pathway. Otherwise, what is the use of the soul? It is possible that at the earth point of this pathway, that if man, as a personality, rises to the conscious perception of the realities of the spirit, through the vibratory light of the voice of the soul, the will and desire becomes permanently characterized, and the qualities and attributes for better and better environment in due and proper time may actually lead to final liberation at the earth point of the pathway or cycle of the soul's necessity. For according to the decrees of the spirit over which the man has thus a certain control, by the vibratory reciprocity existing between himself and his soul, there comes about a positive individualization, a power and a dominion in the realms of the soul, over which it now has but very little, as proven by the imperfections of mankind in general. The whole human family are souls, and all men are brothers, all alike except for the miserable imperfections. But remember, these imperfections are born of the willfulness of the will and desire of unthinking and badly taught humanity. Each rebirth of the qualities and attributes, rendered impersonal by what we call the faculties of the soul, becomes less and less in their power of manifesting those miserable imperfections. So the body itself, the soul, and the spirit shall respond in a more and more perfect union, and accord to the perfections of the soul's impersonal radiations, and perfections, and with far less of the contaminating influences of poor environmental and of the unresponsiveness of the earth-born cellular constituents of the physical misrepresentations of the soul normally considered. So that which characterizes then must be of a spiritual inclination, rather than of the purely earthly and selfish inclination. For we may say that the soul is divinely conscious, but the characterization comes unto the soul from the spiritual efflorescence of the man's efforts, of the good he does, of the ethical qualities of his life. The evil he does weighs against him, and the more evil, the less and less the individualization. It is this individualizing power in the highest and most spiritual sense which constitute the divine self-consciousness and the true life, or that which all humanity innately desires. It is the immortal life. The soul is divine consciousness, a unit in that aspect of spirit called immortality, and made manifest by the spirit in the soul. But the divine self, or individualizing power, positively must and can only come from the attainment thereof on the plane of matter, because matter as such is in the cycle or pathway of the soul's immortal kingdom, and an aspect of it in time, a sphere of matter caused by the action and reaction of something outside of eternity. In other words, the soul must redeem its quota of matter, so to say, and thus win its immortality by the ingathering or involution of all its parts and particles of the evolution of all its manifestations. This is all in the sense that the individual spiritual ego, or divine self-consciousness, must have absolute control and dominion over its individualization, its supreme, sublime, and magnificent powers. The logical conclusion must be that it has not, for it is still bound to the miserable imperfections of the personalities or the non-spiritual forces liberated from the life in matter, which constantly nullifies the reciprocity of one side at the expense of the other, and which determines the balance of power. Man is a responsible being, i.e. true man, for there are many beasts masquerading as men, and sad as it may seem, they are doomed to destruction, for according to those great teachers of humanity, who appear from time to time, that unless the soul overshadows the physical being, there can be no life, i.e. true human life. Therefore, all of the imperfections which do not belong to the impersonal and spiritual requirements of the soul is destroyed at the death of the earthly body. Or in case of an overshadowing soul, they are transmitted and rendered impersonal by the faculties of the soul as noted. It may be said in conclusion, as a summary, and for the sake of scientific deduction, that action of whatever nature liberates force. Force means power, and power means vibration, and vibration means time or number. If this force is generated by man, it means intelligent power. Intelligent power means first impersonal power, such as ideation, purely ethical qualities, the love of all good for the sake of good. Or second, it means personal power, such as selfishness, domination, and destruction of all good for the sake of doing evil, injustice, and no consideration for human welfare. The former characterizes the overshadowing soul by reciprocal reactions. The latter characterizes the beast and nullifies the reciprocal reactions of the soul until finally it results in severance and the beat destroyed. That the soul has certain functional duties to perform after the death of its physical form is clear. For between what we have termed personality and the interval of the time elapsing between the death of the personality and the return of the impersonal forces, such as the qualities and attributes of that which falls into a new physical body and environment, there lies a period of deep mystery. But that portion which immediately concerns us is that period within every attribute and quality, which includes memory and all the senses of the personality that is rendered impersonal. Thus, then, as the soul is always on its own plane, its life and being, while overshadowing the body, is more or less magnetically affected by the evil and the good manifesting outwardly through the personality. And when released from these evil magnetic and reciprocal reactions, the soul then, for a longer or shorter period, is in what man calls heaven. This heaven is that state wherein the soul, having just enough of the good qualities of the ex-personality to still lead it to believe it to be the same until released, and lives in the fullness and joyousness of its unrealized good. Furthermore, none of the idealistic tendencies, none of the grand aspirations, none of the good deeds or pure and lovely thoughts, none of the spiritual and ethical foundations of right living can come into the brain of the physical being and settle there, except as a direct force emanating from the soul and through the personality. All the rest, as beautiful as it may seem to some, proceeds from the former imperfections, as they expand and grow into the formation of the personality in the three epochs of its life, viz. Childhood, middle age, and old age. This as an identity then passes away, but the good, the true, and the spiritual ideation of the personal I arising from all this remains as the ex-personality that was, and gradually blending with all the other personal I's, which preceded it in past ages, survive and eventually characterize as the pilgrim. This is the functional process of the soul, wherein the forces are all rendered impersonal by this continual process of blending. There can be no distinct or separate immortality for the man of earth outside of that which informs and overshadows them. This is the soul representative of all its personalities on earth. This is that which the soul representative in that state men gathers the harvest of each earth life and call heaven. As each last personality has a right to its own special state of bliss, unalloyed and free from the memories of all others, it is this last life which is fully and realistically vivid. The intensity of its happiness, if there is anything worthy accorded, causes the entity to forget all things else until it is blended with and fades into the divine self, the eternal I. All this constitutes the teachings of the hazy Christian notion of paradise, which was built and borrowed with many other things from the Egyptian mysteries, wherein the doctrines were staged to illustrate the journeyings of the soul and passed down through the ages, but like all things spiritual, the truth of the matter becomes lost in the leavening tendencies of the evil propensities of the personalities, so full of self. Therefore it should be manifest to all thinking people that unless there comes a balance called good into a man's life, there can be but little left after death for identification by the soul. Much dependence in the future must be placed upon spiritualized science to teach humanity. They must create different systems of life, which will further the welfare of the eternal pilgrim. It has got to be done, and man himself has got to do it. There is a time limit for all things, and as said before, and to repeat it again, there is no distinct and separate immortality for the man of earth outside of that which informs and overshadows, and the perfection can only come through the many personalities blending. When the time arrives for the return of the soul to the scenes of further effort, it is always in accordance to the decrees of the Spirit, wherein is determined that the evolution of the soul to the divine perfections of its Father in heaven must be gathered from the harvest of the soil, from the seeds of every imperfection planted therein. As these seeds, rendered impersonal and having all the attributes and qualities of the environment, sprout and grow in the system of the earthly body, they liberate the reactionary force therefrom. These determine the tendencies of the will and desire, together with education and environment. These then mold being who again and again makes another attempt at the earth point of its cycle of necessity. Therefore there can be no return to that of which man thinks he is. It is as impossible as it is for last year's leaf to appear again in the spring. But the soul can and does manifest the attributes and qualities of the earthly elementary forces of the soul many times until the true divine individualization and protean powers thereof are under the dominion of the divine ego, as decreed by the Spirit in the beginning of the aspect of eternity, called the immortal kingdom of the soul, and shape the new personality accordingly and with new senses and memory. Then spirit, together with whatever added power and dominion the soul may have derived from the blended power of repeated rebirths as personalities, characterizes and expresses the new personality absolutely anew. Thus, the seeds of imperfections may obtain more and more favorable opportunities for betterment, that the forces thereof may characterize more fully to individualization of the divine consciousness and have a greater dominion over it, whereby it may live in the immortal kingdom in full possession of that which its Father in heaven desires for it. For as Jesus says, "I and my Father in heaven are one and the self-same." And so man is not what he thinks he is. Thus he, as a personality, never appears again or incarnates. It is the spirit, the soul, which overshadows. That is the true man. The end. Character analysis. Proportions of head, an indication of soul's age. By Manly P. Hall. Students of occultism often ask concerning their position in the great wheel of evolution. To what racial characteristics are they tied by their own growth and unfoldment, and to what type do they belong? There are 3 general types of heads in the world at the present time, and there are also 3 general temperaments expressing the unfoldment of consciousness. We will call them the objective, perceptive, and reflective types, illustrated by the 3 drawings of eggs. Figure 1 represents the lowest stage of human expression. It is the egg with the point upward and the greatest width at point A, in the lower section of the egg. Figure 2 represents the second or average head, the greatest width at point B, just above the center section of the egg. Figure 3 represents the philosophic head with the greatest width at point C, the upper section of the egg. Development through the expression in daily life of temperament and trait, and the exercising of brain organs is the basis of this expansion. These 3 eggs represent types of human faces. Figure 1 is commonly called the Lemurian face, for those whose heads have the greatest breadth and strength below the eyes and through the jaws and the chops, are the lowest on the scale of human differentiation. Such an individual has absorbed the consciousness of less than 300 Earth lives, out of an approximate 800 necessary for one life wave. It is the face of gratification, the face of animal propensity, the face of the glutton, the slovenly person, the human hog, and is always true to type. Such individuals live for the pure joy of eating and sleeping and are rarely capable of finer sentiment. Their lower brain organs are always the most developed, especially the cerebellum at the back of the skull. The organic quality of such types is usually low. They are apoplectic, stubborn but not intelligent, shirk hard work, can usually be found surrounded by juicy beefsteaks, and live purely for the gratification of the senses in some form. This type is that of the earthy man. He usually has the Taurian properties predominating, and his expression does not often rise above materiality. Figure 2 is that of the martial type, usually expressing the vital and combative system. This type has the greatest breadth directly over or between the ears, is usually powerfully developed in the perceptive system, is observant, self-reliant, sometimes domineering, and if the breadth is just a little below the middle line, such types are often pugnastic. These are usually attuned to Mars, make good soldiers, military people, policemen, detectives, and are also found in our commercial and business avenues of life. They are Atlantean in temperament, and their types can be found to run between 300 to 500 incarnations. They are not noted for their philosophy, but are generally shrewd and discriminating. Such individuals live purely in the human side of things, but are decidedly superior to the animal man of Figure 1. They are of the concrete mental type. Figure 3, on the other hand, is pure Aryan, and is that type of head found on those whom we might call the older souls, or those who are on the way back to union with their source. The highest part of the head predominates. The mind is that of a philosopher, a dreamer, a poet, or a musician. The entire head is ethical, and the upper part very often appears as an overpowering mountain, which makes the lower part of the face seem almost insignificant. This is the Mercurial and Neptunian head, and is always found on those who have found and seen light in some way. The best head for our race is the egg-shaped with the largest end upward. It indicates one who has risen out of the lower animal worlds. It indicates that the individual is at least 600 incarnations along the path, and is therefore well on the homeward trail. Figure 4 represents the human nose seen from in front. The distance between the eyes is always a measurement of soul growth. The more closely the eyes are set together, the lower the position of the ego in consciousness. The further apart the eyes, the older the soul. Individuals analyzing the organs of individuality which occupy the space directly between the eyes at the bridge of the nose realize that the growth of this organ spreads the eyes apart, and that the spread of the organs of vision is the measurement of the spiritual age. The length of the nose is also especially important, and all things being equal, the long, straight nose is the symbol of power. A well-balanced face also demands that the distance between the base of the nose and the point of the chin be approximately the same as that from the bridge to the end of the nose. When this is the case, we have a well-balanced, well-organized brain with sufficient courage to fight the battles of the world. The nose is threefold in general type, as in Figure 4a. The nose marked 1 is called the nose of erudition, and is certain to be inquisitive, more or less combative, iconoclastic in temperament, but usually backed with tremendous power, either mental, spiritual, or physical, usually one of the first two. 2 is artistic and literary, but neither as philosophical as 1 nor as deep a thinker. If the nose is long and straight, the life will be long and straight, while the hooked nose type will investigate and be given to sarcasm, as illustrated by Dante. 3 is the uncertain nose, in which the arch sinks. This is sometimes called the turn up, and is an invariable symbol of changeability, variability, and what is commonly known as temperament, often concealing an uncertain disposition. Briefly defined: 1, analysis, 2, rigidity, and 3, inconstancy. Figure 5 represents the profile of the human face. It is divided into 4 sections. The length from the base of the nose to the chin denotes physical power. From the bridge to the nose, to the end of the nose, mental power and individuality. From the bridge of the nose to the top of the forehead represents the abstract mental, while the dome of the head is the spiritual home where are found the organs of altruism, ideality, and inspiration. In other words, beginning with the bottom, we have earth, water, fire, and air, which were the 4 elements of the ancients. The position of the ear is also very important. It should be of the same size as the nose and occupy the same position in the latitude of the head. When the top of the ear is below the bridge of the nose, we have the criminal. The line of incident, the middle line of Figure 5, is the polar line of the human face, and in a well-balanced head should touch the greatest protuberance of the forehead and the point of the chin with an absolutely perpendicular shaft. In the prehistoric man, the line of incident, in order to strike the point of chin and forehead, had to slant at an angle backward, thus demonstrating unequal mental development with a predomination of the animal temperament. On the unbalanced thinker, the line of incident strikes forward, which shows powerful mentality, but insufficient physical strength. All things being taken equally, a symmetrical head is symbolical of power. The size, shape, and quality of the human head differs with the quality and size of the body, and 2 things are necessary in order to give the best service to the owner. First, that the brain be well developed and well balanced, and secondly, that the body be large enough to support the brain. The length of life is ascertained by a small protuberance directly behind and slightly lower than the center of the ear. Not the mastoid process, but a depression of protuberance on the surface of it. An individual with this area strongly developed may safely expect long life, even though he should eat pig iron and 10-penny nails, while those with a depression there will succumb to a passing draft. In Figure 6 are shown 3 types of chins. A, the semi-square chin has great musical promise and indicates possibility of a great singer. B, the purely square chin is usually stubborn, obstinate, and animalistic. C, the pointed chin is timid, vain, feministic in either sex, lacks courage of conviction, is hysterical and easily influenced by other people, and is often spiteful but is seldom dangerous. It is usually found on the faces of dreamers, mystics, poets, and those whose temperaments go to color, sentiment, and to the fine arts. Full lips are indicative of an artistic and emotional temperament, while thin lips are invariably the sign of mental, spiritual, or physical conservation, and strictness to form, custom, habit, and idea. The width of the nostrils indicates the strength of the lungs. Those with narrow nostrils are subject to tuberculosis, bronchitis, and generally have poor health. The eyes are especially important. The long, thin eye is philosophic. The eye which is naturally partly covered by the lids is rather secretive. A widely opened eye denotes lack of thought, while the eye which turns up slightly under the outside corner indicates incarnations in the Orient. Eyebrows that turn up on the ends are usually sarcastic and saturnine. Eyebrows that are exceptionally bushy tend to legality and ponderosity of temperament. Those that meet in the center are symbolical of ungovernable temper. Straight eyebrows are generally indicative of power, while those gently curved run to the artistic and romantic. The hair is also important, its fineness or coarseness showing the position of the ego in evolution. Straight hair is generally shrewd and calculating, wavy hair open-minded and honest, curly hair romantic and changeable, while very finely curled hair that lies in kinks is usually vain and untrustworthy, especially in heart affairs. Black hair goes with a sharp temper, more so if the eyes are black. Brown hair in the darker shades, all things of the face agreeing, tends to philosophy and thought. Light brown hair, able, eccentric, seldom reflective. Red is more romantic. Golden hair is change hair. Has the reputation of denoting an element of pepper in the temperament, but this is not always the case, and often showing a susceptibility to poor health and general lassitude. Wrinkles usually denote thought and also a run-down physical condition. Their location is helpful in proving whether a person be a pessimist or an optimist. Those in the cheeks and running across the forehead are optimistic, while those at the corners of the mouth and the corners of the eyes are usually pessimistic. The head which tilts forward when walking is philosophic. That which tilts backward is egotistic, and that which is cocked on one side is sarcastic, or else shows an unequal development of brain convolutions, or possibly an affliction of the ears. In the use of these character readings for the purpose of self-diagnosis, attention should be given to the weak features of character and effort made toward the attainment of the stronger. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. He who uses this method for the purpose of reading others should also seek to gain a greater understanding and sympathy with the nature expressed, and seek to harmonize with the contrasts in conflicting natures. Most elaborate and most beautiful volume ever printed on Coast. Delays in publication, Masonic, Hermetic, and Rosicrucian symbolical philosophy will result in a better book. Printer, plate maker, and artist pronounce it unique. That the encyclopedic outline of Masonic, Hermetic, and Rosicrucian symbolical philosophy by Manly P. Hall, which many on the West Coast are eagerly awaiting, will not only be the most elaborate volume ever printed on the Pacific Coast, but will also be one of the most beautiful from the artistic standpoint. Mr. Hall has been industriously at work upon it since the first of the year. As time goes on, intensive research has brought to light a number of important subjects which he had not contemplated incorporating into the book. But the importance of the subjects has caused him to change somewhat the original plan, and the result will be a book considerably greater and more complete than the one first outlined. The changes which have been made have approximately doubled the cost of production, so that whereas the original book was being published at a loss, this new and improved outline will result in a volume costing in the neighborhood of $50,000 to produce. Bacon, Shakespeare controversy. While these changes will result in a slight delay in the publication of the work, it is believed by Mr. Hall that the increased value to the reader will more than compensate for the few weeks necessary to make these important changes. In a matter of this kind, speed is not the most desirable thing. The value of the work lies in its accurate and complete analysis of the subjects discussed, and it is believed The discoveries resulting from further research will double the scope and value of the book. Among some of the chapters which have been inserted as the result of rewriting and arranging the book is one on the Bacon-Shakespeare cryptogram, including a previously unpublished cipher key to the play of Cymbeline. There's also a chapter devoted to Francis Bacon and the Rosicrucians, and one specially set aside to the symbols of the Mohammedan faith. It is also intended to incorporate one chapter on the mysteries of the North and Central American Indians, presenting among other rare diagrams a faithful reproduction of American Indian Masonic trestleboard, showing 2 degrees of the Midwin mysteries. Rare books. It is thought that a complete alchemical manuscript, the only one of its kind in existence, will be published. Careful investigation of the museums of Europe failed to disclose any document even of a similar nature. It is illustrated with 26 pages of hand-drawn watercolor pictures showing the symbolism of Hermeticism and alchemy. This original volume was secured from Austria. Through the courtesy of Philip Hackett of San Francisco, the owner of the only copy known, there will be included the work on Pythagorean mathematics, quotations from the finest and rarest volume on the subject in existence, of which it is said there is no copy in the British Museum. This work is Thomas Taylor's Theoretic Arithmetic, being largely a series of translations from the Greek. A great number of rare hermetic diagrams have been redrawn, which, while it adds considerably to the expense of the work, greatly increases the beauty and legibility of the document. The work is progressing as rapidly as conditions permit, but many serious interruptions have occurred during the year. It would have been possible to hurry the book through, thus ensuring more rapid delivery of the volume, but it is quite certain that those who have invested in this work will be glad to wait the few additional weeks necessary to add this new and rare material and have it properly indexed and arranged. The contract for the book has been given, the paper and materials have been ordered, including several $1,000s worth of type, which is now being set, and by the time this paper reaches you, the elaborate system of indexing will be underway. Outstanding achievement. Therefore, while there have been delays caused by sickness and unavoidable conditions, the volume is coming along well. Hundreds of the zinc etchings and small cuts have already been made, and the bibliography has already passed the 300 mark. All of those concerned with the production of this volume, the printer, the designer, the typesetter, the editor, the plate maker, to say nothing of the author, are trying in every way possible to make the volume an outstanding achievement in printing, publishing, and the matter treated. All are enthusiastic, and the consensus of opinion of all concerned that it is the most elaborate piece of printing that has ever been attempted on the Pacific coast. Does science add to our ignorance? Mount Wilson's new telescope. Mount Wilson is the proud possessor of a new 100-inch lens telescope. Another supreme effort is to be made by the scientific world in its search for knowledge. But double the size of the great lens in this new telescope and double it again, and there will still be many things that science will not be able to discover. The scientific world is struggling for the edification of mankind, seeking knowledge in all fields for the development of the human mind. It will only take them a few seconds, with this new and powerful lens, to discover more than they will ever understand. Though they delve among distant universes or in the mysteries of the electron, they are forever limited to the world of form. Science fears the speculative mind, which seeks to define the invisible. It fears the philosopher who is always in the advance of science. Grinding an immense lens is a long, slow, and difficult process. Many must be made that one may be perfect, but science will never grind a lens with which to see the human soul. Science can discover many things, but will never be able to fill the emptiness in the life of an individual, can never give him the knowledge of self which is essential to peace and happiness. Science is all objective, outside, in the world of forms, the not-self. But sometimes science will find man, having found the universe, by analogy will discover man. Philosophy discovers man first and the universe by analogy. Science knows no telescope great enough to reach all space, but man, through philosophy, may reach all through himself. It isn't what we discover in the world of form, but what it means to us that counts. No mind can grasp the tremendous distances discovered in space. 1 billion miles is only 10 miles and some more. Beyond that, the mind falters. How many can measure 100 feet on the earth, or even 1 foot accurately on paper? The more the scientist finds, the more he knows there are things that he don't know. We are only adding new things to be ignorant about. The great problem and the measure of all things is their application to the needs and the unfoldment of the individual. Religion is another problem. Religion is one form of thought that can solve the problem of the internal man, but it likewise is only adding to the sum of its own ignorance. Seeking, seeking, seeking without, and finding more things than they will ever understand until they, like the philosopher, go within. Universities are interesting, but oneself is the greatest object of interest. What will a new star that will be discovered in the new 100-inch lens on Mount Wilson have to do with the price of bread and butter? In knowledge of self alone lies happiness. What shall man do, and how shall he do it in harmony with nature? Religion and philosophy both come nearer to the problem than do science. Science knows more things, but no way to use them for individual happiness. Everything, however, does have its effect and meaning for the individual. The effect of all things fitted together as a great puzzle will reveal deity and its relation to the individual. Turn your attention to self, the divine part of man, the common denominator of all things in the universe, the common power of all things. A scientist might be conceived of that would know all things, all facts, but knowing them all and knowing not the one cause back of all, would be helpless in real helpfulness to man. But if you know the one cause, you will know all the effects. We are discovering more and more power and putting it to work. Someday we will have the power to do anything of which we can conceive. But if man has this power before he learns self and the control of self, he will destroy everything. This divine energy may be locked in a unit small enough to be held in the hand of a child and released so simply that a child can use it. But woe unto the race if a child minds hold it. Then will science realize its mistake, and then will religion and philosophy realize their mistake in permitting the material development before the spiritual, for destruction will follow the childish use of the power. And where are the minds that are not childish? The great lesson taught by Quo Vadis centers around our responsibilities in the world. Either each individual must carry on his part of the world's work, or else some other one must bear his burden. On the Appian Way, the apostle, leaving Rome, beheld the vision of Christ returning to the eternal city. Falling upon his knees, the apostle cried out, Quo Vadis, Domini, which means, Whither goest thou, Master? And the answer is given him, which to all who, failing to shoulder the responsibilities of life, seek to evade their duties. When we neglect an opportunity to do good, when we evade the hard things of life and seek to shift our burdens to the other shoulders, when we live for ourselves alone and leave suffering humanity, then indeed we meet the Master returning to the labors which we should have performed, mayhap to die again for his people, and on our heads shall rest the blame for his death. The pleasures of reading are, of course, in good part pleasures of the imagination, but they are just as natural and actual as pleasures of the sense, and are often more accessible and more lasting. Charles W. Eliot. Evolution, a Prize Essay by S. J. Brownson, M.D., B.D., F.T.S. This essay won the prize of $10 offered by the Los Angeles Examiner for the best article on evolution, and was published in its issue of August 14, 1922. The fact that within 75 years all the colleges of the world, nearly all the scientists, and most of the leading educators have accepted evolution, either as a working hypothesis or as a fact, is the most encouraging event in the history of civilization, because it places the study of all the phenomena of life on a scientific basis. Hitherto it has been largely in the hands of theologians who are at war with scientists. 2, because it secures to man perfect liberty in the investigation of all the laws and forces of nature. This is necessary for rapid progress. 3, because it has established as a fact the law of cause and effect, and the immanence by evolution of life, spirit, God in all nature, instead of creationism by an extra-mundane anthropomorphic God who rules by arbitrary power. 4. Because it has demonstrated the unity and sacredness of all life, the brotherhood of all men, and the absolute justice, wisdom, and love of God alike for all. 5. Because it has established the fact of the orderly sequential development of all life, from the simple to the complex, through an infinitude of adjustments and forms that are always changing to conform to the expanding life within. 6. Because it lays bare the causes of war, poverty, crime, disease, and all abnormal conditions, and points the remedy with the strongest incentives for its use. 7. Because looking upon all nature as an inspired Bible, it unravels the tangled web of life and solves its problem in harmony with reason and the ethics of science. 8. Because it places man where he belongs, as a spiritual being in the scale of evolving intelligence, the epitome of the universe, a God in the making, in harmony with the example and teaching of Christ, who was an evolutionist. Christ was an evolutionist. Proof of this statement, with which the essay closes, is desired by many people. Here it comes from the Bible itself. 1. What is evolution? As defined in our three great unabridged dictionaries, Webster, the Century, the Standard, it is development, growth, unfolding, opening out, etc., always from the simple to the complex, and by inherent sentiment life. It applies to everything in the universe, from an atom or an electron to the cosmical system. Herbert Spencer, the world's greatest philosopher, defines it as the integration of matter and concomitant dissipation of motion. 2. What does the Bible say about this? While the word evolution is not found in it, because, like many other words now in common use, it had not been coined when the book was made, other words conveying exactly the same idea were used. Consult any unabridged Greek and Hebrew analytical concordance or Bible textbook, looking up the root meaning of such words as these: to create, make, form, fashion, build, grow, etc., and their derivatives and synonyms, and you will find that evolution, as understood by science today, is taught and illustrated on every page of the book. 3. All of Christ's teachings are in harmony with this fact. His 38 parables illustrate the development of his kingdom, or the growth of Christian character, in exact accordance with this divine law of progress. Hundreds of passages might be cited to prove this, such as Math, chapter 13, chapter 6:28, Jano, chapter 50, Mark, chapter 4:26-35, etc., Jano, chapter 10:30, chapter 5:17-47, chapter 14:9, etc., prove his identity with God, his Father, and all nature. Hundreds of passages prove his humanity as well as his divinity. 4. Darwinism should not be confounded with evolution. The best authorities hold that monkeys were not our ancestors, much to their credit, for monkeys do not kill each other or carry on barbarous wars as men do. The Bible, and especially the life and teachings of Christ, when studied in the light of creative, progressive evolution, using figures of speech, allegory, and symbolism, as its writers did, and for religious and not scientific purposes, is a more illuminating and wonderful book than ever. To prohibit the teaching of evolution in our schools is absolutely unchristian and subversive of our civilization. Faust, the Eternal Drama, by Manly P. Hall. In taking up the study of the drama by Goethe and the opera by Gounod, it is well for us to consider the historical character of Faust. Very few people realize that this strange individual ever lived, and yet upon investigation there is very little doubt that such a person did exist during the 15th and 16th century. Among magical writings we find the book of Dr. Faust, a short thesis on which he explains his invocation of spirits and his pact with the evil one. Many strange stories are told concerning him which, however, are unanimous in their conclusion, that in the end he was destroyed by the entity to which he had bound himself. The story received little attention until Goethe, a master of alchemy, built around it the immortal drama, which is now familiar to the public. There are few operas that contain more food for spiritual and intellectual thought than Faust. The present form of the legend is undoubtedly an outpouring of the mystery schools, with which many of the great authors and poets have been connected. It is the symbolical and mystic rather than the literal interpretation in which we are interested, which brings clearly before the mind of the student one of the greatest principles which the modern alchemist and student of occult arts must face. First, the student must realize that the whole drama takes place within his own being, which he overlooks because he cannot see it. The eternal struggles, the eternal combinations of elements, principles, and expressions of unfoldment constitute the most wonderful of all dramas. And this has been given to the world under the symbol of Faust, and is packed with Mephistopheles. The character in the drama, Faust. In Faust, the ancient philosopher sitting in his gloomy laboratory surrounded by dusty bones and weird and curious books of ancient history, we find one angle of human consciousness. In him we see the human mind, the analytical mind, the intellectual occultist, the power of science, the mystery of thought. All of these we see symbolized in Faust. He is an analyzer of effects, seeking to find causes by the power of concrete reason, seeking with the eyes of form to view the worlds of spirit. There are many today who stand as Faust stood, with all his lore a fool no wiser than before. He is the mind incarnate. There are many students today who have studied books, listened and learned, experimented and wound themselves up in intellectuality, and yet forever they fail. They can quote figures, they know the ages of worlds, and still the great secret of the alchemist eludes them, and in the darkness of ever deeper perplexity they labor surrounded by problems they cannot solve and mysteries with which they cannot cope. How long will science stand as Faust stood, an admitted failure in its attempts to solve anything it cannot analyze? Faust failed to find the true meaning of alchemy as he labored eternally with things outside of himself. He built his furnaces, but his retorts and his Bunsen burners only led him into deeper quandaries and greater despair. In Faust, the true spiritual man was imprisoned, crucified beneath the power of intellectuality. The mind is man's greatest blessing, but when it masters the thing it should obey and serve, it surrounds and imprisons the life until, as Faust, the yearning breaks out in his eternal cry. Woe is me, still prisoned in the gloom of this abhorred and musty room, where heaven's dear light itself doth pass, but dimly through the painted glass, hemmed in by volumes thick with dust, a prey to worms and mouldering rust, and to the high vault's topmost bound with smoky paper compassed round, with boxes round three piled in glass, and many a useless instrument, with an old ancestral lumber blent. This is my world, a world, alas! And dost thou ask why heaves thy heart with tightening pressure in thy breast? Why the dull ache will not depart, by which the life pulse is oppressed? Instead of nature's living sphere, created for mankind of old, brute skeletons surround thee here, and dead men's bones in smoke and mold. Many students have not reached a place where they cry out in their misery as Faust cried out, but they are in an intellectual rut which will inevitably bring about the same result. Men cannot reach heaven by thought alone, although it is true that thought binds God to man. But to this thought must be added other things. The hermit and the recluse and those buried in their studies are losing the great battle, as they have gone away from the world. They have left practical life for theoretical things, and it was not for this end that man came into being. He came to labor as well as learn. He came to evolve not only intellectual faculties by the mystic and spiritual. He must learn compassion, love, and faith, and blend them if he would know the mystery of creation. The one who knows the most is not always the wisest. If he were, the story of Faust could never have taken place. But so surely as the pendulum swings in one direction to produce a mental genius, as in Faust, it will swing back again and produce a degenerate. This is an age-old truth which the student must learn, and as we read Faust in this light, we shall see the playing out of human emotions, which finally are blended in mutual understanding. But the path is often long and weary, especially for those who, like Faust, are crystallized in ruts. When man becomes a slave to his intellect, he becomes unbalanced, and we find those who destroy for the love of analyzing the thing they kill. They will, in truth, sell their souls to the devil for the thing they want. And there are thousands who stand today as Faust stood, intellectual giants, but in life failures, who must stand apart from all the world listening in the depth of their own darkened being, to the laughing songs of those from whom they have separated themselves, by allowing the truly human to starve and, dying, give its being to feed an unbalanced mind. Marguerite, as Faust symbolizes the human mind with its deep mysterious workings, so Marguerite symbolizes the heart, the impulsive system, as balanced against the somber, reflective, analytical system. The great human tragedy of life is eternally played out between these two, and it is usually the heart that pays the greatest price for its unfoldment and growth. Raised among the cloisters of faith, Marguerite, without experience, without practical knowledge of life or living problems, becomes the easy prey of Faust and his scheming companion. The beautiful mystic path of faith, as it is personified in the character of Marguerite, is one that each aspiring soul must walk, but it is filled with suffering and uncertainty until reason and knowledge are added, and the simple innocence of childhood gives place to the broader virtue of understanding. Nature and its laws apparently conspire eternally against those who do not understand them, but this is not in truth nature's conspiracy. It is rather the price which man, regardless of his ignorance, must pay for the violation of a law which is no respecter of persons. The heart of man and his finer sentiments are worthy and beautiful, but these sentiments often destroy the thing that they love the most, and until the path of the heart is strengthened by the mind, enriched with the experience of action and the fruits of labor, it is not in a position to fulfill its part in the great plan. For thousands of years, ignorance has been considered innocence, and those who are sheltered from the world have been called virtuous. But nothing can be further from the true meaning of the word than this application. In knowledge, balance, and years of conscientious experience and mastered emotions rest the basis of true virtue. It is only those who have passed through life and cleansed themselves who have been virtuous. Those who have been sheltered, as Marguerite was, are merely the ignorant preys of cunning and worldly wisdom, not only to their own detriment, but to the detriment of others. Marguerite symbolizes the hopelessly impractical phase of life, which we find often among those who claim spirituality. Many students know little of the first principles of life and less of their reason for being, and yet in their ignorance they pride themselves upon the fact that they do not need to know. This mistaken idea is responsible for an eternal tragedy, as old as life itself, and so long as man remains in his present state of ignorance, he will be forced to bow before that which knows. And instead of rising up in wrath against his overlord, he must transmute his ignorance into knowledge. Therefore, the trials of Marguerite were as necessary to her salvation as were the repentance and agony of Faust necessary to him, that he might learn to balance his intellectuality with the spiritual and mystic nature of Marguerite. This eternal battle is as old as time itself, and it will continue until knowledge with all its glory realizes the sweet simplicity of the mystic path of faith, as walked by Marguerite, and having learned the lessons of life, unites itself in an eternal union with the elements which it must always fight until it understands. Again, in this drama we see the eternal battle of science and religion. Faust, the philosopher, buried in his concrete knowledge, unable to appreciate the true elements of spiritual faith, typifying science, while Marguerite, standing upon the church steps, represents the eternal cry of the mystic, to believe without knowing, to adore without questioning, and to accept all nature as the manifestation of an unknown, whose laws it is heresy to examine. Today the battle is still being fought out, and while science walks forward with ever-quickening strides, it still combats religious ideals, and religion seems unable to broaden out to a realization of the place of science in the plan of being. The great tragedy of Faust, as played out in man, his intuition, posited against his intellect, must continue its unbalanced career until heart and mind are blended in the alchemical marriage of the philosopher, when instead of imposing each upon the other, they unite for the betterment of each, the heart to believe and hope, and the mind to make possible the realization of that hope. one to build its air castle of rainbow tints and the other in a practical way to make possible the perpetuation of the dream. This is the final destiny of the eternal battle. When fire and water being harmonized, each realizing the value of the other, man will unify both phases of his being into one great truth, which will endure to the end of time. Mephistopheles, Walpurgis Night, The Tragedy of Faust, Part 2, Manly P. Hall. Mephistopheles. Few people understand the devil's place in the great plan, and fewer still have learned to appreciate and reverence that great natural principle, the most abused of all the divine's manifestations. The keynote of physical matter is inertia. Expression of energy is only possible on this plane of nature as the result of effort, and mankind is prone to shirk activity. Consequently, he considers as evil all things which bring with them the necessity of exertion, mental, physical, or spiritual. And as the devil, so called, he is unpopular with a large percentage of people, in spite of the fact that he was especially chosen by the Lord as man's most constant companion. The devil is always dressed in red from head to foot, the red being symbolical of the blood and iron of Mars, the energy-giving principle of the universe. It is energy which builds all things. It is energy which makes possible every manifestation of human life. And just so surely as energy creates action, which promotes growth, just so surely the misapplication of this energy destroys. The devil is nothing more or less than misplaced energy, which energy is always misplaced by the individual himself, who invokes the demon by misapplying his God-given powers. This emotional demon can be transmuted, as is told in the second part of the drama of Faust, and the same power which destroys mind, soul, and body then builds our homes and gives expression to our constructive ideals. This energy coursing through the body of all living things is the light-bearer of the universe. But when perverted for selfish ends, it becomes a ravenous demon which slowly devours and destroys all over whom it gains control. There are two ways of bringing upon mankind the curse of Mephistopheles. The first is the careful misapplication of energy by the knowing, scientific mind, which consciously sells its soul to its lower emotions for the gratification of desires. The second is the result of ignorance, where the human soul, not realizing its danger, allows itself to be tempted by the emotional being. It is the lower emotional body in man with its passions and hates which is symbolized by the devil. And these emotions, while they are invoked by man, if he once gives himself over to them, soon become his master and destroy him with their blazing fire. In Faust, the devil is called the spirit of negation, and this is true. He is, and he is also the spirit of perversion, as the devil in every case is the right thing in the wrong place. In man's hands rests the regeneration of the evil one, the eternal tempter, who in the last analysis constitutes a divine urge for the greater good. If we hate evil, we are promoting evil with evil, as hate is food for hate, and an evil intention towards evil gives the undesirable ever greater strength. We must find the way of working that Faust found, which in the end resulted in his eternal salvation and forgiveness. Man must master the lower phases of all his bodies, which until they are mastered are eternally betraying his higher nature. His heart, Marguerite, and his brain, Faust, should be masters of the forces which animate them. But man is seldom master of his own bodies, as nearly all creatures are slaves of emotion, which is represented as the jaunty, scarlet-clad figure who is always ready to gratify the lower at the expense of the higher, but who in turn, when mastered, becomes the willing follower of good as before he was the instigator of evil. When man masters his lower body with its emotions, hates, and fears, instead of being a slave to it, he then breaks the bond which ties him to Mephistopheles, as this creature which he has invoked in his own lower nature, and until he masters this nature, he must always be a slave to it, and it will lead him to misery and death. The mastery of bodies and the finer and finer adjustments of bodies are the things for which man is eternally seeking. Every expression of the spiritual inner urge brings closer the day when he shall be master of his own temple. But when he fails in his divine obligation, he then sells his soul and his spiritual consciousness to the lower nature, and like Faust, becomes a blight upon the very earth, a betrayer of his own higher nature and a slave of vice. Millions of people have unconsciously sold their souls to Mephistopheles, who still believe that they are masters of themselves, but who are the slaves of habit. All who are mastered by temper are the conscious servants of Mephistopheles, and will remain so until they take the very devil himself and make him work for good. Then we find that he is as useful a companion as constructive energy, as he was a betrayer when he manifested through destructive elements. The tragedy of Faust. This tragedy in 5 acts is played out through the regions of the 5 senses by mind, spirit, body, soul, and emotions, which constitute the cast of this eternal drama. All the elements of human passion and desire, from the divine prologue at the footstool of God to the infernal Sabbath of Walpurgis Night, are phases in the expression of the ever-evolving individuality of man. In it, we find that the human spirit of man, Faust, the one hidden in the laboratory of crystallized vehicles, where the light shines through but dimly, seeks greater liberty and expression, and so invokes the spirit of the earth and the higher powers to liberate him from the narrow confines of his laboratory. But he is not yet prepared for the higher liberation, and so seeks expression through the lower. We find the human spiritual consciousness in man pledging its soul to the bodies of emotion at the present time in the world, where thousands of people, millions in fact, are searching for happiness, the eternal goal of the lower man. In many ways, humanity seeks to forget its cares and sorrows by drowning them in emotional excesses, but eternally its misery is only sleeping to wake again until the individual takes the path which leads him upward to the light. The vehicle which Faust, the human spirit, decides to use and pervert to his own ends represents Marguerite, the body, which it destroys in order that it may carry on its degeneracy. And the inevitable result of this mental and emotional excesses is the destruction of the body, which he betrays, and a karmic reaction of sickness and death. We see this exemplified around us, where the burning of the candle at both ends results in the destruction of the body, as symbolized by the betrayal of Marguerite. But this betrayal and the resultant suffering bring with them growth and life as we see it today. The betrayal of the lower by the higher, as it is around us at every moment, brings with it constructive results, as is symbolized by Faust, who as the result of his final repentance earns the right to eternal salvation, as Marguerite is also immortalized when she masters the temptations of the emotional man. Walpurgis Night. There is no more impressive feature in the entire opera than what is called the Ride to Hell and the Witches' Sabbath, where Faust and the devil ride through the storms and thunderclouds to where the lower emotional creatures of our creation are battling, twisting, and writhing in demoniacal frenzy. This ride to hell, as it is called, is the inevitable result of the pact in which Faust, the human spirit, binds himself to his emotional body. The result of this union and the degeneracy which comes with it is that the spinal currents and powers in man go down to the spine to the darkness of the lower man on the ride to hell. And here in the conscious centers of the lower emotions is celebrated the witches' Sabbath. When man becomes the slave of emotion, his spiritual centers above the meridian point fail to function, and his consciousness is carried downward to the centers of the lower body, where among the seething flames of the sacral plexuses, the lower passion centers, he celebrates the orgies of the lower astral planes. The entire drama is wound around the one series of natural laws, as are all dramas of the universe, this particular phase being the price that man must pay when he allows the lower bodies to master the higher principles. In most every thought and action of our lives, we are betraying our own being, which betrayal brings with it years and often lives of suffering. If man will only realize his duty to his own bodies and theirs to him, he will not have to pass through the terrible drama which goeth, the great mystic, and presented in the story of Faust. But when he abuses any part of his being, he must pay as Faust paid, when he sold his higher spiritual nature to his lower bodies and betrayed the principles within himself, leaving behind him a stream of suffering and death. Faust is still being played out in the world as it was played out in the worlds above, which we have recorded in the fall of the angels. Man, by the perversion of his life essences, created the devil, and now he must suffer in anguish as the slave of his creation until he redeems himself as Faust did in the last act of Walpurgis Night, known as the second half of the drama. In the first part of the drama, Faust buries his higher nature in the process of involution. In the second, he lifts that which he destroyed and redeems that which he perverted. The end. Poison Liquor by Manly P. Hall, reported by Harry S. Gerhardt. Every problem of a civilization concerns every member of that civilization. Religion has its answers to problems, science has its answers, and philosophy has its answers. Philosophy combines the best of the others, and we should expect a reasoned, balanced solution of a problem from that source. And we have the right to expect a practical working solution, one that will really work if applied. So let us consider the great question of prohibition, bootlegging, and its latest aspect, poison liquor, poisoned by a government to prevent its use. The removal of alcoholics will undoubtedly be of immense value to posterity. How can it most effectively be done? The great mass of humanity do not appreciate the efforts made in its behalf. Play is that which we want to do, and work is that which we have to do. Humanity rebels against that which it must do, as the small boy rebels against medicine. He just knows it is awful on principle. Thus, the forcing of anything upon humanity is distasteful to humanity, and it immediately wants that which is denied to it. Humanity is gradually growing to a truer and nobler state, but a poor way to help it is to force something upon it. The user of alcohol is slowly committing suicide. The old sot said, "It is such a pleasing way to die." Thus it may seem in the early stages, but the latter are anything but pleasant. The law has said that intoxicants shall not be distributed. But behold, a new industry has been established, a national institution, refined, creditable, whose only unfortunate angle is in getting caught. This elite industry of bootlegging is sanctioned by the community and is patronized by the elect, and is thus probably the largest single institution in America, an unorganized organism. It would require several Woolworth buildings to house its offices if such were possible. This gigantic industry is the strongest advocate of prohibition and without exception will vote dry. They are the largest group of fundamental dries. Their business depends upon it. This institution is preying upon humanity, using all the improved methods of rapid poisoning, and the government is asked to help them. The law is now established and must be enforced or be re-legislated. Vast numbers of people do not feel that it is a crime to break law of which they do not approve. The result is that law-breaking has been carried into every channel of endeavor. A general disregard for all law is the result of prohibition. Therefore, we have a general increase of crime of all kinds. Now, is it advisable to poison alcohol to prevent its being used? Is the crime of indulgence in bootleg liquor worthy of a death penalty? For that is what it amounts to. The bootlegger will use it just the same, and the drinker will drink it just the same. Death will result, and the government has sentenced him to death. Now, why will the individual disregard these drastic measures and risk his own life? The individual does not realize the necessity of self-preservation. He has been told many times, but doesn't believe it. We cannot learn from the actions of others, and education, while it is certain, is a long, slow progress, and no real effort has been made to educate the individual. The whole prohibition question has grown until no one seems to know just what to do with it. The government doesn't seem to know, nor do they seem to care very much. Someone suggests more poison. It is an interesting thing when a government as strong and powerful as that of the United States of America, or as it should be, should find it necessary to put poison in anything as the only solution to a great problem. We are working with millions of people who, according to government statistics, have minds of 12 to 13-year-old children. 25% of them can barely read and write. Nearly 90% have a warped moral value. 10% only are sufficiently developed to preserve self, are able to say no to the cravings of the lower nature. If these millions were self-controlled, the government could poison liquor, and every man would keep himself from drinking. But these millions are not self-controlled. They want liquor, and wanting it will drink it, and never count the cost. It is necessary to educate humanity to a certain point before you can direct him to a certain end. Humanity needs help and remedies of many kinds, but the government is making very little progress in this problem confronting it. The government has not yet given an intelligent presentation of advantages of the prohibition law. Instead of teaching these advantages, it is sought to enforce it against the individual's disbelief in that law. Propaganda has done many things and is being used constantly to do many more things. And if some of it were directed toward educating the individual in the exact facts of the matter, those minds which are really worth would disentangle themselves. If some of the millions spent in useless enforcement were spent in flooding the United States with facts, much more good would be done. In time, the world can be educated, but it must be shown why in language it can understand. Those worthwhile will listen, the rest will destroy themselves anyway. Knowledge alone will destroy bootlegging and that other great evil, the dope traffic. This is the only true and natural solution. Closely parallel to the drink question is the dope question. Both are supported by the law of human selfishness. Human selfishness will sell anything, do anything, promote anything, advertise anything if there is money enough in it. It is responsible for our billboards, 50% of which advertising is for articles which will harm you, and 90% of which won't do you any good. Millions are spent to sell you something you don't want. The advertiser thus distributes individual invitations to injure yourself in the nicest, easiest, most dignified, and most expensive manner. The same selfishness applies in the sale of narcotics to minors. It starts at the schoolhouse and ends at the madhouse, the prison, and the grave. But business is business. The one cure for anything is to get the right knowledge to the individual concerned. Traffic of all kinds fears only the real knowledge of the facts in the case. The strength of knowledge is greater than the goodness of ignorance. Fight these problems in the school and the home. Present the truth to the mind of youth, and the mind of youth will solve these problems for all time. The death of Socrates. Great Greek philosopher tells of death, from the Dialogues of Plato, by B. Jowett, M.A. After an interval of some months or years at Philus, a town of Sicyon, the tale of the last hours of Socrates is narrated by Echecrates, and other Philasians by Phaedo, the beloved disciple, Jowett. Many philosophical questions are discussed in prison by Socrates and his friends. Many questions concerning death, suicide, and the proper attitude toward life. Speaking of the other world, the superior world, the upper earth, Socrates tells them the following. Editor. In the first place, the earth, when looked at from above, is like one of those balls which have leather coverings in 12 pieces, and is of diverse colors, of which the colors which painters use on earth are only a sample. But there the whole earth is made up of them, and they are brighter, far, and clearer than ours. There is a purple of wonderful luster, also the radiance of gold, and the white which is in the earth is whiter than any chalk or snow. Of these and other colors the earth is made up, and they are more in number and fairer than the eye of man has ever seen. And the very hollows, of which I was speaking, filled with air and water, are seen like light flashing amid the other colors, and have a color of their own, which gives a sort of unity to the variety of earth. And in this fair region everything that grows, trees and flowers and fruits, are in a like degree fairer than any here. And there are hills and stones in them, in a like degree smoother and more transparent, and fairer in color than are highly valued emeralds and sardonyxes and jaspers, and other gems, which are but minute fragments of them. For there all the stones are like our precious stones, and fairer still. The reason of this is that they are pure, and not like our precious stones, infected and corroded by the corrupt briny elements which coagulate among us, and which breed foulness and disease both in earth and stones, as well as in animals and plants. They are the jewels of the upper earth, which also shines with gold and silver and the like, and they are visible to sight and large and abundant, and found in every region of the earth, and blessed is he who sees them. And upon the earth are animals and men, some in the middle region, others dwelling about the air as we dwell about the sea, others in islands, which the air flows around, near the continent. And in a word, the air is used by them as the water and the sea are by us, and the ether to them what the air is to us. Moreover, the temperament of their seasons is such that they have no disease, and live much longer than we do, and have sight and hearing and smell, and all the other senses in far greater perfection, in the same degree that air is purer than water, or the ether than air. Also they have temples and sacred places in which the gods really dwell, and they hear the voices and receive their answers, and are conscious of them and hold converse with them. And they see the sun, moon, and stars as they really are. And their other blessedness is of a piece of this. I do not mean to affirm that the descriptions which I have given of the soul and her mansions is exactly true. A man of sense ought hardly to say that, but I do say that inasmuch as the soul is shown to be immortal, he may venture to think, not improperly or unworthily, that something of the kind is true. The venture is a glorious one, and he ought to comfort himself with words like these, which is the reason why I have lengthened out the tale. Wherefore I say, let a man be of good cheer about his soul, who has cast away the pleasures and ornaments of the body as alien to him, and rather hurtful in their effects, and has followed after the pleasures of knowledge in this life, who has adorned the soul in her own proper jewels, which are temperance, and justice, and courage, and nobility, and truth. In these arrayed, she is ready to go on her journey to the world below, purgatory-like, first before being led to the upper earth, Ed, when her time comes. Eusymias and Sebes and all the other men will depart at some time or other. Me already, as the tragic poet would say, the voice of fate calls. Soon I must drink the poison, and I think that I had better repair to the bath first, in order that the women may not have the trouble of washing my body after I am dead. Said Crito, but in what way would you have us bury you? In any way what you like. Only you must get hold of me and take care that I do not walk away from you. Then he turned to us and added with a smile, I cannot make Crito believe that I am the same Socrates who have been talking and conducting the argument. He fancies that I am the other Socrates, whom he will soon see a dead body, and he asks, how shall he bury me? And though I have spoken many words in the endeavor to show that when I have drunk the poison I shall leave you and go to the joys of the blessed, these words of mine, with which I have comforted you and myself, have had, as I perceive, no effect upon Crito. And therefore I want you to be surety for me now, as he was surety for me at the trial. But let the promise be of another sort, for he was my surety to the judges that I would remain, but that you must be surety to him that I shall not remain, but go away and depart. And then he will suffer less at my death, and not be grieved when he sees my body being burned or buried. I would not have him sorrow at my hard lot, or say at the burial, thus we lay out Socrates, or thus we follow him to the grave or bury him. For false words are not only evil in themselves, but they infect the soul with evil. Be of good cheer then, my dear Crito, and say that you are burying my body only, and do with that as is usual, and as you think best. Having returned from the bath, the jailer came to him, saying, To you, Socrates, whom I know to be the noblest and gentlest and best of all who ever came to this place, I will not impute the angry feelings of other men who rage and swear at me when, in obedience to the authorities, I bid them drink the poison. Indeed, I am sure that you will not be angry with me, for others, as you are aware, and not I, are the guilty cause. And so fare you well, and try to bear lightly what must needs be. You know my errand. Then bursting into tears, he turned away and went out. Socrates looked at him and said, I return your good wishes, and will do as you bid. Let the cup be brought, if the poison is prepared. If not, let the attendant prepare some. Yet, said Crito, the sun is still upon the hilltops, and many a one has taken the draught late, and after the announcement has been made to him, he has eaten and drunk, and indulged in sensual delights. Do not hasten then, there is still time. Socrates said, Yes, Crito, and they of whom you speak are right in doing thus, for they think they will gain by the delay. But I am right in not doing thus, for I do not think I should gain anything by drinking the poison a little later. I should be sparing and saving a life which is already gone. I could only laugh at myself for this. Please, then, to do as I say, and not to refuse me. Crito, when he heard this, made a sign to the servant, and the servant went in and remained for some time, and then returned with the jailer carrying the cup of poison. He handed the cup to Socrates, who in the easiest and gentlest manner, without the least fear or change of color or feature, looking at the man with all his eyes as his manner was, took the cup, and said, "What do you say about making a libation out of this cup to any god? May I or not?" The man answered, "We only prepare, Socrates, just so much as we deem enough." "I understand," he said. "Yet I may and must pray to the gods to prosper my journey from this to that other world. May this, then, which is my prayer, be granted to me." Then, holding the cup to his lips quite readily and cheerfully, he drank off the poison. And hitherto most of us had been able to control our sorrow. But now, when we saw him drinking, and saw too that he had finished the draught, we could no longer forbear, and in spite of myself my own tears were flowing fast, so that I covered my face and wept over myself. For certainly I was not weeping over him, but at the thought of my own calamity in having lost such a companion. Nor was I the first, for Crito, when he found himself unable to restrain his tears, had got up and moved away, and I followed. And at that moment Apollodorus, who had been weeping all the time, broke out into a loud cry which made cowards of us all. Socrates alone retained his calmness. "What is this strange outcry?" he said. "I sent away the women mainly in order that they might not offend in this way, for I have heard that a man should die in peace. Be quiet then, and have patience." When we heard that, we were ashamed, and refrained our tears. And he walked about until, as he said, his legs began to fail, and then he lay on his back. And the men who gave him the poison now and then looked at his feet and legs, and after a while he pressed his foot hard and asked if he could feel, and he said, "No." And then his leg, and so upwards, and showed us that he was cold and stiff. And he felt them himself, and said, "When the poison reaches the heart, that will be the end." He was beginning to grow cold about the groin, when he uncovered his face, for he had covered himself up, and said, they were his last words, he said, "Crito, I owe a cock to Asclepius. Will you remember to pay the debt?" "The debt shall be paid," said Crito. "Is there anything else?" There was no answer to this question, but in a minute or two a movement was heard, and the attendants uncovered him. His eyes were set, and Crito closed his eyes and mouth. Such was the end, Echecrates, of our friend, whom I may truly call the wisest and justest and best of all the men whom I have ever known. Were the ancients wiser than we? Do we need the mystery schools? An interview with Manly P. Hall by H.O. Stachan. About every 600 years, human civilization seems to reach a flowering period. Human progress runs in cycles, so to speak. Just as a series of average waves upon the surface of the ocean is always followed by one wave that overtops its predecessors. So with the succession of centuries, every sixth one rises to outstanding cultural heights. This apparent rhythm is now attracting attention once more because the 20th century, in which we are living, seems to mark another apex in the unfolding story of man's eternal struggle, onward and upward. And the theory is entirely consistent, for civilization's last pinnacle was the Renaissance, which had its beginning in the 14th century. Prior to that, there was a blossom time along about the 7th century, which was preceded by the era of Christ Jesus in the 1st century. 6 centuries before his day saw another brilliant blooming in Greece when Pythagoras and other intellectual giants walked the earth and gave to mankind the benefits of their erudition, a standard of learning which has stood unrivaled for 26 centuries. But in this our busy, humdrum, sunwise turn of 1926, the average man and woman gives little thought to the considerations of this sort. They take the world for granted, honestly but foolishly believing that we of today represent the very last word in all human knowledge and achievement. Notwithstanding, there is a steadily increasing host of thinking people who are not so self-satisfied and complacent. Particularly is this true here in Southern California, where we are told by those schooled in such matters that a new race is evolving, heralds of a new world and promulgators of a new order that will concern itself with matters far more important than subdivisions and sensations. Old in learning. One of the interesting workers in this vineyard here is Manly P. Hall, a man young in years but old in learning. Not the sort of learning that is highly valued in the marts of today, but the learning of the ancients, which is the foundation of all true wisdom, because it came from the one original source of all learning. This learning is the metaphysical lore at which many so-called wise men nowadays turn up their noses, for they say it is not practical. Because it is not so simple, it is too deep for them. But to return to Mr. Hall, to most persons hereabouts, he is best known as pastor of the Church of the People, which meets every Sunday morning in Trinity Auditorium. Each week he discusses there all sorts of subjects ranging from the commonplace to the sublime, with their application to present-day problems, in such a fascinating manner that those who hear him once invariably become regular attendants. Right now, Mr. Hall is concluding a monumental labor, the writing of a book which he has been steadily engaged since 1919, and which bears the almost forbidden title of an encyclopedia outline of Masonic, Hermetic, and Rosicrucian symbolical philosophy. To this is added a treatise on the Kabbalah of the Jews, being an interpretation of the secret teachings concealed within the rituals, allegories, and mysteries of all ages. Hamlet's admonition, "There are more things in heaven and earth," Horatio, "than are dreamed of in your philosophy," might well be blazoned across the title page of Mr. Hall's book. For it is the all but forgotten wisdom of the ancients, which he has resurrected as the result of his studies in countless books and manuscripts, to which the general public has no access. Being very old, these documents are of little use to most people because they hold ancient knowledge to be out of date, and like last year's motor car, therefore to have deteriorated. But in this respect, wisdom differs strikingly from material things. Age cannot wither it, nor custom stale, though people fail to realize that fact. In answering a question as to his immediate purpose in writing such a book, Mr. Hall replied that he hoped through it to bring about an attitude of mind favorable to the reestablishment of the ethical culture of the ancient Greeks. This culture was largely disseminated by the so-called mysteries, which disappeared during the early centuries of the Christian era. Today, great philosophic minds are once more interested in the reestablishment of the mysteries as an institution. Lacking in culture. "We're hopelessly lacking in true ethical culture today," said Mr. Hall, "in that we do not do right from the principle of right, but rather from the principle of expediency. The science of ethics was the fundamental teaching of the Greek mysteries, and constituted the most perfect system of education ever devised. This ethical message was so vital and informative that candidates actually vied with one another to secure it. But the scholastic curriculums of today are, for the most part, so prosaic and commercially materialistic that it is necessary to pass compulsory attendance laws to keep the children in school. For both children and parents are prone to regard higher education not only a non-essential, but even a handicap in the battle of life. Everywhere, the lack of ethics is painfully felt today. Many people are trying to analyze the defects of our social fabric. Crass materialism is the one and only answer. The mysteries of antiquity were dedicated to the gods, and every modern art and science had its origin in the temple. Mathematics and medicine were first sacred sciences, created as methods for honoring the gods by serving mankind. In this connection, recall that Gutenberg, the father of printing, designed the first movable type in 1445 for the express purpose of printing the Bible. Painting and sculpture originally grew out of a desire to perpetuate the forms and features of the gods and heroes, while music and drama received their early impulses from being integral parts of religious worship. All of these higher, finer, and cultural activities man developed to express his spiritual ideals, but not necessarily theological concepts. Religion does not dispute or theorize. It worships and adores the fundamental verities of life. But today our churches, through their varying creeds, unfortunately have fomented an untold amount of prejudice. And prejudice is a destructive force. The prejudiced mind is incapable of logical or reasonable thought. Creeds are merely excrescences upon the body of religion. Creeds inhibit the mental faculties and rational powers of all who become involved in the limitations of dogma. Universities, churches, and scientific bodies exhibiting an exaggerated reverence for creeds and precedents, paralyzed the mental initiatives of the representatives and followers. The Ancient Mysteries. Every world religion is a partial revelation of the secret doctrine of the ancient mysteries. Ante-Nicene Christianity was a school of the mysteries and, as such, promulgated a secret doctrine, scarcely a vestige of which is to be found in modern Christianity. The secret doctrine of Christianity even Christ concealed from the multitudes, revealing it only to an illuminated few. It is recorded in Matthew that the disciples asked Jesus why he spoke to the people in parables. And he answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to understand the mysteries of heaven. But unto them it is not given. Everything that has been revealed to us is merely an imperfect symbol of a great spiritual fact that is revealed in its entirety only to those initiated into the mysteries of nature. The Greek mythology taught today in our public schools is nothing but the initiation rituals of the Greek mysteries. Plato, the greatest of all philosophers, was an initiate. He had been inducted into the lore and practices of the Eleusinian mysteries. The priests of the temple revealed to him all they knew, and his writings are merely veiled simplifications of the teachings of the mystery schools. Aristotle and Euclid were also initiates. Pythagoras, after visiting the seats of 14 great religions of antiquity, from Greece to India, declared them all to be monotheistic, a statement which disrupts modern concepts of pagan theology. Centers of education. The mysteries were really the great educational centers of the ancient world. In Greece, Egypt, Chaldea, and other countries they played the part of school, clinic, church, and home all in one. Their standard of morality was the highest ever known. Of course, in later years, they became polluted with undesirable influences like reputable institutions are known to suffer even in our own days, and gradually declined. It is Mr. Hall's firm belief that if the educational system of the ancient mysteries could be reestablished, it would solve many problems which appear to be unsolvable to the unilluminated mind of today, because the mysteries represented a synthesis of philosophy, science, and religion. They revealed the underlying harmony that pervades all three, whereas so many people today regard them as hopelessly irreconcilable. And so it is that Mr. Hall feels we must return to the original doctrine, another instance of the first being last, if we would extricate ourselves from the entanglements into which useless creedal conflicts have betrayed the modern world. The time is again at hand for the periodic resurgence of reason and learning, for 600 years have elapsed since the last great illumination of the world. The time is again at hand for the periodic resurgence of reason and learning, for 600 years have elapsed since the last great illumination of the world. As a contribution to this end, Mr. Hall is bringing out his compendium, which summarizes the long-forgotten and dust-encrusted wisdom of the past. The entire work is amplified with numerous quotations from ancient, medieval, and modern authorities, many of them from unpublished manuscripts and priceless books long out of print. Cryptic title page from famous book. With much evidence on Shakespeare-Bacon controversy by Manly P. Hall. The title page of the most famous of all books devoted to cryptograms and enigmas is reproduced in this article. As the volume was published in 1624, only 1 year after the great first Shakespearean folio, it appears in the midst of the Baconian controversy. When translated, the title page reads as follows: The Cryptomnesis and Cryptography of Gustavus Salinus, in 9 books, to which is added a clear explanation of the system of steganography of John Trithemius, abbot of Spanheim, and Herbopolis, a man of admirable genius, interspersed with worthy inventions of the author and others, 1624. The true author of this volume is supposed to be Augustus, Duke of Brunswick, but there is no doubt that the fine hand of the Rosicrucians was behind its publication. A proof of this can be discovered from a careful analysis of the several symbols and emblems which ornament the title page. The copy from which this plate was taken belonged to King Leopold of Belgium, whose crest is on the title page. Not only do we say that this volume was connected with the Baconian controversy on account of its date of publication, but for two other reasons. First, because of the peculiar Rosicrucian and philosophical symbols upon this title page. And second, because the volume itself contains the key to both the famous bilateral cipher, supposedly invented by Francis Bacon, and the straight numerical cipher, which reveals the numerical equivalent to the name of Bacon as 33. Turning to page 141 of this monumental work, we find the complete key to the method of securing the numerical equivalent for the name of Bacon, although, of course, the name of this illustrious Rosicrucian does not appear. An interesting example of this numerical method of concealing secret meanings in apparently common words, or words which at least are unintelligible, is to be found by applying the simple cipher of exchanging the letters of the alphabet for numbers to the word honorifica bilitudinatibus, a cryptic signature in Love's Labor Lost. The numerical equivalent of this word is 287, which is incidentally the number of the letters appearing upon the first page of the 1623 Shakespearean folio. When the ancient name of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood was changed into a cryptic number by a process known as the Chi cipher, its numerical equivalent was 287. 287 and 157 are the Rosicrucian signatures in the Baconian controversy. If you will turn to an earlier issue of this paper, December 1st, which shows the Droeshout portrait of Shakespeare, you will find that there are 157 letters on that page, including the 29 small letters which are the signatures of the artist who cut the plate. All these things link together in an interesting and remarkable way. Information of this kind may be piled up indefinitely, but we would now present to you 5 other acrostic signatures extracted from various Shakespearean plays, as these acrostics appear in the first folio. Beginning with the 7th line of the introduction addressed to the great variety of readers, we find the following acrostic signature of Bacon. We are only printing the first 4 or 5 words in the line so that the acrostic is made evident, as the width of the column of this paper does not permit the lines to be divided as in the original. And censure, do so but by, ****. Command a book, the stationer, ****. Brains be or your wisdoms make, ****. Not judge your 6-pen orth, ****. Taking the B from the 3rd line, the A from the 1st line, the C from the 2nd, and the on from the 4th, the acrostic signature is revealed. A large capital F at the top of the page, if included, results in the formation of F. Bacon. This appears on page 3 of the great folio of the Shakespeare plays. The 3rd scene of the 1st act of Hamlet reveals a very simple and complete acrostic. It is found in the lines as follows. And in the morn and liquid dew, ****, contagious blastments are, ****. Be wary then, best safety, ****. The B from the 3rd line, the A from the 1st line, and the con from the 2nd line reveal the acrostic signature, Bacon. The last 3 lines of the 6th scene of the 1st act of Macbeth give a straight acrostic, reading from the bottom upward. Thus, conduct me to mine host, we, ****, and shall continue our graces, ****, by your leave, hostess. The B from the 3rd line, the A from the 2nd, and the con from the 1st, again gives us an omnipresent name, Bacon. Troilus and Cressida, Act 1, Scene 1, contains an acrostic composed entirely of capital letters as follows. Ea, thou, trumpet, there's ****, now crackle thy lungs, and ****, blow villain till thy, out swell the colic of ****, come sketch thy chest, and ****. This remarkable clear example can hardly be disregarded. Take B from the third line, A from the first, C from the fifth, O from the fourth, and N from the second. And note particularly that all the letters are capitals. Act 1, Scene 1, The Two Gentlemen of Verona shows a simple Baconian acrostic, thus, Beshrumi, but you have star, and yet it cannot overtake, star. Come, open the matter, star. We secure the letters for the name Bacon from the above lines as follows: B from the first line, An from the second line, and Co from the third. By rearranging these letters, the word bacon results. We have personally checked through nearly all the plays in the first folio, and it is safe to say that there are several of these acrostics in each one of them, to say nothing of the sonnets and introductory matter. While this establishes a very interesting point, it remains to establish the most forceful argument of all concerning this peculiar happening, which repeats itself too often to be a mere coincidence. In the various books actually published over the name of Sir Francis Bacon, this Bacon acrostic repeatedly occurs. A point as significant as this must receive deep and careful thought. In his preface to the 1640 edition of the Advancement and Proficience of Learning, called Francis Lowe, Virulam, his great instaturation, are found two acrostic signatures, precisely the same in their method of construction as those appearing in the Shakespearean folio of 1623. The first occurs on page 10 of the preface. Again, it is necessary for us to print only a part of the line, showing the significant letters which always appear along the left-hand margin. Of course, these very evident acrostic signatures are but the simplest type of cipher used in the Baconian documents. There are many other complicated forms of acrostics which space precludes our considering. The significant lines on page 10 of the preface are as follows. Conclude the same impossible, art, and yet for all this, being she is to examine and This acrostic reads exactly the same as the one previously given from Macbeth. B from the third line, A from the second line, and Con from the first line. Lest this be deemed a coincidence, a four-line acrostic similar to the above appears on page 11, intentionally mispaginated 14. Upon page 16 appears another four-line acrostic, and upon page 20 a fourth. The latter is as follows. Commonly empty things, but solids are contracted, narrow compass. Find B in the second line and A in the third and Co in the first. Rearrange the letters and Bacon is produced. Now, to return for a moment to the plate which accompanies this article, it is one of the most talked of title pages in connection with the Baconian controversy. The picture at the bottom shows a nobleman, presumably Bacon, placing his hat on another man's head. It may possibly be that the lights in the buildings along the shore towards which the men in the open boat are rowing, and the small oval picture at the top of the place, is a play upon the name Bacon, that is, beacon, for these are in truth four beacon lights. The most striking and subtle Shakespearean point, however, is in the picture on the left side panel, which shows a nobleman, probably Bacon, handing a piece of paper to another man of mean appearance who carries in his hand a spear. At the right, the man who previously carried the spear is shown in the costume of an actor which spurs on a horn. The allusion to the actor blowing his horn and the figure carrying the spear suggests much, especially as spear is the last half of the name Shakespeare. Next week, as a conclusion to this series of 5 articles on the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy, we are going to consider Shakespearean landmarks in the writings of various contemporaneous thinkers. The illustration will be the title page of the first edition of Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World. Upon this volume are marks which would indicate that it contained material of extreme Baconian importance. Francis Bacon's Scrapbook. Anatomy of Melancholy has many cryptic hints, by Manly P. Hall. Accompanying this article is a facsimile of the title page of the 6th edition of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. This work is only one of many volumes involved in the Baconian controversy. Experts in Baconian matters declare Burton's Anatomy to be in reality Francis Bacon's scrapbook, in which he gathered strange and rare bits of knowledge during the many years of his eventful life. Like all Baconian items, there are many peculiar points in connection with this volume. Remembering that 89 is a peculiarly significant number in connection with Baconian cryptograms, we turn to page 89 and find it to be in order and without peculiarity. But upon turning to page 189, we see the inevitable indication of Baconian influence. Page 189 is entirely missing, and intentionally so, for the material keeps right on as it should. The reading is connected, but one page has been dropped out of the book. Recognizing the fallibility of printers, Bacon also used the interesting method of causing intentional errors, such as inverting cuts or initial letters, using the wrong initials, leaving out part of a border, etc. Wherever this is done, it behooves the student to note carefully, for this is a certain indication that the page upon which the error appears conceals some meaning intended only for the initiated. The title page of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy contains a cipher. The key to it is supposed to be revealed by the pointing finger of the maniac in the lower right-hand corner of the design. The planetary symbols which appear in the clouds above the figures marked 4, 6, 5, and 7 are supposed to signify the planetary configurations, which produce the form of mania depicted in the illustration. The seated man in the right central panel, with his head resting upon his hand, is believed by Baconians to represent Sir Francis Bacon. Bacon's life was a tragedy from beginning to end. Prevented by the power of political influence from occupying his rightful position in the realm, and hourly feared that the secret of his birth would cause his death. There were many reasons why he should conceal the secrets of his own unhappy life in a book dedicated to the dissection of melancholy. A reading of the Shakespeare plays in the light of Bacon's despondent acceptation of the inevitable will reveal much. We write best about that which we know best, and best of all, we know things through which we ourselves have passed. Bacon was in a very excellent position to write the fate of the unhappy Hamlet, that melancholy Prince of Denmark, whose career in many ways paralleled that of Bacon. Walter Conrad Arensberg, following in the footsteps of an illustrious line in seeking to establish Bacon as the author of the Shakespearean plays, with the aid of acrostic signatures, calls attention to a very interesting example of such method of concealing the identity of the author, as it appears in the first folio of the Shakespeare plays, in the first act and second scene of The Tempest. The following lines conceal the acrostic signature. Mira, you have often begun to tell me what I am, but stopped and left me to a bootless inquisition, concluding, stay, not yet. The first letter of the second line is B, the first letter of the third line is A, and the first three letters of the fourth line are con. This gives the signature, Bacon. While it is quite true that coincidences happen, and such might well be true in an isolated case like the one above, when it is repeated several hundred times throughout the text of a large volume, it becomes worthy of more than passing consideration. While the simple acrostic is the most common form of cipher concealed in the Baconian and Shakespearean cryptograms, because of its very simplicity, it has gone the furthest to establish the Baconian argument. If you take the name Bacon and form its numerical equivalent by simply changing the letters for corresponding numbers, considering I and J as forms of the same letter, as 1 for A, 2 for B, 3 for C, the total will amount to 33, which is the numerical equivalent of the name Bacon. 33 is a singularly important Masonic number and also plays an important part in all matters pertaining to the Shakespearean and Baconian cryptograms. In the first part of King Henry IV, Act 2, Scene 4, the first name of Bacon, i.e. Francis, appears 33 times, for no reason except to fulfill the needs of the cipher. An example of this reiteration is as follows. Prim, and non Francis, no Francis, but tomorrow Francis, or Francis on Thursday, or indeed Francis when thou wilt, but Francis. In the same way, the date of publication of the first folio, 1623, if the numbers be changed back into letters, 1 equaling A, 6F, 2B, and 3C, the result is F. Bake. By taking the last two letters from the end of the preceding line, the word London, we then have F. Bacon. Similar secret methods of forming the name of Bacon are to be found all through the writings attributed to Shakespeare, Marlowe, and Johnson. Occasionally, synonyms for bacon are used, such as hog, pig, beacon, and other words of a similar nature. But if the student of the subject will watch the pages upon which the faulty paginations appear, he will find in almost every case either a direct Baconian signature or else a hint sufficiently broad to prove worthy of consideration. The use of the character of Hamlet to conceal much of the tragedy of Bacon's life is made quite evident by dividing the name into two parts. Thus, Ham-let, where we have in Ham a synonym for Bacon. Once this might be an accident, twice or three times a coincidence, but when similar occurrences appear literally hundreds of times, we reiterate that things look suspicious. Next week, we will consider another valuable old document undoubtedly involved in the Shakespearean controversy, in which is found a key to the numerical cipher which gives 33 as the Baconian number. The general subject will be cryptic title pages. Landmarks in Baconian Cryptography. Last of series by Manly P. Hall. Besides the methods already described, several other very subtle processes were used to conceal from the many, and yet reveal to the initiated few, the presence of ciphers and emblematic enigmas in the writings of various authors contemporaneous with Sir Francis Bacon. The most important subterfuges may be listed as follows. 1. All documents influenced by Baconian philosophy or intended to conceal Baconian cryptograms use certain conventional designs at the beginning and end of chapters. The ornamental scroll heading, which accompanies this article, and which is a subtle proof of the presence of Baconian influence, is to be found in a great number of rare works. This ornamental headpiece adorns the great Shakespearean folio of 1623, Bacon's Novum Organum, 1620, the St. James Bible, 1611, Spencer's Faerie Queen, 1610, and Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World, 1614. It is undoubtedly also to be found in numerous other volumes as a reminder that somewhere within the book is a secret cryptic writing, to be read only by those capable of applying to the book certain secret rules of procedure which reveal the hidden message. 2. A number of watermarks appear in volumes printed by Lord Bacon or under his direction. In the first edition of his Advancement and Proficience of Learning, 1605, several Baconian watermarks are to be found. One of Bacon's cryptic watermarks is a bunch of grapes. Another is a vase or urn with his own initials upon it. An interesting example of symbolic watermark is to be found in certain of the writings of Athanasius Kircher, which according to reliable authorities are watermarked with the secret symbol of the Rosicrucians. By this subtle method, cryptic signatures could be concealed successfully in the paper, from which it would be very difficult to extricate them unless the searcher were acquainted with the principle involved in their production. 3. Enigmas of various kinds have been successfully concealed in pictures, especially such illustrations having wording upon them. 2 examples of cryptic signatures in diagrams accompany this article. The large title page reproduced herewith is from the exceedingly rare first edition of Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World, a volume showing considerable Baconian influence. The book was published in 1614 at a time when the Rosicrucian controversy in England was at its height. King James ordered the entire edition of the work to be destroyed, owing to the fact that he believed the face of the central figure upholding the world to be a caricature of his own. The printers of the volume, however, finally appeased the royal wrath by removing the offending title page and destroying it. As a result, only a very small number of the pictures now exist. It has well been said of medieval religious, philosophic, and scientific books that the entire volume is an amplification and elucidation of the title page, for upon this is usually concealed the entire message of the work. The title page here reproduced is peculiarly rich in symbols, emblems, and cryptic characters, and a solution of its deeply involved symbolism would probably do much to clear up the mystery surrounding the unhappy fate of Sir Walter Raleigh, who suffered more cruelly than anyone knows from the royal wrath of St. James. In the future, a new science will arise, which will not be devoted to the solution of the cryptic emblems of the ancients, but will further take into account that words are themselves cryptograms, clear to the one who pronounces them, but mysterious, unsolved riddles to those to whom spoken. We need very badly a certain class of thinkers possessing what we would like to call interpretive minds. We are totally wrong in our popular conception of antiquity. In our egotism, we look down from the lofty pinnacle of the present and scoff at the shadowed depths of the past, believing these obscure vales to be peopled only with barbarians, hairy anthropoids, and cavemen. We are apt, in our egotism, to believe that our mental culture is the perfect flowering of the intellectual plant. Time will disillusion us, for antiquity was rich in knowledge. Its philosophical and ethical treasures exceeded those of which the modern world is too proud. But the ancients were symbolists. They were writers of enigmas. They cut their secret knowledge deep into the faces of stone. They carved their philosophy into the figures of men, animals, and reptiles. The great images of Egypt, the crude figures chiseled on the walls of European caves. Who knows what wealth of scientific and philosophic material is there concealed? We are ignorant of the crowning achievement of every art and science. We are without knowledge of the ultimate. The perfect mathematical equation is yet to be discovered. The perfect musical harmony is yet to be written. Yet who shall say that civilizations now gone did not succeed where we have failed? And that in crude imagery, musty volumes, and enigmatic statements are not concealed the answers to the unsolved riddles of the ages. So we say again, there is an ever-increasing need for that type of mind which is capable of solving the cryptic symbolism of the past. Was Francis Bacon William Shakespeare? New Light on an Old Controversy by Manly P. Hall. This is the first of a series of 5 articles dealing with that most mysterious of all literary problems, the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy. Were the famous plays which bear his name from the pen of William Shakespeare, the English actor and producer, or were they the products of the literary genius of Sir Francis Bacon, probably the greatest mind that England ever produced? There is much evidence to the effect that Shakespeare was not capable, either from the standpoint of education or experience, of writing the documents with which the ages have credited him. It has even been declared by experts who have carefully analyzed his handwriting that Shakespeare could not sign his own name without his hand being guided. In a future issue of this publication, we will reprint an example of William Shakespeare's handwriting from the signatures on his will. On the other hand, it is scarcely credible that Sir Francis Bacon could have written all the documents which Baconian enthusiasts have ascribed to him. Lord Bacon was a man with a scintillating intellect. He traveled widely and was versed in every phase of life. He was therefore exceptionally well qualified to be the author of the versatile plays published under the name of Shakespeare. Then again, the so-called Shakespeare plays are filled with valuable occult information, and Bacon was recognized as one of the world's greatest occultists and mystic masons. It is firmly believed even today that he was a Rosicrucian and the real author of the first published Rosicrucian manifestos. Francis Bacon's ability along the lines of cryptography is too well known to require discussion. He was an expert in concealing cipher messages in the various volumes which he either wrote or published. Even a superficial investigation demonstrates the fact that the first collected folio of Shakespeare's plays contains many complete cipher systems of writing. It would probably not be amiss to hazard the speculation that there are 20 or more complete cryptogram systems in his first folio. Several of the ciphers in the Shakespearean folios have been partly deciphered, and all point to Bacon as the true author of these famous plays. Of course, we must not overlook the occult influences surrounding both Bacon and Shakespeare. It is possible that the two men worked together as emissaries of a secret mystery school, which was then flourishing in England and on the continent. In all probability, the true author of the Shakespeare plays was the Rosicrucian fraternity. But which of the two famous men acted as the mediator between this school of mysticism and the outer world is a question which sometime will be solved, but concerning which there is not sufficient information at hand to make dogmatic statements. Accompanying this article is a reproduction of the title page of the now priceless first folio, The Shakespeare Plays, published in 1623. The first folio sells on the open market at from $50,000 to $75,000 per copy. It is one of the rarest of all books. The picture of Shakespeare which adorns this title page is the famous Droeshout portrait, concerning which there has been so much controversy. It is interesting to note that there are no authentic pictures of Shakespeare in existence. The features of the Bard of Avon have not been preserved to posterity, and the death masks are probably forgeries or at least unauthenticated. The paintings of him, regardless of statements to the contrary, were all executed years after his death, and the only known examples of his handwriting are the signatures on his will. Realizing this, the reader should ponder upon the remarkable fact that despite all the plays which he is supposed to have written, not one scrap of his handwriting is available, outside of scrawling signatures which show the writer to be absolutely unacquainted with the use of a pen. Returning to the Droeshout portrait, if you will examine the face very closely, you will realize that it is only a caricature, as some believe, the death mask of Bacon. Though engraved at a time of splendid artistic work in lines of engraving, it is crude and incomplete. By comparing it closely with portraits of Bacon, it is found that the structure of the two faces is exactly the same, but the Droeshout portrait has been purposely made crude to conceal the resemblance. In the next issue, we will be publishing a very excellent portrait of Bacon so that you may trace the similarity, especially around the eyes and nose. If you will note carefully the right-hand side of the neck, you will find a line drawn for the purpose of revealing the fact that the face is a mask and that the mask ends directly behind the ear. You will also notice that the head is not connected with the body but sits on the top of the collar. Most strange of all is the coat, one half of which is on backwards. As you look at the jacket, you will notice that his right arm, at left of picture, has the coat sleeve on backwards, so that his left arm only is usable. In drawing the jacket, the artist has made the front on one side and the back on the other side, instead of two fronts as they should be in this picture. There are also 157 letters on the page, which is one of the secret ciphers of the Rosicrucians, and which would indicate that the man who designed the title page of the first folio was an initiated Rosicrucian. Next week, a Bacon portrait. Were Bacon and Shakespeare Rosicrucians? An interesting old portrait of Francis Bacon by Manly P. Hall. The engraving that accompanies this article is reproduced from the title page of the 1640 edition of the Advancement and Proficience of Learning. It offers an interesting comparison with the Droeshout portrait of Shakespeare, which we published last week. Compare carefully the two noses. You will note the unmistakable likeness between the nose of Shakespeare and that of Bacon. A comparison of the eyes will also disclose a startling likeness. The 1640 edition of the Advancement and Proficience of Learning contains, among other important documents, the biliteral cipher originated by Bacon when he was about 16 years old and residing in Paris. An example of the biliteral cipher is to be found in the Latin text under the portrait. If you will compare carefully the formation of the letters, you will see that there are two completely separate alphabets used. Some of the A's are adorned with little flags, while others are plain. The same is true of the H's. There is also a marked difference in the R's, especially noticeable in the length of the tails, or final strokes. These differences, minute as they may seem to be, disclose the presence of Bacon's famous biliteral cipher. Another interesting point in connection with Bacon's ciphers is the fact that in almost every book in which they appear, there are errors in the pagination. These errors most commonly involve the 89th page, which has often been called the Baconian page, 89 being a cryptic signature for Sir Francis Bacon. In the 1640 edition of the Advancement and Proficience of Learning, page 289 faces page 216 and is backed up by page 218. Pages involving the number 89 are repeatedly incorrect in the first folio of Shakespeare. In Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, long suspected of being Francis Bacon's scrapbook, page 189 is entirely missing. In the first edition of Bacon's Advancement and Proficience of Learning, London 1605, leaf 87 is followed by leaf 79 instead of 89. This peculiar chain of mistakes appearing in literally dozens of volumes indicates in all probability the presence of a Baconian cipher in whichever book the faulty pagination appears. Francis Bacon has long been considered as a Rosicrucian initiate. His remarkable work, The New Atlantis, is a Rosicrucian enigma. There is a story afloat concerning which certain Masonic brethren are supposed to have information, to the effect that the supposed death and burial of Francis Bacon were a mock ceremony, and that he changed his name and moved to Germany, where he published under the name of Johann Valentin Andre, The Chemical Marriage of the Christian Rosenkreuz. One of the first and most famous of the Rosicrucian manifestos. While it is difficult to prove such a theory, there are many things that point to the probability of the story. Bacon was one of the most brilliant minds that Europe ever produced and is considered by many to be the father of all modern science. He remodeled the British law, establishing systems of jurisprudence which remain active to this day. The cryptograms in his various documents point to the fact that he was actually the son of Queen Elizabeth and the Earl of Leicester. The original marriage contract is said to be in existence at the present time, but the unhappy and sudden death of the Earl caused Queen Elizabeth to conceal the marriage. This being the case, Francis Bacon was the true heir to the throne of England, but he was never able to claim this title. The secret which he possessed to the effect that he was the legitimate heir to the throne is now believed by Baconian experts to be the prime cause of the unwarranted persecution heaped upon him by his contemporaries. Apparently realizing that he could not hope for justice during his lifetime, Bacon left to posterity the labor of vindicating him and accrediting him with that knowledge and power which was his legitimate right. He therefore went to infinite pains to conceal within his documents the secrets of his own unhappy life. He was a king who could never claim his throne, persecuted for the fact that he knew his own birthright. He dared not reveal it, for it would have cost him his life. So he wrote it into his books, concealing it in ciphers and veiling it in enigmatic statements which are meaningless unless the reader is acquainted with the tragedy of the author. In order to protect his position and divert suspicion from himself, He assumed various names, writing his books and accrediting them to either actual or imaginary personages. It seems to have been at this point that William Shakespeare, the obscure actor, appears upon the scene. Was Shakespeare a member of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, selected to be the left hand of Francis Bacon? That through him, this monumental genius might leave to posterity a vast store of occult information and secret Rosicrucian mysticism, within which was also concealed the true identity of the secret author? For centuries, there seems to have been a concerted effort to conceal the true authorship of the Shakespearean plays. This would lead one to believe that Bacon was connected with some secret organization or group, which, even after his death, continued to consistently maintain the subterfuge. A good example of this is to be found in the inscription upon the grave of William Shakespeare, which originally was written in peculiar cryptogrammatic characters and which was later replaced by another stone containing the same words, but recut so as to destroy the cipher in the original writing. An investigation of this cryptogram, according to the researches of Ignatius Donnelly, reveals the name of Francis Bacon as being secretly written upon the tomb of Shakespeare. While newspaper type makes it impossible to reproduce exactly the lines of the old inscription, we believe you would be interested in reading Shakespeare's epitaph, which is as follows. Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig T-E dust enclosed here. Blessed be T-E man, T-Y, that spares T-E's stones, and cursed be he T-Y, that moves my bones. From these 4 lines, Ignatius Donnelly extracts the following words. Francis Bacon wrote the Green, Marlowe, and Shakespeare plays. Next week's article will be the Baconian scrapbook. Abstractions. A short story in a lighter vein, but with a deeper undercurrent. Wanted. An information bureau to enlighten individuals as to what the majority of cults think they are teaching and why. We are going to give you a few paragraphs from the diary of Jeremiah Sapley, who has been wandering mid a jungle of occult discrepancies for many years, seeking for the light which lighteth every man, which Kipling has immortalized in The Light That Failed. Mr. Sapley reconnoitered around town, seeking for the answer to how he should train a disobedient instrument into a harp for the sounding of celestial symphonies. In the Think as Think Can New Thought Center, he met Mrs. Gabley and interrogated her concerning the highest known philosophy. Mrs. Gabley replied, God is good. Mr. Sapley, with his undernourished brain, had already reasoned out in his simple way that conclusion, but wanted a little more definite information on the subject. So he said, Madame, I have suffered from blind spavin for 16 years. How may I secure healing? Just know that God is good, replied Mrs. Gabley with soulful intonations. My dear lady, what is good? Asked Mr. Sapley. Only God is good, answered Mrs. Gabley. My dear madam, I have already accepted that as a statement, but my spavin has now become so acute that every time I bend over my kidney catches on one of my ribs and hangs fluttering in space. For years I've been searching for truth, for I'm repeatedly told that there is such a thing, but nobody seems to know anything about it. If you would only realize that God is good, you would know that there could be no such thing as a kidney out of order. Mr. Sapley picked up his hat and staggered slowly towards the door. Madame, every word you have spoken is undoubtedly true, and I honor your creed, which, while it is not exhaustive, may nevertheless be a masterpiece of human induction. But for some unknown reason, I feel that I am the best able to judge whether or not I have a kidney. Though I have accepted for the last 25 years that God is good, I am quite confident that he is not the incentive behind this peculiar pounding in the small of my back. You have said great truths, Madame, but it don't mean anything to me, and I do not feel a bit better than when I came in. Your abstractions do me no good, so if you have nothing which will assist me in tying this kidney back in its cavity, I am forced to depart where I can receive relief. Poor Mr. Sapley spent many days in searching for truth and finally landed upon one Brother Golub, whose spirituality was accepted wherever he went and whose wisdom was exhaustive. Putting once more his besetting question, Brother Golub shushed him with a sweet smile and spreading out his arms dashed madly at Sapley, and gathering him close to his bosom gave him a paternal smack on each cheek. "You poor sinner," he exclaimed. "You would be all right if you only realized divine love. You would flit through life like this." And Brother Golub balanced on one toe. "Yes, yes," exclaimed Sapley, "but don't throw your arms around me again. You are pressing my kidney. I have come for information. How can I be saved in mind, in soul, and in kidney?" "You know that God is love," answered Golub, spreading his arms in imitation of some denizen of the ethers. "Just know that love is all there is." "I would that I could," answered Sapley, "but love is so shallow when compared to a floating kidney. And my sins weigh so heavily upon me, and my back is growing so weak, that I must needs have something more substantial than those words which cover the universe from end to end, but leave me out entirely." "Poor benighted mortal," exclaimed Golub, sighing. "If you had only had the vision of a dreamer." "I wish I could," exclaimed Sapley, "but I haven't slept, let alone dreamt, for 6 months. Have I eaten something that has made me this way? Should I stop drinking and chewing tobacco? Should I exercise more or take less cocaine? That's what I want to know." "O brother, say not of mortal things, just bask in the sunshine of divine love, and know that you are all right." "Humph," said Sapley, and wandered off unconvinced by the words of divine wisdom, which gushed from Golub's illuminated personality. Sapley wended from door to door. He met all kinds of sweet people with sweet notions, sweet personalities, and beautiful ideals, but he didn't meet a single individual who told him anything that any human being could possibly do. Professor Horatio Wobble told him to concentrate upon perfection, but Sapley had never seen anything perfect to concentrate on. Madame Scoops had told him that he had no kidney, but he put his finger on it and knew better. Nicodemus Ashley told him that he should take up aesthetic dancing, while Laura Wampus gave him a discourse on the lilies of the valley and their correlation to divine salvation. Another read a book to him for 2 hours and a half, and it collected $5. But still Sapley grew weaker and weaker. As the hours went by, he became more and more disgusted with religion. He had been to all the eminent authorities on post-mortem salvation. He was told that he should know truth, that he should love divinely, that he should realize his own perfection, that he should affirm health and realize that it was God's plan for his children. He learned also that the divine was God, kind-hearted, humanitarian, benevolent, considerate, very astute, philanthropic, paternal, maternal, fraternal, diurnal, that Mars in Libra caused the ailment, that his unbelief was the basis of his dilemma, and that a floating kidney was created out of the mist of matter. He tore his hair and took a Viking oath that he would remain an atheist to the end of his natural life. It was about that time that he entered a Chinese laundry to find out why his 16 shirt returned to 13. Leaning on the counter, he tenderly rubbed the small of his back, which was daily becoming larger as the kidney developed along its rather eccentric line. "Ow, wow," murmured Sapley. "What a matter? You catch 'em sicky?" beamed the Chinaman over the counter. "Yes, I am," answered Sapley. "I'm sick in mind and body. I used to be a good member of the church, but it seemed too narrow for me, and I got out to look for something broader and bigger, but I can't find anything that is worth working with. They tell me a lot of abstract things, but they don't mean anything. I asked them what I ought to do for my kidney, which has been backfiring for several months, and all they do is tell me to look pleasant. I's just about as crazy with this thing." "Welly, much too baddy. Me fix 'em." The Chinaman shuffled around his counter and poked gently the small of Sapley's back, which caused our worthy hero to jump several feet. Yes'm. Him welly bad. What you catchin' me eaty?" "You mean what did I eat?" asked Sapley. "Well, I had a porterhouse steak for breakfast, sizzled in onions, 2 cups of black coffee, and a stack of hot cakes. Then for lunch I had breaded pork chops, and a couple of hours ago, of veal cutlets. You know something, I've lost my appetite in the last few months." "You catch 'em smoky?" "Yeah." "You catch 'em drinky?" "Yep, when I can catch 'em." "You catch 'em chewy tobacco, too?" "Yes, I do all that, chinky." What you white friends tell 'em you do 'em. Oh, they told me to concentrate on the Lord and that truth is all there is. They no tell you to stop eat a beefsteak, stop a smoke, stop a chew, stop a drink? No, Chinky, they never said anything like that. They believe in God? Oh, yes. They believe God not tell you clean 'em up, wash 'em out? No, Chinky, nothing like that. All they told me was that God is truth. The Chinaman climbed back over the counter and going in a little back room opened a little closet in which stood a number of Chinese family goods. He lighted a little stick of incense and getting down on his knees mumbled several prayers. What are you doing, Chinky? Praying for me? Asked Sapley. No, Mr. White Man, me playing for them. What tell you? Truth is all there is and no tell you to clean 'em up. They go helly sure. Me play great Josh. He save 'em. Them very bad. Me fix 'em. The Chinaman then dug around in his belongings and produced a number of herbs, which he made into some very strong and bitter teas, which Sapley drank. He hardly got them down before his kidney began to slow up and his diaphragm fluttered less and less. Why, Chinky, I feel better already. How did you do it? God is good, grinned the Chinaman. But this here tea he better. God is welly wise man. He put a herb in fields. He give you fresh air, sunshine, good things to eat. Yes, God will good. You do what God want, you very well. You no do what God want, you catch him sick. That's how you find out what God want. God give you common sense. You no use it, you lose it. Everything he good for something. People talk all time, they good for nothings. You go out watch nature, the animal, the birds, you find out what God want. You live like you should be well. You live bad, you talk all time, you mean nothings. God very good. Man can be good if he want to. If he no live right, clean him out. Clean him up, he not good. He just one fool. God he good, he kind, he nice, Mr. God. But that don't mean nothing lest you clean him up too. Me clean me up very good. Me wash him twice. Me hand sprinkle. Iron him on both sides. You Lonnie bill, he $1.16. You shirty too small. You take him my medicine and you get small enough to go inside shirty. The Chinaman made out his little red laundry ticket while Sapley paid freely and willingly. The Chink took his $1.16 and held it on the palm of his hand and grinned at the American. God be welly good. I wash ye 2 shirts, 4 pair of socks, 6 handkerchief. I clean 'em up good. God is vel good. God give me $1.16. But me earn 'em first. I no earn 'em. God not so good. Your new washi ready Saturday. Goodbye. An international horoscope for 1927. A fairly good year predicted. Notes on a lecture by Manly P. Hall given at Trinity Auditorium, Sunday, December 5th, 1926. Astrology is not recognized today among the arts and sciences, not because it is unscientific in principle, but rather because so few can be found among so-called exponents of the art who are capable of reading the complicated configurations after they have successfully erected a celestial chart. Astrology is an occult science, and it can never be successfully demonstrated except by a student of mysticism who, being possessed of a sensitive and intuitive nature, is capable of instinctively understanding and grasping the spiritual essentials of this celestial science. Astrology is adversely criticized today because it has descended from a sacred and divinely revealed art into the byways of necromancy and fortune-telling. The commercialization of astrology unfits the one who commercializes the art to grasp the subtle principles involved in it. Astrology is not intended for fortune-telling. It will sometime assume its position among the legitimate arts and sciences which it has lost through the ignorant dabblings of unqualified persons. The principles of astrology can be proved to be scientifically sound. Astronomy admits that the sun influences the earth and that the sunspots cause inclemency. The effect of the moon upon the tides is also admitted. If the influences from these two luminaries are capable of affecting the elements of the earth, are they not also capable of affecting these same earthly elements after they have become incorporated into the constitution of man? If the moon controls the water of the ocean, why should it not also influence the water in the human body? If, as has been demonstrated, planets are pulled somewhat out of their orbits by other planets, as in the case of Uranus, which was pulled out of its orbit by Neptune, and which phenomena resulted in the discovery of the latter planet, why should not these celestial bodies affect the climactic conditions and thus produce the phenomena of earthquakes, tidal waves, etc.? This would incidentally influence the customs and attitudes of the human race, by thus creating varying environments. It is a scientifically known fact that the color, size, mental development, organic structure, etc., of races and species are to a great degree the result of environments. If the celestial bodies create environments, they incidentally influence the intelligence and form of those creatures evolving through such environments, thus establishing a natural scientific material proof of astrology. Furthermore, the spectroscope demonstrates that light carries with it the vibratory rates of metals, gases, minerals, and various chemical elements. If a ray of light is capable of being analyzed to a degree that it reveals the constituents of the celestial body from which it was reflected, this same light contains sufficient power to influence any body which it may strike. While this influence may not be apparent or tangible to the physical faculties of man, there is no doubt that it influences his subtle, emotional, mental, and spiritual organisms. In a rare work on the talismanic magic of the Persians, James Gaffariel, the astrologer to Cardinal Richelieu, appends two remarkable maps of the heavens, showing the origin of the celestial Hebrew alphabet in the stars. It is our intention to republish these charts in a future number of this magazine. According to Gaffariel, the famous allusions to the handwriting on the wall in the Old Testament refer in reality to the celestial Hebrew alphabet in the heavens. Gaffariel points out that the fixed stars constitute the consonants of this celestial language, and the movable planets the vowels. The incessant motion of the latter result in ever-changing words appearing upon the vault of the heavens. These words can be translated into intelligible sentences and paragraphs, concealing within them the future destiny of the planet. Astrology at the present time has many uses assigned to it, most of which are against the finer and higher development of the science, and they stand between it and scientific recognition. 4 uses of astrology are of real value to the community, if the interpretation of the chart be given by a qualified student of the subject. 1. Astrology is of inestimable value in the diagnosis of disease. Medical science at the present time finds great difficulty in attempting to analyze the invisible, and often superphysical cause of disease. An intelligent use of the horoscope will go far toward revealing the latent causes of disease within the nature of every individual. 2. Astrology is of great value in assisting parents in the analysis of the traits and characteristics of small children, whose future lives depend very largely upon a wise and intelligent directionalizing of their forces while the child is in a plastic and receptive condition. 3. The close relationship existing between celestial influence and terrestrial atmospheric condition results in astrology being a powerful aid in forecasting the weather. Long before the coming of modern weather bureaus, the European peasant, through a consideration of the sun, moon, and stars, kept himself well posted concerning coming storms, etc. For centuries, successful farmers have planted in certain phases of the moon, having demonstrated the effect of this luminary upon their crops. 4. By means of astrology, it is possible to keep in constant touch with the temperament and idiosyncrasy of the international man. And someday, the value of astrology as a means of preventing international misunderstanding will be appreciated. It is concerning the international horoscope that we wish to write at this time. You may wonder how it is possible to cast a horoscope for a nation. The answer is that the nation must be considered as an individual. It would be very valuable to the peace and harmony of the world if people could be taught to think of the planet as an individual, that continents are his parts and members, and that living creatures are tiny cells in his gigantic body. We would then realize that the earth has a temperament of its own, and that it is subject to all the irascibilities of temperament found in the ordinary human being. Diseases of the human body have become plagues and pestilences, wars and international disturbances in the body of this great earthman. Not only is there the Earth man, but each continent can be considered as an individual. Each race may be considered as an individual. Each religion, each great enterprise, each state, country, city, and town may be considered as an individual, possessing individual characteristics and certain peculiarities of temperament and outlook. A recognition of this great cosmic fact will ultimately assist in promulgating the doctrine of cooperation. For sickness is the result of inharmonious adjustment of body parts. So wars and plagues are the result of the inharmonious adjustment of the body parts of this great man. Let us now turn to a consideration of the national men and what their temperaments bid fair to produce during the coming war. We would add at this point that there is one thing over which astrology is powerless. That is the individual willpower and mind of the individual. The less people think, the more accurate their horoscope will be. The less they exert themselves, the more they are influenced by things about them. So predictions cannot be issued dogmatically, for every man is master of his stars, and every nation is capable of rising above its good and evil planetary configurations. The great man of the United States was born on July 4th, 1776, at the same time when it cut the umbilical cord which connected it to the mother country. At the time of signing the Declaration of Independence, the 19th degree of the sign of Aquarius was rising. Therefore, the United States man is an Aquarian. He pours the water of life, a stream of stars, from his great water urn. It is significant that at the dawn of the Aquarian age, the United States should be an Aquarian, the sign of a coming race and a coming age. Aquarius, while a water bearer, is an air sign. So this nation will conquer the air with its airplanes, its radios, its engines, and similar inventions. The sign of Aquarius contributes to the United States its love of independence, its self-sufficiency, and its unconventionality. The present generation is Aquarian in its lack of dignity, lack of sense of propriety, and its ridicule of ancient and accepted standards. The result is that every day the number of the older and conventionalized generation becomes fewer. They do not die of old age. They are frightened or mortified to death by the habits and temperaments of the generation rising up about them. Aquarius is always in a hurry. Speed is its motto. The Aquarian man, both human and national, is controlled by Uranus, a planet of sudden and unexpected things. Uranus is a nervous, mystical, excitable sign, and those controlled by it are seldom self-controlling. It is this nervous haste, this bohemian temperament, that marks the present generation in America. The United States man is coming into his majority, demonstrating beyond doubt the influence of the celestial bodies which culminated at his nativity. The land surface of the United States is under three great constellations: Gemini, Cancer, and Leo. Gemini covers the eastern coast with its intellectual and cultural temperaments, Cancer the Middle West with its fecundity, grain, and crops, and Leo the western states with their pioneering and aspiring temperaments. These three signs control to a certain degree those diseases from which the American people suffer the most. Gemini contributes the tendency towards nervousness and tuberculosis, Cancer the tendency towards stomach trouble, and Leo the tendency towards heart trouble. In spite of several distressing aspects, the coming year promises an improvement in financial conditions throughout the country, with a release of currency and circulation of money. The trends of progress in America is westward, therefore the West continues to suffer from growing pains. The population will increase faster than the industries can support it, thus resulting in considerable sorrow for the less moneyed classes. There is promise, however, of considerable increase in industries in the West in the coming year. The problem of the ingress from the East is a difficult one to solve. It will take many years to thoroughly adjust conditions. There will be many difficulties in the political world, including serious factional clashes. It will be a difficult year for science and invention, but one new and great invention will be added to the already long list of achievements. The invention will be of an entertaining rather than an essential nature. Literature, the theater, and the arts will not have a particularly prosperous year, nor will the motion picture industry. America's art sense is still but partly matured. The finer sentiments come with age, and the United States is still a young country. Occultism and philosophy will have a steady but slow growth during the year. They will suffer considerable adversity. Freemasonry will be very active. Orthodox religion will have a good year. As a result of broadening out its platform and taking up affairs of world interest, it will stage a comeback. The evolutionists are likely to have an unpleasant year, with a blow to their fondest hopes. There will be a steady advance along sociological lines. Severe storms will occur in the eastern states and out upon the Atlantic. These will probably cause the sinking of 2 or 3 large vessels in the Atlantic. There's a likelihood of severe storms off the coast of Southern California. The British man is an Aries. That is, he was born under the sign of the Ram, the house of Mars. The Ram is the symbol of courage, tenacity, and an unwillingness to give up. Great Britain will not have an exceptionally good year. There will be further difficulties with strikes, and the colonial possessions will cause worry. English financial conditions will not be of the best. The United States may also have difficulty in the Philippines or Hawaii, with probability of volcanic disturbances in the latter place. Serious illness comes to the royal house of England, with the probable death of one of its members. India will make new political endeavors towards freedom, and these will be rather quiet and unpretentious, but considerable undermining will take place. A new leader will arise in India. He will gather a large following, which will greatly influence the future of the Indian people. Italy also has an unsettled year, with financial complications. There is danger of division in the government and possibly civil war. Mussolini is afflicted and will either pass through a serious illness or meet with his death. Australia will be struck with a cattle epidemic or something of that nature, which will in some way injure the flocks and herds. South America is progressive during the year. Great numbers of people will emigrate to northern South America, where there is a sudden boom. The South and Central American republics will be quiet. That is, quiet for them. There is a war in Asia, possibly involving Japan. China does not seem to have a particularly good year. Considering everything in general, several points stand out above the rest. 1. The ever-growing clouds of international war do not seem to break during the coming year. But unless humanity becomes less selfish and takes a greater interest in the well-being of the various parts of itself, a great international cataclysm will most certainly come within the comparatively near future. 2. A generally improved religious and financial condition with the orthodox creeds of the world broadening out and becoming more inclusive. They will not do this, however, until they have made one last stand upon the foundation of the old. 3. The Oriental religions and philosophies are becoming ever more important as factors in Western civilization. This is a very good year for them. We must realize that the so-called evil aspects of a horoscope are merely expressions of unfinished labor and those lines of activity in which we lack proficiency. We speak of them as evil, but in reality they are merely reminders of problems unmastered, accomplishments yet to be made. Do not become astrological fatalists. Remember, the stars impel, but they do not compel. Man is the master of his destiny and the captain of his soul. A religious questionnaire. A straw vote as a religious test. As considered by Manly P. Hall. Reported by Harry S. Gerhardt. A straw vote is a poor way to test religion. The real test comes in the problems involving the life, health, liberty, and intelligence of the people. The World War was a real test of applied religion. And the modern instruction of military training, showing the proper methods of bayoneting and gouging the vulnerable points, speaks volumes as to our religious awakening. Sir Walter Raleigh's death sentence for treason is another case in point of a religious test of a civilization. In the most terrible sentence ever passed in a Christian nation, he was to be hung, decapitated, quartered, and after 49 other things too revolting to mention, may God have mercy on his soul. This was a greater atrocity than any perpetrated by the Hun. In the 12 questions now circulated by the newspapers, every answer will be wrong according to somebody. Do you believe in God? Before we can answer, we must know who he is, what he is, where he is, and how he is defined. Everyone believes in a great overshadowing personality. Some Indians believe that their God is local and tribal. Every materialist believes in a life, a force, an energy behind all things. Only the egotist cannot believe in a universal creator, he himself being supreme. We cannot delegate God for others. In the future, each will worship his individual concept, whether it be a polo god or a golfing god. Do you believe in immortality? This is more involved than God. Science, dealing only in pedigreed and accepted theories, cannot accept this one because it can't prove it. But all nations, all religions, and all philosophical thinkers of all times have accepted it, and soon science will admit its reasonableness as an answer to life's many problems. Something in the individual takes no account of death, first because of the precedence of the belief of all time, and the second because of his own inherent internal realization of its falseness. Do you believe in prayer? Still more complicated, as it involves the whole relationship of God to man. All mystical faiths require an indwelling principle, but Christianity emphasizes distance. Prayer is a medium for the human to contact the divine. It is the voice of the shadow, the unreal, beseeching power and life from the reality. Work is the best substitute for prayer. For years, prayer has been used as a substitute for labor. We seldom pray unless we want something and don't want to work for it, and unless we are afraid to face our just deserts. Prayer often makes a messenger boy of the divine when we don't wish to exert ourselves. Word prayers are survivals of idolatry, bowing before a great anthropomorphic being. But a holy silence is a great and living presence of divine proximity. A universal form of prayer is the recognition of unity and harmony in all things, a link with self, the ultimate. Do you believe that Jesus was divine as no other man was divine? No one is composed of better stuff than any other individual. No one is 18-karat God when someone else is 22-karat God. The spirit and nature of all things is one. The God in you is as much, no better and no less than the God in anything else. All living things are sons of God. This is as true of you, of stones, of plants, of reptiles, of the minutiae in water, as of the suns in space and of celestial beings. Do you believe that Jesus was divine? Yes. And so are all the other men and all creatures. The difference in Jesus and John Doe is not in stuff, but in development. Each age has its own revelation, thus later teachers may be of greater development than former ones. In the future, all teachers will be blended completely in the teaching. All things are on a pilgrimage toward divinity. Do you regard the Bible as inspired as no other literature could be said to be inspired? What is a sacred book? What is inspiration? A book brought in proximity with self, a perception in man which brings the true relationship of things. Never has a book been so martyred and mistranslated and mutilated, so that we can say of our present Bible that never has book been inspired as this book. Every book is inspired. The Bible is part of a greater book, which is the book of sacred books of the world, the efforts of all time, the aspirations of all souls, the yearnings of hearts, of souls, of minds. One holy Bible, the book of the human race. Are you an active member of any church? Active is the fatal adjective. Does activity consist of paying for a pew and attending prayer meeting? People belong to organizations because they hate to go alone. They hope the leader knows where he is going, so are willing to take a chance. Most organizations are a number of blind persons led by another blind person. The question is not what you are a member of, but what do you do? An organization is helpful socially, but not religiously, for each must eventually work out his own destiny. Do you regularly attend any religious services? A relative question depending entirely on when, where, and what constitutes regular attendance, once a day, a week, a month, a year. Would you be willing to have your family grow up in a community in which there is no church? This would depend upon why there wasn't a church there. It might be because there were no policemen, and it might be because there was no lost souls, and therefore no need to save them. A rather vital question is, what does the church teach that our children need? When will it open its doors for the proper consideration of philosophic, moral, and sociological problems, divorced from the silliness of creeds? Creeds are not vital, these problems are, and the church that gives due consideration to them will live forever. Do you regularly have family worship in your home? Here is another question of interest. Yes, we still find the Bible on some parlor tables and discord in every room. Religion in the home means harmony in the home, the cooperation of the various units for the good of the whole. Were you brought up in a religious home? We used to have Bible reading in the home and allow 10 minutes for that, and when that was finished we would have 23 hours and 50 minutes in which to raise Cain. Religious worship in the home in the last generation produced the greatest group of agnostics of all time. Dogma and theology were mistaken for religion. Fellowship in the human trinity, father, mother, and child, constitutes the real religious service in the home. Do you send your children to any school of religious instruction? Every child should be sent, even though the school does not meet the requirements of the parent. Proper instruction in vital matters used to be given in the home. But then the head of that home was at once scientist, philosopher, and priest. But now the home has lost its true significance, and the children must seek elsewhere for proper instruction. Do you think religion in some form is a necessary element of life for the individual and for the community? Yes, religion in any form, but theology in none. Religion is the basis of all relationships. If we would take the 10 points of the 10 Commandments, the 2 commandments of the New Testament, and the Golden Rule, we would have 13 points of religious and moral conduct that would rise superior to any theology that was ever concocted. The Staff of Hermes. Special article by Manly P. Hall. The most celebrated of all the Hermetic symbols is the serpent-wound staff. Though we see it today on the radiators of doctors' motor cars, and it is generally accepted as the emblem of science and philosophy, this winged rod has preserved its secret inviolate for unknown centuries. Consider carefully the accompanying diagram. Note that the conventional knob on the upper end of the rod has been returned to its original form, a serpent's head. Therefore, the central staff with its wings becomes a flying serpent, or as it was called by the ancients, a seraph, one of the oldest known symbols of the Savior. Around this central serpent are twisted 2 other snakes, one white and one black. The central winged snake represents the spinal canal fire, while the length of the caduceus staff signifies the 6th ventricle, a tiny tube running through the spinal cord itself. The white and black serpents signify the 2 accompanying canals, also technically within the spinal column. These are called respectively the Ida and Pingali. In esoteric philosophy, while the central canal is referred to as the Sushumna, the Ida is the vehicle of the energies of the moon, or the Great Mother, and the Pingali carries the energies of the Sun, the Great Father. Therefore, the positive and negative principles, or the sharp and the flat of Fa, which is the musical note of the central canal, are symbolized by black and white snakes. The heads of the 3 snakes represent the 3 persons of the Trinity. The central head represents the eternal, indestructible one, which stands unmoved in the midst of all things. This one is the eternal hermaphrodite. It dwells in the midst of darkness. This unmanifest one, winged and transcendent, comes into expression through the 2. The divine unity is broken up. The white serpent becomes Herm, and the black serpent Aphrodite. Herm means fire, and Aphrodite water. Herm is the spirit of the sun, the divine yang of China. Aphrodite is the moon, the divine yin of China. The yin and the yang are twisted around the central staff of the imperishable one, and thus the equilibrium of the universe is established. In the creation, the universe descends as 3 substances through 4 elements, thus establishing the divine 7. The 3 substances are the central snake, Mercury, the white snake, sulfur, and the black snake, salt. In the human body, the elements descending from the brain are the head, air, the heart, fire, the solar plexus, water, and the generative system, earth. There is fifth element, called Akasa, or the divine fire, which is the fifth head of Brahma, the Hindu creator, which was cut off by Shiva, the material nature, thus signifying that man's spiritual perceptions were destroyed when his objective senses were unfolded. The two serpents, the one black and the other white, have their heads in the world of reality, but their bodies stretch downward into the snare of illusion, the lower worlds. According to the mysteries, the physical world is established as the result of a spark flying back and forth between the tips of the two tails of the black and white snakes. The universe in forming descends through four elements. It is first a dark, airy mass, then it becomes a light, fiery mass, then a vaporous, watery mass, and lastly a crystallized, earthly mass. These also are the stages through which the nature of man descends, and it is down this rod that Adam was cast out from the garden of his Lord. There are many points of similarity between the symbolism of the caduceus and the three-rung ladder of Freemasonry. The candidate seeking admission into the mysteries stands at the point marked X and begins his ascent up the central staff of the winged snake. His ascent is measured purely, neither by intellect nor by physical exertion. As he advances on the path of initiation, a mysterious substance within his own spinal column keeps pace with his progress. As he advances, this substance advances with him, and unless he can cause this substance to rise, he cannot be truly initiated. At the points marked 1, 2, and 3 are the gates of the temple, commonly called points of entrance. At the point marked 1, he takes his entered apprentice degree, stepping across from the element of earth to the element of water. At the point marked 2, he takes the fellowcraft degree. Here he is stepping across from the element of water to the element of fire. At the point marked 3, he takes his Master Mason's degree, stepping across from the element of fire to the element of air. These 3 points are marked in Masonry by appropriate symbols. 1 is marked by a child, 2 by a soldier, and 3 by a philosopher. After passing the point 3, the candidate finds himself in the presence of 3 lights, the 3 heads of the serpents. Air is the element of the worshipful master, who symbolizes the divine Mercury of the winged central head. The junior and senior wardens are the white and black snakes. He who carries the caduceus and understands its power is an initiate in the highest and fullest sense of that word. The path of involution leads down the coils of one serpent and evolution up the coils of the other. The path of initiation only strikes the serpent at the points where they meet and cross each other. The threefold divinity in man, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, are represented by the 3 heads of the serpents, these heads resting in the element of air, which is used to symbolize a spiritual essence rather than an atmosphere. The tails of the 3 snakes descending downward into the element of matter are the 3 bodies of man, his earthly water body, his fire body, and his air body. His air body is his mind, his fire body is his emotional nature, and his earth-water body is his physical form. That which is true in man is also true in the world about man. In the spiritual sphere are the 3 heads, and in the material sphere below are the 3 bodies. These 3 bodies are represented by the 3 suns in our solar system. Our planets are merely centers of substance moving in the auras or bodies of these solar globes. The 2 snakes with their black and white bodies twisted together symbolize the life of man, with the elements of right and wrong, light and darkness, knowledge and ignorance, each involved with the other. Through the midst of this runs the path of enlightenment, which is in reality the body of the flying serpent. It is not given to everyone to discover this body, for 3 murderers block the way of discovery, 3 foul ruffians who are called ignorance, superstition, and fear. These 3 form the 3 serpents of an infernal caduceus, the shadow of the magician's wand. By ignorance, superstition, and fear the magi's of evil is wrought, and the soul of man is held in bondage to his own evil nature. What ignorance, superstition, and fear are in the realm of evil, wisdom, love, and service are in the sphere of good. While the former produce the magic of degeneration, the latter achieve the miracle of regeneration. Daemon est deus inversus. The wings of the central serpent are intuition and reason, the 2 great powers which raise man and bear him swiftly into the presence of light. In symbolism, the feather and the wing are always symbolic of superphysical power, because they support man in the subtlest element, and according to the mysteries, the lower powers dwell in the coarser elements. The higher and supreme powers dwell in the subtile elements. Fini. Tolstoy's Prophecy of the Great War. Written for a Tsar, a king, and a Kaiser. Will it be fulfilled? Tolstoy dictated the prophecy to his niece, Countess Natasha Tolstoy, at the request of the Tsar, who had wished for something from the pen of the old man which he did not intend for publication. He suggested that it be in some sort of message to himself, the King of England, and the Kaiser. Tolstoy agreed, and one day in the autumn of 1910 he dictated to his niece the following words, which the Kaiser has declared to be one of the most impressive literary prophecies of the age. This is a revelation of events of a universal character which must shortly come to pass. Their spiritual outlines are now before my eyes. I see floating on the surface of the sea of human fate the huge silhouette of a nude woman. She is with her beauty, her poise, her smile, her jewels, a super Venus. Nations rush madly after her, each of them eager to attract her especially. But she, like an eternal courtesan, flirts with them all. In her hair, ornaments of diamonds and rubies, is engraved her name. Commercialism. As alluring and bewitching as she seems, much destruction and agony follows in her wake. Her breath, reeking of sordid transactions, her voice of metallic character like gold, and her looks of greed are so much poison to the nations which fall victims to her charms. And behold, she has 3 gigantic arms, with 3 torches of universal corruption in her hands. The first torch represents the flame of war that the beautiful courtesan carries from city to city and from country to country. Patriotism answers with flashes of honest fire, but the end is the roar of guns and musketry. The second torch bears the flame of bigotry and hypocrisy. It lights the lamps only in temples and on the altars of the sacred institutions. It carries the seed of falsity and fanaticism. It kindles the minds that are still in cradles and follows them to the grave. The Great Conflagration will start about 1912, set by the first arm in the countries of southeastern Europe. It will develop into a destructive calamity in 1913. In that year, I see all Europe in flames and bleeding. I hear the lamentations of huge battlefields, but about the year 1815, a strange figure from the north, a new Napoleon, enters the stage of the bloody drama. He is a man of little militaristic training, a writer or journalist, but in his grip most of Europe will remain until 1925. The end of the great calamity will mark a new era for the old world. There will be left no empires and kingdoms, but the world will form a federation of the United States of Nations. There will be left only 4 great giants, the Anglo-Saxons, the Latins, the Slavs, and the Mongolians. After the year 1925, I see a change in religious sentiments. The second torch of the courtesan has brought about the fall of the church. The ethical idea has almost vanished. Humanity is without the moral feeling. But then a great reformer arises. He will clear the world of the relics of monotheism and lay the cornerstone of pantheism. God, soul, spirit, and immortality will be molten in a new furnace, and I see the peaceful beginnings of an ethical era. The man destined to this mission is a Mongolian Slav. He is already walking the earth, a man of active affairs. He himself does not now realize the mission assigned to him by a superior power. And behold the flame of the third torch, which has already begun to destroy our family relations, our standards of art and morals. The relation between woman and the man is accepted as a prosaic partnership of the sexes. Art has become realistic degeneracy. Political disturbances and religious disturbances have shaken the spiritual foundations of all nations. Only spots here and there have remained untouched by these 3 destructive flames. The anti-national wars in Europe, the class war in America, and the race wars in Asia have strangled progress for half a century. But then in the middle of the century, I see a hero of literature and art rising from the ranks of the Latins and purging the world of the tedious stock of the obvious. It is the light of symbolism that shall outshine that light of the torch of commercialism. In place of the polygamy and monogamy of today, there will come a patogamy. A relation of the sexes based fundamentally upon poetic conceptions of life. And I see the nations growing wiser and realizing that the alluring woman of their destinies is after all nothing but an illusion. There will be a time when the world will have no use for armies, hypocritical religions, and degenerate art. Life is evolution, and evolution is development from the simple to the more complicated forms of the mind and the body. I see the passing show of the world drama in its present form, how it fades like the glow of evening upon the mountains. One motion of the hand of commercialism and a new history begins. Editor's note. How near right the wise old count was, the reader may judge for himself, as he was 2 years too early on the 1912 prophecy of the war. It may be that the other dates are also too early by the same time. Time calculation is the most elusive of all qualities of vision in that realm where there is no time. Just who are the great leaders he mentions is not yet obvious. Wands and serpents, as used in mystic arts, with biblical references. A fairy wand, looks like a contemporary magician's wand with a star on top. B, Solomon's wand, tapered with a black top and symbols and letters drawn on the bottom half. And C, a snake wand, tapered wand that looks like a serpent with the head at the top, by Manly P. Hall. For countless ages, the wand has been used as a symbol of the mystic arts. Far back in Egypt and Chaldea, the magicians of the temples carried with them the staffs of their arts, consecrated upon the altars of their gods. And frequent references are made in the Bible to the wands or rods of Aaron and Moses, and of the magicians of Egypt. In the New Testament, we find mention of the reed by which the temple was measured, and we are also told that the Christ was a branch of Jesse. In the accompanying illustrations, we see 3 wands or staffs which are now but relics of supposedly forgotten superstitions. In the first picture, we see the wand which, in children's fairy stories, performs strange and wonderful marvels when in the hands of elves and fairies. It is best described as a long ebony stick with a fairy star at the upper end. Modern magicians use this wand in their performances, omitting the star. Sometimes these wands are of plain wood, about 15 inches long, while the more elaborate ones have metal or ivory tips. The stage magician of today little dreams that he carries one of the most sacred symbols in all the world. For the key to the meaning of the magic wand has been lost. The staff is symbolical of the spinal column of man, and this is the true wand of the magicians. For it is through the power within this column that so-called miracles are performed. The star of light at the upper end of the staff is nothing more nor less than the flame that burns eternally at the upper end of the lamp of the true alchemist. This tiny flame is fed by the pure oil of the transmuted life force. Figure B shows us a wand that is said to have been used by Solomon, the king of the Israelites, and upon it are inscribed in the celestial languages sacred names and words. This drawing is taken from the Keys of Solomon, the King, a rare manuscript in the British Museum. It bears the same symbolism as the first, representing a hollow tube through which the forces of life play in an ascending and descending stream. Figure C shows us still another type of wand, this one made to represent a snake. It is said that during the Middle Ages, when magic and sorcery rose to a tremendous height, strange rites and rituals were performed under the direction of hierophants, who carried this snake wand made of flexible wood. During the ceremony, the wand was bent and the tail of the snake was placed between its teeth. The serpent has for thousands of years been the symbol of the spirit fire in man, which was known to the ancients as the serpent power. With this slight introduction, we will take up the study of the wands and serpents as we find them in the Bible. First, let us consider the serpent of Genesis. We have gone over a number of famous paintings where the fall of man was the theme, and in nearly every case the snake is represented as coiled around a tree, head downward. In the majority of cases, the artist probably did not understand the mystery he portrayed. But in reality, the downward turned serpent is the key to the problem. The serpent of Genesis is the down-going spinal fire sent thus by Jehovah to build form. The result of the going downward of this force was crystallization and the awakening of the passion centers located at the base of the spine. This crystallization so lowered man's vibration that he was no longer able to remain in the etheric Eden, but was cast out or fell, and the sword of passion, the flame of purification, stood between him and the world from which he fell. In the same way, man's life today is a contest between the lower and higher principles. When the spiritual powers are centered in the emotions and passions, man starts into action, the forces that inevitably result in crystallization and death. But when he lifts them up, through altruism and service, the spiritual fire flows upward and creates the five-pointed star which heralds the coming of the Christ within himself. Two serpents, one black and the other white, were used by the ancients to symbolize this twofold use of the spiritual power. That which tends at our stage of evolution to draw these powers downward through selfishness and egotism is on the path of the black serpent, while the traits within ourselves in which altruism predominates raise the spirit powers upward through the white serpent, and finally liberate the spiritual consciousness. Now let us consider the story of how the rods were turned to serpents in the court of Pharaoh, as we find it recorded in the 7th chapter of Exodus. And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt. They also did in like manner with their enchantments. For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents, but Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. For many generations, Egypt had stood for black magic and evil. This is in accord with occult teachings, for we know that the ancient Egyptians were the remnants of the still older Atlanteans, and that Atlantis sank because black magic had supplanted the white forces, and the great ones who were guiding the destinies of men were forced to take those who remained true out of this world of darkness and onward to the promised land. The serpent of the black magicians of Egypt, called up by invocation and through negative processes, represents the lower passions and desires, with which the black forces are even today filling the world through the medium of thoughtless persons who allow their emotions and desires to master them. The serpent of Aaron, developed as commanded by the Lord, corresponds to the white serpent or transmuted spirit fire, the wand of the initiate which eats up, transmutes rather than kills, the lower forces of the black magicians. In Kundry, that wonderful character in the opera of Parsifal, the girl dressed in the skins of snakes, we find another symbol of the serpent power of spirit fire. For the word Kundry is evidently taken from Kundalini, which means a sleeping serpent. While undeveloped or under the spell of evil, it serves the black forces, but when transmuted, it is true to the Knights of the Grail. There came a time when it was necessary for man to lift the spiritual consciousness, which had been sent downward, to develop form. And this we find explained in the story of the brazen serpent which Moses raised up in the wilderness. The ancient Hebrew word used to signify a serpent in this part of the Bible can also be translated Savior. There is a connection between this serpent, which was raised, and the Christ principle, which is represented by the crowned serpent. From the standpoint of the occult student, there is probably no more important explanation of spiritual unfoldment than that of the rod that budded. It is said in some of the ancient books that the rod of Aaron, like the spear of Odin, was cut from the tree of life. Now let us consider the tree of life. It is that great tree which is said to have its roots in heaven and its branches upon the earth. When we study this carefully, we find that man is the rod of Aaron, which was cut from the tree of life when his connection with the higher worlds was severed, that he might better learn the lessons of individual responsibility. The student who does not seek to carry his own burdens but tries to find others to do his work for him is losing the great opportunity of learning these lessons. Man in his fallen state is symbolized by the dead stick in which the germ of life is too weak to manifest. We know how in the early fall the sap of the tree goes to its roots and the tree appears dead. It was the same with primitive man, for his life forces were sent downward, and the staff cut from the tree of life, as far as its spiritual development was concerned, was dead. But when the Christ spirit became indwelling in the earth, man began turning his egotism to altruism, and by the power in his own life is helping to lift the spirit fire upward, contacting one by one the spiritual centers in the body. It nourishes them, and one by one the blossoms on the dead staff burst forth. One by one the 7 centers are awakened and become blossoms. The blossoms on the rod of Aaron correspond to the roses on the rose cross, or the lotus blossoms of the East. As told in Tannhauser, when these flowers blossom forth, we know that our sins have been forgiven. Many students of occult philosophy wonder why the great ones do not come to them. This is not because of neglect. These students do not understand the mystery of the rod that blossoms, and do not know that the higher ones on the invisible planes are watching breathlessly for those whom they can use for the betterment of humanity. That the way by which they identify the purified candidate is not through his words, but by the blossoms on his staff or cross. These spiritual centers, when awakened by right thinking and right action, are lights by which our development is judged. The reason we do not attract the higher ones is that there are no roses on our cross, and they know our purification is not complete. In the same way, the black forces tell by our negative development, which is the reverse of the positive, when we are in a position to be of service in the work of destruction. When we realize that we are the staff and that our own development is the rod on which we must lean, then we better understand the miracles performed by those who have raised the brazen serpent in the wilderness. When we realize that it is the serpent power which brings to the brain the vital energy with which we think, we also realize what Christ meant when he said, "Be ye wise as serpents." And we also understand why Christ was symbolized in the ancient mysteries as a serpent coiled around a staff, head upward. So let us go through life with a firm resolve to so live that the rod within ourselves, cut from the tree of life and depending upon us for its development, will flower out with the spiritual blossoms that tell of mastership. Washington's Vision at Valley Forge. Future of U.S. shown to Father of His Country by Wesley Bradshaw. The last time I ever saw Anthony Sherman was on the 4th of July, 1859, in Independence Square. He was then 91 and becoming very feeble, but though so old, his dimming eye rekindled as he looked at the Independence Hall, which he said he had come to gaze upon once more before he was gathered home. "What time is it?" said he, raising his trembling eyes to the clock in the steeple, and endeavoring to shade the former with a shaking hand. "What time is it? I cannot see so well as I used to." "3:30. "Come then," he continued. "Let us go into the hall. I want to tell you an incident of Washington's life, one which no one alive knows of except myself. And if you live, you will before long see it verified." Reaching the visitor's room in which the sacred relics of our early days are kept, we sat down on one of the old-fashioned wooden benches, and my venerable friend related to me the following singular narrative, which from the peculiarity of our national affairs at the present time, I have been induced to give to the world. I give it as nearly as possible in his own words. When the bold action of our Congress in asserting the independence of the colonies became known in the world, we were laughed and scoffed at as silly, presumptuous rebels, whom British grenadiers would soon tame into submission. But undoubtedly we prepared to make good what we had said. The stern encounter came, and the world knows the result. It is easy and pleasant for those of the present generation to talk and write of the days of '76, but they little know, neither can they imagine the trials and sufferings of those fearful days. And there is one thing that I much fear, and that is that the American people do not properly appreciate the boon of freedom. Party spirit is yearly becoming stronger and stronger, and unless it is checked will at no distant day undermine and tumble into ruins the noble structure of the Republic. But let me hasten to my narrative. From the opening of the Revolution we experienced all phases of fortune. Now good and ill, at one time victorious and at another conquered. The darkest period we had, however, was, I think, when Washington, after several reverses, retreated to Valley Forge, where he resolved to pass the winter of '77. Ah, I have often seen the tears coursing down our old dear commander's careworn face, as he would be conversing with a confidential officer about the condition of his poor soldiers. You have doubtless heard the story of Washington going to the thicket to pray. Well, it is not only true, but he used often to pray in secret for aid and comfort from that God, the interposition of whose divine providence alone brought us safety through those dark days of tribulations. One day, I remember it well, the chilly wind whistled and howled through the leafless trees. Though the sky was cloudless and the sun shining brightly, he remained in his quarters nearly the whole of the afternoon alone. When he came out, I noticed that his face was a shade paler than usual, and that there seemed to be something on his mind of more than ordinary importance. Returning just after dusk, he dispatched an orderly to the quarters of the office I mentioned, who was presently in attendance. After a preliminary conversation which lasted some half-hour, Washington, gazing upon his companion with the strange look of dignity which he alone could command, said to the latter, "I do not know whether it was owing to the anxiety of my mind or what, but this afternoon, as I was sitting at this very table engaged in preparing a dispatch, something in the apartment seemed to disturb me. Looking up, I beheld standing exactly opposite me a singularly beautiful female. So astonished was I, for I had given strict orders not to be disturbed, that it was some moments before I found language to inquire the cause of her presence. A second, third, and even fourth time did I repeat the question, but received no answer from my mysterious visitor other than a slight raising of her eyes. But this time I felt a strange sensation spreading through me. I would have risen, but the riveted gaze of the being before me rendered volition impossible. I essayed once more to address her, but my tongue had become paralyzed. A new influence, mysterious, potent, irresistible, took possession of me. All I could do was to gaze steadily, vacantly, at my unknown assistant. Gradually the surrounding atmosphere seemed as though becoming filled with sensations and grew luminous. Everything about me seemed to rarefy, the mysterious visitor herself becoming more airy, and yet even more distinct to my sight than before. I now began to feel as one dying, or rather to experience the sensations which I have sometimes imagined accompany dissolution. I did not think. I did not reason. I did not move. All were alike impossible. I was only conscious of gazing fixedly, vacantly at my companion. Presently I heard a voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn," while at the same time my visitor extended her arm and forefinger eastwardly. I now beheld a heavy white vapor at some distance rising fold upon fold. This gradually disappeared, and I looked upon a strange scene. Before me lay stretched out in one vast plain all the countries of the world, Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. I saw rolling and tossing between Europe and America the billows of the Atlantic, and between Asia and America lay the Pacific. "Son of the Republic," said the same mysterious voice as before, "look and learn." At that moment I beheld a dark, shadowy being, like an angel standing, or rather floating in mid-air, between Europe and America. Dipping water out of the ocean in the hollow of each hand, he sprinkled some water upon America with his right hand, while he cast upon Europe some with his left. Immediately a dark cloud arose from each of those countries, and joined in mid-ocean. For a while it remained stationary, and then moved slowly westward, until it enveloped America in its murky folds. Sharp flashes of lightning now gleamed throughout it at intervals, and I heard the smothered groans and cries of the American people. A second time the angel dipped from the ocean and sprinkled it out as before. The dark cloud was then drawn back to the ocean, into whose heaving waves it sunk from view. A third time I heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." I cast my eyes upon America, and beheld villages and towns and cities springing up, one after another, until the whole land from the Atlantic to the Pacific was dotted with them. Again I heard the mysterious voice say, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." At this, the dark, shadowy angel turned this face southward, and from Africa I saw an ill-omened spectre approaching our land. It flitted slowly and heavily over every village, town, and city of the latter, the inhabitants of which presently set themselves in battle array, one against the other. As I continued looking, I saw a bright angel, on whose brow rested a crown of light, on which was traced the word Union, bearing the American flag, which he placed between the divided nations, and said, "Remember, ye are brethren." Instantly the inhabitants, casting from them their weapons, became friends once more and united around the national standard. And again I heard the same mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, the second peril is past. Look and learn." And I beheld the villages, towns, and cities of America increase in size and numbers, till at last they covered all the land from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and their inhabitants became as countless as the stars in heaven, or the sand on the seashore. And again I heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, the end of a century cometh. Look and learn." At this the dark, shadowy angel placed a trumpet to his mouth, and blew 3 distinct blasts, and taking water from the ocean, sprinkled it out upon Europe, Asia, and Africa. Then my eyes looked upon a fearful scene. From each of those countries arose thick black clouds, which soon joined into one, and throughout the mass gleamed a dark red light, by which I saw hordes of armed men, who moving with the cloud marched by land and sailed by sea to America, which country was presently enveloped in the column of the cloud. And I dimly saw these vast armies devastate the whole country, and pillaged and burned villages, cities and towns that I had beheld springing up. As my ears listened to the thundering of cannon, clashing of swords, and shouts and cries of the millions in mortal combat, I again heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." When the voice had ceased, the dark, shadowy angel placed his trumpet once more to his mouth, and blew a long, fearful blast. Instantly a light, as from 1,000 suns, shone down from above me, and broke into fragments the dark cloud which enveloped America. At the same moment I saw the angel upon whose forehead still shone the word Union, and who bore our national flag in one hand and a sword in the other, descend from heaven attended by the legions of bright spirits. These immediately joined the inhabitants of America, who I perceived were well nigh overcome, but who immediately taking courage again closed up their broken ranks, and renewed the battle. Again, amid the fearful noise of the conflict, I heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." As the voice ceased, the shadowy angel for the last time dipped water from the ocean and sprinkled it upon America. Instantly, the dark cloud rolled back, together with the armies it had brought, leaving the inhabitants of the land victorious. Then once more I beheld the villages, towns, and cities springing up where they had been before, while the bright angel, planting the azure standard he had brought in the midst of them, cried in a loud voice to the inhabitants, "While the stars remain and the heavens send down dews upon the earth, so long shall the Republic last." And taking from his brow the crown on which still blazoned the Union, he placed it upon the standard, while all the people kneeling down said, "Amen." The scene instantly began to fade and dissolve, and I at last saw nothing but the rising, curling vapor I had first beheld. This also disappearing, I found myself once more gazing upon my mysterious visitor, who in that same mysterious voice I had heard before said, "Son of the Republic, what have you seen and thus interpreted? 3 perils will come upon the Republic. The most fearful is the second, passing which the whole world united shall never be able to prevail against her. Let every child of the Republic learn to live for his God, his land, and Union." With these words, the figure vanished. I started to my feet and felt that I had been shown the birth, progress, and destiny of the United States. In union she will have strength, in disunion her destruction. Such, my friend, concluded the venerable narrator, were the words I heard from Washington's own lips, and America will do well to profit by them. Let her remember that in union she has her strength, in disunion her destruction. Toledo Blade. Questions and answers. In presenting a series of questions and answers to the student, an attempt has been made to do so in an absolutely non-sectarian way. The real understanding of all of nature's problems is the result of the personal development of the seeker, and not the teachings that he receives. All living creatures are seeking the power of independent expression, and creeds are often walls that shut out light instead of centers of illumination as they were intended to be. Questions have been selected from our previous works, and from the questions asked at our various meetings during the past. They are of a very general nature, and the answers to them have not been taken from any one phase of the wisdom teaching. In them, the student will find points taken from all of the schools of deep mystic thought. The answers given here are neither final nor complete, but are in line with common sense and nature. As the student advances, he will find new light on all of these problems. But the author feels certain that the true seeker will never find anything that will deny them, because the answers are based on natural law. They who know God's laws know God. They who keep God's laws keep their covenant with Him. MPH. Question 1. What is the meaning of the word occult, and how is it to be used in connection with spiritual sciences? Answer. The word occult means hidden. An occultist is one who, through the powers of reason, is trying to lift the veil of allegory from science and religion and find the germ of truth and unity concealed in their diverse, complex, and literal explanations and teachings. The occultist is the eternal seeker, seeking eternal truths. Question 2. Who is a mystic, and how does he differ from the occultist? Answer. The mystic is one who is seeking to gain the same truth and lift the same veil by developing the heart side of his nature, and to gain by intuition what the occultist searches for by reason. It is the union of these two paths, the mystic and the occult, that gives the seeker the balance that is necessary before the higher initiations are possible. When action of the proper kind is added to this, and the student applies his theoretical knowledge, then the eternal triangle is perfected and balanced in man. Question 3. What is the true object of all the wisdom teachings? Answer. Their purpose is to show man his true position in the great plan of creation. They explain to the student the responsibilities of life, and through the knowledge that they give him, prepare him for the great work that awaits all when their days of schooling are over. Question 4. How should we regard a religion? Answer. A religion is a phase of truth, attuned to the states of consciousness of them who are evolving through it. It is the doctrine, part of a still greater doctrine, to which we are all drawn by the faculties we have developed and the spiritual sight we have unfolded within ourselves. It is a changeable point. As we grow in experience and understanding, our religion and religious concepts should broaden with us. Every living being changes, or should change in some way. His religion, with each experience and unfoldment which daily life brings. If he does not do this, he is standing still. When we are inclined to look down upon creeds or religions that seem primitive to us, we should remember that they are all steps in a great plan that must be passed through before the planner can be revealed. When we have passed through and reached a more elevated ideal, our broadened spiritual intellect should help us to realize the need of all the other steps. And the fact that a doctrine exists at all on this plane of nature is proof certain that it is helping someone who would fall without the protection and inspiration that it gives. For nature supports nothing any great length of time that is not of use in the plan. Question 5. What is a creed? Answer. Creeds are steps in the unfoldment of religious truth, which have on this plane of nature drawn around them forms, which we call denominations. Creeds are incarnations of spiritual truth, functioning in ever better vehicles furnished by the consciousness of those souls who are evolving through them. Question 6. Which religions are occult? Answer. All religions have a hidden or esoteric side. The same may be said of all the divisions of a religion. The esoteric doctrine we see in a religion depends upon the esoteric eyes we have developed in our own spiritual natures. They who look through the eyes of form can see only form, and in religion only the history of people now dead and countries now unknown. While to them who have evolved the spiritual sight, the life behind the form, the truth behind the allegory, is visible. All religions are steps in the unfoldment of one truth, and they only clash when their spiritual ideals are crystallized into material forms. Question 7. How may we know a true occultist? Answer. A true occultist is living or trying to live every doctrine that he teaches, and is seeking the hidden truth in every creed with which he comes in contact. He sees the unity of all life, and that diversity is merely individualized expressions of this unity. He recognizes the divinity in them who differ from him or apparently make his life unhappy, and seeks experience and the growth given by it above the comforts of the lower man. He realizes that with wisdom and service comes all true happiness. He strives to gain better understanding that he may serve better his brother and his God. He studies life and realizes that abstract knowledge is of little value unless it helps him to solve his living problems. He studies life and applies the knowledge he has gained to the problems of everyday existence, seeking the spiritual harmonization of apparent physical contradictions, bringing it first into harmony with the eternal plan. His great hope is not for liberation from the responsibilities of life, but that he may be able to carry on more worthily his part of the great plan, by reflecting the light that he has received to others less fortunate than himself. His true motive for self-development is greater and more intelligent usefulness. From loving a few, he learns to love, honor, and admire all, realizing with his broadened consciousness that the God he serves is within his brother man. Question 8. What can a teacher of any religion really teach? Answer. Only that which he knows, understands, has proven, and lived for himself. Each living being sees the same thing differently according to the faculties that he has developed. It is only his view that he is capable of expressing. Question 9. Which is the best way of teaching others a creed that we admire, but which they do not seem to understand? Answer. There is only one way of successfully presenting to others any great truth with which we have become attuned, and that is by so living that truth that our friends will realize the value of knowing it also. So many people are preaching doctrines who show no signs of being helped by them and no symptoms of understanding them, that we cannot blame others for not accepting a creed from which they have never seen any good results. Our life is our message to the world. By it, our religion is judged. Question 10. Where should we search for occult wisdom? Answer. Everywhere. They who only look for it in books and lecture halls will never find it. The great laws of nature are daily molding the destinies of worlds, nations, and individuals. If we look at the stars, we see God's laws. If we gaze at the rolling sea, we again behold his manifestation. As we stand on a busy corner of the street or at the bedside of the sick, we can, if we have the eyes, lift the veil and see the eternal hand of God operating behind every action and thought in the universe. In this way, we can study truth and the so-called hidden sciences firsthand, and by using the God-given faculty of thought, learn for ourselves the explanation of the mystery of being in a way no book can possibly instruct us. Question 11. What constitutes a livable and believable religion? Answer. This must be answered by the student himself, as all religions are livable and believable by someone. To us, a livable religion is one that answers the greatest number of our questions in a rational, reasonable, and sensible manner, that does not grate upon the nerves of either spiritual, mystical, or studious individuals. It should affirm, deny, and contradict nothing, but have a place and an explanation for every manifestation of God and his laws. Not upon miracles, but upon an explanation of natural conditions, a religion must be based. It must help us to live better, think better, and better prepare us to fight the battles of life. And first of all, it should teach us to honor, respect, and admire all other religions that are striving in various ways to do the same thing. Question 12. What is a miracle? Answer. A miracle is an effect, the cause of which is unknown. The cause, however, must be as great as the effect it produces. If the student wants a miracle to happen to him, he must set in motion causes great enough to produce the desired effect. Our universe is governed by law and order in spite of what many persons believe. Question 13. Who is God? Answer. God, as he is now generally understood, man, and the universe are various stages in the concrete manifestation of the Absolute. The God we know is the individualized part of this unknowable one, who through the unfolding of consciousness has become the ruling spiritual intelligence of a solar system. Man is eternally making adjustments of bodies within to planes of consciousness without, and God is relatively perfect on a plane of consciousness where man as yet has not evolved vehicles of expression. Man, however, contains within himself, in germinal essence, powers which will give him later, when evolved, the consciousness he now worships in the Logos or God. Question 14. How much time should an occult student devote to study? Answer. 24 hours a day. Spirituality is not something to be assumed at certain times by would-be occultists. It is a state of consciousness evolved by the aspiring student of nature's laws. The great lessons are not learned in school, but in daily contacts with living and often unconscious instructors. Our studies should be about 10% out of books and 90% out of human life. This study must be carried on eternally, beginning with each morning and not ending even with sleep. Question 15. Who is ready for the so-called wisdom teachings? Answer. Only those students who have made the greatest use of more limited information, and they are the ones who will receive them. If we daily show that we are faithful in small things, then we shall be entrusted with greater powers and opportunities. But many who desire higher truth and broader consciousness would abuse the trust if that which they sought were given to them, without the purification that comes with long service, suffering, and experience. As soon as we have shown by lighting the flame within that we have consecrated our lives and thoughts to the service of the divine and his plan, then we shall be entrusted with power and knowledge to carry on his work not before. What is the life in man? Answer. The life in man is that spark of divine fire, which in search of experience has robbed itself in the garments of matter, which it is slowly transmuting until its prison walls shall become a glorious dwelling place, to be finally united with the life itself. What does man carry with him from life to life? Answer. His consciousness, and upon the seed atoms of his various bodies the records of every thought, action, and desire which have animated his being. These form the basis of karmic payments and future growth and unfoldment, and they will remain with him until he has absorbed all of these experiences into the soul. Is man perfect now? Answer. Perfection is a matter of relativity, and in order to be perpetually perfect requires perpetual adjustment, with ever finer planes of spiritual influx. Each divine ego is perfect, but this perfection must remain unexpressed until evolution, or experience, molds the bodies into worthy elements for the life within. Is there any shortcut to perfection? Answer. The longest way around is the most successful, because the fineness of adjustments is the basis of the estimate to perfection, and those who have done their work the most thoroughly have in reality done it in the shortest and most satisfactory manner. What is man's work here? Answer. His duty is to learn through experience, to harmonize his mentality with the finer heart sentiments. It is the union of spirit and matter, heart and mind, the marriage of the sun and moon, which man is striving to attain through an equal development and harmonization of his thoughts and emotions. What is man's true position in the universe? Answer. He is, according to the ancient poets, twixt heaven and hell, halfway between perfect consciousness and absolute negation. He should stand in the center of his spiritual and intellectual world, drawing towards himself from all extremities of the universe the powers that he needs, but always remaining true to his own center, and never identifying himself with any of the tangents. Was Masonry known in Atlantis? Answer. Wherever the wisdom religions are found, be it east, west, south, or north, we find Masonry. From the heart of China to the jungles of South Africa, Masonry undoubtedly had its foundation in the sun worship of ancient Atlantis. What is the soul? Answer: the soul is a body built by the thoughts, actions, and desires of human life, which weave a garment according to their own quality. Later, this garment becomes the vehicle of consciousness for the spirit, for within it are incorporated all of the growth of the lower bodies. Does our life belong to us? Answer: in many ways, our life belongs to us. In fact, in the great plan, it does so entirely. But owing to the fact that in the past we contracted certain debts, our free will is mortgaged in favor of people to whom we owe certain actions and qualities. Therefore, in coming into incarnation, certain things we must do whether we want to or not because of sacred obligations we have made in the past. What is free will? Answer: God alone has free will. Man has the power of choice. Ignorance is the limiting factor in free will. The greater number of things we know, the greater is our area of choice until, as gods, knowing all, we have the choice of all. Are all individual experiences preserved? Answer: yes. They are the basis of soul growth and are stored up in the centers of bodies until we have built the necessary faculties to read them. What center of consciousness is man working on now? Answer: man is at the present time laboring especially to unfold the mind within its 49 centers of sense consciousness. That is the work allotted to him during the earth period of evolution. Why do spirits return as deformed idiots and cranks? Answer: those things are the reward of the abuse of mental and spiritual faculties in previous lives. Abuses of nature bring with them terrible karmic debts, and those who mentally, spiritually, or physically prostitute power will pay for it, as we see so often in the world today. How can consciousness be lost? Answer: consciousness is lost on any plane of nature when the vehicle upon that plane is destroyed. We may lose this consciousness by abusing a vehicle after it is built, or not building a proper one in the beginning. What are visions and what causes them? Answer: two causes. First, temporary attunement of consciousness, either positive or negative, with superphysical planes, the result of fine spiritual growth or a general rundown condition of the body. The first safe and the second very dangerous. Excitement, worry, grief, and so forth will deplete this system and produce this result. Second grand cause and the most common, late eating. Should we use our astrology colors? Answer: we should use everything we can, but not spend too much time harmonizing vibrations, etc. If we do, we shall have no time left for work, and labor produces much better growth than color harmony. Never use any such means, however, as astrology, talismanic magic, etc., to gain over other people in financial, spiritual, or material matters. To do so is black magic. If an employee is obliged to lie for an employer, what is the penalty? Answer: if a person finds out that he must lie for his salary, it is a very excellent time to find a new position. For if he consciously does it for gain to himself, the penalty will be as heavy as though he were doing it of his own free will. Please explain the crucifixion. Answer: the word crucifixion means a crossing. The crossing of spiritual and material currents forms bodies, and these bodies crucify and seek to destroy the life which is within or hanging upon them. What is meant by the word? Answer: the word is a center of consciousness around which negative particles gather and out of which forms are built. It is not in the last analysis a sound, but a rate of vibration. It is the life producing and manifesting through form. What did Jesus mean when he said every laborer is worthy of his hire? Answer: it means that in all nature the law of compensation holds good. In all nature we are paid according to our works, and we must reward others equally when they serve us. The idea that we can secure something for nothing is one of the most erroneous concepts and destructive slogans that man has created. Will conditions in Europe cause another world war? Answer: The unrest which pervades the world at the present time, which is more filled with hate than the European conflict, will undoubtedly result in wars, crimes, and pestilences. Why are we so much in doubt as to what is right and what is wrong? Answer: the reason why there is so much misunderstanding is that right and wrong are individual concepts, and what is right for one is wrong for another. The only thing that is right for anyone is the very highest, noblest, truest, and purest that the individual can conceive of. Everything else falls short regardless of other people's estimates. What is meant by the loss of the soul? Answer: as the soul is the fruit of our work here, and as our evil deeds cannot become immortal, if our lives be filled with destructiveness, their fruits must perish under karmic reaction, and if the soul built is evil, it will be disintegrated. Only good can be eternal. Do dreams mean anything? Answer: some do and some do not. They are often partial memories of things we have learned and done while the bodies were asleep. Sometimes they are only thoughts of the day which have automatically repeated themselves even after sleep has deprived us of conscious power. Sometimes the brain does not all go to sleep at once, and faculties will labor all through the night, while the brain is otherwise sleeping, causing dreams and hazy memories. Why are we taught individual immortality? Is not race immortality sufficient? Answer: the fact that we are evolving individualized organisms, no two of them alike, proves that individualization and not merely racial progression is the ultimate end. Everything reduces itself into the singular before it is through. Therefore, individual salvation based upon individual effort is far more inspiring than race immortality where the lazy ones sneak through with the hard workers. Is the Bible the work of God? Answer: there is no doubt the sacred scriptures of all peoples have been inspired by the great spiritual intelligences of the universe. Can the mind image anything unreal? Answer: it is impossible for a human mind to create or image anything that does not exist somewhere on one of the many planes of nature. What is mediumistic materialization and trumpet seances? Answer: in materializing a body, the departed intelligence does so by taking the life forces of the medium and those attending the seance and using them to build a temporary vehicle. The same is true in trumpet seances, where the strength to express on the physical plane is gained through sapping the vitality of the medium and sitters. This is a detrimental, unproductive method of securing information, seldom accurate, but always carried on at a terrible expense to those present. What is the difference between the divine will and the human will? Answer: the divine will wills to do, and the human will wills to avoid doing anything that is not pleasant. Why is an ego sent to a family out of harmony with it? Answer: inharmony is the basis of growth, for it is the opportunity to learn to love and appreciate the thing which naturally it is not attracted to. It comes to teach the value of harmony through showing the suffering of inharmony. The ego comes to settle old scores and to make new growth rather than to find harmony. What will be the result of present conditions of capital versus labor in U.S.? Answer: if the wrangling and dissenting continues, it will destroy the entire country, without having secured the desired results for either of the combating parties. Will man develop more rapidly from the spiritual standpoint in the near future than he does now? Answer: he will never develop any faster than he does now until his whole life is better than it is now, and the few million years do not make much difference unless he changes his mode of life. How would you treat a drug addict or a cigarette fiend? Answer: patching up the effects will never produce a lasting cure. The higher side of the nature must be appealed to in some way, and the consciousness of the individual raised to the realization of the blasphemy of his acts. What effect has cremation on the spirit? Answer: cremation about 3 days after death, destroying the body, severs the last tie between the higher organisms and its form, and in that way frees the spiritual bodies to go on with their work. What are the real dangers of psychic development? Answer: The first great danger is negative development, which results in mediumship and obsession. The second great danger is seeking to unfold spiritual powers before the body has been properly purified to sustain the strain. Please name some occult literature that is good for the beginner to study. Answer: The Brother of the Third Degree by Garver, The Dweller on the Two Planets by Philos, Miriam of the Mystic Brotherhood by Howard, The Romance of Two Worlds by Barabbas, The Sorrows of Satan and the Life Everlasting by Mary Corelli are as good fiction as can be secured on the subject. The writings of Jacob Boehme, Andrew Jackson Davis, and Emanuel Swedenborg are excellent from the mystic standpoint. Sibley, Raphael, William Lilly, and Nicholas Culpeper are the best in astrology. The Secret Doctrine, Isis Unveiled, and The Key to Theosophy by Madame Blavatsky, The Cosmo Conception by Max Heindel, are the best occult works of modern times. Spencer, Huxley, and Plato lead in scientific research and philosophy, and H.G. Wells has written an excellent history of the world. Is the power of communication with the astral spirits a sign of development? Answer: Not necessarily. Development is a positive step forward, while many become conscious of superphysical things through a retrogression. Crystal gazing, magic mirrors, and all those things are not developments but are degenerations which will destroy us if we continue them. What did Christ mean when he said, "In my Father's house are many mansions"? Answer: One translation of this paragraph says, "In the Father's house are many resting places." And the mansions undoubtedly refer to the different planes of nature, where the spiritual consciousness lives and rests in its progression towards perfection. What is the best cure for an inflamed stomach? Answer: Fasting. Non-irritating diet and a purifying of the entire system are the only means by which treatment of a permanent nature can be carried on. Is there a healing for sore and achy feet? Answer: It is amazing what a wonderful connection there is between a sour stomach and sore feet. But if people will keep their general system in good order, much foot trouble can be eliminated. What are the first requisites of a student of the occult sciences? Answer: There are many things to be considered, and books could be written concerning this vital question. But listed below are 3 requisites without which little progress, if any, is possible. 1. Purity. Before high spiritual or scientific truth can be comprehended by any student, it is necessary for him to lift his center of consciousness and the forces which nourish and supply it into centers of higher sense perceptions and spiritual cognitions. This is only possible when the body, emotions, and mind are purified by supplying their vital centers with purified life essences. High altruistic ideals cannot manifest through vehicles that are filled with low thoughts, animal desires, or destructive actions. The gratification of sense centers must be transmuted from the animal to the spiritual mental plane. And this is only possible through a purification of the entire organism. 2. Harmony. A person who lacks poise and the ability to keep his equanimity under trying circumstances is of absolutely no use as a teacher or guide for humanity. Our present public school system has proven that fact time and time again, when quick-tempered teachers have been found to do more harm than good among the pupils. Truth is harmony radiating through the 49 branches which we call the arts, sciences, and spiritual perceptions, and only harmonious people can learn or radiate a harmonious doctrine. Many students waste enough energy in disputes, misunderstandings, and religious hair-splitting to take them and all their acquaintances to heaven and back, if it were used as God and nature intended. When we so pervert this master builder's power, then is the Lamb of God slain for the sins of the world. For this Lamb represents the vitalizing energy which we so often waste in discord. 3. The desire to work. The great ones governing the destiny of humanity are not looking for those people whose greatest desire is to go to heaven on flowery beds of ease. They are seeking souls who want to go out and labor in the vineyards of God, life. People who are expecting eternally a soft snap, as it is called in the business world, have nothing in common with the true student of the higher sciences, An honest desire to make himself useful in any way that may come to hand is a certain indication that the student is preparing himself for a greater and better state of existence. Everyone wants something, and for many years, so-called students of divinity have been suffering from the gimmies. They want healing, they want cash, they want prosperity, and there are still among us certain ones seeking power with which to revenge themselves on others whom they dislike, or just to show off, generally. Then there is another class who would like anything God gave them on general principles. God wants them who want to give something instead of eternally grafting off the eternal. The true student knows that it is more blessed to give than to receive. He labors not for returns, because he knows that serving the needy, preaching the gospel, and healing the sick form an eternal triangle. And the aspiring soul lives only to manifest among his brothers this flaming triangle, through purified, harmonized vehicles, which form pens in the hand of a ready writer. What is the aim of a true occult student? Answer: the occult student is seeking to gain the power within himself which will qualify him to become a conscious worker in the great plan of cosmic unfoldment. He is striving to evolve within the latent qualities which are his divine birthright, and which, when awakened, will make him a helper instead of one of the many who are now receiving help. Who are the heathen? Answer: the dictionary defines a heathen as one who is ignorant of God. But we generally use the word when referring to people whose religious ideals and teachings differ from our own. When used just as the dictionary suggests, the studious individual will realize that under this definition may be classed nearly all the so-called Christians, who know absolutely nothing and apparently care less about God than the so-called aborigines. There are many so-called heathen who know more about God and his laws than those who brand them as such. In order to know God, we must attune ourselves to this plane of consciousness by following his laws and seeking to do his will. Only they who live his life can ever know his doctrine, and until we do this, we are heathen. The fact that we are baptized by sprinkling, dipping, pouring, or immersing has nothing to do with our spiritual salvation, and we are as truly heathen as the worst savage until we are baptized of the Spirit, a conscious result of a conscious consecration of our being in the service of the divine essence, which we call God, and which we can only cognize in concrete form when we see it in our brother and ourself. When a person is in doubt as to the religion which he should affiliate himself, what is the best course to pursue? Answer: we never reach a position where our consciousness is too broad or our religion too ethical to follow the valuable suggestion of Thomas Paine. His great slogan was, "The world is my country, and to do good is my religion." In this wonderful statement is concentrated the essence of true Christianity, and as usual it comes from the mouth of one branded an atheist. Which is the most ancient of all religions? Answer: it is said that the worship of the sun or light is the oldest of all religious doctrines. From the sun come the vitalizing rays which directly or indirectly nourish and sustain all things that we see. It will be the last of all religions also, for eternally the true student must seek the light, which alone can dispel the darkness of ignorance. When the student realizes that within his own being is this great sun life, he will understand more clearly the words of the One, the physical incarnation of the Sun Spirit, Christ, when he said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." Within us burns this light, and when we purify our beings so that it may shine through, the mystery of religion is solved. As the sun nourishes the solar system, so the spiritual sun in man nourishes and gives expression and liberation to the consciousness within himself. Of what is the church the symbol? Answer: it is the symbol of the human body, and many of the great churches of the world are laid out in the form of the body, with an altar where the head should be. The church which every true Christian, regardless of creed, is striving to perfect it, the living temple of the living God. As he now goes in prayer to the outer symbol, so one day the consciousness within his own being will enter the living temple of his soul, and there worship before the living ark over which glows the Shekinah's light, the divine Spirit of God in man. Should we believe everything we are told? Answer: if we do, we shall become wound up soon in an apparent mass of contradictions that we shall never be able to straighten out, probably. But on the other hand, We are not to deny even the most seemingly absurd statements. We are to use our own mental vehicles and think for ourselves, realizing that all things are true under certain conditions, but that we ourselves must use the power of discrimination if we truly are seeking individual development. We must give all other created things the same privilege also. Who is a Christian? Answer: the Christ is the second expression of the Trinity. The Trinity is made up of the Creator, the Preserver, and the Disintegrator. They who follow the path of preservation are Christians. They seek to save, lift, preserve, and help along all whom they come in contact. They are trying to lift also the higher man out of the lower body and save him from the animal passions and desires. When they have lifted him upward into the higher planes of consciousness, he is then Christed by the baptism of Spirit. It is not a creed to be assumed, but a state of consciousness to be evolved. Is a special diet or life necessary to a good occult student? Answer: it is absolutely necessary that they who want spiritual unfoldment, etc., should give up the foods, thoughts, and actions that bind them to the animal planes of nature. We cannot serve God in the temple above and be chained by appetites in the darkness below at the same time without disintegrating effects. What is the order of Melchizedek, the king of Salem, hinted at in the Bible? Answer: it is a great step in the unfolding of consciousness, which we know as the order of the priest-kings. It symbolizes the balance of the mind, the king, and the heart, the high priest, and from the awakening of the spiritual faculties, through this blending, man attunes himself with a great cosmic principle and becomes a priest-king. Jesus mentioned a priest after the order of Melchizedek, was baptized of water, the heart, and fire, the mind. He had harmonized the eternal enemies, Cain and Abel, within himself, and if we wish to become priest-kings, each of us must do the same. What is the unpardonable sin? Answer: with many people, it is the sin of someone else against them. In the Bible, it is the sin against the creative forces of the Holy Spirit, the builder of forms. There is something equally bad, however, which is often overlooked by students. When a character is destroyed, an unpardonable sin has been committed, and at the present time our world is filled with sorrow and sadness and misunderstandings, a large percentage of which are the result of gossip. Shakespeare said, "Who steals my purse steals trash, but he who that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed." Does the Bible teach astrology? Answer: in spite of the narrowness of many people, the true student realizes that the Bible teaches a multitude of things. There is no doubt that a large part of the Old Testament means little unless it is opened by secret keys, and astrology is undoubtedly one of its many keys. The book of Revelation also contains many astrological allegories. Did Jesus, the man, ever really live, and was he ever crucified? Enough books have been written on this subject to make a bonfire 5 miles high, and it would take all the light of this bonfire to find any real good or any mental, moral, or spiritual growth which has been gained by the writings and arguments on the subject. There is every reason to believe that such a person existed, and the higher occult teachings are unanimous on this point. But as an historical character, he fades into oblivion in comparison with the great work and principles concealed within the story of his life. There is daily crucified upon the cross a matter of great life essence and principle, and the question of his death 2,000 years ago comes second to the great question, are you killing him today? The very energy used and wasted in these idle discussions is the very life of the one discussed. Is man perfect now? Answer: perfection is a matter of relativity, and in order to be perpetually perfect requires perpetual adjustment. All things in the universe are perfect if they are in exact harmony with their plane of development. A grain of sand may be perfect, but it is not a perfect man. A man may be perfect and not be a god. The divine spark in all things contains all things in germinal energy, but in its great pilgrimage it develops these possibilities into dynamic powers. If man does not continue his adjustments, he is not perfect, because he has not kept up with the plan of his unfoldment. Perfection or imperfection is only discoverable through comparison. Can one construct anything permanent on a belief? Answer: it is necessary to have a fundamental belief upon which to build any superstructure. Also, it is necessary to prove that belief by applying it and watching the results thereof. When a belief is proven, it ceases to be such and becomes a fact upon which further experiments may be carried on with certainty. If there is only one being in the universe, how can we be mortal individuals? Answer: there is only one being in the universe, and as we individualized intelligences, when gathered together with all created manifestations in the manifold expressions of nature, are that individual. Could a student of the occult, a member of the Western races, but born in the East, study with greater advantage in the Orient? Answer: conditions place the student in the environment needed for his development. Wherever we find ourselves today, there we should study the problems of today. Tomorrow we shall be elsewhere in body or consciousness. Then we should meet and master our new conditions and learn the lessons of our new environment. What advantage have those who know nature's laws over those who do not understand the reason for their being? Answer: the wise man knows the law, lives it, and is happy, while the ignorant are forced against their will to do the things wise ones love to do. What is the difference between knowledge and wisdom? Answer: those with knowledge know the things that they should know. Those with wisdom do them. Wisdom is knowledge applied. What must we give up in order to be true students of mystic philosophy? Answer: the student is not supposed to give up things. He is expected rather to correct his use of things, so that they will conform with the laws that bring with them the greatest harmony and balances. We do not have to deprive ourselves or to be miserable in order to be good. We are only to constructively make use of all our energies and opportunities. What should we believe when there are so many different phases of truth being presented to the world? Answer: we should deny nothing because someone else denies it, and believe nothing because others believe it, but weigh all things in the light of understanding, and labor daily to increase our power of discrimination and broaden our field of experience, so that we may be better fitted to cope with the many sides of spiritual and material problems. Why is it necessary for us to understand all these intricate natural laws? Answer: because few are capable of obeying that, the existence of which they do not comprehend. All of these laws are manifestations of the eternal lawmaker, and those who would know God must realize that they can study him only in his manifestations, for the abstract deity is forever concealed. What is the threefold path referred to in the ancient doctrines? Answer: it is the three ways that lead the student to the realization of his own being, the three grand divisions into which all life is divided, and along one of which paths all students go. They are called knowledge, love, and service, will, wisdom, and action. But no student can become great in the truly spiritual sense until he has walked all three of these paths and discovered the fundamental oneness of them all. What is real and what is unreal? Answer: everything in the universe is real to something, sometime, and all the rest of the time it is unreal. That part of the real which we cannot realize because there is nothing within ourselves attuned to it, we call the unreal, while the real is the unreal of others, which we have realized. Example: in the East among the Oriental peoples, this world we live in is the world of unrealities, while the worlds of spirit are the real. Among the Western people, this world is the tangible and concrete plane of existence, while the spirit worlds are the unrealities. The unreal of today is the reality of tomorrow, and matter, which we call the real, will cease to be when we no longer labor with it. The world to which we are tuned by bodies and consciousness must be to us the world of realities. But as we evolve spiritually and physically, we are eternally attuning ourselves to new conditions, and we are realizing the things which before were unreal, while those to which we are attuned today become the unrealities of tomorrow. What is the reward of adjustment? Answer: continued consciousness on all the planes of nature where the adjustments have reached a certain degree of fineness. The loss of consciousness is the result of the inability of the spiritual consciousness to function on the plane where the consciousness is lost. What is divine law? Answer: law is the plan through which God, man, and the universe, the triple unit, were brought into manifestation, are being preserved in manifestation, and will later be dissolved. There are none who are above law, and those who spiritually rise to such a height are too great to dream of disobeying it. To deny law does not destroy it, for it grinds all things to dust to attempt to stay it. No one has ever broken a law. The law has broken them. What is the greatest of all natural laws? Answer: the law of eternal progression, which we have named evolution. The wisdom teachings of the world are unanimous in their teaching of the continual unfoldment of all created things. How every grain of sand contains within itself cosmic proportions and celestial possibilities. How all things are various stages in the unfoldment of one ever-existing essence, which we call spirit, and how all diversity is the result of various stages of growth in the expression of this one thing. Is man perfect now? Perfection must always be a relative matter. To be perpetually perfect requires the eternal, undivided application of energy towards the harmonizing of man with ever-arising experiences and the grasping perpetually of ever-broadening fields of opportunity. A grain of sand is perfect when it is the full expression of its spiritual consciousness. But a grain of sand is not a perfect man. A cow with all the necessary points may be perfect, but many adjustments await that creature before it can evolve human understanding. Perfection or imperfection is only discoverable through comparison. Relative perfection is the result of perpetual adjustment. Of what is a successful life composed? Answer: it is composed of a number of small but complete achievements, which when gathered together as a life produce the great accomplishment. Nature works through the law of cause and effect, and a great success is an effect, the cause of which is the harmonization of individuals with their self-created environments. Success is measured not by sense, but by sense. And those who have evolved the greatest amount of common sense are, in the last analysis, the most successful. How can an occult student find his true place in the universe? Answer: when he is inclined to see in himself absolute perfection, let him look up at the sky at night and see the works of the great ones. If he still feels that he is finished and is now a master of creation, let him order the worlds to fall from their heavens and the planets to start their eternal march. If they do not obey him, he has not yet finished his education. If he feels that he is a worm in the dust and underestimates God's trust in him, let him take a microscope and see the smallness of infinite lives, invisible to his eyes, and how much greater he is than those. He has been the lesser and is the greater in the making. He may thus find his true place and realize the part he fills in the eternal plan. How may we become conscious helpers in the plan? Answer: through years and lives of unconscious service and by so living day by day as to improve our own being with education and balance, so that when a great responsibility is placed upon our shoulders, they shall be broad enough for their burden. Those who would be master over great things must have proved that they are master over lesser. What are the greatest causes of failure at the present time? Answer: we, as individuals, are the greatest and only cause of so-called failure. Failure is really a slow method of advancing through suffering, while success, which is often the result of failure, can be attained without suffering, if the individual will so live that he does not break the natural laws of his being. By this success, I mean the success which is eternal, rather than the so-called transitory success we see around us. There are three things which we do that especially stand between us and our own light. We can never be a success while we allow ourselves to drift from one thing to another like the straw blown by every wind that blows. When we take this course of procedure, we become spiritual and mental tramps, begging at everybody's door, but doing nothing ourselves. 2. So long as we follow popular opinion and allow others to do our thinking for us, we shall slowly continue to lose the power of thinking for ourselves. There is a brand new game interesting the spiritual world at the present time. It's called Follow the Leader. But when we continue to follow other people, we find that we land in ruts, which not only delay us, but cause our spiritual organs to atrophy. 3. Egotism, which is one of the greatest of all obstacles that face the seeker of light. A large number of truth seekers are filled with nothing but their own importance, and instead of seeking for truth, agree with their own interpretation of it. Those who believe that they know all there is to know, and that truth will expire with them, or who feel that their ideas belong to the spiritual 500, or who for a moment imagine that they are to have a special brownstone front in heaven, are self-made failures before they start. I have read hundreds of spiritual occult books and attended nearly all the classes given in Los Angeles, but don't seem to get anywhere. What shall I do? Answer: There is little wonder that you are making no progress, and unless great care is used, there is danger that you will suffer from a serious attack of mental or spiritual indigestion. One original thought is worth 1,000 lectures and will bring you greater and more lasting growth. And all the libraries in the world cannot bring with them the illumination or information to be gained from a heart-to-heart talk with yourself. Is it black magic for a salesman to influence someone to buy something? Answer: it is. It is black magic to in any way influence the mind of a person without giving him the conscious opportunity to combat that influence. And the result of a decision influenced by you will bring it with a karmic debt, which you must shoulder. It is black magic for one person in any way unconsciously to another to influence him by the power of mind. Why is there so much unrest in the world at the present time? Answer: there are two great reasons fundamentally behind the present condition. One, everybody is trying to find someone else to blame for something for which he is responsible. Two, everyone is running around looking for something for which he has within himself. When this condition is understood by the world, our present confusion will be overcome. What is the difference between the divine will and the human will? Answer: the divine will wills to do, and the human will wills to avoid doing anything that is not pleasant. The Flower of the House of Ming, an Oriental occult novel by Manly P. Hall. Chapter 1. Hidden away in the heart of the bustling, teeming city of San Francisco, Mrs. Murphy's boarding house was squeezed in between a shoe-button factory and a place where artificial flowers were made more lifelike than the genuine. The old two-story brick was once glorious to behold, but with the coming of larger, modern, and better-appointed hostelries, it became second-rate, then third-rate, and finally boasted no classification at all. It was the favorite abode of second- and third-rate drummers, traveling salesmen, and gentlemen crooks, who found its inconspicuous appearance in keeping with their seclusive dispositions. Mrs. Murphy was a motherly old lady of somewhat peculiar type. Her mouth was square, supported by a vice-like jaw. Her eyes were small and close together, and for years she had dexterously welded a sharp tongue in a very dull rolling pin. At dinner, there gathered around the festive board where liver and bacon or corned beef and cabbage were usually in evidence as the staples of diet. A sundry and miscellaneous congery of individuals who, for varying considerations running from $3.75 to $6.10 a week, were allowed to break bread twice a day and once on Sunday over Mrs. Murphy's red tablecloth. The star boarder was the Honorable Isaac Goldbaum, representing the Levinsky Suspender Company, who ruled as lord and master over the first floor front and hung his necktie on Mrs. Murphy's best chiffonnier. Next to him sat Nicholas Fitzpatrick, for many years representative of the McGillicuddy and O'Brien Raincoat Company. His outstanding peculiarities were a shock of very red hair and a pronounced brogue. He occupied the second floor front under Mrs. Murphy's sometimes hospitable roof. To the right of Mrs. Murphy, engaged in the process of analyzing the evening meal, sat the hero of our story, a high-pressure salesman for a shoe polish company. He occupied the third floor side and held the unique position of being the only roomer with a floor shaft, which afforded his unusual opportunities. Pink Wilson had three distinct peculiarities: a black and white checkered vest, a peculiar habit of squinting one eye, and a shady reputation. Pink Wilson had spent several summers vacationing in a secluded hotel that boasted iron bars on every window, and even now a reservation was being held for him. He was one of those peculiar individuals so often met with who, having no visible means of support, have an ever-ready supply of money. The commissions from his shoe polish sales did not keep Pink Wilson in cigar money, but he blossomed forth in patent leathers, gray spats, and red neckties, not to mention diamonds, for which he seemed to have quite an affinity. To be perfectly candid, Pink was a man of world affairs, and while wholly honest, of course, would not bear very scrutinizing investigation. There were only about 5 feet and 4 inches of our hero, but what he lacked in size he made up in self-importance. No one ever denied the fact that Pink was his own best friend, and incidentally his own worst enemy. The mark of the dope field was upon him. His sallow skin, his nervous, shifty gait, and twitching fingers told that he was a slave to the needle. His beady black eyes were queerly bleared at times, and his jaw, always prominent, became ever more aggressive as the flesh shrank from it. He was always nervously fingering a cigarette and seeking to conceal with involuntary twists of his hands a lurid scar on one side of his face. His dark hair was grayed and yellowed, and his entire makeup showed the marks of years of dissipation. But in spite of it all, there was a certain gallant, carefree air about this swashbuckler which made the world like him, although it recognized that he was no good. The police kept him under constant surveillance, for they were convinced that the illicit drug traffic and Pink were not strangers. Every few days he would go to a certain little house in Chinatown and remain sometimes for many hours. Of course, if you have ever been through the tortuous byways, you will know the place. It had a little overlapping second story with an old gingerbread balcony on one side. It was partly fenced in, and over the broken and discolored boards peered the strangest tree ever beheld by mortal eyes. It rose over the top of the fence only a short distance and ended in a knob from which poured out a dozen or more snake-like arms of yellowish-green, seemingly half-dead. It was the most woe-begone-looking bush imaginable. The store occupying the main floor of the building was ostensibly a wholesale rice establishment, a branch of a famous Canton house. This information was supplied by strange Chinese hieroglyphics, which undoubtedly revealed many additional things to those capable of understanding. The house had suddenly leaped into fame when the eyes of the law were fixed upon it in an obviously questioning way. It was but one of many places included by the police in the great dragnet, which they were gradually tightening around the dope traffic. Day after day, Pink went in at the little front door, where just inside the threshold an old Chinaman sat in his shiny black suit and little white-edged shoes. Outwardly, the Oriental maintained an impassive front, but his slanty eyes never failed to follow Pink each time he came to the house or went away again. It was the morning after the night before, and Pink lay upon the small rickety bedstead with his feet on the end board and a circle of cigar butts and cigarette stubs on the chair and floor about him. The police gazette was spread out beside him. He still wore his checkered vest, but had slipped a nightshirt over it. The room was blue with the haze of smoke, and his eyes were bleared as the result of strange concoctions of homebrew, which had formed the chief attraction of the previous night's escapade. "Oh," he kept groaning, "that stuff was poison. My head, my poor head. It feels like a balloon. Bah, I'll bet they made that last one of shellac and carbolic acid." And with a long wail he rolled over on the other side. As Pink lay there, bemoaning his fate, a heavy enclosed automobile with drawn curtains came to a stop before the old red brick house. A second later the car door opened, and an elderly Chinese gentleman stepped out. His figure was so remarkable as to attract attention even in that bizarre and bohemian neighborhood. The Oriental was all of 6.5 feet tall and apparently as slender as a ghost. He did not look his height, however, for his great back was so hunched that he appeared scarce taller than the average man. He wore a long, sweeping mandarin cape of black satin brocaded with wonderful flowers, and a small black cap which fitted tightly to his brow, which was high and arched. Down the great hunched back hung a queue, reaching nearly to the ground. All these things were in strange opposition to the accepted customs of Orientals in the Western world. The Chinaman was apparently of great age and wore heavy bone-rimmed spectacles with tinted glasses, through which his half-closed eyes could be faintly seen. With hands crossed in the voluminous sleeves of his coat, the Oriental slipped across the sidewalk with the agility of a cat and entered the vestibule of the boarding house. Here an old-fashioned knocker confronted him, but instead of lifting it, his long, slender, yellow fingers closed immediately over the doorknob, and the fingernails encased in gold boxes scraped the paneling with a strange clawing sound. The door softly opened. The black-robed Oriental passed quickly in, closing the portal behind him. An old and mysterious Chinaman has come to the boarding house where lives Pink Wilson, of unenviable reputation. He climbed the stairs, carpeted with worn-out red plush, and stopped before the hall bedroom where Pink Wilson lay nursing his headache. Pink heard a low sound, and rolling over in bed, he faced the door, and there standing before him was the tall, hunchbacked Oriental, gazing at him with slanted eyes narrowed to slits. A shiver went up and down Pink's spine. "Ugh," he muttered. "You might as well kill a man as scare him to death. Who are you?" The Chinaman's hands came out of his sleeves, and with a low bow he passed a fine white card towards Pink, who took it wonderingly. It was engraved with Chinese figures, underneath which were the following words in English: "Quang Qi, Prince of the House of Ming." A nervous thrill over Pink Wilson, for he knew that his visitor was the great Oriental whose power in the Western world was without known limit. A mysterious man, almost a mythological demigod. The yellow shadow that stood behind him was the spirit of the great opium traffic long sought by federal authorities. Pink knew something else, too, but he had been a crook long enough not to show it. "Sit down," invited Wilson. "Now that you are here, you might as well stay a while." The Chinese gentleman seated himself carefully and with slow dignity. Then, facing the recumbent figure on the bed, he spoke in a high, sibilant voice, carefully choosing his words. "You are my honorable friend, Mr. Wilson, yes?" Pink nodded his head. "That's my name." The Chinaman arched his brows and continued. "Are you not the Honorable Mr. Wilson who recently served 5 years in state prison? Are you not the Honorable Mr. Wilson who has 3 times been in the dope addicts ward of this city?" The Chinaman brought his fingertips together and gazed at the shining sheaths. "Are you not also the Honorable Mr. Wilson who tried to creep into my tea garden and steal my blossoms?" The Chinaman gazed long and earnestly at Wilson, who was becoming decidedly uncomfortable. "You are right in all your statements, except the last, for I did not even know that you had a tea garden, nor that you kept flowers in it." The Chinaman studied Pink for 2 or 3 seconds. "My honorable friend, it does my spirit ill to contradict you, but this last is also true. I have my garden, I have my tea room, and I have my blossoms. Ah, Honorable Mr. Wilson, I have many blossoms in beautiful China. I have a mile of chrysanthemums, and amidst their flowering fragrance are the tombs of my fathers. Indeed, my honorable friend, I have many blossoms in my garden, but one more beautiful than all the others. All the way from China I brought my wonderful rose chrysanthemum, that its fragrance might rest my soul. But you, sir, most honorable friend, have sought to steal my blossom from me and leave only an empty place where it has been." "What do you mean?" demanded Wilson, pretending amazement. "Oh, my honorable friend, must I be so crude as to say more? You know that wonderful little shop where you come so often, where the rice is stacked in boxes and bins around the wall. Do you not know that beneath that house is my palace? It is dark under the earth, and flowers do not grow well there, for they must have the light. But down under the store, in the cold of the earth, I have my tea room, and I have my fountain. And there, by my fountain, grows my flower, my blossom, the one I brought from distant China to fill the loneliness of your bleak and desolate land, where love and romance are sacrificed upon the altar of material ambitions." Talk United States. I've been accused of everything under the light of the sun. But the bird ain't alive, whoever said Pink Wilson went around swiping bouquets. Your flowers are perfectly safe, Ming Kwang. But don't leave any loose change lying around, because even a gentleman has his failings. The Chinaman's eyes became mere slits, and the lines around his mouth hardened. But he leaned back in his chair and drew from his sleeve a beautiful hand-carved ivory fan, with which he sought to brush away some of the fumes of the cheap tobacco that filled the room. "My honorable friend smokes such an uncultured weed," he murmured. "But if Ming Kwang had not come here to you this day, this blossom would soon be as dead as that weed. Do you remember, honorable sir, that day in the rice shop when 2 laughing black eyes looked out at you from behind the screen gratings? That was many months ago. Often since that day you have seen those black eyes again and poured into guileless ears your wooings. Those black eyes, that trusting heart, those little slender hands you have clasped so often, do you not know to whom they belonged? That little girl is the blossom who has come all the way across the seas to comfort me. Her virtues are the petals of my chrysanthemum. You have whispered to that blossom things that you do not mean. Like some wondrous sun god, you have come into the life of my pink chrysanthemum. But, my honorable friend, such things cannot be. You are of a different world, a different people. Is that not enough? If not, then know this, that no weed like you shall be in the garden with my blossom. I warn you, most honorable friend, that he who bends the stem of my flower shall die. The old Chinaman looked straight into the face of Pink Wilson, whose eyes fell in spite of his attempt to return the gaze. "Is that frail girl your daughter?" he asked in pretended surprise. The old Chinaman nodded his head. "She is my child, and all that Ming Kwang has, his jewels, his gold, and his palaces, are for her. In the celestial land has her mother been these many years. She went long before me into the palace of rest, and my laughing-eyed blossom is all that Ming Kwang lives for. The world knows him as a heartless man, but before the gods this is not true. But you, sir, must let my blossom be, for it is not fitting, my honorable friend, that the glory of youth and innocence should be wedded to evil and degeneracy. Not that I say either term belong to you, my honorable friend, but this I must say, that I have other plans for my child and must humbly beseech you to see her no more lest some strange ill befall you, which would make Ming Kwang most sad." Pink Wilson did not reply at once, for in his mind a plan was slowly formulating. When at last he turned to the Chinaman, a smile masked his hidden intent. "Just as you say. If you don't want me to see the girl anymore, well, I'm through it. Get me? I'm through." Pink Wilson lay back on the bed. "Oh, the whiskey is killing me." The Chinaman rose to his feet and, crossing his hands in his sleeves, bowed very low. "It gives me great pleasure to find that my honorable friend is such a wise man, indeed a very sagacious individual. Let him remain a steadfast in his wisdom, for he will find that longevity and health are the handmaidens of his sage reflections." The last words were spoken very slowly with a distinct inflection of voice. Pink Wilson rolled over so that his back was to Ming Kwang, saying, "Goodbye, goodbye. I'm too sick to talk to anybody." The Oriental reached the door, beside which stood the old chiffonier littered with various parts of Pink's wardrobe. Picking up a comb that lay on the top of the dresser, the Oriental studied it reflectively. Among the long teeth were a number of faded hairs, which exactly matched Pink's pompadour. Very carefully, Ming Kwang extracted 3 hairs, and slipping the gilded cap from one of his long fingernails, he inserted them in the sheath and quickly replaced it. Then, bowing again very low, the Chinaman passed through the door, whispering as he went, "Ming Kwang goes back to his garden where the blossoms bloom. His life, his honor, and his good protect his flower from the cold heartlessness of the Western world. Farewell, my honorable Pink. It is indeed a pleasure to deal with so honest a gentleman." The door closed softly, and a few seconds later the great black closed car swung around the corner and vanished from sight among the winding streets of the quarter. Pink lay still for a few moments, and then rolled over with a grin, muttering to himself, "You old fool, you. Your blossom will soon be in the flower store, and I will be the dealer. Chinese chrysanthemums bring great prices when the wealthy want to buy. What would you say if you knew what tomorrow night your daughter was going to creep away from behind the grated lattice and follow where your honorable friend leads? Doggone this bum whiskey." With a few more snorts, Pink curled up and, using the Police Gazette to shade his eyes, proceeded to sleep off the jag from the previous night, ignoring the resonant cadences of the dinner bell, but chuckling now and then as he thought of the blossom that grew in the garden of the great Ming Kwang. Chapter 2. Ming Kwang stepped from his automobile in front of his little rice shop, with its overhanging latticed balcony and the strange tree that stuck its head with snaky ringlets, Medusa-like over the garden wall. Passing through the shop with its strange Chinese labels and wicker hampers, where little joy bells tinkled in the air, the aged Chinaman entered a back room, which was bare of furniture save for 2 chairs and the rattan matting on the floor. In one wall was a little niche, wherein sat a strange porcelain Joss with a grinning face that leered pleasantly at all who entered. Ming pressed lightly upon one of the walls, and it slipped away, disclosing a passageway and a flight of wooden steps leading downward. The great Chinaman passed slowly down these steps, and the door closed behind him. The soft perfume of burning sandalwood and musk now filled the air, and somewhere a sweet voice was singing, keeping time to a wailing instrument. Once a gong dully sounded, and the Western world was left behind to be supplanted by the ever-mysterious. The voice of the singer charmed the aged man, for his stern face softened, and he lived again in another world. Before him a door opened, and stepping through he stood in the midst of his underground palace, undreamed of by the world at large. This was a place of marvelous beauty. Wondrous rugs, soft as down, covered the floor. Great teakwood settings, carvings of framed dragons and flying birds with eyes of mother of pearl, and ivory came into faint relief in the soft lights of Chinese lanterns. Doors on every side were twinned with wondrous carvings, and little potted plants of wax and silk lent a delicate charm and a sense of life to the surroundings. A girlish figure sat huddled in the shadow of a great teakwood chair. Over her head reached the arm of the wailing instrument. With the entrance of the human shadow, the music stopped. Ming seated himself in the great carved chair beside his child. His long fingers rested upon her head and toyed with the flowers woven in her hair, then lifted the delicate face and discovered tears on her cheeks. Why are the drops of dew upon the blossom? Does the flower droop its head for want of sunshine? The girl did not answer, but fingered the strings of the instrument, now out of tune. Her father traced the carvings upon the arms of the chair. His great hunched back grew ever more bowed as he spoke. I've been to the house of the American. The child looked up and gazed into her father's face, crying. You did not hurt him, father? No, answered the old man, for I knew if I hurt him I would hurt my blossom. But I told him kindly as a friend that he was breaking the heart of my flower. I told him he must come no more, nor must your black eyes peer out from behind the drapery. He comes not for good, my little one, but for evil. He comes to steal the blossom like the thoughtless who picks the flowers and lets them wilt. Today you are his blossom, tomorrow he will pluck another, and my little chrysanthemum will be trodden in the dust at his feet. You know that I am not like most Chinese fathers, my child. When you find a good man and love him, you shall have him. And if he be not rich, I will give him jewels. And if he be true, I will give him all that I possess. Not for his sake, but for yours, my blossom. But this man has not truth. He has been false to many, and with him flows a stream of broken hearts. I have seen it. No, no, sobbed the little figure at his feet. He cannot be evil. He is good. Ah, no, my child, he is far from good. Even when I went to him this morning, I found him drunk with wretched liquor and worse ideas. He dreams but to attain you. Then he will cast the blossom aside with the others. Each morning, child, upon the river that flows not far away, float bodies that bear mute testimony to this kind. You are young. Remain under the shelter of my care until one shall come who is true. And again the aged man stroked the glossy black hair that gleamed in the light of the lantern. A sob was the only answer. Look at me, child. The little black head shook but did not turn. Have I not been a good father? Have I not been kind? Have I ever denied you anything? Have I not lived to fulfill your dreams, both for your sake and for the sake of your sainted mother? I would not hurt my blossom, but it would be better far that I should pluck it up myself and crumple its petals here than it should go out into the world with such as he. No, no, father, exclaimed the girl. He is good. He is good. The Chinaman reached over and lifted from the table a little flaming image of porcelain, with hollowed eyes and a great yawning mouth, with claws that clenched the air and a horrid misshapen body. This, my blossom," he spoke firmly, "is the heart of the American. I have lived in this world many years. All my blossoms have gone into other gardens and have new flowers springing up around them. You were my youngest, and when you came into the world, your mother left it. I have cared for you and treasured you as a beautiful flower in the garden of my heart. How can I, who love you, give you to such as has this demon in his soul? I cannot, for my heart would break it if I should live to see my flower wither. I have broken many men, and I have not been above murder, but it was always in the cause of justice and of light. I have crushed men with my hands and broken them with the weight of my power, and I will crush this demon as I would a serpent, as I would crush all things which have this demon in their soul. But I will not hurt my blossom. So I have gone to this American and said to him, 'Leave my flower alone, and I will not harm you.' I know the thoughts in his soul. I know the reason why he wants my flower. But while the Jinn is in his soul, there is no good in him. Forget him, my child, for I shall never allow you to be his wife. I would rather take yonder sword and run it through your heart than to sanction such a match." The head of shiny black hair fell forward, and the girl lay sobbing at her father's feet. The old Chinaman leaned over and softly touched her shoulder. "Think you that much of him?" "Ah, yes, and I always will, father." The old man's eyes grew steely. "It were well that he should die for having made you care," he answered. "Father, father," she screamed, "do not hurt him." Clasping her hands in supplication, she stared into her father's face. Taking her head in his wrinkled hands, he gazed long into her eyes. "I will not harm him, child, if he will leave you alone. I will not injure him, for I would not that your eyes be full of tears. Many there are who want my flower. Choose one who is true, and be he of my nation or another nation. He shall have you, if he will build a garden and enshrine you there. But I swore to your mother, whose eyes look at me out of yours, that no ill should come to you, and that oath will I keep. Therefore I order you, as your father, as the elder of your house." And the old Chinaman straightened up in the great teak chair. "I order you to have nothing to do with James Wilson. There is no good in him, no virtue in his soul. He is sold to his vices, and your life with him would make death a blessing." "Father, I will not give him up," exclaimed the girl, rising defiantly to her feet and stamping one little satin-shod foot on the soft rugs. The aged man raised one hand, its long fingers with curving nails pointing upward. "No child is privileged to stand before a father in rebellion. I have spoken, and my voice is law. I have said you shall not see the American again, and I mean that which I have said. If you disobey me, not only shall I command obedience, but I shall destroy the American before one of my children can become his wife." The slender figure swayed for a second. The girl was torn between her love for her father and the web of fascination which the crafty Wilson had woven around her to draw her out of the garden that he might pluck the bloom. The old Chinaman sat like a stone image, his face as expressionless as stone. The pleading in her eyes brought no response, for while the old man's heart was breaking, he was battling for the soul of his child. "He is an escaped convict," he spoke sternly, "with no reformation in his soul. He is a dope fiend, a burglar, and a peddler of opium. He is involved in the white slave traffic and is a drunkard. He has been married and has deserted his family, left them to starve for all of him, and his wife was forced upon the streets. Would my soul rest with my father's if my little blossom were trusted to his care?" "No, no, it is not true," cried the little girl. "He told me it was not true, and he would not lie to me." "I wish it were not true," answered the old man, "but alas, it is. And if you do not forget him, as I have ordered you, I will kill him, regardless of anything. You know what happens when Ming curses a man, curses him with the curse of emperors of the ages past. How the man grows weak, how he will not eat, how he raves and turns insane, and in just a few days lies dead at my feet. If you will not obey me, I shall curse him, and you shall see him die. You may choose as I made him choose, and I pray that you choose wisely." The girl stood undecided, an expression of mortal agony in her face. She swayed slightly, her eyes dropped, and a second later she fell unconscious at the feet of her father, who sat in the great carved chair, his hands clenching the heads of the turning dragons. "Poor little Blossom, that mine old eyes should see this day, but I thank the gods of my fathers that I am here to fight for her against herself." He looked around the walls. "How cold these old walls seem when my little Blossom is not smiling. How dreary life would be if my little flower should leave me. But each must go its way, and sometime the last of the house of Ming shall sit alone in this old teak chair while the blossom brings light to another life. My rose chrysanthemum, its little head is drooping." His eyes grew steely. "My innocent child's life and heart are broken by that beast, but he shall pay for it. He shall pay for the plan that is in his soul. He shall never have her as long as old Ming Kwang can breathe." The light of the silken lantern shone down upon the scene. The old Chinaman sat in his chair, his eyes fixed upon the form of his daughter. In his lap lay the little red demon. Automatically he picked it up, gazed upon it for a second, and then with a power almost unbelievable he crushed the porcelain image between his fingers and cast the fragments to the floor behind him. "In this way may have written my saints," he muttered, "that the greatest virtue is in truthfulness, and that the greatest sin is in breaking the heart of the faithful. Great is this man's sin that he has bowed the head of my Blossom. But I am strong and can take the hate of her who has loved me always. That this man should come between a father and his child is great enough." A thin line of tears trickled from under the bone-rimmed glasses. The old man leaned over, his hands reached out in tenderness to gather in his little child. Taking the slender body in his arms, he held her close to his heart, remembering the days gone by when he had tried to give her not only a father's love but a mother's care. "Poor, pretty Blossom," he murmured. "This is the world. My heart has been broken like yours, but I shall shield yours." A voice, weak and broken, came from the figure huddled in his arms. "Father, my father, I love him." The aged Chinaman straightened, and his face grew hard as flint. "I hate him," he answered, his fingers clenching and unclenching. "I hate him. Because he comes to steal the fragrance of my flower and then to cast it away. But he shall not. By the gods, he shall not. It is the law of ancient China. You shall not disgrace your house or break your own heart. This is but a gentle frost to the snows that would be if the arm of your father did not stand between. Let him come and take you. Let him dare. He shall do it only over my dead body, only in the face of my curse, and no man upon whose head descended the curse of Ming Kwang has ever lived." Chapter 3. Everyone knows where Murphy's saloon is, Pink Wilson among the rest. It is one of those peculiar bars where everything is strictly soda pop and ginger ale. But from this come some terrible reactions, such as the one which made Pink Wilson the dubious host that he was when the Chinaman called upon him. It had a little back room where many kinds of people gathered, most of them of similar caliber. A couple of long-haired artists, 3 or 4 prize-fighting magnates, the leading light of 2 or 3 lotteries, a poker shark, a broken-down racehorse financier, and several members of the gas house gang constituted the main permanent features of patronage. Pink Wilson sat at a table in the little back room, talking to another individual who was apparently a gentleman that had seen better days. "Yes," Pink was saying, "I can get her all right. She's to meet me tonight, and I'll bring her here. I want you to have a closed car ready, and we'll shoot her out the state before anybody gets wise. See? There's a fellow up in you-know-where who is promising me $4,000 for the deal. She's a rich old Chinese codger up there who wants her. I'll go 50-50 with you if you want to get in on the game. What do you say?" The stranger looked for several seconds into Pink's face and then answered, "Who did you say she was?" "The daughter of Ming Kwang," answered Pink. Not Ming Kwang, the great rice importer, exclaimed the other in amazement. Sure, the same, answered Pink. Do you know him? Do I know him? Well, I should say so. You say it's his daughter? Yes, drawled Pink, and as pretty a China girl as ever lived. Well, partner, you can count me out, answered the other, pulling his fedora over his eye. If she belongs to that Chinaman, he can keep her as far as I'm concerned. What do you mean? Asked Pink in amazement. Well, I'll tell you what I mean, and it's this. I had a pal once. You've heard of Captain Jake? He was the smartest yegg south of 14th Street. He found out about Ming Kwang's having a nice little box of stones down in his home under that rich shop. I've heard tell there's $100,000 worth of diamonds alone. Well, Hatpin thought he'd take a chance at it. He crept down one night, loaded for bear. I never saw a man in all my life that could pick locks with a hatpin like Jake could. Well, he got in all right, and he found the box. You know, Jake always had a great sense in him for finding where stuff was hidden. Well, just as he was trying to open it, that Chinaman Ming Kwang comes in and catches him. Jake says it scared him nearly to death just to see that chink. He didn't say much, just pointed to the door. And to save his life, Jake couldn't do nothing. When they got to the door, Kwang says to him, he says, "You're never going to tell where these stones are hidden because you're going to be dead before you get a chance." Well, partner, Jake left that house so fast you'd have thought all hell was after him. I'd seen him the next day. Jake couldn't eat, he couldn't sleep, and he kept having pains all over him. 2 or 3 days later, he went into convulsions. He tried to tell me where them stones was, and every time he spoke, his heart would stop beating, and he'd gasp for breath. Well, sir, it was just 6 days from the day he went into that cellar to the day they picked him out of the river. There wasn't a mark on him. He just died of stark fear, that's all. And let me tell you, I don't want nothing to do with it. That Chinaman's a devil if you ever get him started. I know 2 other people that tried to do him harm, and they both went the same way. He curses him, that's what he does. He gets a lot of yellow devils to haunt him day and night until they just naturally kill themselves trying to get away from him. Nonsense, exclaimed Pink. He can't scare me with stuff like that. I've seen that kind of stuff when I had a good dose of hop in me. Jake thought he was a big man, too, answered his companion. But if you'd seen him the day after, you wouldn't be laughing either. That demon just witched him to death. Well, that ain't the problem, answered Pink. What I want to know is, will you or will you not have a closed automobile here to help me get that girl out of the state? No, sir, answered the one with the fedora hat. I will not. That's the second time. How many times do you want me to tell you? Anything that belongs to that Chinaman has hands-off signs on it to me. Well then, answered Pink, rising, I'll have to pull it alone. But if you ever squeal a word of it to anybody, I'll kill you. I'm not afraid of what you'll do to me after you've done anything to that Chinaman, laughed the other, dragging his hat down over his eye. Will you have lilies of the valley or wistaria on your coffin? And with a hitch of his belt, the slouchy companion disappeared into the front room where he ordered an alcohol ginger ale. Pink rose from his chair and followed him out, leaving the back room deserted, for it was too early in the day for the usual crowd to gather. Suddenly there was a squeak, and the old piano, upon which a well-known finger artist perpetrated various crimes during the evening, moved slowly across the room as though pushed by unseen hands, and a door was revealed behind it. This opened, and into the back room stepped Ming Kwang. It is not that a Chinese gentleman should eavesdrop, he murmured to himself, but the thinness of these walls is really sufficient to excuse me for hearing what is said. My good friend, Mr. Wilson, has a delightful plan, really in keeping with his most excellent record, but he has not enjoyed the curse of Ming Kwang as much as his companion has. I believe that the 10,000 beatitudes will rest upon that gentleman with the fedora this night, while an equal number of calamities will rest upon my friend Mr. Wilson. He passed over to the door and looked out. Pink had climbed up the cellar steps and vanished. The proprietor of the drinking house stepped up to the Chinaman. "We need some hop," he announced in an undertone. "How much?" asked Ming Kwang. I am making my rounds this morning. It is most excellent that all of our friends should be joined together by these underground passageways, but really I think the walls of some of them are almost too thin for proper privacy." And the Oriental blew a little incense into the air and fanned it, that the soft, drowsy perfume might relieve his nostrils from the pungent smell of bad liquor. "I admire you Americans in many ways, but somehow, if you will permit it, honorable bartender, I should say that you are crude in many things." The Chinaman passed behind the piano, which rolled back into place behind him. After winding in and out amid the maze of underground passageways, finally came to his own underground palace. Here he opened, very carefully, a locked door and entered a tiny room, not more than 6 or 8 feet square, but lined with wondrous precious draperies. A teak chair and table stood in the room, also a number of strange instruments, and a little stove. The Oriental busied himself for a time and took a small kettle from the shelf and filled it with flaked wax. This he placed on the hot stove while he took from the shelf a number of small books and a mold of brass. These he laid out before him and sat down with considerable complacency. His hand suddenly stopped in mid-air as he was about to pick up the mold. From somewhere came the soft wail of a stringed instrument, and a voice was singing a sad Chinese love song in pathetic, melancholy key. Tears came to the old man's eyes. "Poor little blossom," he muttered to himself. "She shall never know." With a thin chopstick he stirred the melting wax. Little by little the lumps dissolved until it became a golden liquid, nearly transparent. This he poured back and forth into little kettles until it gleamed like a thread of spun gold. Then he replaced it on the stove and slowly and carefully drew the golden cap from his long forefinger. Extracting with a tiny pair of tweezers 3 reddish-gray hairs, he laid them upon the table and slipped the fingertip back into place. Picking up one hair, he gazed at it for several seconds. This for breaking the heart of one who trusted, and who, if you had your way, would be tomorrow one of the many lost to the light of the world. He laid the hair carefully in the mold and picked up the second. This for the heart of the father that is broken, for the tears of the child who has turned against him because of you. And the second hair was laid across the first. With the fine tweezers he raised the third hair and gazed at it. This for the hearts in the world you have broken, for the lives you have crushed. With this one shall civilization be avenged for the blight you have cast upon it. And he laid this hair across the other 2, forming of them a 6-pointed star. He then closed the mold, and with the ladle, took from the kettle the boiling wax and poured it into the single opening of the mold. About 2½ cupfuls were poured in, and then it reached the top. He left the mold standing upon the table and with care and precision put back each tool and utensil from where he had taken it. Then drawing a long-stemmed pipe from the shelf nearby, he lighted it and sat down facing the mold. Several minutes passed. The strange, subtle odor of expensive Chinese tobacco filled the room, and still Ming gazed steadily at the brass block before him. 3 hairs, he murmured. Is it not well there should be 3? 1 for my child, 1 for myself, and 1 for my world? Many a man has died by a rope made of a single hair. Yes, it is well. The pipe went out, and Ming returned it to the shelf. He touched the mold, but it was still too warm. He sat down again, and taking up a book with strange characters of the words of Confucius, he read page after page, turning the silken leaves with his long gilded fingers. The silence was broken only by the notes of the soft, sad song that drifted in through the wall, and the wail of the plaintive instrument. The prince of the house of Ming was in his mediation. The family shrine stood open before him, and he gazed upon its gods in peace. For the thing that he was doing was well, his soul told him. At last the Chinaman leaned over again, and finding the mold to his satisfaction, pressed the tiny catch on the side and lifted off the upper side very carefully. Very gently he turned it over and shook it slightly. Into his hand fell an object of cast wax about the size of a pear, and not unlike one in shape. In 6 places on the surface of the wax, tiny points of hair protruded. With a fine knife, Ming cut these off and held the object to the light. What the Chinaman had molded was a human heart, perfect in every detail. All the valves and arteries showed out in natural proportion, and the mouth of the aorta hung in natural position from the side of the organ. "Yes," murmured the Prince of Ming, "it is hard as his heart, but perchance I have made it larger. His heart is of wax, his is of stone. God forgive me for overestimating him. Had I lead, I would mold it of that. It is a good heart." And he turned it over, far better than this. And the wax is cleaner than the stuff that his is made of. Again, this heart has done no man ill, while his has blackened many lives. Again, a false comparison. Alas, what can the fingers of man fashion as hateful as the deeds of his heart? The Chinaman listened to the playing of the wailing instrument that used to play the flower songs and the lily tunes of the sweet Nan Shong, where his little pine trees waved against the sky, and the little bridges crossed the running streams. The song of the boatman as his thatched craft floats down the river to the sea. Those are the tunes she once played, but now she plays the wail of the dead. Ah, Honorable Mr. Wilson, she plays your death knell and does not know it. This heart is heavy. God, that's your word. This heart is cold now, so shall yours be. The Chinaman reached over and took from the wall the little case of ebony. It was lined with plush and satin, and in this soft resting place he laid the heart of wax. In it the 3 hairs from the head of Wilson. "A precious treasure," murmured Mandarin Ming, "a precious treasure indeed. I wish far more that it were filled with rice, for the little germs which feed my people are cleaner than the men they feed." He rose slowly and carefully, locking the casket with its strange contents. He carried it under his arm, out into the passageway and along the corridor, until again he reached the place where the piano stood, and where bad whiskey spread the death of the white man, and opium's endless sleep hovered in the air. There, like a figure of stone, he stood in the passageway, through the hours that passed, his great back hunched like some beast ready to spring. In his hands lay the casket with the heart of wax. Chapter 4. The old Chinaman stood there while his fluid mind stuff reacted the events preceding this final act of his little drama. He saw Pink Wilson creeping into his home. He saw his daughter, blinded by a love for which she was not altogether responsible. He saw her, overcome by soft words and futile promises, follow the scheming American out of her home and into an automobile. He saw them speeding through the city. He saw them reach the old saloon. He could actually hear them descending the steps. And sure enough, a few seconds later, he heard the old bartender ordering the people out of the back room, heard the door close and lock, and gazing through a concealed peephole over the piano, he saw his daughter with the cherry blossoms still wound in her hair, still garbed in her silken Oriental costume, seated at the little table, while across from her sat the American. The corners of the old man's mouth set in a hard, cruel line. Then he gazed upon his daughter. He saw the look of fear in her eyes, and he realized that a great disillusionment was taking place. He heard his child pleading, "Let me go back. I'm afraid of you." He heard Pink Wilson's heartless laugh and answer, "Go back? Well, I guess not. There's a couple of $1,000 waiting for me across the border where old Chow Fat is looking for a wife just like you. Take you back home? Well, I guess not." The long fingers of the Chinaman ached to strangle the life from the American, but he restrained himself. He heard his daughter's soft voice pleading. He listened to her prayers and her cries, which ended as with a dull thud she crumpled upon the floor. He listened to the laughter of Pink Wilson, but around the corners of his mouth there lurked a strange sardonic smile, as slowly he opened the sacred box and drew forth the heart of wax. "So, my honorable friend," he whispered. You laugh at the curse of Ming Kwang. Ha! You laugh now. You crept into his garden of dreams and stole its treasure. That treasure is now broken at your feet. Laugh, for you have not much longer to laugh. Smile and jeer today, for tomorrow you will be dead. Ming Kwang is not the foolish yellow man you think. The real Ming Kwang is a great man that you do not know. Again a burst of laughter sounded through the door. You laugh too loudly, exclaimed Ming Kwang. It grates upon my ears. How does this feel? He took from his sleeve a little wooden hairpin with a fan on the end, one that his little girl used in her hair, and which he had drawn from it the day before. Still a little cherry blossom was twined around the wooden stick. Taking the thin shaft, he pressed it against the side of the waxen heart, at the same time muttering an incantation. The laugh of Pink Wilson stopped short on its high note as he felt a pain shoot through his heart, which nearly threw him from his feet. He sank into a chair, gasping for breath, with his hand over the tortured organ. "Oh," he gasped, "what was that?" Through a solid wall, a voice answered him. "That, Honorable Mr. Wilson, is just a little prick from a hairpin." The American started from his seat. "Where are you?" he screamed. Nothing answered him. And as a few seconds later his strength returned, he threw off the web of imagination which he felt was grasping at him. Picking up the unconscious figure, he headed towards a secret panel in the wall which he knew concealed a passageway leading into a house where he could find concealment. He had but started when a voice behind him ordered, "Stop." Before him stood Mandarin Ming, a majestic, towering figure, in his hand a little heart made of wax. Pink Wilson jumped back and dropped his burden to the floor. "Mr. Wilson," exclaimed the Chinaman, "my honorable friend, I came to you as a father protecting his child and asked as a father that you would leave her alone. You promised me as a gentleman that you would do so. You have broken your promise. No Chinese gentleman would want to live to be confronted by a man he had wronged, and I am about to save you the dishonor of outliving your crime. You have stolen from me my blossom. I shall take her again close to my heart and pray that the wound you have made shall heal. But my blossom will never be as fair as before, for the tender shoot has been broken, and the plant will be dwarfed. You would sell flesh and blood. You who call yourself a Christian would do this to a heathen. You have heard of the curse of the princes of Ming. You shall feel that curse. Here in my hand I hold your heart. Look, I touch it, you shudder. By the powers I have, unknown to you, I have united your living heart and this heart of wax, and I hold your life in my fingers." The Chinaman reached over his shoulder and, picking up the end of his cue, twisted it around the neck of the aorta of the heart of wax. He then took the bamboo pin and, placing it under the rope of hair, slowly twisted it. "No, no!" screamed Wilson, his eyes staring from his head. "Don't do that. Take away your daughter. Take her back, but don't do that." The Chinaman answered, "You are not too cowardly to face the curse. Therefore, why are you too cowardly to pay your folly?" "No, no," screamed Wilson, running to the door. "Don't do it. Let me go." The Chinaman held up his hand. 3 threads there are. Threads of hair. Your hair in this heart. These 3 threads of you seal your doom. This thread is for that broken heart that lies at your feet. This thread for the outraged father who stands before you. This thread for civilization's debt which you must pay. The only reason I hesitate to turn this cord is that I hate to fill hell with such as you." The Chinaman's eyes had in them the glint of stone. "No, no, don't. Mercy," screamed Wilson, his face white and his jaw dropping. Great drops of sweat stood out on his forehead. He tore at his collar and clutched at his breast. "My God, do anything but don't turn that cord." A crafty look came over the Chinaman's face. "My honorable friend will always find Ming Kwang considerate. You have prayed that Ming Kwang will not turn that cord. Very well, he will not, for it would not be a fitting punishment. You have not strangled us, as I could strangle you. You have done something else. You have broken my heart. You have broken the heart of my cherry blossom. Why then should I strangle you? No, I know a better way. I will break your heart. Taking the wax between his fingers, he crushed it into a dozen pieces. The last cry remained unspoken on the American's lips as he pitched forward to the ground, dead. Over his body, the Chinaman sprinkled the bits of broken wax. Then, gathering up the limp body of his child, he carried her back to the passageway, and to a great couch of silk and ebony he placed her gently and sat down beside her. "Poor little broken blossom," he murmured, as he stroked the little ivory hand. "How cruel the world is to the one who loves. You sought in trust for love and faith and found only mortal selfishness. But it is the way of the world. I have found it. You have found it. Life is hell, and beyond life is life. But here in this little garden we shall plant again the seeds of faith, you and I. You are dawn, and I am twilight, but while the light still gleams I will light your way. The world would call me heartless. The world would say, if it knew, he is a murderer. Maybe it is so, but I crush such as he as I would a bothersome insect. It is not wrong for the bee to take the honey. I have a beautiful garden in China where the lilies bloom and where at night the fireflies light the darkness with their lamps, where the boatmen sing and the moon lutes play in the stillness of the even. This is my land of beauty. This world where white men live is filled with selfishness and hate. So we will go away, my little flower, back to the land of the lily and the pink chrysanthemum, and there I will plant her again in the garden of love and will bring the blossom back to life. There I will dwell the rest of my days in the shadow of the Mings that have gone before, until the gods of my fathers call me to climb to the light upon his queue." And his fingers ran through the long braid of gray hair which hung down his back. The figure beside him stirred. "Father," the voice whispered. "You have not hurt him." "Who, child?" asked the old Chinaman. "The man I love," she asked. The old man hesitated for a moment. "No, child," he answered. "I have not hurt him, but he has been called away, so you had best forget him. Do you still love him?" "Yes," answered the figure. "In spite of what he has done?" "Yes, father." "Well," answered the old Chinaman, "you may love him now as much as you will, but you will forget him soon, for you are going back to Wyang, amidst whose fragrant gardens lies your mother's shrine. There are 12 wondrous chrysanthemums planted by her. You are going back with me to her in the land of temple bells. The great Ming Kwang is going to vanish from the world. His lotteries are closed forever. His dope shall cease to flow, and his tongs shall cease their struggles. The palace under the rice shop will go also, and with his many jewels he shall return to the land of his birth. But the most precious jewel of all is the one he nearly lost, his little pink chrysanthemum." The old man clasped his child in his arms, and the swaying silken lantern sent fleeting shadows over all. But the light was too faint to show the stream of tears that fell from the old man's eyes, as his lips closed over the cherry blossom in his daughter's hair. The end.